Chapter 1 Piccolo. At long last I have found you. Ha 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 ha. Gazing upon the green figure cloaked in white robes, Lynn Fan was overcome with exhilaration. Lynn Fan, a denizen of Earth, before his transmutation, upon receiving the somber news of the passing of his mentor, he was engulfed in sorrow, and with a heart laden with complex emotions, he began to revisit the Dragon Ball series from the very first episode. As the night deepened, a sudden pang in his chest struck him, and he succumbed to a fatal collapse. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself in a quaint mountain village. In an instant, the memories flooding his mind revealed the astonishing truth. He had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, becoming a human of the seventh universe. As a traveler in this realm, he naturally possessed a unique advantage. The Super Gene Fusion system was his extraordinary boon. The system's capability allowed him to merge with the genes of others, thereby acquiring their abilities. There was but one method for gene fusion. As long as the target was within 100 meters, he could initiate the fusion directly. The sole restriction was that he could only fuse genes once per day. Though limited to a single fusion each day, he could merge with the genes of any being. This was the remarkable power of his boon. Upon learning through the system that the current Z fighter member closest to him was Piccolo, Lynn Fan became feverishly determined to locate him. He yearned to fuse with Piccolo's genes at once. The thought drove him to madness. After an exhausting search lasting most of the day, he finally, to his delight, found Piccolo. Observing Piccolo within 100 meters of him, he hesitated not. System, fused with Piccolo's genes. Lynn Fan shouted internally, brimming with excitement. Ding! Congratulations! You have fused with Piccolo's genes, acquiring Namekian blood, the ability for limb regeneration, egg-laying capabilities, the art of clothing change, superpowers, the special beam cannon, the magic flash, the demon seal wave, techniques for utilizing ki, and the ability to fly, encompassing all of Piccolo's abilities. Due to your fusion with Namekian genes, your combat power has experienced a tremendous leap, increasing from a mere 3 points to a formidable 103 points. Haha, this is simply marvelous. Lynn Fan rejoiced inwardly. Upon successfully fusing with Piccolo's genes, Lynn Fan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and delight as he began to explore his newfound skills. The ability of limb regeneration was undeniably powerful. Even if he were to lose an arm or a leg, he need not fear. He could regenerate instantly. Moreover, the magic flash and the special beam cannon were unparalleled combat techniques. The methods of utilizing ki would save him from many detours, and the ability to fly was simply extraordinary. Each of these capabilities, when considered individually, was exceptionally impressive. Wow, there's even the ability to lay eggs. If I ever find myself hungry, can I simply lay an egg to cook a meal? And now that I possess Piccolo's genes, I only need to drink water to survive, no longer fearing starvation. Most importantly, my combat power has increased by a staggering 100 points. Lynn Fan exclaimed with elation. While this level of combat power may seem trivial, it was nonetheless a promising beginning. Suddenly, Lynn Fan was struck by a thought. System, if I continue to fuse with others' genes, will I ultimately become a grotesque creature like Cell? Lynn Fan inquired. Host, your appearance will remain unchanged. You will only acquire their abilities and genetic advantages. The system elucidated. Ha ha, splendid. This is precisely what I desired. Lynn Fan exclaimed in sheer delight. Ding! Congratulations on your first gene fusion. You have received a Novice gift pack. The melodious chime of the system rang out. Would you like to open the Novice gift pack immediately? The system inquired. Wow, a Novice gift pack as a reward? Open it now. Lynn Fan's heart raced with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 100 Senza beans, a universal door X1, and a gravity room X1. As the system's chime echoed, all items were automatically stored within the system space. To utilize them, one merely needed to concentrate, and the desired item could be retrieved with ease. Nice! Lynn Fan internally cheered. The Novice gift pack is indeed a treasure. 100 Senza beans can restore injuries as long as there is breath in my body. Consuming a Senza bean will fully revive me. The gravity room is an essential artifact for training. And the universal door, could it allow me to traverse through realms? Regardless of how one looks at it, these are all splendid items. Lynn Fan was ecstatic. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he glanced casually at Piccolo. He found that Piccolo remained suspended in the air, meditating in profound concentration. With a slight smirk, Lynn Fan thought, since I have fused with Piccolo's genes, it's best I take my leave. It is wise to develop in obscurity. Lynn Fan had sought out Piccolo with the sole purpose of merging his genes. With that objective achieved, he felt justified in departing. Having made up his mind, Lynn Fan left the scene without a second thought. Piccolo, engrossed in his training, paid no heed to Lynn Fan's passage. He had been here for some time. Occasionally, the presence of one or two passers-by was hardly remarkable. Once he departed the area, Lynn Fan summoned the key within him and swiftly initiated the technique of flight. He soared through the skies, reveling in the freedom of the air, his thoughts wandering. My time is limited according to the system. Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth in 10 days. I must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. When the system's cooldown period resets tomorrow, I will fuse with Gohan's genes. I wonder what abilities I can acquire from Gohan. Does he possess Saiyan blood? Lynn Fan pondered eagerly. Yet, as he flew, he suddenly sensed two formidable key signatures emanating from above. The overwhelming presence was indeed intense, causing his body to tremble slightly. His body was momentarily subdued by the oppressive aura. What is happening? Curious, Lynn Fan lowered his key pressure and utilized his flight technique to discreetly follow the source of the aura to the heights above. Clouds drifted lazily beneath him, and within the depths of the cloud cover, Lynn Fan beheld a bowl-shaped structure. Is this the Temple of the Gods? Lynn Fan murmured. At that moment, he could clearly see two figures rapidly moving around the temple. With each movement, tremendous crashing sounds reverberated. Lynn Fan took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on the two figures. In an instant, he discerned their forms and actions. Key Sphere, Key Blast. Observing the techniques executed by the two, Lynn Fan realized, it's Yamcha and Krillin. With their combined strength, I am certainly not a match for the 103 points of my combat power. Having only recently fused with Piccolo's genes and not yet begun training, Lynn Fan's combat power remained at a mere 103 points, rendering him acutely aware of the intense pressure. I must elevate my combat power swiftly once I fuse with Gohan's genes tomorrow. I shall retreat into the hyperbolic time chamber for rigorous training. I truly hope time passes swiftly so that I can fuse with even more genes. Frieza, Majin Buu, Beerus, your genes are utterly tantalizing. Lynn Fan mused. As Lynn Fan observed, the confrontation between Krillin and Yamcha reached its conclusion. Emerging victorious was Krillin, who narrowly claimed victory with a single decisive move. The two descended gently onto the temple, their expressions filled with a sense of unquenched desire. Krillin, I never imagined we have grown so strong. Your ultimate technique, Key Sphere, could likely defeat those two impending Saiyans with a single blow. Coupled with my Ki Blast, perhaps we won't even need to wait for Goku to arrive. Just the two of us might be able to take down the Saiyans. They will surely be left in awe of our prowess. Yamcha laughed heartily. Yamcha, though our strength has indeed surged tremendously, we must not grow complacent. Saiyans are not to be underestimated. Krillin cautioned gravely. All right, he'll keep that in mind. Yamcha appeared dismissive of the warning. Having witnessed this exchange, Lynn Fan decided against lingering any longer. He scoffed at Yamcha's arrogant claims they believed they could defeat Vegeta with mere Ki Blasts. What nonsense! He closed his eyes, allowing his body to descend towards the ground. The winds howled around him, tousling his hair wildly. As he neared the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Focusing the ki within his body, he executed the flight technique, ensuring a steady landing on the ground. Phew! Now, let's find a suitable place to experiment with Piccolo's abilities. Lynn Fan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself forth like a cannonball. Soon, he arrived at an isolated location devoid of human presence. In the distance, Lynn Fan beheld a flowing river. Excellent. Let us conduct the experiment right here. Lynn Fan shed all his garments, leaping gracefully into the water. After indulging in a refreshing bath, his body gradually sank to the riverbed. Upon opening his eyes, he could distinctly observe a school of small fish darting to and fro. He also noticed a few river clams, their shells parting to inhale and exhale silt. Lynn Fan calmed his mind, slowly concentrating the energy within him, channeling it into his arms. Raising his hands, he crossed them before him, palms facing outward, the backs of his hands resting against his forehead. A terrifying force, glowing with a brilliant white radiance, materialized between his hands. Magic flash, Lynn Fan shouted, thrusting his hands forward with great vigor. In an instant, a wave of energy burst forth from between his hands. With a tremendous roar, blinding white light illuminated the riverbed. The overwhelming force traveled along the river's course for over 100 meters, until it erupted from the surface, piercing through a large rock on the bank, exhausting its power. In its wake, all manner of aquatic life fish, shrimp, and river plants were reduced to mere fragments. Once everything settled, Lynn Fan emerged from the water. The river had been significantly widened in an instant. Gazing at his handiwork, he felt a rush of exhilaration. With merely 103 points of combat power, my prowess is already so formidable, just imagine how much more I could achieve with additional genes fused and further training. Wouldn't I be able to effortlessly unleash stellar bursts? The thought of his future accomplishments filled Lynn Fan with immense excitement. A gust of wind swept by, sending a chill through his body. I should change into some clothes. With a casual wave of his hand, Lynn Fan utilized Piccolo's ability to change attire, adorning himself in clothing akin to Luffy's, right down to the flip-flops. At that moment, Lynn Fan donned a yellow straw hat, a red short-sleeved shirt, and flip-flops, exuding an air of whimsical charm. Adjusting his hat, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the water, a fair-skinned, youthful visage, clearly handsome. I might as well spend the night here. Tomorrow morning, I will seek out son Gohan and fuse his genes. Lynn Fan mused eagerly. With that thought, boredom led him to find a sizable rock where he settled down, adopting Piccolo's meditative posture to engage in deep contemplation. Thus, time would pass swiftly, and naturally, his combat power would rise steadily, inching upward as he practiced. Time flew, and before long, it was already the next day. Lynn Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the system panel. Host, Lynn Fan combat power, 110. Too slow, too slow. This is utterly exasperating. After a full day of training, my combat power has only increased by 7 points. I must hasten to fuse son Gohan's genes. With that resolve, Lynn Fan closed his eyes, casting aside all distracting thoughts, and focused on sensing Piccolo's energy. He then followed the trail of Piccolo's energy to discern another, noticeably weaker, unfamiliar presence. That must be Gohan's energy. I found it. Son Gohan, here I come. Suddenly, Lynn Fan sprang to his feet, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and soared into the air with a graceful leap. Effortlessly, he activated his flight technique. From a stationary vantage point, his figure soared ever higher, diminishing to the size of a mere black dot before vanishing completely. Eye in the sky, his rapid flight left behind a faint, translucent white tail. In the peculiar and rugged terrain of Huangyan, a diminutive figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform was engaged in arduous training. He was inverted, with his left hand resting behind him and supporting his small frame solely with the index finger of his right hand. 19881, 19882, 19883, his arms flexed and extended, propelling his body up and down in a manner beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. 19901. Ugh, I can't hold on any longer. With a thud, the small figure collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, exhaustion was etched across his face, and beads of sweat, akin to peas, relentlessly poured from his forehead. This individual was none other than Sun Wukong. Lynn Fan's silhouette quietly appeared beside Sun Wukong. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! A wild Sun Wukong has been detected. Would you like to merge with Sun Wukong's genes? The system inquired. Yes, merge with Sun Wukong's genes. Lynn Fan's heart surged with exhilaration. What abilities might Wukong's genes bestow upon him? Lynn Fan was filled with anticipation. Congratulations! You have merged with Sun Wukong's genes, acquiring Saiyan hybrid bloodline and the ultimate cultivation talent. Magical Flash. All abilities of Sun Wukong. Wow, the Saiyan bloodline, along with the greatest cultivation talent. This is absolutely incredible. Lynn Fan was overjoyed. In that moment, he felt a transformation within his body, his combat power subtly increasing. Glancing at the system panel. Host. Lynn Fan combat power. 150. Excellent. My combat power has risen by several points, Lynn Fan mused, feeling quite pleased. This sensation, how to describe it? Simply put, it was exhilarating to witness his progress daily. It was truly a fulfilling experience. With Wukong's talents, shedding the identity of a weakling was but a matter of time. The future was bright. Who are you? Sun Wukong sat up, eyeing Lynn Fan warily. After such an exhaustive workout, he was utterly drained. Making it prudent to remain cautious during this vulnerable moment. It's nothing. I'm merely a passerby. You carry on. Goodbye. Lynn Fan replied with a smile. Sun Wukong muttered softly, are you really just passing by? Indeed. I am merely an ordinary passerby. Lynn Fan responded. With his objective achieved, Lynn Fan prepared to depart. He had more pressing matters to attend to. With just 9 days remaining until Vegeta's arrival on Earth, he needed to make the most of these 9 days to elevate his combat power. His first course of action was to enter the Spirit and Time Room within the Heavenly Temple for training. He aimed to raise his combat power to a level capable of easily defeating Vegeta. That would be barely sufficient. Although according to the storyline, Son Goku ultimately triumphed in battle, who could predict whether the outcome would mirror the original narrative due to his arrival in this world? It was wise to remain vigilant. What if things unfolded differently? Any misstep could lead to a dismal fate for him. It was best not to place all hope in others. With that thought, Lynn Fan activated his flight technique, soaring toward the Heavenly Temple. The Heavenly Temple, a stylish young man donned in a straw hat, a red short-sleeved shirt, and flip-flops appeared. Indeed, this individual was Lynn Fan. From a distance, the temple resembled a colossal, solid, bowl-shaped structure suspended in the sky. The level surface was paved with special white rocks, resembling white tiles. Scattered small trees adorned the circular perimeter, and a building stood tall at the center. This was the Heavenly Temple. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached the central temple. Upon reaching the entrance, a figure materialized like a specter, blocking Lynn Fan's path. This individual had dark skin, a stout physique, and was dressed in Indian attire, exuding a genial demeanor. He was Mr. Popo, the attendant of the Heavenly God. Mr. Popo was about to speak, but before he could utter a word, Lynn Fan interjected, stating his purpose directly. Hello, Mr. Popo. My name is Lynn Fan, and I have come here to request permission to use the Spirit and Time Room. May I? The Spirit and Time Room. While I am unsure how you learned of this, it is not within my authority to grant access. I must consult the Heavenly God, Mr. Popo replied. Understood, Lynn Fan nodded. However, before that, you must answer a question for me, Mr. Popo said, his expression unchanged. What question? Please feel free to ask. Lynn Fan smiled. Then Mr. Popo inquired, why do you wish to enter the Spirit and Time Room? Lynn Fan paused, contemplating before responding slowly. The reason I wish to enter the Spirit and Time Room? First, I have learned that 2 malevolent Saiyans are about to invade Earth, and their power is extraordinarily terrifying. If I do not take action, I will likely meet my demise, which is unacceptable to me. Second, as an Earthling, I naturally wish to ensure the safety of my planet. I desire to contribute during this perilous time. Third, the time flow within the Spirit and Time Room is different. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. By training there for a period, my strength will undoubtedly increase significantly, allowing me to assist in addressing this crisis. This statement reflected Lynn Fan's deep contemplation, tying his own fate to Earth's safety and expressing his desire to aid humanity in its hour of need. These reasons, viewed from any perspective, were bound to satisfy both Mr. Popo and the Heavenly God. If they were pleased, they would readily grant Lynn Fan access to the Spirit and Time Room. Thus, his objective would be fulfilled. Very well, I understand. I shall consult the Heavenly God immediately. Mr. Popo regarded Lynn Fan with a hint of admiration. Just as he turned to leave, a hoarse, elderly voice echoed, Popo, there is no need to consult me. Take him directly to the Spirit and Time Room. As the words fell, an aged version of Piccolo emerged from the depths of the temple, leaning on a cane. Piccolo was the darker side of the Heavenly God, both having been carved from the same mold. However, Piccolo wore a white robe, while the Heavenly God donned a blue cloak, appearing considerably older. Uninformed observers might mistake him for Piccolo's grandfather. Understood, Heavenly God. Mr. Popo nodded. Then turned to Lynn Fan. Mr. Lynn Fan, please follow my lead. Mr. Popo gestured for Lynn Fan to proceed. He then turned and walked into the temple. Thank you, Heavenly God. Thank you, Mr. Popo. Lynn Fan expressed his gratitude and calmly followed Mr. Popo's lead. Upon entering the temple, they encountered a spiral staircase descending from above. Each landing featured corridors lined with rooms. After a few minutes of following Mr. Popo, they arrived at a door. Mr. Lynn Fan. Beyond this door lies the spirit and time room. The environment inside is extremely harsh. Are you certain you are prepared to enter? Mr. Popo inquired. Rest assured, I am ready. Otherwise, I would not have come here. Lynn Fan replied nonchalantly. Good, I understand. There is ample food and water stored inside, so you need not worry about hunger. However, I must advise you that you may only remain inside for 2 years. If you exceed this time, the door to the outside world will vanish, and you will never be able to return, Mr. Popo cautioned. Thank you for the reminder. I shall enter now. Having spoken, Lynn Fan took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and strode inside. Upon entering the time chamber, a resounding bang echoed as the door closed automatically behind him. Lynn Fan advanced boldly, greeted by an expanse of pure white space. As he gazed around, there seemed to be no end in sight. Apart from the resting area by the entrance, there was nothing at all. This world was devoid of any other color, enveloped solely in a stark, white void. It was Lynn Fan's first encounter with such an environment, and he was engulfed by a sense of disorientation, coupled with an inexplicable wave of panic rising from within. He could also feel an immense gravitational force pressing down on him, as if the air itself was thin, and the temperature was oppressively stifling. This truly is harsh. I seem to have underestimated the environment here, Lynn Fan muttered to himself. Previously, while watching Dragon Ball, he had not given it much thought, but now, experiencing it firsthand, he could fully comprehend the sensation. I recall the original text mentioning that the gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world. The temperature fluctuations between day and night can reach extremes of 50 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees. Ordinary individuals might not survive more than 10 days in this place, Lynn Fan pondered. Well, no need to overthink things. I entered here to enhance my own strength. It's best not to waste time on internal conflicts. I must commence my training without delay. With that resolve, Lynn Fan embarked on his rigorous training regimen. He had already devised a plan. The first step was to acclimate to the tenfold gravity. The second step involved utilizing the gravity chamber obtained from his novice gift pack to train within, harnessing the Gohan-like talent acquired from his genetic fusion, which would undoubtedly lead to a rapid enhancement of his combat power. The third step would be to strategically leverage the traits of his Saiyan bloodline, along with those 100 Senzu beans, which would naturally cause a tremendous surge in combat strength after near-death recovery. Surely, if he persevered through the training, the rewards would be substantial. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this moment, Lynn Fan had already adapted to the harsh conditions of the time chamber. Finally, I have acclimated to the tenfold gravity. This environment is truly tormenting. Lynn Fan exhaled deeply. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Lynn Fan combat power, 2588. After 10 days of adaptive training, his combat power had surged dramatically, now approaching around 2,600. Surviving in such a harsh environment required immense willpower, determination, and persistence. Without these, even the most extraordinary talent would be rendered ineffective. Lynn Fan believed that had he not fused with the genes of Piccolo and Gohan, he would likely have succumbed to this hostile environment long ago, let alone improve his combat strength. The attire he wore was no longer akin to Luffy's, but had been transformed through his clothing alteration technique into a Saiyan battle suit, with the addition of a power-level scouter. He truly exuded an impressive aura. Lynn Fan began to throw punches into the air, swiftly executing kicks and evasive maneuvers. This was to adapt to the newfound surge of power. Next, he would enter the warm-up phase. He placed both hands on the ground and inverted himself. Then, releasing one hand, he supported his entire weight with just his index and middle fingers. Subsequently, he began training with inverted push-ups, moving up and down with ease. Excellent, this feels incredibly effortless. I can release another finger. With that thought, Lynn Fan let go of another digit, balancing himself solely on one finger. After several hours of this, when his body could no longer withstand the strain, he switched to another form of exercise. He engaged in sit-ups, squats, and every conceivable method to strengthen his body. After another few hours, Lynn Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. Excellent. Warm-up complete. Time to commence formal training. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and took a deep breath. Ha! Lynn Fan let out a powerful shout, channeling all his energy, unleashing every ounce of strength from within. With a soft pop, a faint, translucent white aura erupted from his body. His hair danced rhythmically with the surging white flame. At this moment, Lynn Fan had fully unleashed all the power contained within him. The sheer force of his energy explosion was formidable. "Ha!" Lynn Fan exclaimed softly. Placing his right index and middle fingers against his forehead, concentrating all his strength into those 2 digits, preparing to accumulate power. After several minutes of gathering energy, sparks of lightning flickered at his fingertips. In that moment of culmination, Lynn Fan thrust his fingers forward. Special beam cannon. A thunderous roar resounded as a blinding white light erupted, shooting forth a spiraling beam of energy from his fingertips. Boom! The might of the special beam cannon, after traversing countless kilometers, vanished into the vast white void. Huff, huff. Lynn Fan gasped heavily. The tremendous expenditure of energy from that attack had drained him significantly. He needed a moment to recover. The power of the special beam cannon was indeed extraordinary, yet it had its glaring drawbacks. The accumulation of energy took too long, and its accuracy was uncertain, making it ill-suited for practical combat. Lynn Fan shook his head slightly. His stomach growled. It was time to eat. After a meal, he would resume training, Lynn Fan mused. With that, he returned to the resting area for sustenance. Soon after, having replenished his energy, he commenced training once more. This time, he prepared to deploy the gravity chamber. Only by utilizing the gravity chamber for training could his combat power truly experience explosive growth. With a focused thought, Lynn Fan summoned the gravity chamber from the system's space. With a resounding thud, a massive black machine materialized before him. This circular apparatus, the size of a villa, gleamed with a dark metallic sheen, radiating a cold, ethereal light. Without hesitation, Lynn Fan opened the door to the gravity chamber and stepped inside. Upon entering, he discovered an operational console. The space was remarkably spacious, ideal for extensive training. The true cultivation had begun. Lynn Fan whispered. Approaching the control panel, he quickly familiarized himself with the functions of the gravity chamber. This chamber was equipped with an intelligent program that allowed for voice commands, eliminating the need for tedious manual adjustments. Furthermore, the gravitational field was isolated from the external environment. The gravity applied was based on Earth's gravitational force, rather than the gravity of the time chamber. Otherwise, if the gravity chamber were set to 100 times the gravity, combined with the tenfold base gravity of the time chamber, it would result in a staggering 1,000 times Earth's gravity. Thus, Lynn Fan's gravity chamber operated independently from the outside world. He also learned that this gravity chamber had 3 primary functions. The first was a gravity adjustment feature, capable of being set to a maximum of 100,000 times gravity. The second was a simulated combat function, which could generate a digital opponent identical to Lynn Fan's own power level, providing an excellent training partner. The third function was to practice control over internal power. By mastering every ounce of energy within, one could unleash an even more formidable display of strength. Upon discovering the features of the gravity chamber, Lynn Fan was elated. Wonderful. I initially thought the gravity chamber from the Novice gift pack only had gravity capabilities. I never expected it would also possess simulated combat functionality, a delightful surprise. This would undoubtedly accelerate my progress compared to solitary training, making it far less tedious. Lynn Fan felt genuine joy. Activate 50 times gravity. He commanded the gravity chamber's intelligent program. 50 times gravity is now active. In 5 seconds, the gravity will envelop the entire chamber. Please prepare yourself. Regarding the reminder from the intelligent program, Lynn Fan did not take it to heart. With his current combat prowess, enduring 50 times the gravity should not pose much difficulty. Buzz. A feeling of heaviness surged within him as the entire gravity chamber was rapidly enveloped in a layer of dark crimson hue. The atmosphere grew oppressive and suffocating, and an extraordinarily powerful gravity suddenly descended upon Lynn Fan. Damn, my body feels so heavy. Movement became increasingly arduous, and even breathing was not as effortless as before. Lynn Fan furrowed his brows tightly, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and struggled to move. He attempted to kick and punch, but it felt as if he were bound by some invisible force, rendering his entire being uncomfortable. Ugh, damn it. Even throwing a punch feels like practicing Tai Chi. I must quickly adapt to the 50 times gravity and gradually increase it. Lynn Fan muttered to himself. Thus, Lynn Fan endured both pain and pleasure, engaging in the most fundamental training within the gravity chamber, such as sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. Although it was somewhat grueling, he found joy in the process. Every glance at the system panel revealed his combat power steadily rising, which naturally filled him with boundless motivation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. After completing his final set of training, he summoned the energy within him, causing his body to levitate. Beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, splattering onto the ground as he wiped his face clean. Excellent. I have fully adapted to the 50 times gravity. Lynn Fan murmured to himself. Opening the system panel, he primarily focused on his combat power, glossing over the other details. Host, Lynn Fan combat power, 85658 abilities, Saiyan hybrid bloodline, Namekian bloodline, Demon beam cannon, Demon flash, Demon sealing wave, chi manipulation, limb regeneration, egg-laying reproduction ability. Having adapted to 50 times gravity, his combat power had already surpassed 10,000. Reaching over 85,000. The threshold of 100,000 was now within arm's reach. It is time to utilize the Scion's near-death passive ability. With a thought, Lynn Fan retrieved a Senzu from the system space, clenching it tightly in his left hand for later use. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand, gently closed his eyes, and pressed his fingers to his forehead, gradually gathering a powerful energy between his fingers. After charging for approximately 3 minutes, Lynn Fan abruptly opened his eyes. A fierce expression crossing his face as he pressed his fingers firmly against his chest. Demon beam cannon. Bang! A blinding white light flashed momentarily. Ah! Lynn Fan cried out in agony as his chest was instantly pierced. A gaping hole, through which the scenery behind him was visible, manifested in his torso. A tidal wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, and blood gushed from his chest as if it were free-flowing. With a thud, Lynn Fan collapsed to the ground, excess blood spilling from his mouth and nose. In that moment, he felt as though the entire world had lost its color. He struggled to breathe. His life force rapidly waning, and he sensed he was on the brink of death. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lynn Fan emitted a low growl of pain. This reckless act left him severely injured, teetering on the edge of mortality. Senzu, I must consume it quickly. With this thought, Lynn Fan tightly grasped the Senzu in his left hand, opened his palm, and frantically fed it into his mouth. With a crisp crunch, Lynn Fan miraculously swallowed the Senzu. At that moment, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. The hole in his chest was swiftly mended, and the pain radiating from his body ceased abruptly. Thank goodness I consumed the Senzu in time. Otherwise, I might have fainted from excessive injury. If I lost consciousness, would I die? Lynn Fan pondered. Thanks to the fusion of Piccolo's genes, as long as his brain remained intact, he could regenerate and recover. However, whether he would perish upon fainting remained uncertain. Lynn Fan rose from the ground, exhaling deeply. Feeling the surge of power within him, his heart filled with elation. With a thought, he glanced at the panel. Automatically disregarding everything else, focusing solely on the change in combat power. Host, Lynn Fan combat power, 789672. Upon seeing the combat power value, Lynn Fan's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap. Nearly 790,000 combat power. This is insane. My combat power has truly skyrocketed. The Saiyan near-death recovery passive is incredibly useful. Lynn Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. He couldn't help but shout with exhilaration. Awesome. This feels absolutely incredible. In that moment, Lynn Fan felt an illusion arise within him, as if he could punch through the world. Such high combat power was sufficient to overpower Vegeta. Perhaps it was time to emerge from this training. Lynn Fan contemplated. However, he soon realized he was getting ahead of himself, allowing his confidence to swell. I cannot become complacent. I am still not exhausted. And this is merely approaching 800,000 combat power. In the grand scheme of the Dragon Ball universe, it is still insignificant. I must continue my training and not waste Gohan's potential. Moreover, there are formidable foes like Frieza and Beerus ahead. I currently feel as weak as an ant and must keep pushing forward. Lynn Fan fervently self-motivated. After a period of self-encouragement, Lynn Fan took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. Then, with determination, he shouted, "Increase the gravity. Adjust it to 150 times." Lynn Fan issued the command to the intelligent program within the gravity chamber. Understood. 150 times gravity has been activated. In 5 seconds, the gravity will envelop the entire area. Please prepare yourself. As the words fell, Lynn Fan felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, as if he were weightless. However, after 5 seconds, a heavy sensation and an indescribable pressure instantly enveloped him. Breathing became particularly difficult. No, more accurately, breathing felt laborious and strained. Lynn Fan struggled to move his body, experiencing the familiar sluggishness once more. Without wasting any time, he resumed his training. Lynn Fan roared, exerting all his strength to punch and kick at the air. Under the strain of his relentless training, time passed swiftly. Before long, half a year had gone by. Lynn Fan emerged from the gravity chamber, his aura exuding an overwhelming and boundless presence. Open the system panel. Lynn Fan commanded within his mind. Host, Lynn Fan combat power, 800000000. It is time to emerge. I have adapted to 450 times the gravity. Yet, for some unknown reason, my combat power has surged to 80 million, that I still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Lynn Fan murmured to himself. He had attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan when his combat power reached 3 million, but it had been unsuccessful. As his combat power increased, now reaching 80 million, he still could not achieve the transformation. Lynn Fan speculated that it might be due to the lack of a certain catalyst. However, this was also advantageous. Once he broke through that barrier, transforming into a Super Saiyan would grant him 50 times his base combat power. With a combat power of 80 million multiplied by 50, it could swiftly reach 4 billion. Lynn Fan eagerly anticipated the day he would transform into a Super Saiyan, and the mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. With a thought, he stored the gravity chamber within the system's space. He then soared into the air and made his way to the rest area, where he took a refreshing shower and changed into a new outfit. He donned the familiar orange martial arts gi often worn by Sun Wukong, but emblazoned on the chest and back was the character Fan. After finishing his meal, Lynn Fan approached the door leading to the outside world. Leaving the room of spirit and time without the slightest hesitation, when Lynn Fan re-emerged, he found himself on the vast expanse of the temple, although he had spent nearly 8 months within the room of spirit and time. Only about a day had passed in the outside world. At that moment, the sun was nearing its descent, and the clouds in the sky were bathed in a beautiful crimson hue from the evening glow. A gentle breeze occasionally swept by, providing a refreshing sensation. This feeling was truly delightful. His mood lifted significantly. Lynn Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Lynn Fan, you have returned?" The old Supreme Kai approached from behind with a smile. Accompanied by Mr. Bobo. "Yes, I have emerged," Lynn Fan replied with a calm nod. "How do you feel? Are you confident in facing the impending Saiyan threat?" The old Supreme Kai inquired, after a moment of contemplation. Lynn Fan responded nonchalantly, "Having spent nearly 8 months in the room of spirit and time, I have endured countless hardships. Since you ask if I have confidence, my answer is this: regardless of how formidable the enemy's power may be, I am confident in facing it." However, Lynn Fan privately added in his mind, "But if their combat power exceeds 100 million, consider my words null and void." The old Supreme Kai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Lynn Fan, I knew I did not misjudge you. The crisis facing Earth requires your assistance," he declared with a grin. "Indeed, this was my intention even before I entered the room of spirit and time. Unless there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. I wish to rest well in the remaining days and optimize my physical condition to prepare for the approaching seance," Lynn Fan replied with a gentle smile. This was merely a pretext. Lynn Fan simply desired some relaxation. With his current combat power of 80 million, defeating Vegeta would be no more challenging than squashing an ant. "Very well, go and rest. When the crisis arrives, I hope you can make it in time." The old Supreme Kai nodded approvingly. "Rest assured, I shall," Lynn Fan replied with an air of tranquility. He then walked step by step to the edge of the temple and leaped into the air, his figure vanishing amidst the sea of clouds. Meanwhile, in the distant starry sky, 2 spherical white spaceships were swiftly approaching Earth. In just a few days, these vessels would descend upon the planet. As for Lynn Fan, after descending from the heavenly temple, he flew to a beach. At that moment, night had fallen, and the sounds of the sea breeze and crashing waves echoed on the shore. Lynn Fan reclined beneath a palm tree, sinking into a deep slumber. The next day, when Lynn Fan awakened, the sun was shining brightly. A small crab had climbed onto his nose and pinched it firmly with its little claws. "What the heck?" Lynn Fan exclaimed, startled awake. "You little rascal, I'll devour you." He swiftly grabbed the crab and tossed it into his mouth. However, just as he finished the crab, a coconut fell from the tree above, striking him squarely on the head. "Ouch, what terrible luck. Waking up to a coconut falling from the sky is utterly ridiculous," Lynn Fan complained, rubbing his head. Thus, Lynn Fan embarked on his beach adventure. One cannot continuously train. Relaxation is essential. Only through a balance of work and leisure can one's spirits be uplifted. Before long, 8 days had flown by. During this time, Lynn Fan made it a point to merge with the genes of Krillin and others. Given that he could only merge genes once a day, he dedicated 5 days to integrating the genes of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Naturally, this granted him all of their abilities. After all, having a diverse skill set is never a burden. At that moment, beyond Earth, the 2 spherical spaceships were racing towards the planet at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the atmosphere like 2 shooting stars descending from the heavens. Boom! 2 resounding explosions echoed as the ships landed in a city in the southern part of the continent, leaving behind 2 massive craters. In an instant, smoke billowed up, obscuring the vessels from view. Virum! The doors of the 2 ships opened with a sound. As the smoke drifted away with the wind, 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged. The taller one was bald, while the shorter one had a pointed head. Both shared common traits, donned in Saiyan battle attire, sporting power-level scouters on their faces, and a bushy brown tail wrapped around their waists. The duo was none other than Nappa and Vegeta. In the city, passers-by stopped in their tracks, curiously observing the two Saiyans. Are they aliens? Their attire is so strange. They must be extraterrestrial beings. Look, they even have tails. Oh my goodness, aliens. This is my first time seeing them. I never expected them to resemble us so closely. Could they be human too? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Ha! Vegeta, let us give these Na'vi Earthlings a little welcome gift, Nappa chuckled, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Very well, control your strength, Vegeta replied, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With that, Nappa raised his right hand, his fingers slightly lifted, energy gathering at his fingertips. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from him. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, and a flash of white light enveloped the entire city, which vanished in an instant. When everything settled, the once thriving city lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. All the people and objects that had existed there were transformed into dust in an instant, an overwhelming display of power that was truly terrifying. Vegeta's expression shifted, and he roared, Nappa, look at the havoc you've wrought. The lives of the Earthlings matter little, but if the Dragon Balls I seek are destroyed, I will not forgive you. My apologies. I accidentally forgot, Nappa said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, feigning innocence. Forget it. Since it has happened, let us move on. We must locate the strongest warrior on this planet. He will surely know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Let us find him. Nappa replied, activating his power-level scouter. When the results appeared, his expression changed. Vegeta, there is more than one being on this planet with a power level exceeding 1,000. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Even so, they won TBR match. Let us head to the one with the highest power level. With that, Vegeta took the lead, soaring towards Piccolo's location, with Nappa closely following. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku, resurrected by Krillin and the others using the Dragon Balls, was racing along Snake Way in the afterlife, doing his utmost to return to Earth. At the very moment the spaceship made its descent, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Chaozu, 6 individuals in total, sensed the formidable energies emanating from Vegeta and Nappa. They hastened towards Piccolo's location, guided by their keen awareness of the energy signatures. Lynn Fan, too, had detected the auras of Vegeta and Nappa and had already set off. However, he did not immediately pursue Vegeta. Instead, he arrived at the site where the spaceship had landed. Just as Vegeta and Nappa departed, Lynn Fan's figure appeared before the two spacecrafts. Hiki, grateful for nature's bounty, Lynn Fan smiled faintly, with a wave of his hand. He swiftly absorbed the two ships into his system storage. Vegeta would never have anticipated that. Immediately after his departure, someone would stealthily plunder his possessions. If he were aware, he would undoubtedly be furious. Damn it, here I am, fighting for my life, while you sneakily raid my home. Is this what one calls humanity? After completing this task, Lynn Fan nonchalantly set off towards Vegeta's location. Meanwhile, in the desolate Yellow Rock region, Piccolo stood atop a large boulder, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Son Gohan clenched his fist tightly, trembling slightly as he sensed the two rapidly approaching energies. Uncle Piccolo, those two Saiyans seem to be heading straight for us. Son Gohan expressed his unease. Piccolo scoffed. Perfect timing, saves me the trouble of seeking them out. This time, let these two Saiyans witness the fruits of my training. They're here, Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, with a rush of air splitting the silence. Two figures descended to the ground in an instant. Both parties found themselves in a standoff, scrutinizing one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. As the tension escalated, an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon Son Gohan and Piccolo. What an intimidating aura, Piccolo thought, his heart racing. Yet he did not show any signs of fear. The heavy atmosphere did not linger for long, as Nappa broke the silence first. So you're the top warrior of this planet. Green-skinned fellow, you must be the one who killed Raditz, right? Nappa derided Piccolo, dripping with scorn. Vegeta, arms crossed, pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Nappa, this green-skinned individual seems somewhat familiar. If I am not mistaken, he must be a Namekian. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa was taken aback. Indeed, it seems you were right. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta then declared loudly, Hey, you are a Namekian, aren't you? I've heard tales in the cosmos that Namekians possess some extraordinary abilities. Surely, you are the one who created the Dragon Balls on Earth. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's pupils dilated, and he thought to himself, the short Saiyan is truly formidable. He has nearly deduced the truth. While I did not create the Dragon Balls, they are indeed my creation in spirit, crafted by that deity. So, according to him, I am indeed a Namekian, not some demon. Seeing Piccolo fall silent, Vegeta taunted, not going to speak. It seems my assumption was correct. I can offer you a chance. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall spare your life. Vegeta sneered. Piccolo's anger flared, his forehead veins bulging. Tisich, you're all talk. I wonder if you two will even leave Earth alive. Piccolo retorted furiously. Excellent. It seems I must make you suffer a bit before you reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Nappa, handle this one. Remember to leave him with some breath. I still need to extract information about the Dragon Balls from him. Vegeta commanded. Understood. Leave it to me, Vegeta. I promised to make him wish you were dead. Nappa nodded slightly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. However, just as the battle was about to commence, several piercing sounds sliced through the air. Oh, more arrivals? Nappa turned curiously. Just a few insignificant pests. No matter how many of these nuisances there are, the outcome will remain unchanged. Vegeta scoffed. Haha. Indeed, they are no match for us anyway. Nappa chuckled confidently. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, and Yamcha quickly joined them. Just in time. I thought I might miss this battle. Yamcha exclaimed cheerfully. Uncle Krillin, you're here too, Son Gohan said, his face lighting up with joy. Yo. Gohan, Krillin greeted him. Huh? Gohan, is he Goku's son? Yamcha asked curiously. Yes, he is Goku's son. Krillin pointed at Son Gohan. Goku's son. Huh. I never would have imagined that Goku's child would possess such formidable power. He might surpass us soon. Tien Shinhan marveled. Indeed, Tien. Chaozu concurred. A moment of friendly exchanges ensued among them. Nappa, noticing that Piccolo and the others were ignoring him, grew irate. Hey. Are you all already discussing your last words? Yamcha, feeling provoked, retorted. Humph. I see that the strength of you two Saiyans isn't all that impressive. Yamcha aimed to maintain his momentum. Even if he might not be a match for them, he could still engage in some verbal sparring. Vegeta, arms crossed, sneered. Nappa, I recall that there were still some remaining training pods. Weren't there? Nappa, puzzled, replied. Vegeta, there are indeed a few left. What are you hinting at? Bring them out. Let us have them entertain these pests, Vegeta coldly commanded. Ha, Vegeta, I didn't know you enjoyed playing. Since you've given the order, I'll let the training pods have some fun. Nappa laughed. As he spoke, he retrieved a small vial containing several seeds, preparing to plant them. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Nappa. The figure accompanied by the sound. Wait. Both Vegeta and Nappa looked on with curiosity. Who are you? Before them stood a man with flowing hair, a pale complexion, and a perfectly proportioned physique, clad in a blue and white Saiyan battle suit. His muscles were taut and well-defined, standing at an imposing height of approximately 1.8 meters. The aura he projected exerted an immense sense of pressure. Indeed, this individual was Lynn Fan. This prompted Piccolo and the others to scrutinize the unexpectedly appearing Lynn Fan. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding! Detected the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Ding! Detected the noble Saiyan lineage Nappa. Please choose to fuse with one of them. I choose Vegeta. Fuse with Vegeta's genes. Will it grant me an extra Saiyan tail? Lynn Fan pondered. Ding! Congratulations! You have fused with Vegeta's genes, obtaining the Royal Saiyan bloodline, Gallic Gun, a Saiyan tail, and all of Vegeta's abilities. Excellent. By fusing with Vegeta's genes, I have acquired the royal bloodline. Furthermore, I successfully obtained a tail. This means I can transform into a rational great ape. My strength will increase tenfold. Lynn Fan thought joyfully. The reason he requested the system to retain the tail was that he intended to use it for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 in the future. Without a tail, it would be challenging to achieve those transformations. Although this acquisition was significant, he had long since become accustomed to the system and no longer felt overwhelmed with excitement. A tail. He is even wearing Saiyan attire. This guy is also a Saiyan, Krillin exclaimed in shock. What? The others gasped in unison. Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, and Son Gohan all looked utterly astonished. Krillin and the others felt that the emergence of another Saiyan only deepened their despair. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa could hardly believe their eyes. How could there be another Saiyan? Could he possibly be one of those Saiyans exiled before planet Vegeta's destruction? Who exactly is this person? Vegeta, filled with bewilderment, inquired. Speak. Who are you? I recall that aside from myself and Nappa, as well as the deceased Raditz and Kakarot, there are no other surviving Saiyans. He questioned with a tone of authority. Nappa, instinctively activating his scouter, assessed Lynn Fan's power level. A power level of 1036. How feeble. I expected a formidable ally. Nappa muttered under his breath. Lynn Fan smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Kakarot has been resurrected through the Dragon Balls and shall arrive in just over 3 hours. For now, let us await Kakarot's arrival in silence. Upon hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow, poised to respond, but Nappa interjected with a derisive smirk. With an air of arrogance, Nappa sneered, "Huh? Kakarot, what difference does it make if he's back? In the end, he's merely a low-class Saiyan warrior. Is there any need to wait for him? Moreover, what are you? Even if you are a surviving Saiyan, with your paltry power level of 1036, you are nothing more than a lowly fighter. With such a wretched strength, you lack even the qualification to carry the shoes of Prince Vegeta. To put it bluntly, you are even inferior to Raditz. Why should we heed your words?" As Nappa's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers exchanged glances, eager to witness Lynn Fan's reaction. Upon hearing Nappa's taunts, Lynn Fan's expression darkened, his face contorting with rage. Ha! Well said, since you were so gifted with words. Perhaps you should descend to hell and engage in a delightful chat with King Yama. At that moment, the spectators barely perceived Lynn Fan's movement. With a thunderous crash, Nappa's scouter exploded into shards. And simultaneously, a sickening sound echoed as crimson blood erupted skyward. Nappa's head rolled to the ground, and with a soft thud, his headless body twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly. In that instant, Nappa's expression was forever frozen, his severed head still bearing the look of disdain. Even in death, he could not comprehend how his demise had come to pass. Gazing at Nappa's lifeless form, Lynn Fan coldly remarked, "In your next life, learn to speak properly." The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, as a tempest of emotions surged within them. Incredible, so swift, I scarcely caught a glimpse of his strike. By the time I processed what had transpired, Nappa was already slain. Moreover, my scouter exploded in that fleeting moment. This signifies that his power level must be at least 22,000. Vegeta was left utterly astonished, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. The scouter he wore had a maximum detection capacity of 22,000. Exceeding that threshold would result in its destruction. That Saiyan was actually killed like this? Krillin exclaimed in shock. This power is utterly terrifying. After witnessing his strike, I felt no inclination to resist. Yamcha marveled. So frightening. I couldn't even discern his movements. That Saiyan seemed to have perished in an instant. Tien Shinhan echoed in disbelief. I too failed to grasp what transpired in that moment. Kaiotsu chimed in. "Piccolo, did you witness how he struck?" Gohan inquired, turning to Piccolo. Piccolo swallowed hard, suppressing his astonishment before shaking his head in response. "I did not see it either." Lynn Fan, his gaze icy, surveyed the gathered crowd and declared indifferently, "Now, who stands in favor? Who stands in opposition?" His inquiry pertained, of course, to the previously mentioned matter of awaiting Kakarot's arrival. The crowd fell into a profound silence. For Piccolo and the others, Goku was Kakarot, and waiting for his return was the most favorable course of action. Vegeta, momentarily daunted by Lynn Fan's display of power, chose not to voice any objections. As the prince of the Saiyan race, Vegeta found himself trembling in the presence of another Saiyan's strength. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his mind was anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, the old Supreme Kai, observing the battlefield below, was similarly taken aback. He had never anticipated Lynn Fan's power would ascend to such heights, yet it seemed he had become a Saiyan, his tail having sprouted unexpectedly. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. He hoped Lynn Fan's prior assertions would hold true. Otherwise, Earth might indeed be in grave peril. "Quickly, Goku, return soon," the old Supreme Kai urged anxiously. Mr. Popo, witnessing the old deity's distress, shared in his worry. Meanwhile, Goku was tirelessly traversing the Snake Way, pushing himself to the limit. "Gohan, Krillin, and everyone, please hold on. I will return shortly." Goku thought fervently. On the battlefield, the crowd waited in silence. Lynn Fan sat cross-legged, meditating. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 3 hours had passed. By this time, the crowd's initial turmoil had settled. Yet no one dared to break the tense atmosphere. Vegeta, after a fierce internal struggle, found a semblance of calm He was convinced that should he exert his full strength, he could undoubtedly defeat Lynn Fan. After all, he was the prodigious prince of the Saiyan race, the pinnacle of combat prowess. He believed he could replicate the feat of dispatching Nappa, if not perfectly, then at least sufficiently to demonstrate that the gap between him and Lynn Fan was not insurmountable. Suddenly, Lynn Fan abruptly opened his eyes, gazing skyward with a smile curving his lips. At last, you have arrived, Goku. The others also looked up, sensing the approaching energy. Moments later, the sound of rushing air filled the air as a figure descended before them. He stood upon a golden cloud, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his spiky hair swaying in the wind. Goku, you have finally returned, Krillin exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Daddy, Gohan shouted excitedly. Goku, it's been a while, Tien Shinhan greeted. Goku, you've grown even stronger, Piccolo remarked with a hint of a smile. Humph, Kakarot, is it? Vegeta mused inwardly. Hey everyone, I'm glad to see you're all safe. Now, leave the rest to me, Goku said with a gentle smile. Are those our enemies? He asked, casting a glance at Vegeta and Lynn Fan. Lynn Fan replied coolly, do not associate me with Saiyan matters. I am a native of Earth. Furthermore, the other Saiyan was killed by me. Had it not been for my presence, your son and friends might have met with dire fates. Is that so? He is an Earthling. Goku turned to Krillin, seeking confirmation. Goku, it seems to be true. Although that guy appears rather formidable. We have managed to coexist peacefully thus far, and that is indeed thanks to him, Krillin admitted. Then why does he resemble a Saiyan so closely, with a tail trailing behind him? Goku inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Gohan dashed over, tugging at Goku's sleeve, and explained, Daddy, to be precise, that uncle saved us. Do you see that corpse on the ground? That Saiyan attempted to attack us, but that uncle defeated him. Ah, I see. Goku nodded in understanding. Then approached Lynn Fan with a beaming smile. Ha. I must thank you. Otherwise, my Gohan might have been in danger. Though uncertain of whether he is truly a Saiyan, I must express my gratitude for your immense assistance. In response, Lynn Fan nodded indifferently and offered an explanation. One must not regard others through a lens of discrimination. Each individual possesses a unique constitution. I merely resemble a Saiyan, but I am unequivocally a pure Earthling. Upon hearing this, Vegeta pondered to himself. I can distinctly sense that he is undoubtedly a Saiyan, yet why does he deny it? Truly perplexing. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to deal with this remaining Saiyan. Sun Wukong declared with a smile. At this moment, having returned from training with King Kai, his strength had surged, and confidence radiated from him. Excellent. I initially came to witness your battle with Vegeta. Lynn Fan responded nonchalantly. After speaking, Lynn Fan turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, your opponent is Kakarot. However, I must caution you. Despite your formidable power, Kakarot has undergone significant transformation and improvement, so tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed, as a fellow Saiyan. I have never feared anyone, especially not as the Prince of the Saiyans. You expect a lower-class Saiyan warrior to defeat me? That is utterly impossible, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. Very well, then let the battle commence. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. That is precisely my intention. Sun Wukong's gaze locked onto Vegeta, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Vegeta huffed. Humph, Kakarot, you are merely a lowly Saiyan warrior. I am neither Kakarot nor any so-called Saiyan. I am an Earthling, Sun Wukong replied coldly. The two stood facing each other, locked in a tense standoff. As the confrontation lingered, their auras escalated to a fever pitch. Observing this, Lynn Fan instructed Piccolo and the others. You should all keep your distance. The power about to be unleashed by these two is beyond your capacity to intervene. Aware of Lynn Fan's wisdom, Piccolo and the others retreated to a safe distance, where they could watch from afar. Lynn Fan also withdrew, creating ample space for the two to engage. Once everyone had distanced themselves, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, seemingly in perfect harmony, launched their attacks simultaneously. Both clenched their fists and rushed towards each other at astonishing speed. With a thunderous sound, their fists collided with a crackling intensity. Sun Wukong felt a tingling sensation radiate from his arm, which grew slightly numb. What tremendous force! Sun Wukong shook his arm, and the tingling sensation gradually subsided. Humph, Kakarot, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to withstand my punch and scathe, but the next exchange will not be so easily handled, Vegeta declared. With that, Vegeta struck first, delivering a punch aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leaned slightly, evading the blow, and swiftly countered with a punch of his own. Vegeta also deftly dodged, returning the favor with a punch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows back and forth. Gradually, their bodies ascended, shifting the battle into the air. Their speed increased exponentially, their movements growing ever swifter, and their auras more potent. Sun Wukong found himself struggling to keep pace with Vegeta's increasing speed after narrowly dodging an attack. Hesitating briefly, he plummeted to the ground, creating 2 deep craters before leaping back several times to create distance. Sun Wukong preferred to fight on solid ground, as aerial combat offered limited maneuverability. However, Vegeta's strength far exceeded his expectations. Quickly closing the gap, with a resounding thud, Vegeta sent Sun Wukong flying with a powerful kick. Before Sun Wukong even hit the ground, Vegeta pursued him, landing a fierce punch squarely on his face. In an instant, Sun Wukong crashed down onto the ground. Vegeta stood atop a rock, gazing down at Sun Wukong with an air of superiority. As Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, blood trickled down his face. Wiping away the blood, he looked at Vegeta with excitement. Vegeta, I never anticipated your strength would be this formidable. The stronger you are, the more exhilarated I become. Sun Wukong chuckled. Vegeta sneered coldly. Kakarot. If this is the extent of your power, then you might as well prepare your last words. Hee, it seems I must unleash my true strength to match you. Otherwise, I might struggle to keep up with your speed, Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. With that, Sun Wukong let out a fierce roar, clenched his fists, and began to gather energy. King Kai's fist. Instantly, a crimson aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body. After unleashing King Kai's fist, his speed, strength, and overall power surged, doubling in mere moments. Yeah, Sun Wukong bellowed, rocketing upwards at incredible speed, circling behind Vegeta and unleashing a punch. Bang! This punch landed forcefully against Vegeta's back. Vegeta staggered, nearly losing his balance. However, his strength was formidable, with a battle power of 18,000. He was not to be trifled with. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to throw another punch, Vegeta deftly evaded the attack with a slight shift of his body. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He retaliated with a swift kick towards Vegeta. Yet again, Vegeta effortlessly dodged the strike. The two momentarily separated, resuming their standoff at a distance. Sun Wukong's base battle power was now just over 8,000. Even with King Kai's fist, he only reached 16,000, still significantly outmatched by Vegeta. Had he unleashed the threefold King Kai's fist from the outset, the outcome would have shifted dramatically. Kakarot, is this all the power you possess? If this is your limit, then you may as well prepare for death, Vegeta declared coldly. It seems I must employ an even more potent King Kai's fist. Otherwise, I truly am no match for him, Sun Wukong mused. However, the more powerful he grows, the more exhilarated I feel. Come on, body, you must hold out. King Kai's fist. Triple, Sun Wukong roared, activating an even stronger version of King Kai's fist. Instantly, the crimson aura surged even higher. His body expanded, muscles bulging, and a sensation of explosive power emanated from him. The pressure on his body was immense, as if it might tear him apart at any moment. Boom, the sound of breaking air echoed. Sun Wukong's body shimmered, transforming into a red comet that surged towards Vegeta. Bang! Sun Wukong's fist struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Before Vegeta could react, Sun Wukong followed up with a punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta let out a pained groan. Saliva and stomach acid nearly erupted from his mouth as he doubled over in agony. Clutching his stomach tightly, after a prolonged moment, he finally caught his breath. Ha! Ha! Sun Wukong exited the state of King Kai's fist, gasping for air. His body was racked with sensations of tearing pain. This was the side effect of overusing King Kai's fist. It drained stamina and inflicted serious harm upon the body. While it could exponentially enhance strength for a brief period, the pressure and pain endured were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Ha! Ha! Sun Wukong panted, feeling his energy rapidly depleting, compounded by the pain coursing through his body, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Vegeta touched his face, feeling the warm trace of blood. His body trembled slightly as fury surged within him. Damned low-class warrior. Damned Kakarot. How dare you injure me? As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta cannot tolerate being wounded by a low-class Saiyan warrior. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. I will not let you escape. Vegeta roared. Vegeta roared, channeling all the power within his being. The entire earth trembled slightly. The ground fissuring with cracks, fragments of rock levitated into the air, buoyed by the force of his energy. Once he had amassed his strength, his body ascended slowly into the sky. Kakarot, let us see how you withstand this strike. If you dare to evade, the earth behind you shall not escape its fate, Vegeta declared with a fierce expression. Ha! Gallic gun! Vegeta bellowed, placing the bases of his palms together, fingers splayed like petals, then lowering his hands to his waist. In an instant, a terrifying sphere of energy coalesced from his palms. Die, Kakarot. With a thunderous boom, the energy blast surged downward towards Goku, who suddenly changed his expression. Damn it. I'll give it my all. Triple Kaio-ken. Goku positioned his hands at his waist, forming a similar petal shape, as a brilliant blue energy sphere materialized in his palms. Kamehameha. Ha! In the fleeting moment the Kamehameha was unleashed, the Gallic gun collided with it. Instantly, the two warriors engaged in a fierce struggle of energy. Damn it. If such a terrifying force were to strike the earth, it would likely obliterate it. Yamcha cursed vehemently. Father, you must win. Gohan shouted. Goku, push it back. Krillin urged. It seemed Goku heard the cheers of his friends. With a fierce determination, he thought, Body, you must hold on. Fourfold Kaio-ken. With that, Goku's battle power surged to over 32,000, surpassing Vegeta by more than 10,000. Ha! Goku roared, summoning every ounce of strength to push the Gallic gun back. No, this is impossible. How can your power exceed mine? I am the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta. Vegeta shouted in disbelief. Yet, it was futile. The rebounding energy blast struck Vegeta directly. This propelled him higher and higher, swiftly reaching the atmosphere. Just as he was about to be expelled from the earth by this overwhelming force, Vegeta summoned all his might. Flickering away to escape the energy, the blast continued its trajectory, hurtling out of the earth and crashing into a lifeless celestial body, causing it to explode like a firework, as Vegeta descended back to the ground. He glared furiously at Goku. At that moment, he had exhausted himself using the Gallic gun, leaving him with little stamina. Damn you, Kakarot. How could you surpass me, a mere lower-class warrior? I am the prince of all Saiyans. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Vegeta roared. Goku, gasping for breath, felt as though his body might collapse. Waves of agonizing pain coursed through him, twisting his expression in torment as he struggled to endure. This time, I have completely depleted my strength. From here on, I leave my fate to you, Goku thought. Kakarot, I will transform into a great ape and crush you. Vegeta, consumed by rage, nearly lost his sanity. He searched frantically, but found no moon. Oh, you think I cannot transform without the moon? With that, Vegeta concentrated, forming an energy sphere in his palm, infusing it with oxygen. He then hurled the energy sphere into the sky. Instantly, it absorbed more oxygen, expanding until it became a massive glowing orb. Quietly hovering and radiating light, Vegeta stared intently at the luminous sphere above, his body responding as his heart raced. He was about to transform into a great ape. Lynn Fan, witnessing this, prepared to intervene. If Vegeta transformed into a colossal gorilla, the disparity in power would be insurmountable. However, as Lynn Fan aimed to destroy the artificial moon, he found himself captivated, his heart pounding loudly. Suddenly, elongated fangs sprouted from his mouth, and his body swelled dramatically. In mere moments, Lynn Fan transformed into a gigantic great ape. Simultaneously, Vegeta completed his own transformation. Damn, I forgot I also have a tail? Lynn Fan cursed angrily. Transforming into a great ape would amplify one's power tenfold. Lynn Fan's battle strength skyrocketed from 80 million to 800 million. In this state, if he lost control, the consequences would be dire. But would Lynn Fan lose control? Clearly, the answer was no. Having fused with Vegeta's genes, he possessed the royal bloodline of the Saiyans, allowing him to retain his sanity. My heavens. He has also transformed into a great ape. He claimed he wasn't a Saiyan. How could anyone who is not a Saiyan transform into a great ape? Krillin exclaimed, trembling as he pointed at Lynn Fan. Now there are two great apes. What on earth are we to do? Yamcha said, panic-stricken. We couldn't intervene in their battle before, and now it's even more impossible. Tien Shinhan frowned deeply. Wait, the tail. The great ape's weakness is its tail. If we sever the Saiyans' tails, they will revert to their original forms. Piccolo proposed. Exactly. Let us devise a plan to cut off their tails. Krillin exclaimed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the great ape Vegeta glared at Lynn Fan. Damn it. He has transformed into a great ape as well. I forgot that guy is also a Saiyan, regardless of whether he retains his sanity. That poses a significant problem. First, I must eliminate that great ape, Vegeta thought to himself. With determination, Vegeta lumbered toward Lynn Fan, throwing a powerful punch. Lynn Fan, momentarily taken aback, couldn't fathom Vegeta's audacity in attempting to eliminate him first. Was he out of his mind? Lynn Fan's current form held 800 million in battle power. A mere flick of his wrist could obliterate Vegeta's great ape form with its measly 18,000 power. Soon, Vegeta swung his fist, the size of a grinding wheel, charging toward Lynn Fan. Witnessing the impending blow, Lynn Fan raised his right hand nonchalantly and simply slapped Vegeta away. Bang! The slap landed squarely on Vegeta's head. With a pained wail, the colossal figure of the great ape was sent hurtling backward with even greater speed than before. Boom! His massive form shattered countless obstructing stones under the force of that slap. Vegeta's eyes filled with stars, and he lost consciousness as he lay on the ground. The impact reverted him from his great ape form back to his original state that, oh no, I unintentionally used too much power. I hope he doesn't die on the spot. Lynn Fan thought. If Vegeta realized he had been knocked out in such a manner, who knows how he would cope with the psychological blow of such an embarrassing defeat. The onlookers were utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. Good heavens, Vegeta in his great ape form was knocked unconscious with a single slap. This is terrifying, Krillin exclaimed. Incredible! How could there be such a vast disparity in power? Even among great apes, it leaves no room for thoughts of resistance, Yamcha murmured. The crowd was so shocked that they almost forgot how to think. Lynn Fan observed the unconscious Vegeta and felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he was merely unconscious. There was still hope for rescue. If Vegeta were to die just like that, it would be quite the predicament. Initially, Lynn Fan had quite admired Vegeta as a character in Dragon Ball. Especially after the passing of the old bird, he viewed every significant character in Dragon Ball with a newfound appreciation. All right, I must destroy that artificial moon in the sky. I do not wish to remain in this great ape form for several hours. With that thought, Lynn Fan let out a fierce roar. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, deafening those who heard it. Lynn Fan opened his mouth wide, conjuring a sphere of energy within. With a slight growl, he propelled the energy ball into the sky. Bang! This vocal assault was strikingly precise, shattering the artificial moon suspended in the heavens. In an instant, a blinding light erupted across the sky. Once the celestial expanse returned to normalcy, the onlookers beheld Lynn Fan, who had reverted to his usual form. This individual, after transforming into a giant ape, astonishingly retained his composure. The luminous orb in the sky was intentionally destroyed by him. His prowess was indeed unfathomable. Sun Wukong was left in utter astonishment. Upon witnessing Vegeta and Lynn Fan transform into giant apes, Sun Wukong felt a wave of shock. Yet, after a moment's reflection, memories from his childhood resurfaced. As he pondered, realization dawned. It was I who inadvertently caused my grandfather's demise. Forgive me, grandfather. Should I meet my end, I shall descend to atone for my transgressions, Sun Wukong mused, under the gaze of the crowd. Lynn Fan's body flickered and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Sun Wukong. With a mere thought, Lynn Fan retrieved a magical bean from the system space and tossed it to Sun Wukong. This is a Senzu bean. Consume it. I have matters to discuss with you all, Lynn Fan proclaimed. Sun Wukong consumed the Senzu bean, and in mere moments, his injuries were healed, and his stamina restored to its zenith. Who on earth are you? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Lynn Fan smiled faintly and replied, You may call me Lynn Fan. Indeed, I am a true Earthling. With that, Lynn Fan's form flickered once more, disappearing and reappearing before the unconscious Vegeta. Lynn Fan, Sun Wukong murmured, What a peculiar individual. Approaching Vegeta, Lynn Fan assessed his condition. At that moment, Vegeta's face was ashen, his body trembling slightly, and his fists clenched tightly. As if in immense agony. Is he trapped in a nightmare? Lynn Fan whispered. In truth, Lynn Fan's speculation was nearly accurate. Within his dreams, Vegeta envisioned himself being surpassed by Kakarot and Lynn Fan. This was an intolerable reality for him, leading to relentless pursuits in his dreams. Attempting to conquer the two, yet failing repeatedly, rendering it a veritable nightmare. Enough! Whatever dream you are ensnared in, awaken at once, Lynn Fan declared, producing a Senzu bean and placing it in Vegeta's mouth. Upon consuming the bean, Vegeta's breathing stabilized, and all his injuries healed. Awaken! Lynn Fan gently slapped Vegeta's face. Smack! The sting from the slap roused Vegeta from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he found Lynn Fan squatting before him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It's you, Vegeta exclaimed, instinctively rising to his feet. Indeed, it is I. What troubles you, Vegeta? Unable to accept your defeat, Lynn Fan inquired nonchalantly. Defeat? What has transpired? Did I truly lose to you after transforming into a giant ape? Vegeta questioned At that moment. Sun Wukong and the others had gathered around, occasionally interjecting with jabs. Vegeta, how humiliating to be knocked unconscious by Lynn Fan with a mere slap. Indeed, the disparity is astonishing, to be bested by someone with a mere slap while in giant ape form. And yet claim to be the prince of the Saiyans. What a failure. Utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing the taunts, Vegeta felt his head spin. What? I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, was actually knocked out by another Saiyan with a single slap? The realization was unbearable. He stood there, momentarily stunned, repeatedly muttering that it was impossible, that he was indeed the prince of the Saiyans. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I, Vegeta, be defeated by a mere low-class warrior? And even worse, to have been taken down by another Saiyan in giant ape form. This is unacceptable, unforgivable. I cannot accept this, Vegeta murmured despondently. Lynn Fan, observing Vegeta's turmoil, sighed before offering counsel. Vegeta, what do you truly have to compare with me? I am not a Saiyan. I am merely an Earthling. Although I am an Earthling, what is your battle power? A paltry 18,000, and you dare to compare with me? You are sorely mistaken. Upon hearing this, Vegeta regained his composure, gritting his teeth and roaring, damn it, Lynn Fan, I will surpass you. Lynn Fan chuckled softly and replied, very well. Do you even know what my current battle power is? You dare to speak of surpassing me? What is your battle power? Vegeta inquired, fixating on Lynn Fan. Sun Wukong and the others also gazed at him with curiosity, eager to hear his response that I shall not hesitate to disclose. My battle power is 80,000,000. Now, do you still possess the confidence to surpass me? Lynn Fan asked. What? Nanny, a battle power of 80 million. Such a terrifying strength. Just hearing it instills a sense of boundless despair. All present turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically. Utterly astonished by this revelation, they were engulfed in a profound shock. An 80 million battle power. What does that even signify? How immense, how terrifying. Merely hearing that figure inspires despair, a seemingly insurmountable challenge. Now it makes sense. An 80 million battle power. No wonder he could effortlessly defeat me in giant ape form. It all adds up. Such power could easily be deemed the strongest in the universe, Vegeta murmured to himself. Yet, before they could fully recover from their shock, Lynn Fan dropped another bombshell. Vegeta, now that you are aware of my true battle power, surely you must know about Frieza as well? Lynn Fan queried. Frieza, what does he have to do with this? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Vegeta asked. Seeing the curiosity in everyone's eyes, Lynn Fan began to elucidate. In truth, even with my battle power of 80,000,000, I am still not the strongest in this universe. Take Frieza, for instance. His true battle power is a staggering 120,000,000. With my mere 80,000,000, I am hardly his match. 100 million, 120 million. Are you joking? That despicable fiend possesses a battle power of 120 million. Vegeta's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by despair. Piccolo and the others were equally astonished, struggling to comprehend the enormity of this revelation. 120 million. How powerful is that? Sun Wukong inquired. Lacking any concept of such figures, Lynn Fan replied, Sun Wukong, this is no longer about strength. Your battle power is merely a little over 8,000. Even at full power, you barely reach a few tens of thousands. Just know that Frieza is exceedingly powerful. I see. Although I don't grasp who Frieza is, hearing that he's so strong makes me eager to face him. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wukong's enthusiastic demeanor, felt a pang of realization. As a low-class warrior, Kakarot dared to confront Frieza. As the prince of the Saiyans, I cannot fall behind. With that thought in mind, Vegeta boldly declared, Lynn Fan, I, Vegeta, will undoubtedly surpass you. Lynn Fan smiled slightly at this proclamation. Is that so? It's commendable to have such determination. Now that you are aware of Frieza's battle power, you can surely guess what his intentions might be. Vegeta, having worked under him for so many years and having inadvertently leaked information about the Dragon Balls through the scouters that monitored your conversations, do you think Frieza will seek the Dragon Balls on Namek? Once he makes a wish with the Dragon Balls, will he not come to invade Earth? And when that time comes, will there be a place for us in this universe? I fear the entire cosmos will become Frieza's dominion. Lynn Fan posed these soul-stirring questions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Vegeta's face grew even darker. Damn it. If that scoundrel Frieza were to reach Namek and fulfill his wish, I would never have the chance to rise again. I must stop him. By the way, let me share a secret about the Saiyans, Lynn Fan declared. What secret? Vegeta inquired. Vegeta, you must have heard of the legendary Super Saiyan, right? Lynn Fan smiled. Super Saiyan? I've heard of such a legend, Vegeta replied, his expression growing excited as if he had just recalled something. Indeed, the Super Saiyan is real. If one can transform into a Super Saiyan, then Frieza can be defeated. Frieza, fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan from our race, destroyed planet Vegeta. I trust you are aware of this, Vegeta? Lynn Fan asked. That I had my suspicions. Frieza deceived me, claiming that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite. Such nonsense is only believable to a 3-year-old, Vegeta scoffed. However, his combat power is truly terrifying, Vegeta acknowledged. If I could become a Super Saiyan, then Frieza would be no match for me. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan smiled mysteriously. Vegeta, Goku, do you both wish to grow stronger? Yes, I want to become stronger and confront Frieza, Goku eagerly exclaimed. What? Do you have a way? Vegeta asked. Of course. However, the process may be somewhat painful. Are you willing to endure it? Lynn Fan asked with a knowing expression. A little pain is nothing, as long as I can grow stronger. Goku resolutely nodded. I have traversed the universe for many years. What hardships have I not faced? Mere pain is entirely acceptable, Vegeta replied dismissively. Lynn Fan's smile grew even more radiant, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a mischievous glint in his eyes. Very well, this method of gaining strength only applies to Saiyans. Since you are willing to accept, I shall indulge your desire to grow stronger. Now, stand together, he continued. What happens next, you must both endure. Unless I say stop. You cannot choose to halt. Do you understand? Lynn Fan stated indifferently. Humph, bring it on. What's unacceptable about becoming stronger? Vegeta huffed. Perfect. I wish to battle even more powerful beings in the universe. Goku exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. Everyone else, step back and do not interfere, Lynn Fan commanded. Once Piccolo and the others had retreated a safe distance, Lynn Fan took a deep breath. Then, I shall begin. With that, Lynn Fan clenched his fists and struck both of them fiercely in the chest. Pooh! Lynn Fan's fist pierced through Goku and Vegeta's bodies in an instant. When he withdrew his hands, both had gaping holes in their chests, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground red. Goku, Krillin called out, filled with concern. Daddy, Gohan cried out, wanting to rush forward but was firmly held back by Piccolo. Ugh! Vegeta and Goku cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, just as they were on the brink of death. Lynn Fan focused his thoughts, producing a Senzu bean in each hand. This is a Senzu bean. Eat it quickly, he said, tossing them accurately into their mouths. After consuming the Senzu beans, both recovered within 3 or 4 breaths. As soon as Vegeta regained his strength, he stood up and roared. What are you doing? Don't speak. I'm helping you increase your combat power. You agreed to my terms. If I don't say stop, you must not stop, Lynn Fan replied, delivering another punch to Vegeta. Pooh! Vegeta's body was once again pierced by Lynn Fan's fist. Then, Lynn Fan handed him another Senzu bean. As soon as Vegeta recovered, his anger exploded. If you want to kill me, just do it directly. There's no need to torture me like this. Is that so? Then feel the surge of power within you. Lynn Fan replied coldly. My combat power. It has increased so dramatically, Vegeta exclaimed. Feeling the changes in his body, excitement coursing through him. Ugh! Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, Lynn Fan struck again. Since you've noticed, let us continue. Don't speak. Bang! Lynn Fan delivered another punch. Vegeta's body was pierced yet again. The terrifying scene left Krillin and the others utterly stunned. In no way are Saiyans truly this inhuman. Getting beaten to near death, and then recovering to boost their combat power? This is too outrageous. Krillin stammered, nearly dumbfounded by Lynn Fan's methods. Monstrous. Saiyans are indeed a bizarre race. Piccolo cursed under his breath. It seems Saiyans are not only warriors, but also masochists, Yamcha whispered, fearful that speaking too loudly would attract Goku's attention. So, Saiyans can enhance their combat power in this manner, Goku murmured. In that moment, it felt as if Goku had opened the door to a new world. He gazed fervently at Lynn Fan, who had just pierced Vegeta with his fist. Lynn Fan, please let the storm rage even fiercer. Strike me hard. Goku's eyes burned with intensity. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan paused after feeding another Senzu bean to Vegeta. He looked at Goku, his mouth twitching. What the hell? A masochist? Have you awakened a kink? Fine, since you asked for it. I shall oblige. With that, Lynn Fan focused on Goku. After nearly beating Goku to death, he fed him a senzu bean, restoring him once more. Thus, Lynn Fan repeated the process with both Vegeta and Goku a dozen times before finally stopping. Alright, that's enough. Your combat power has now exceeded 3 million. You cannot increase it further in this manner for a while. Lynn Fan declared, Nanny, is it true? My combat power has really reached over 3 million, Vegeta asked excitedly. Indeed. Can you not feel the surge of power within your body? Lynn Fan countered. Ha ha ha. I, Vegeta, have already become a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, my strength has surpassed yours. Vegeta laughed maniacally, his ego swelling. However, Goku's next words abruptly silenced Vegeta's laughter. Not quite. Vegeta, my combat power is still on par with yours. If I were to use Kaio-ken, how would you respond then? So, you were still not my match. Goku chuckled. TCH, that damned Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly. Subsequently, Vegeta approached Lynn Fan and requested, Lynn Fan, please help me further enhance my combat power. I want to surpass Kakarot in one go. Lynn Fan, hearing this, helplessly shrugged. I'm afraid not. There is no way to enhance your combat power further in such a short time. This method is a means of overextending potential. It cannot be used indefinitely. Otherwise, if Saiyans could continuously employ this method, they would have been invincible long ago. After a moment of silence, Vegeta replied in a low voice, I will definitely surpass you all. By my own efforts. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Although you cannot currently use this method to enhance your strength, there is another way I can share with you. Lynn Fan said indifferently. What method? Vegeta asked. Transforming into a Super Saiyan. To my knowledge, transforming into a Super Saiyan increases combat power 50-fold in an instant. If you and Goku can both become Super Saiyans, you will certainly be able to defeat Frieza. Would you like me to share the method with you? Lynn Fan asked. After pondering for a moment, Vegeta firmly declined. No need. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. If I have to ask you how to become a Super Saiyan, then I would no longer be a Prince of the Saiyans. Kakarot, I will definitely become a Super Saiyan before you do. With that, Vegeta turned and walked away. He settled onto a rock, closing his eyes in contemplation. Vegeta felt that if he had to ask anyone for this, he would forever remain unable to surpass Lynn Fan, and worse, to learn it from other Saiyans. For him, it was a profound insult to be regarded as a prince inferior to other Saiyans. A notion he found utterly unacceptable. Was it his prideful ego? Observing Vegeta perched upon a rock, Lynn Fan pondered for a moment. He then inquired of Son Goku. So, Goku, do you require me to reveal the method to transform into a Super Saiyan? After a brief contemplation, Son Goku slowly responded. Since Vegeta wishes to become a Super Saiyan through his own efforts, I too aspire to achieve the same through my own endeavors. I refuse to be outdone by him. Son Goku was equally determined not to concede in this regard. Excellent. In that case, let us disperse for now. However, in 10 days, I intend to journey to Namek to thwart Frieza's ambitions if you wish to accompany me. Let us reconvene here at that time, Lynn Fan declared with a smile. With that, Lynn Fan vanished in an instant. Hee. Namek, I must go. I yearn to engage in combat with a formidable opponent like Frieza. Son Goku mused dreamily. Kakarot, I shall also be there. Let us see who can defeat Frieza. Vegeta retorted coldly, I too wish to visit Namek, as it is my homeland, and I am eager to witness its landscapes. Piccolo stated, I will go as well. Krillin chimed in. Yamcha exchanged glances with the others, also indicating his desire to join. Instantly, enthusiasm surged among the group, with everyone expressing their eagerness to travel to Namek. Very well. Then we shall meet here in 10 days. Son Goku nodded. He then turned to Goten. Goten, let us go. It's time to head home. Okay, Dad. Goten replied, taking Son Goku's hand. Goodbye, Uncle Piccolo. Goten waved at Piccolo. Thus, Son Goku, along with Goten, soared away, while Krillin and the others returned to their respective homes. After they departed, Vegeta retrieved the remote control for his spaceship from his battle suit. After pressing a few buttons, he waited in silence. Kakarot and Lynn Fan, it seems I shall reach Namek before you. Vegeta smirked with satisfaction. After waiting for a moment, he noticed no sign of the spaceship returning. Vegeta's expression shifted. No response from the ship? The locator indicates no position. Could it be that my spaceship has been sabotaged? With a grim countenance, Vegeta flew toward the location where his spaceship had previously fallen. Moments later, he arrived at the site where the spaceship was stationed. Gazing at the two empty craters on the ground, Vegeta's composure shattered. What the hell? Where is my spaceship? Vegeta frantically searched for his vessel, Alas, even if he turned the earth upside down, he would not find it. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos had already arrived at the beach. Lynn Fan, clad in swimwear, reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, sipping from a coconut with a straw, reveling in the delightful beverage, listening to the sound of the waves. Reminiscent of pine trees swaying in the breeze, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy in life. The next day, atop Baozi Mountain, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through that a figure appeared on Baozi Mountain. Dressed in a blue and white Saiyan battle suit, with a brown tail coiled around his waist, looking quite dashing. Indeed, it was Lynn Fan. The daily opportunity to fuse genes had refreshed, and he could finally merge with Son Goku's genes. Lynn Fan thought to himself that that moment, Son Goku's family was having a meal. To Lynn Fan's surprise, Piccolo was also present, sitting there enjoying the food. System, fused with Son Goku's genes, Lynn commanded internally. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused with Son Goku's genes. Consequently, you have acquired all of Son Goku's abilities, including lower-level Saiyan bloodline, Kamehameha, instant transmission, Kaio-ken, spirit bomb, and more. This was incredibly cool. Upon hearing the abilities gained from fusing with Son Goku, Lynn Fan was overjoyed. The Kaio-ken could exponentially enhance his power. As for the spirit bomb and Kamehameha, they carried deep sentimental value. Regardless of their practical use, merely possessing them was exhilarating. Some skills might go unused, but they were indispensable. Now, having mastered the Kaio-ken, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could potentially defeat Frieza using just the Kaio-ken. This was an immensely satisfying prospect. Lynn Fan's battle power had already reached 80 million. And with the Kaio-ken, it could soar to 160 million. Utilizing the threefold Kaio-ken would elevate it to 240 million. If he employed the tenfold Kaio-ken, he could exceed 800 million in power without even needing to transform into a great ape. Hee, I am growing stronger by the day. The number of fused genes is increasing, and one day, I shall gather the genes of all the strongest warriors into one. Lynn Fan chuckled to himself. Lynn Fan, what brings you here? At that moment, Son Goku finally noticed Lynn Fan's presence. Lynn Fan quickly composed himself and fabricated a story. Oh, I just came to mooch off your meal, seeing how delicious it looks. What? Am I not welcome? Lynn Fan certainly wouldn't admit to being there to merge his genes, so he casually concocted an excuse. Son Goku paused momentarily before quickly responding. Ha ha ha. Welcome. You are always welcome. Son Goku laughed heartily. Lynn Fan then sat down and genuinely began to partake in the meal. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, another day had passed. Currently, Lynn Fan found himself in a desolate area known as the Sabridun Highlands. The environment here was rather harsh. Outside, the sun shone brightly, but upon entering this highland, the winds howled, and the air carried a refreshing chill. If I recall correctly, the spaceship that Piccolo used when he first arrived on Earth should be located near this highland. Lynn Fan murmured to himself. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a bizarrely shaped, enormous white stone covered in moss at the highest point of the highland. Lynn Fan instantly appeared before the stone. Upon closer inspection, he realized it resembled a gigantic beetle. However, Lynn Fan knew this was precisely what he had been seeking. I found it. This is the spaceship that the god of Earth, Piccolo, used. Lynn Fan's eyes sparkled. He remembered that the spaceship could only be operated by someone who understood the Namekian language. Fortunately, Lynn Fan had acquired the Namekian language as a result of fusing with Piccolo's genes. Lynn Fan gazed at the spaceship and called out loudly. Piccolo. This was the secret phrase to open the spaceship's hatch. With a buzzing sound, the hatch swung open. Lynn Fan stepped inside the spaceship and felt a surge of joy. Excellent. The interior of the spaceship is spacious enough to accommodate many people. Time passed quickly, and soon 8 days had elapsed. Now, it was the agreed-upon 10th day in the Huanyan region near South City. A group of individuals had been waiting for quite some time. As Lynn Fan piloted the spaceship to their location, they eagerly rushed inside. Thus, under Lynn Fan's guidance, they set off towards Namek. The individuals embarking on this journey are Vegeta, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Bulma. Indeed, upon hearing of the group's expedition to Namek, Bulma decided she too wished to witness the wonders of that distant planet. She felt assured of her safety with Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha by her side. Moreover, Bulma and Yamcha are currently in a romantic relationship, albeit a tumultuous one, marked by frequent quarrels due to Yamcha's flirtatious nature, which has left Bulma quite irked. Lynn Fan. however, had no intention of meddling in their affairs, perhaps due to his integration of Piccolo's genes, which has bestowed upon him the ability to reproduce asexually. He found little interest in mundane women, preferring celestial beings instead. After all, angels are also unique life forms, born at the dawn of the universe, and could be considered a product of asexual reproduction. Viewed in that light, isn't it a perfect match? Bardas, Margarita, kiss. Once I grow stronger, I shall take you all as my wives, Lynn Fan mused. Yet a voice jolted Lynn Fan from his reverie. Tisich, this pathetic spaceship takes a whole month to reach Namek. How dreadfully slow. Vegeta scoffed. Hearing this, Son Goku, with a curious expression, inquired, Hey, Vegeta, don't you have your own spaceship? Why are you riding with us on this slower vessel? Indeed, when you and Nappa descended upon Earth, you had 2 spaceships. Right? Why join us now? Krillin added, Vegeta's face flushed with indignation. Mind your own business. He certainly would not divulge that he was forced to board this craft due to the unfortunate disappearance of his own spaceship. However, Lynn Fan was well aware of Vegeta's predicament. Yet, he had no intention of foolishly returning the spaceship he had claimed. Once it's in my possession, it stays with me, Lynn Fan thought. After all, he had invested considerable effort to acquire those 2 ships. And having expressed gratitude to nature prior to taking them, it was clear they were meant for him. There was no chance he would return them. Time passed swiftly, and a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the group gazed out at the vast expanse of a colossal planet. This planet appeared verdant and lush, dwarfing Earth by over tenfold. This was indeed Namek. Soon, the spaceship descended toward the planet's surface. Gently plummeting downwards to AS, the spacecraft touched down. A wave of tremors and a sense of weightlessness enveloped them. The vessel landed securely on the ground. With a hum, the hatch swung open, and the group disembarked in unison. Once everyone had exited, the hatch closed automatically. The glance around revealed that Namek bore sparse vegetation, with only a smattering of small trees scattered about, creating a rather desolate scene. What a potent aura of malevolence. Son Goku remarked gravely, Everyone, keep your energies low, otherwise, the enemy will discover our presence. It was not just Son Goku who sensed this overwhelming dark energy. The entire Z fighters felt its oppressive weight. Indeed, this immense evil presence is suffocating, Krillin gasped, feeling a shiver run through his body. Just sensing it makes me tremble, as if I cannot move, Yamcha added. This is truly the first time I have felt such a terrifying malevolence. Compared to the former King Piccolo, this aura is like the difference between an infant and an adult, Tien Shinhan exclaimed. This aura must belong to Frieza, Piccolo speculated. Yes, having served under Frieza for so many years. I can easily identify his repugnant energy, Vegeta affirmed solemnly. After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta remarked, However, I sense that Frieza's energy does not surpass my current fighting power. What could this mean? Lynn Fan chuckled, explaining, Did you think we alone conceal our energy? Frieza's current strength is merely a reflection of his self-imposed seal. His apparent power is only 530,000. Should he release the first layer of his seal and transform, his power can soar to 1,000,000. If he were to unseal the second layer for a second transformation, his power could reach 3,000,000. And if he were to unlock his ultimate seal for a third transformation, his power could escalate to 100,000,000. Understand, 100,000,000 is his true form. I see, but if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan during my battle with Frieza, he would stand no chance against me, Vegeta declared proudly. Though, you can already transform into a Super Saiyan? Lynn Fan inquired with keen interest. Son Goku and the others turned their curious gazes toward Vegeta. Humph, although I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan just yet, it is only a matter of time. With my royal lineage's innate talent, achieving that transformation in battle is not out of the question, Vegeta boasted haughtily. What a load of nonsense, Lynn Fan retorted, exasperated. The others shared a silent look of disbelief. Only Son Goku, with his unique perspective, suggested, Vegeta, let us have a contest to see who can transform into a Super Saiyan first during battle. Humph, Kakarot, I shall not be outdone by you, Vegeta replied defiantly. What a stubborn pride, Lynn Fan thought to himself. However, there is no need for us to hide our energy. We came here to confront Frieza. Cowering and suppressing our energy is beneath us. Let it all out and draw the enemy to us. I will take action when the time comes, Lynn Fan declared casually. Humph, no need for you to intervene, Lynn Fan, Kakarot, and I can handle it, Vegeta asserted. Indeed, Lynn Fan, if the enemy approaches, please refrain from intervening until we falter. Son Goku added, very well, let us amplify our energies and lure the enemy, Lynn Fan instructed. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words, and proceeded to follow suit. Meanwhile, on the other side of Namek, Frieza was busy leading his subordinates in gathering Dragon Balls from various tribes. He was ensconced within a peculiar flying device resembling a nursery pouch, flanked by his loyal henchmen, Dodoria and Zarbon. Dodoria, a rotund figure with pink skin and large ears, and Zarbon, a gentlemanly-looking individual with green hair, stood by his side. At this moment, Frieza had successfully collected 4 Dragon Balls, with only 3 remaining to complete the set from Namek. Each of these Dragon Balls was as large as a basketball, far surpassing those found on Earth. Frieza-sama, we have detected approximately 10 beings with power levels exceeding 1,000 at coordinates 25,347. Dodoria reported respectfully. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. Oh ho ho, Dodoria-san, Zarbon-san, you two shall handle them. But, Frieza-sama, who will collect the remaining Dragon Balls? Zarbon queried. Oh ho ho ho. You need not concern yourselves with that. I have already contacted the Ginyu Force, and they shall arrive shortly. I will have them complete the collection, Frieza replied with a malevolent grin. I see. Frieza-sama, your foresight is commendable. Zarbon nodded in agreement. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, showing signs of impatience. Enough, Dodoria-san, you two go deal with those pests that I hope to hear good news upon your return. Yes, Frieza-sama, Dodoria and Zarbon replied with utmost respect. With a light push from their toes, they ascended into the air, swiftly accelerating toward the indicated location. Meanwhile, sensing 2 approaching energies that grew ever closer, Lynn Fan smiled calmly. 2 reckless fools are heading our way. They should arrive within 5 minutes. Excellent. I have long been eager for a battle. I hope these newcomers do not disappoint me. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, brimming with anticipation. Humph, Kakarot. Let us see who can eliminate these 2 fools first. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Very well, Vegeta. I share your sentiments. Sun Wukong replied, eager for action. In that moment, Piccolo and the others looked on in silence at the two. So, it seems all the enemies are merely reserved for the 2 of you. Are we here on Namek merely to witness the spectacle? Before long, a swift whoosh echoed as 2 figures appeared before the group. Oh, it's you, Vegeta. I thought it was someone else, Sabo remarked with a grin. Ha ha ha, that little brat Vegeta has brought so many along. He must be hoping to claim credit for us too. Dodoria laughed heartily, completely dismissing Lynn Fan and the others. Ha. Sabo, Dodoria, I never expected it would be you too. This is indeed a surprise. A playful smile curled upon Vegeta's lips. What, Vegeta, do you know these 2? Sun Wukong inquired. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Humph, they are merely 2 insignificant fish, Kakarot. If you do not make your move, then I shall strike first. With that, Vegeta stepped forward, walking deliberately towards Sabo and Dodoria. Dodoria, Sabo, since you 2 have arrived, are you prepared to leave your dying words? If you are ready, then prepare to meet your end, Vegeta said icily. Vegeta, what did you say? Do you dare repeat that? Dodoria's expression darkened. Ha ha ha. And what if I do? Dodoria, you ugly, portly pink blob. Are you ready to meet your doom? Vegeta declared arrogantly. Damn you, Vegeta, you're courting death. Who are you calling a portly blob? Dodoria bellowed, launching a punch towards Vegeta. The insult about his appearance struck a nerve, causing Dodoria to lose all rationality, driven solely by the desire to annihilate Vegeta, observing the punch coming his way. Vegeta merely chuckled dismissively. Humph, such a feeble blow. I can't even be bothered to dodge. The punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face. However, to Dodoria's horror, Vegeta remained completely unscathed. This momentarily stunned him, but he quickly regained his composure and launched a more ferocious assault. Energy blasts coalesced in his hands, fueled by rage, and he hurled them towards Vegeta. Witnessing the weak energy blast, Vegeta didn't even bother to evade. Bang! The energy blast struck directly, sending a cloud of smoke billowing into the air, obscuring Vegeta's figure. Humph! You dared to call me a portly blob. Now you shall perish, Dodoria said with displeasure. Is that so? A chilling voice emerged from the smoke, and as it dissipated, Vegeta's silhouette slowly became visible. No, impossible. How can you be unharmed? Dodoria exclaimed in shock, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The terrifying scene caused him to instinctively take 2 steps back. In that moment, he contemplated fleeing. Sabo, too, was utterly astonished, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Mouth agape in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Dodoria, your attack was far too feeble. Allow me, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, to teach you how to wield power properly. With that, Vegeta raised his right hand, palm directed at Dodoria, and an energy ball formed. With a resounding bang, the energy ball was launched, striking Dodoria in an instant. In a flash, Dodoria's body erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. Humph, what a filthy spectacle, Vegeta laughed boastfully. Meanwhile, Sabo, wearing a battle power detector, watched in horror as it exploded, the readings revealing Vegeta's power level to be no less than 20,000. Otherwise, the detector would not have shattered due to exceeding its threshold, witnessing Dodoria's effortless demise. He was immediately struck with fear, losing all will to fight, and fled with all his might. Watching Sabo flee into the sky, Vegeta snorted. Trying to escape, did you ask me first? In a flash, Vegeta vanished, reappearing to intercept Sabo midair. Realizing he could not escape, Sabo, in a panic, begged for mercy. Vegeta, spare my life. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you. Please spare my life. Ha ha ha. You might as well join Dodoria in hell. He is too lonely down there and desperately needs your company. With that, Vegeta unleashed a punch aimed directly at Sabo's head. Bang! As expected, Sabo's head exploded upon impact. Subsequently, Vegeta gathered energy in his palm and obliterated Sabo's remains. Truly a filthy display. Vegeta spat disdainfully onto the ground. After swiftly eliminating both Sabo and Dodoria, Vegeta soared back to his companions. Vegeta, you are too cunning. I hadn't even engaged them before you killed both. This is excessive, Sun Wukong said. Kakarot, battling those two trash is simply a waste of time, Vegeta retorted dismissively. So, what now? Shall we continue waiting for the enemies to come to us one by one? Or shall we take the initiative and seek out Frieza? Piccolo inquired, and no need to seek him out. He will come to us. If he doesn't, we can always pursue him later. Lynn Fan replied nonchalantly. That's true. Piccolo nodded in agreement. In an instant, the others chimed in as well. Sun Wukong had no objections, while Vegeta remained indifferent. Ultimately, they all aimed to eliminate Frieza, and whether it was sooner or later made little difference. As for Bulma, she found the wait rather tiresome. Thus, she retrieved a few small stools and tables, along with snacks and drinks from the Universal Capsule, preparing to play the role of a spectator. Krillin and the others soon joined in on the snacking. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, upon learning through the communication function of his battle power detector that his two most capable subordinates had been slain, he was instantly consumed by rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Moreover, his battle power detector had exploded due to Vegeta's sudden surge of power, leaving him covered in dust, further fueling his anger. Vegeta, I never expected you to have grown to this extent. However, had you not revealed yourself, I might have spared your life. Now, prepare to meet your end. Frieza spoke coldly. Finally, they have arrived. The Ginyu Force. A smile crept across Frieza's lips. As his words fell, 5 spherical spaceships descended rapidly from the sky nearby. Moments later, 5 figures swiftly flew to Frieza's side. Upon their arrival, they shouted their names and began to dance and pose. Raikum, Buddha, Guldo, Jees, Ginyu. The 5 struck peculiar poses, causing Frieza's cheeks to flush, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Ahem, thank you for your hard work. Frieza spoke nonchalantly. Frieza-sama, thank you for your praise. What is our mission this time? Ginyu inquired as he stepped forward. Hearing this, Frieza clenched his fist. I initially summoned you to collect the Dragon Balls. However, an unexpected situation has arisen. That traitor Vegeta has defected and killed Dodoria and Sabo. This time, you must eliminate Vegeta. And have you brought me the new battle power detectors? Frieza asked. Frieza-sama, I have the new battle power detector right here. Allow me to present it to you. G said, producing a box and opening it to present the detector to Frieza with both hands. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts. After donning the battle power detector, Frieza's expression improved significantly. Now, you may set off. Ensure that Vegeta is eliminated. Frieza commanded. Understood, Lord Frieza. Ginyu nodded, then shouted to the remaining members, Ginyu Force, assemble, let us take off. Instantly, the 5 stood in formation, arranged from shortest to tallest, and launched into the sky, heading towards Lynn Fan and his companion's location. Meanwhile, Lynn Fan and the others were seated on small benches, munching on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, Lynn Fan sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the horizon, prompting Sun Wukong and Vegeta to rise as well. The others, however, continued to snack, Fully aware of their own limitations and realizing they could offer no assistance, they preferred to remain spectators, cheering at the thrilling moments. The reason for Lynn Fan's sudden rise was his perception of 5 energy signatures rapidly approaching. Are they coming towards us? Is it the Ginyu Force? Lynn Fan speculated. If so, I must deal with Ginyu first. Otherwise, if he were to swap bodies with Sun Wukong, it would indeed become quite troublesome. Lynn Fan pondered. Next, he considered capturing Guldo. Recalling that this individual seemingly possessed the ability to pause time, I can first fuse with Frieza's genes. Then wait for the system's cooldown to refresh. Once tomorrow arrives, I will fuse with Guldo's genes and eliminate him. What a splendid plan. A spark of determination glinted in Lynn Fan's eyes. As Lynn Fan awaited in silence, the 5 figures soon descended gracefully to the ground. Upon seeing them, Lynn Fan immediately understood. Indeed, it was the Ginyu Force. As they landed, Ginyu shouted, "Assemble." What followed left everyone dumbfounded. The 5 began to twist their bodies and dance in peculiar rhythms, each striking different poses. After finishing their dance, they loudly proclaimed their names. Raikum, Berta, Guldo, Ginyu, Ginyu Force. The 5 posed dramatically, exclaiming in unison. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the air, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, their minds reeling from the unimaginable spectacle. Silence enveloped them as they struggled to find words. This avant-garde performance art was simply too ahead of its time for the average person to appreciate. However, unbeknownst to the others, Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration, seemingly captivated by the display. Lynn Fan instinctively glanced at son Gohan, exclaiming internally. So that's why Gohan struck such odd poses as Super Saiyan later on in the original story. He learned it from Ginyu. Lynn Fan realized the truth. Gohan had been a disciple of Ginyu. Noticing the stunned crowd, Ginyu smirked and said, "So, what do you think? Are you not awestruck by our elegant dance? Ha! You have never witnessed such beauty before." Ginyu laughed heartily. "Now that you have appreciated our splendid performance, it is time for the main event." Jinyu's expression shifted back to seriousness. He then pointed at Vegeta, declaring, "Vegeta, Lord Frieza has given orders. Your life is forfeit to the Ginyu Force." Vegeta, singled out by Ginyu, was ready to engage. However, Lynn Fan was quicker, stepping forward and instantly confronting Ginyu. "Ginyu, your words are excessive. It's time for you to perish," Lynn Fan said coldly. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! An unparalleled force erupted, and in an instant, Ginyu exploded into a brilliant display of fireworks. Nanny. Captain Ginyu. The remaining 4 members of the Ginyu Force gasped in horror. Witnessing Jinyu's fate almost caused them to lose their composure. No, it can't be. Captain Jinyu's battle power was 120,000. How could he be obliterated with a single punch? Raikum stammered. "Enough. You are all quite noisy. Perish together," Lynn Fan replied indifferently. He then swiftly punched Berta, Raikum, and Jeez, each meeting the same explosive fate. Puff. Without any surprise, the trio also transformed into bursts of fireworks, leaving the air eerily silent. After dispatching 4 members of the Ginyu Force, Lynn Fan's gaze fell upon Guldo, who was nearly trembling in fear. "Please, spare me. I am willing to serve you. I will be your loyal dog," Guldo pleaded in terror. "Very well. I shall grant you a reprieve today," Lynn Fan replied coldly. "Thank you for your mercy. I am eternally grateful," Guldo said, trembling with fear. Observing Guldo's fearful demeanor, Lynn Fan thought to himself, "I may spare you today, but I make no promises for tomorrow." Lynn Fan approached Guldo, tearing off the scouter from his face and crushing it in his hand. "Find a spot over there and sit." Lynn Fan pointed towards Bulma and the others. "Yes, I will go at once." Guldo quickly complied, terrified that any hesitation might cost him his life. Lynn Fan chose to spare Guldo to fuse with his genes later. Today's opportunity for fusion was reserved for Frieza, as it was far more crucial to acquire Frieza's genes first. Consequently, Lynn Fan made this decision. Vegeta, perplexed by Lynn Fan's actions, inquired, "Lynn Fan, why did you only spare Guldo? Indeed, you have eliminated the others without me even having a chance to battle them." Sun Wukong complained that my reasons for sparing Guldo are my own. "Now, we can go find Frieza," Lynn Fan replied calmly. "Really? Does that mean I can fight Frieza?" Sun Wukong asked excitedly. "Yes," Lynn Fan nodded. Vegeta clenched his fists, asserting, "Leave Frieza to me. It's time to settle our scores down." "No, let me handle it," Sun Wukong insisted. "Then, let us decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors," Vegeta suggested. "All right," Sun Wukong agreed. They immediately began their contest. Vegeta chose rock, while Sun Wukong picked scissors. The outcome was clear. "Ah, I lost, Sun Wukong cried, clutching his head in despair. Humph, Kakarot, I am the Prince of Saiyans. To defeat me, you'll need another century, Vegeta replied coolly. Thus, through a simple and hasty game of chance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta determined who would face Frieza first. All right, let us go eliminate Frieza, Lynn Fan declared, waving his hand as he led everyone towards Frieza's location. Bulma was escorted by Son Gohan, as she could neither sense energy nor fly. Meanwhile, Frieza glowered darkly at the 4 Dragon Balls beside him. The veins on his forehead bulged, his right hand clenched into a tight fist, clearly enraged to the utmost. The moment the Ginyu Force was annihilated, Frieza had been informed of the incident through the communication feature of his scouter. What a useless bunch. They cannot even handle a simple task, Frieza seethed. Now, I am compelled to intervene myself, Frieza fumed. Damn you, Vegeta. You've ruined my plans and cost me so many capable subordinates. I will make you wish you were never born, Frieza roared. Frieza pressed a button on his scouter, attempting to pinpoint Vegeta's location. He is coming for me? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of searching for you, Vegeta. Frieza gazed at the rapidly approaching figures in the sky, his expression growing increasingly grim. Soon, with a resounding thud, Lynn Fan and a dozen others descended to the ground. As they approached within a few meters, they began to scrutinize Frieza. In turn, Frieza assessed Lynn Fan and his companions. For a moment, the two sides stood in a tense standoff. Is this truly Frieza? He appears rather diminutive. Such a being possesses such terrifying power. It is utterly inconceivable, Kirin muttered. Indeed, the chilling aura radiating from him sends shivers down one's spine. Yamcha remarked, Brother Tian, the energy he exudes is so fearsome that it feels as though I can hardly breathe. Jiaozi exclaimed, Jiaozi, do not be afraid. With Goku here, there is no need for concern, and no matter the peril we face, as long as we place our trust in him, we can surely turn calamity into safety. Qian Jinhan reassured Jiaozi. The overtly flamboyant demeanor of the two left Lynn Fan feeling quite uneasy. Uncle Piccolo, do you think my father and Vegeta can win? Son Gohan inquired. I am uncertain, with Lynn Fan present. It should not be a significant issue. Let us leave it to them. Piccolo replied. That fellow seems to exude the very essence of a treacherous villain. He is certainly no match for Goku and the others. Bulma declared with unwavering confidence. So, he is Frieza. He does not appear particularly formidable. Could he truly be as terrifying as Lynn Fan suggested? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Humph, Kakarot. What do you know? Lynn Fan has stated that his true power lies concealed. When unleashed, it will undoubtedly be horrifying, Vegeta said gravely. Amidst the discussions, Lynn Fan paid them no mind. His focus remained solely on Frieza, with fervent eyes. Lynn Fan gazed at Frieza, his heart racing as he shouted internally. System, fused with Frieza's genes. Congratulations, you have fused with Frieza's genes, acquiring the bloodline of the Frost Demons, the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Death beams, cutting discs, superpowers, supernova strikes, earth-splitting slashes, unparalleled talent for cultivation, and all of Frieza's abilities. Due to your fusion with Frieza's genes, your combat power has surged from 80 million to 90 million. Wow, this fusion has resulted in the most significant increase in combat power yet, an astonishing boost of 10 million. Lynn Fan was filled with overwhelming joy. Now, I can survive without breathing. If I fuse with Goldo's genes tomorrow, it will be an absolute triumph, Lynn Fan thought with delight. Goldo possesses the ability to pause time. And the longer he can hold his breath, the longer he can suspend time. Now that I can survive in a vacuum, I can hold my breath indefinitely. The duration of time I could suspend would be beyond delightful. Merely contemplating it brings me immense pleasure. However, the results can only be determined after the experiment with Goldo's genes. Frieza, of course, remained oblivious to Lynn Fan's gene fusion. His gaze was firmly fixed on Vegeta. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, you have slain so many of my loyal subordinates. Tell me, how shall I torment you? Frieza said with a mocking smile. Frieza, you shall be dealt with by me, the Prince of the Saiyans. Super Vegeta. Vegeta raised his right hand, pointing at Frieza. What is this Super Vegeta nonsense? Ha ha ha. Do not be ridiculous. You are merely a dog I have trained. Frieza scoffed. Humph, Frieza, standing before you is Super Vegeta. I am about to transform into the Super Saiyan you fear the most. I will surely defeat you, Vegeta proclaimed. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, it seems you have become increasingly humorous in my absence. This so-called Super Saiyan you fear is nothing but a tedious legend. Do you truly believe it? Frieza chuckled lightly. Vegeta retorted with a cold huff. Whether it is a tedious legend or not, you will know after our battle. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists and let out a tremendous roar. Ha! As his furious cry resonated across the battlefield, Vegeta's energy peaked to its zenith. A white aura erupted from him. With a loud bang, Frieza's new combat power detector shattered into pieces. The ground of Namek began to tremble violently, and the clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. What? How could your power increase so dramatically? Frieza's face displayed shock. He could distinctly feel that Vegeta's strength now surpassed his normal state. Humph! Ha! Ore was super beat Vegeta da? Vegeta half closed his fist, pointing at himself with his thumb. Frieza, unleash any techniques you possess. Otherwise, do not beg for mercy later, Vegeta boasted. Upon witnessing Vegeta's thumb gesture directed at himself, Lynn Fan inwardly fretted as far as Lynn Fan knew. This gesture could currently only be wielded by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, Super Vegeto. Anyone else attempting this gesture would undoubtedly face misfortune. Vegeta, however, believed that with his full combat power of 3 million unleashed, he could transform into a Super Saiyan in this battle. Thus, with this thought, Vegeta's mentality began to swell, prompting him to unconsciously utter those arrogant words. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, it seems I truly need to reveal my true strength. Otherwise, I might not be able to subdue you, Frieza remarked. After pausing momentarily, Frieza continued. I shall now demonstrate a form rarely seen by others. It is indeed an honor for you to witness it before your demise. With that, Frieza clenched his fists, slightly crouched, and suddenly unleashed a powerful roar. Ha! With a thunderous sound, Frieza's armor shattered. His body underwent a drastic transformation, gradually growing taller, with muscles becoming firm and developed, and 2 horn-like protrusions sprouting from his head. This marked Frieza's first transformation. At the moment of transformation, his combat power surged from 530,000 to 1 million. However, Frieza's transformation was not yet complete. This was merely his first form. He could sense that one transformation alone would not suffice to defeat the current Vegeta. Therefore, he planned to undergo another transformation. Ha! Frieza growled. Without pausing, his momentum continued to rise as he transformed. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. The entire Namek trembled, as if an intense earthquake had occurred. His form changed once more. The horns disappeared, his head and body expanded horizontally, and he became exceedingly grotesque. His head elongated, his lips thickened, resembling the unsightly rear of a monkey. That he now appeared as an abomination. Ha! Frieza laughed heartily, having completed his second transformation. With his combat power exceeding 3 million. Vegeta, how does it feel? Can you sense the terrifying power contained within my body? Frieza licked his lips and inquired. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Humph. What does it matter if your power has increased? Your appearance has become so hideous that even if you grow stronger, it loses significance. Ha ha ha. I never expected that in my lifetime I would witness such a repulsive side of you. This must be your true form. Right? Vegeta mocked. Oh ho ho ho. Is that so? Vegeta, you have successfully enraged me. I hope that after I complete my next transformation, you will still be able to smile, Frieza said coldly. With that, Frieza proceeded to undergo his third transformation. Yeah. Ha! Frieza continued to roar, his cries echoing as if he were suffering from a severe bout of constipation. As his furious shouts resonated, his combat power surged rapidly. In an instant, the ground around Frieza began to crack and splinter. A thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards, enveloping his figure. The entire Namekian planet trembled more violently. With Frieza's escalating aura, the very terrain of Namek was altering. As the tremors intensified, all nearby mountains were flattened to the earth. The ground fissured, and torrents of groundwater erupted like fountains. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others were utterly astonished. The sheer force of his presence had conjured such a terrifying spectacle. This fiend was simply monstrous. It was hard to believe, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. I felt utterly powerless, my body quaking uncontrollably. When the smoke finally cleared and tranquility returned, Frieza's silhouette emerged gradually. Before my eyes lay a circular depression in the ground, with Frieza standing proudly at its center. His form had become petite and exquisitely proportioned, his purple cranium gleaming atop pale skin. The entirety of his physique exuded an eerie combination of stability and power, instilling a chilling sense of dread, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. That moment, Frieza had achieved his ultimate form. Having just completed his transformation, his initial combat power was still somewhat unstable, hovering around 60 million. However, once he became serious and unleashed his full might, his power could stabilize at an astonishing 120 million. Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's metamorphosis, felt an unexpected jolt of surprise. He had anticipated Frieza would become increasingly grotesque, yet he had only grown more perfect. Frieza, is this truly your final transformation? Vegeta inquired, his expression grave. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, are you feeling frightened? This is merely my original visage. Frieza chuckled softly, covering his mouth. He then began to stride toward Vegeta, each step accompanied by a chilling creaking sound from his joints, creating significant psychological pressure on Vegeta. With a snort, Vegeta declared, Frieza, now that you've completed your ultimate transformation, it is time for me, Super Vegeta, to eliminate you. I shall ensure your defeat is utterly humiliating. Is that so? Then come forth and let me witness the true extent of your power, Frieza replied. Unfazed. At this moment, Frieza was brimming with confidence, believing that in his flawless form, no one could rival him. Very well, then I shall advance. Prepare to meet your end, Vegeta shouted. He inhaled deeply, crouched slightly, and brought his palms together before his chest, forming a stance. In that instant, an immense amount of energy began to coalesce in his palms, materializing into a formidable energy sphere. Ha! Kaio-ken. Vegeta bellowed, thrusting his hands forward to unleash the energy ball toward Frieza. Vegeta was pouring in all his strength, launching his most potent technique right from the outset. Boom! A blinding flash erupted as a terrifying energy wave surged from Vegeta's palms, hurtling toward Frieza, a feeble attack. Frieza lifted his right hand and effortlessly swatted away Vegeta's Kaio-ken. In an instant, the energy blast collided with a mountain, carving a deep trench into its surface. Fortunately, this attack struck the planet's exterior, causing minimal damage. Otherwise, Namek would have likely faced obliteration. What? You easily deflected my strongest strike. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What is it, Vegeta? If your power is merely this, you stand no chance of defeating me. Frieza taunted. Frieza, how about this? Can you withstand this attack? Vegeta retorted coldly. With that, he raised his hands toward Frieza, channeling his energy with fervor. Ha ha ha. Ah-da-da-da-da-da. In a moment, countless energy blasts erupted from Vegeta's palms. This was undoubtedly the prince's technique. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds, even thousands of energy spheres. A massive cloud of smoke billowed forth, engulfing Frieza's figure entirely. After several minutes of frenzied assault, Vegeta finally paused, panting heavily as his energy reserves dwindled. Gazing at the smoke-filled area, he felt a surge of triumph. Ha ha ha. Frieza, you're finished now, aren't you? You deserve this. However, as he laughed, his voice suddenly faltered. A mocking voice emerged from the smoke. Is that so? Vegeta, you seem to be celebrating a bit too early, don't you? As the smoke cleared, Frieza's figure gradually became visible. Aside from a few negligible remnants of dust, he bore no injuries whatsoever. No, this is impossible, Vegeta gasped in shock. At that moment, he had exhausted all his tactics, yet could not harm Frieza, filling him with immense frustration. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, have you run out of tricks? Since you have exhausted your options, is it my turn to strike now? Frieza laughed, advancing steadily towards Vegeta. As he drew nearer, a figure stepped protectively in front of Vegeta. Vegeta, that's enough. Your strength is nearly spent. It's my turn to take the stage now. This person was none other than Son Goku. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet he recognized his energy was depleted. Even at his peak, he couldn't contend with Frieza, let alone now. Before Vegeta could respond, Son Goku greeted Frieza. Hey, so you're Frieza, huh? Now it's my turn to take you on, Son Goku declared eagerly. Frieza halted, regarding Son Goku with curiosity. And who might you be? I am Son Goku, a warrior from Earth. Soon, I will be the one to defeat you, Son Goku proclaimed loudly. Son Goku, an Earthling? Why does that name sound so familiar? Frieza mused. After a moment's contemplation, Frieza recalled that during his annihilation of planet Vegeta, there had been a Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. Realizing this, Frieza understood. You must be the son of that Saiyan from back then, aren't you? Frieza inquired. I don't understand what you're talking about. Son Goku replied, Oh ho ho ho. How amusing. I never expected there would be another toy besides Vegeta. Frieza chuckled. Frieza, I'm here to defeat you, not to be your so-called toy, Son Goku retorted coldly. Very well. Regardless of your intentions, in my eyes, you are no different from a mere plaything. Frieza smirked, having never regarded the Saiyans as anything significant. Once, many Saiyans had served under him on planet Vegeta. Now, they were but a nearly extinct species. Were they not toys in his eyes? Whether or not I'm a toy will be determined in battle, Son Goku shot back, Fixing his gaze on Frieza, he then launched the first attack. In a flash, Son Goku appeared before Frieza, delivering a swift kick aimed at him. Unfortunately, for Frieza, Son Goku's speed was still too slow that he merely tilted his body slightly, evading the blow with ease. Undeterred, Son Goku followed up with a punch aimed at Frieza's face. Regrettably, this strike also missed. Thus, after unleashing hundreds of punches in quick succession, Son Goku ceased his assault, furrowing his brow as disappointment washed over him. Not a single hit had landed. It seemed he would have to resort to the Kaio-ken technique. Son Goku murmured that, "Oh ho ho ho, what's wrong, Saiyan monkey? Are you giving up so soon?" Frieza mocked, clearly toying with Son Goku. Ha! Kaio-ken. Times 10. Son Goku roared, fists clenched tightly, and in an instant, a crimson aura erupted from his body. In that fleeting moment, Goku's combat power surged from 3 million to 30 million. Frieza, taken aback, remarked with surprise, "I never anticipated that such immense power resided within you." Goku remained silent, channeling the Kaio-ken, and launched a powerful punch towards Frieza. In response, Frieza raised his right hand slightly, effortlessly grasping Goku's fist. "Interesting, at last, you resemble a worthy opponent." With that, Frieza's other hand struck Goku squarely in the face. With a resounding bang, Goku's body was sent flying. He skidded along the ground, and just before hitting the surface, he pushed off with both hands, flipping back onto his feet. Utilizing inertia, he executed several somersaults, perfectly dissipating the force of the blow. Finally, Goku flickered and reappeared before Frieza. "Damn, I'm utterly outmatched. It appears I must unleash an even greater Kaio-ken. Otherwise, I want to even qualify to engage him. It's just as he said, I'm merely a toy in his hands." Goku thought to himself. Resolute, he clenched his fists, slightly crouched, and let out a fierce roar. "Body, you must endure. Ha, Kaio-ken. 20 times. In an instant, the red aura surrounding Goku intensified and thickened. Boom. A colossal surge of power filled his entire being. At that moment, having successfully invoked the 20-fold Kaio-ken, Goku's combat power briefly peaked at 60 million. With his palms pressed together, fingers splayed out in a flower-like formation at his waist, he rapidly concentrated energy into his hands. Kamehameha. Goku thrust his hands forward towards Frieza. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in shock. The sudden explosion of Goku's combat power genuinely startled him. As the Kamehameha wave approached, Frieza hurriedly raised his hands to meet it head-on. However, an overwhelming force surged forth, and Frieza gritted his teeth. "Teach. Damn Saiyan monkey. I, Frieza, shall not fear such feeble tricks." With a mighty effort, Frieza pushed the Kamehameha wave aside, narrowly evading the attack. The now aimless Kamehameha, skimming the planet's surface, carved a deep trench as it sped away from Namek. Ultimately, it collided with a desolate planet in the cosmos, erupting in a brilliant explosion of fireworks. Yet, before Frieza could revel in his escape, Goku delivered a fierce punch to his face. Immediately after, Goku lifted his right leg and drove his knee forcefully into Frieza's abdomen. "Ugh!" Frieza cried out in pain, his eyes bulging, as he nearly retched his stomach contents. Just as Goku prepared to land another blow, he noticed Frieza's body flicker, creating distance between them. Realizing he had lost the opportunity to continue his assault, Goku stood there, coldly regarding Frieza. Frieza touched his face with his hand. Observing the bloodstains on his palm, in an instant, he was consumed by rage, fists tightly clenched, glaring furiously at Goku. "Damn Saiyan monkey, how dare you injure me? You shall pay dearly for this." With that, Frieza vanished. Reappearing right before Goku, he lifted his right foot and delivered a brutal kick to Goku's chin. Goku's head snapped back, and his body was sent hurtling away. Bang! As expected, Goku crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, he had exited the Kaio-ken state. The 20-fold Kaio-ken had already taken a significant toll on his body. He felt overwhelming pain, as if being torn apart, a constant reminder of his suffering. Coupled with Frieza's furious assault, Goku's injuries had intensified. Yet, it was evident that Frieza had no intention of letting Goku off the hook. His body flickered, reappearing before Goku, wrapping his tail around Goku's neck. Lifting him slowly, "Goku, you were the first to injure me in battle. Tell me, how should I torment you?" Frieza spoke coldly. With that, Frieza clenched his fist and struck mercilessly at Goku's lower back. "Ugh!" Goku gasped in pain. "Oh ho ho ho!" Frieza cackled ominously. He raised his fist to strike again, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his tail, causing him to release Goku. Stunned, Frieza discovered that Goku had bitten his tail. "Damn Saiyan monkey, resorting to such pathetic tactics? Frieza seethed. Hee hee. Goku chuckled, offering no reply. But do you think that breaking free means you're out of danger? It will only prolong your suffering. Frieza replied coldly. Just as he was about to act, a figure appeared before Goku. Goku, enough? Rest now. Leave the rest to me. A calm voice declared. The one standing protectively in front of Goku was none other than Lynn Fan. Goku forced a bitter smile. He understood his own physical state, and continuing the fight would only render him a mere plaything. He acquiesced and retreated from the battlefield, joining Vegeta and the others. TCH, TCH, TCH. Frieza gritted his teeth. And who are you? He demanded coldly. You may call me Lynn Fan. I am a human from Earth. Lynn Fan replied nonchalantly. Huh. Very well. It seems you two are a remnant of the Saiyans. Frieza sneered, having noticed the tail wrapped around Lynn Fan's waist. Concluding that he was also a Saiyan. Whether or not I am a Saiyan is irrelevant. What matters is that your demise is imminent. Lynn Fan stated indifferently. Oh ho ho ho. You damn Saiyan monkey. I have just heard the best joke in the world. Goku just now. And you too. All of you boast so much, declaring you will eliminate me, Frieza. Do you think I, Frieza, am but clay molded by hand? Frieza laughed in fury. That I don't know how long you can keep up that bravado, but I do know this. Your arrogance won't last long. You shall meet your end soon. Lynn Fan said coldly. Very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Prepare to experience a terror akin to hell. Frieza threatened menacingly. You are too verbose. Lynn Fan retorted coldly. With that, Lynn Fan vanished, and with a resounding bang, he struck Frieza in the abdomen. Ugh! Frieza's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, involuntarily spewing saliva. Immediately, Lynn Fan clasped his hands together, fingers interlocked, and brought them crashing down towards Frieza's head. With a loud thud, Frieza's body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to crack and cave in. But it was not over. Lynn Fan raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending Frieza flying. After rolling twice on the ground, Frieza finally came to a halt. At this moment, Frieza had not utilized his full combat power. Caught off guard by Lynn Fan's 90 million in combat prowess, Frieza, die! Lynn Fan shouted, raising his right hand, palm facing the sky, slowly gathering energy into his hand. Instantly, a round white energy disc appeared in his palm. Energy sphere slash. Lynn Fan exerted force with his right hand, sending the energy disc slicing towards Frieza. However, sensing the imminent aura of death approaching, Frieza instinctively flickered away, narrowly avoiding Lynn Fan's energy sphere slash. TCH, did I miss? Lynn Fan pouted. Damn Saiyan monkey, take this. Frieza's resilience was remarkably formidable, enabling him to swiftly regain his composure. He swiftly flipped onto his feet, raising his right hand and pointing his index finger at Lynn Fan through the void. Death beam. Frieza bellowed. Pathetic technique. Lynn Fan scoffed, effortlessly dispersing the attack with a casual wave of his hand. Now, you shall taste my technique. Lynn Fan declared coldly. Upon finishing his words, Lynn Fan brought his hands together, forming a diamond-shaped gesture, a signature move of Tien Shinhan, Kamehameha. Lynn Fan directed his hands towards Frieza, and when the energy reached its zenith, a terrifying wave of power was unleashed instantaneously. Bang! A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Frieza was struck directly. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and smoke billowed upwards. Once the commotion ceased and the haze dissipated, a horrifying sight unfolded before the onlookers. Where Frieza had stood, a massive square crater had formed. Lynn Fan approached the edge of the pit to peer down. At that moment, Frieza appeared utterly disheveled, sporting minor injuries on his body. In a flash, Frieza materialized back on solid ground. TCH, damn Saiyan monkey. You shall pay for this. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. It can only be said that while Lynn Fan's attack inflicted minimal damage, it was laden with humiliation. Just as Frieza finished speaking, he witnessed Lynn Fan placing his hands on his hips, forming a blossom shape. Frieza, enough with the chatter. Take my next move. Suddenly, a tremendous amount of energy converged within Lynn Fan's palms. Kamehameha wave. Ha! Lynn Fan exclaimed softly. Forcefully thrusting his hands towards Frieza. A cerulean Kamehameha wave shot forth like a cannon, rapidly hurtling towards him. I must kill you. Frieza's eyes bulged with rage, pushed to the brink of madness. Lynn Fan had afforded Frieza no opportunity to catch his breath since the onset. This relentless assault made Frieza seethe with fury. His teeth nearly grinding to dust as the Kamehameha wave roared towards him. Frieza let out a furious shout and evaded the attack, his body flickering out of sight. The Kamehameha wave, now devoid of a target. Soared into the cosmos and detonated amidst the stars. Missed again. Lynn Fan was not surprised. After all, this was not a guaranteed hit skill as long as one dodged before the connection. It was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the exchanges of energy blasts, where evasion became nearly impossible. One had to either surpass their opponent or endure their assault, unless extraordinary circumstances arose. Lynn Fan glanced behind him, and Frieza instantly reappeared at his back. His expression was furious, his eyes bulging with blood, on the verge of losing control. Damn Saiyan monkey, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall unleash my full power to eradicate you. With that declaration, Frieza clenched his fists tightly, spreading his legs apart, slightly crouching as he bellowed an agonizing roar akin to constipation. Ha! Yawa! As his roar resonated, the ground quaked violently, fissures erupting beneath him. His body began to transform. The muscles on his chest swelled dramatically, his arms expanded, exuding an unmistakable aura of explosive strength. A terrifying energy erupted from within him, his battle power surging dramatically. Yet, once it all settled, he was left panting heavily. At this moment, Frieza had summoned forth his entire strength. Regaining his confidence after tapping into his full power, Frieza chuckled sinisterly. Oh ho ho, Saiyan, you have kept me waiting. Since my birth, I have never unleashed my full strength. My total power reaches a staggering 120 million, but now, you, cursed Saiyan monkey, have forced me to reveal my full potential. You are the first to compel me to do so as a reward for your efforts. I will ensure your demise is prolonged and torturous. Frieza spat with rage. Observing Frieza's full power form, Lynn Fan's expression grew serious. A battle power of 120 million indeed posed a slight disparity against his own 90 million. Frieza, it seems I must take you seriously, Lynn Fan stated slowly. Damn Saiyan monkey, die. Frieza's body flickered, appearing before Lynn Fan in an instant, and in his fury, he hurled a punch towards Lynn Fan's face. Lynn Fan attempted to evade Frieza's furious strike but was a fraction too slow. With a resounding bang, Lynn Fan's face absorbed the full brunt of the blow. Yet, Frieza's wrath did not cease there. His fists flew in rapid succession, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to Lynn Fan's face. After a continuous flurry of over 100 strikes, Frieza finally sent Lynn Fan hurtling away with a powerful kick, his body skimming across the ground. Before Lynn Fan could crash to the earth, Frieza flickered once more, reappearing behind him. He raised his right leg, bending it, and struck Lynn Fan's back with a knee. In an instant, Lynn Fan's body was sent spiraling backward again. Frieza vanished once more, reappearing to pursue Lynn Fan mid-flight. He clasped his hands together, fingers interlocked, and brought a crushing fist down upon Lynn Fan's head. Bang! Lynn Fan felt a sharp pain surge through his skull as his body slammed into the ground. In a heartbeat, smoke enveloped the area. Frieza stood at the edge of the haze, a smirk curling on his lips as he watched the smoke disperse. When the smoke cleared, Lynn Fan's figure gradually emerged. The ground bore a circular indentation, with Lynn Fan sprawled in the center. Oh ho ho! This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Frieza the Great! Frieza chuckled triumphantly. With a slight movement of his fingers, Lynn Fan gradually rose from the crater. At this moment, his face bore several minor wounds, droplets of blood trickling down. Clearly, Lynn Fan had sustained significant injuries under Frieza's wrath. Oh ho ho! How does it feel, Saiyan monkey? Frieza taunted. Lynn Fan remained silent, coldly gazing at Frieza. At this moment, he was ignited with true fury. Though the injuries were not overly severe, it was the first time he had been so thoroughly beaten. The first time he suffered such a substantial loss. Frieza, since you wish for death so fervently, I shall grant your wish, Lynn Fan declared with a roar. Let's see if I can transform into a Super Saiyan. With that thought, Lynn Fan clenched his fists tightly, his stance widening slightly as an infinite tide of rage surged within him. Damn you, Frieza! How dare you make me suffer such a loss? You will not escape unscathed. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Lynn Fan bellowed. Ha! As Lynn Fan's roar echoed, bolts of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. His hair stood on end, and a golden aura erupted from his body. His hair transformed into a radiant gold, his eyes shifting to a vibrant green. His expression was one of sheer fury, his gaze fierce and unwavering. The golden hair stood tall, with only a few strands of bangs cascading down. An ever-increasing golden aura erupted from him. Crackling like flames, Lynn Fan had undeniably transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this state, his battle power, initially at 90 million, escalated an astonishing 50 times, reaching a terrifying 4.5 billion. golden hair. Frieza gasped in shock. Could it be? You have become a Super Saiyan? Frieza exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan fueled by my rage. You have inflicted great losses upon me, igniting a furious fire within, as it happens. I must express my gratitude to you. Were it not for the thrashing you gave me, I might still be in ignorance of when I could possibly transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, to properly convey my thanks, I bid you farewell. Lynn Fan spoke coldly. Tsich, tsich, tsich. Damn Saiyan monkey. Do not presume that merely changing your hair color grants you the right to act so arrogantly. The outcome of this clash remains uncertain. I, King Frieza, fear no Super Saiyan, Frieza bellowed. Observing from a distance, Sun Wukong and the others were utterly astonished by Lin Fan's demeanor. What an overwhelmingly fierce aura. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? Sun Wukong marveled and shocked at, so this is it. This is the authentic Super Saiyan, that detestable Lin Fan. I shall surely surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists. How utterly astonishing. Lin Fan has transformed into such a formidable figure. Truly powerful, Sun Wukong murmured. What an expansive and boundless presence. Just a single glance exudes an insurmountable pressure. Piccolo exclaimed, a Super Saiyan. Truly formidable. With this, Lin Fan will undoubtedly defeat Frieza. Krillin expressed his excitement. As the crowd marveled. The standoff between Lin Fan and Frieza reached its conclusion. Frieza, you shall perish. In an instant, Lin Fan appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! The force behind this blow was tremendous, leaving a visible imprint on Frieza's back. Ugh! Frieza cried out in agony, his eyes bulging, his expression one of immense suffering. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach as an intense pain surged through him. He felt as though his body had nearly been pierced by the fist, struggling to catch his breath. This punch, with a combat power of 4.5 billion, Frieza simply could not withstand. No matter how resilient he was. The gap of over 40 times in combat strength was insurmountable. Ha! Lin Fan roared, unleashing all his strength as he struck Frieza on the head with another punch. Bang! The impact left Frieza dazed, severely injured, on the verge of death. Yet, Frieza's vitality was remarkably tenacious, and his defensive capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. After all, Frieza's body was solid. Even so, he merely temporarily lost his combat ability, retaining some consciousness. Damn Saiyan monkey, Frieza growled. Subsequently, Lin Fan grasped Frieza's tail, lifting him into the sky. Lin Fan placed his hands on his waist, palms open in a flower-like formation, as azure energy coalesced. Ha! Kamehameha. Lin Fan directed the Kamehameha wave towards Frieza in the sky and forcefully released it. Bang! As expected, Frieza's body was struck by the Kamehameha wave, instantly consumed by the terrifying energy, transforming into a burst of fireworks. Boom! The residual energy of the Kamehameha wave surged out of Namek, exploding in the cosmos. Lin Fan dealt Frieza the final blow, annihilating his very being, ensuring he was beyond death. This battle, at long last, drew to a close. Lin Fan took a deep breath, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Then, with a mere thought, he retrieved a Senzu bean from the system space and consumed it. Instantly, all his stamina and injuries sustained during the battle were restored, and his physical condition returned to its peak. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others excitedly flew over, quickly surrounding him. Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable. You live up to your reputation. The Super Saiyan form is indeed powerful. I too wish to transform into a Super Saiyan soon. Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ha! We did it. Frieza has finally been eliminated. As expected of Lin Fan. How strong. Krillin laughed heartily. Humph. Lin Fan, I acknowledge your strength, but I, Vegeta, will undoubtedly surpass you. Vegeta declared, his gaze resolute. The power of a Super Saiyan is truly astounding. Frieza, whom neither Wukong nor Vegeta could defeat, has been easily vanquished by you. Yamcha remarked. The sight of a Super Saiyan is utterly breathtaking, unparalleled in elegance and majesty. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration. In that moment, the crowd erupted in excitement, showering Lin Fan with praise. This. Lin Fan merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He then instructed Bulma to bring out a small stool and some sunflower seeds. Settling down to enjoy a casual snack, Lin Fan chatted with everyone, occasionally sipping on soda, reveling in the moment. After a brief respite, the fervor among the group began to wane. Oh, is someone approaching? Lin Fan looked up. The others followed suit, curiosity piqued. Before long, 3 figures flew swiftly toward them. All 3 possessed green skin and bore 2 antennae atop their heads, each cradling a Dragon Ball. Clearly, they were Namekians, with this, along with the 4 Dragon Balls collected by Frieza before his demise. They had now gathered all 7. Without waiting for inquiries, the elder Namekian introduced himself. Greetings, guests from the distant Earth. We are the Namekians. You may call me the Elder. The 2 beside me are Nail and Din. I sense that the wicked cosmic tyrant Frieza has been vanquished by your valiant warriors. To express my gratitude for your assistance in liberating our planet from peril, I have brought the Dragon Balls for you to use. So you may fulfill your wishes. You are eternal friends of the Namekian clan, and should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek us out. The Elder spoke earnestly. This certainly saves us the effort of collecting the Dragon Balls. Thank you, Elder. Lynn Fan laughed heartily. No. We should be the ones thanking you. Without your intervention, Namek would not have known peace. The Elder chuckled. Lynn Fan then raised his hand, summoning the 4 Dragon Balls previously gathered by Frieza to hover before him. If you ask whether Lynn Fan had wishes to fulfill, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Din, please summon the Eternal Dragon to assist our benefactor in realizing his wish, the Elder instructed. Yes, Elder, Din nodded, stepping forward to the now complete 7 Dragon Balls to recite the incantation for summoning the dragon. Arise, Porunga. Naturally, he spoke in the Namekian language. Suddenly, a flash of golden lightning erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls as the lightning shot skyward. Golden light intensified, and dark clouds materialized in the sky, swiftly gathering. The heavens darkened abruptly. A fearsome dragon, muscular in its upper body with 2 prominent horns, loomed in the sky. Its eyes glinted red as it slowly spoke. Come forth, the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, and state your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes. The appearance of the Namekian dragon was indeed astonishing, leaving everyone in awe. Benefactor, what wish would you like to fulfill? Then turned to Lynn Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn Fan seemed to conceive an amusing idea, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied. Well, let us have Porunga grant the ability of instant transmission to everyone present. Except for Guldo. Please ask if it is possible. The reason Lynn Fan wished for this was simple. He envisioned the future Z fighters, each teleporting in a dazzling display, and it would surely be delightful. Upon hearing this, Din quickly conveyed Lynn Fan's request to Porunga. Porunga, is this wish feasible? Din inquired. This wish, while somewhat challenging, is within my capabilities, Porunga pondered, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the request. After a moment, Porunga spoke. Though this wish presents a considerable challenge, I, Porunga, am indeed able to fulfill it. Excellent. Then please proceed to grant this wish, Dandy proclaimed aloud. Upon hearing this, Porunga's blood-red eyes flickered momentarily before he slowly spoke. Very well. Your first wish has been granted. Now, hasten to declare your next wish. As these words fell, Lynn Fan felt an extraordinary skill manifesting within him. This skill was none other than instantaneous movement, and the understanding and conceptualization of its usage emerged as if he had practiced it countless times before. Whenever he desired, he could employ it immediately. Not only had Lynn Fan acquired this skill, but everyone present, with the exception of Gerudo, including Dandy and the Grand Elder, had also mastered it. Instantly, the crowd was filled with astonishment. Turning to gaze at Lynn Fan, Porunga, our benefactor, urges us to hasten and declare our remaining wishes. What is your second wish? Dandy inquired. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan contemplated for a moment, his eyes brightening as a broader smile crept across his face. Since he had already granted the skill of instantaneous movement to everyone present, it seemed fitting to utter another wish of a more audacious nature. All right, Dandy, my second wish is for everyone present. Aside from Gerudo, to acquire the healing techniques of your Namekian tribe, Lynn Fan declared with a grin. Very well, benefactor. Dandy nodded, and then reiterated this wish to the dragon, Porunga. After listening, Porunga pondered for a moment before slowly asking. This wish is quite simple. Are you certain you wish for it to be fulfilled? Yes, Porunga. Please help me realize this wish. Dandy shouted. In that instant, Porunga's eyes shimmered before he spoke. Very well. I have granted your wish. Now, swiftly declare your final wish. At the moment the wish was fulfilled, Lynn Fan felt yet another skill take root within him, that being the healing techniques of the Namekian tribe. Now, all Z fighters present possessed healing abilities, and combined with instantaneous movement, their future battles would be nothing short of overwhelming. The crowd, feeling yet another skill manifest in their minds, erupted with excitement and enthusiasm. With instantaneous movement and healing techniques, our reliance on Senza beans will diminish significantly. Krillin exclaimed joyously. Not only was Krillin elated, but also Tien and Yamcha, who felt immense exhilaration. The combination of healing techniques and instantaneous movement was truly remarkable. Capable of healing, evading, and even launching unexpected assaults in unforeseen circumstances. It was exceedingly practical. Even Bulma had mastered both skills, making them a formidable team of healers. Benefactor. Brolunga is urging us to declare our final wish. What is your last wish? Dandy inquired. Well, for my final wish, let us transfer all the inhabitants of Namek, along with the spaceships, to Earth, Lynn Fan replied calmly. Dandy hesitated momentarily before asking in confusion, Benefactor. Are you certain this is your wish? But why complicate matters by transferring us all to Earth? Lynn Fan smiled slightly, explaining, this is for your safety. Although I have slain Frieza, his father, King Cold, remains alive. Should he learn of Frieza's demise on this planet, he would undoubtedly dispatch his forces, and you would bear the brunt of his wrath. He might even obliterate this planet. Dandy, heed the Benefactor's words. This planet is no longer suitable for us. Once this matter has passed, we must beseech Brolunga to find us an uninhabited planet to reside on, the Grand Elder said, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Very well, Grand Elder. Dandy nodded, and then turned to Brolunga to reiterate Lynn Fan's wish. This wish is quite simple. Are you certain you wish for it to be fulfilled? Brolunga inquired. Yes, Brolunga, please assist me in realizing this wish, Dandy shouted fervently. Understood. Brolunga's eyes gleamed once more as he slowly said. Very well. I have fulfilled all your wishes. Farewell. With that, the wishes were instantly realized. All the inhabitants of Namek, including Gerudo, became shrouded in a blur and vanished. Brolunga, too, disappeared along with them. As the dark clouds in the sky gradually receded, restoring normal weather, the entire Namek was now devoid of life, resembling a desolate star. Meanwhile, on Earth, in West City at the Capsule Corporation, amidst a vast lawn, the air resonated with a series of swish sounds. Following a moment of distortion, figures materialized out of thin air. The 7 Dragon Balls, now petrified, plummeted from the sky, carefully avoiding any individuals below. Otherwise, one might suffer a grievous injury from a basketball-sized orb falling upon them. Frieza's spaceship, along with Ginyu Force's vessels and Lynn Fan's beetle-like ship, quietly rested upon the lawn. The surviving Namekians gazed around at their unfamiliar surroundings, lifting their eyes to the azure sky, filled with bewilderment. Where is this? How did I suddenly arrive here? They wondered. Amidst their confusion, an ancient voice emerged, soothing their hearts. This is Earth. Let us reside on this planet for the time being. The speaker was none other than the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, several Namekians gathered around him, extending warm greetings. Meanwhile, Lynn Fan and the others felt a profound sense of joy. After all, returning to Earth after a month away brought a familiar comfort, akin to coming home. Instilling a sense of reassurance, their spirits were uplifted, allowing for relaxation and renewal. This is my home. This vast lawn belongs to my family. I've returned. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Oh yeah, back on Earth. This is fantastic. Krillin cheered. Ha. Nothing beats the comfort of Earth, Gohan mused softly. Indeed, Gohan. After all, I grew up on Earth and it's simply more comfortable here. Goku nodded in agreement. Oh ho ho. I can finally go relax with my sisters. Yamcha chuckled mischievously. Yamcha, what did you say? I must remind you, we haven't broken up yet. Bulma retorted, delivering a swift slap to Yamcha's face. Bulma, I was just joking. Yamcha protested, though inwardly he thought, oh no, I accidentally revealed my true feelings. Yamcha, from this day forth, we are no longer in a romantic relationship. It is over, Bulma declared angrily. She then approached the gathered Namekians, extending an invitation. My home is quite spacious. Why don't you stay with us? You need not worry about food, shelter, or transportation. Bulma offered generously, and her magnanimity was undeniably charming. The Grand Elder nodded, a kind smile gracing his face. Thank you very much. We appreciate your hospitality. It's nothing. My family is the richest in the world. Bulma replied with pride. She then approached Vegeta, saying, Hey, Vegeta, you have nowhere to stay either, so why not come live with me? You woman, do not try to get close to me. Vegeta retorted haughtily, yet he did not refuse her offer. Though his words were sharp, his body revealed a hint of honesty. Bulma smiled slightly, having come to understand Vegeta's character. Next, she approached Lynn Fan, extending another invitation. Lynn Fan, why not come stay at my place? Lynn Fan pondered for a moment before thoughtfully declining. No, I have my own plans. That's fine. Even if you don't stay at my place, you can come over to play for a few days. Right? You eliminated Frieza and resolved a significant crisis. We should celebrate together. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Subsequently, he approached the fleet of spaceships, raised his hand with a flick, and with a thought. He stored these spacecraft into the system's spatial realm. Soon after, under Bulma's guidance, the group proceeded to a spacious outdoor swimming pool. The area was indeed quite expansive, accommodating dozens of people comfortably. Why don't you all sit here for a moment? I'll go call the chefs to prepare some meals. Bulma suggested. Yay, I'm just in time to satiate my hunger. I can indulge in a hearty feast, Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Humph, eating, is it, Kakarot? Let us see who can eat more later, Vegeta proposed, with a gleeful grin. Sun Wukong replied. Haha, sounds great. I've never been outdone in the realm of food. Thus, a celebratory feast commenced. Once the dishes were brought to the table, Sun Wukong and Vegeta engaged in a frenzied eating contest, determined to establish supremacy in this domain. Haha, the Saiyan appetite truly is remarkable. Krillin chuckled that AS for Lynn Fan. Being a human from Earth and having fused various genes, he too possessed a hearty appetite. However, he did not partake in the frenzy like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He ate his fill, but not excessively. Lynn Fan did not forget the most crucial task at hand, the fusion of Goldo's genes. The opportunity to fuse genes had reset for the day. Observing Goldo devouring Earth delicacies, a cold smile crept upon Lynn Fan's lips. Eat up, eat up. The more you consume, the easier it will be for me to send you on your way. System, fuse with Goldo's genes. Lynn Fan resolved without hesitation, and with a mere thought, he fused with Goldo's genes. The delightful sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have fused with Goldo's genes and acquired the abilities of Time Pause, Binding Technique, and all of Goldo's powers. Haha! Excellent, Lynn Fan thought, and he activated the ability to pause time. Jia Walu Duo. At the utterance of these words, all individuals within the vicinity ceased their movements. The air, the earth, and all things came to a standstill. In this frozen moment, Lynn Fan mimicked a certain animated elder, striding toward Goldo with indifference. Heh, Goldo, your utility has been entirely extracted. It's time for you to meet your demise. Lynn Fan raised his right hand, palm directed at Goldo, and conjured an energy sphere within his palm, instantly launching it to obliterate Goldo. Once Goldo was completely reduced to ashes, Lynn Fan returned to his seat. Halting his powers, very well. Time resumes. A smile graced Lynn Fan's lips. As his words lingered, the air began to flow, and all beings and objects resumed their previous actions, seamlessly continuing like flowing water. The fact that Goldo had been killed remained unknown to all. When others noticed his absence, they were merely surprised that someone could vanish right under their noses, yet they did not dwell on it. Goldo, being a remnant of Frieza, was of little concern, as long as he did not stir trouble on Earth. No one would care about his fate. The focus remained on the ongoing celebration, as everyone excitedly discussed Lynn Fan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, their faces alight with enthusiasm and admiration. Krillin wished he had been the one to defeat Frieza. How much easier would it have been for him to find a partner? The gathering was filled with joy. Everyone, it's time for us to part ways. Tianjin Fan waved goodbye to the crowd. Thus, Tianjin Fan, accompanied by Jiaozi, was the first to depart. Krillin also returned to live with Master Roshi. Everyone, until we meet again, Sun Wukong and his son, alongside Piccolo, returned to Baozi Mountain. Yamcha, having fallen out with Bulma, found it awkward to stay at her residence. Only Vegeta and several Namekians continued to reside at Bulma's home. Lynn Fan also bid farewell and returned to the small mountain village where his journey had begun. The village was now abandoned, devoid of inhabitants, yet it remained a place of cherished memories. After all, it was where he had first opened his eyes upon crossing over. Initially, his original self had intended to beg in that village. But fate had dealt him a cruel hand, leading to his untimely demise as an orphan. Thus, Lynn Fan had come to inhabit this body, marking the origin of his tale. Now, Lynn Fan prepared to train outside the gravity chamber. He decided to reside within the spaceship, as it belonged to Frieza and was not lacking in resources. Lynn Fan mused, and so Lynn Fan began his training in this location. He felt that his mastery over power was not yet perfect, especially now that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming force of 4.5 billion made precise control a significant challenge. The power was too immense. The sense of control was greatly diminished. For instance, if handed an egg in his Super Saiyan state, it would undoubtedly shatter in his grasp. His control over power lacked the refinement necessary, leading to considerable wastage of energy. Excellent. My gravity chamber is perfect for honing my control over power. This time, I will not emerge until I master the full potential of the Super Saiyan. A month later, beyond Earth, a spaceship hovered in the vastness of space, situated perilously close to the planet. Inside the vessel were 6 individuals. Among them was a Saiyan who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, sitting confidently in the captain's chair. This was Dales. The other 5 were his subordinates, Riaz and Laques, as well as Kakao, Dais, and Amando. All 6 wore battle power scouters. At that moment, Amando reported to Dales, Lord Dales, I have detected numerous life forms on the planet known as Earth using the microprobe we deployed. Dales pondered for a moment, puzzled. Life forms, you say? I recall that Kakarot was sent to Earth. Logically, he should have eradicated all Earthlings by now. How can life still persist? The subordinates are uncertain. But the microbot's findings indicate as such. Amando replied candidly. I see. Earth. What a beautiful planet it is. A suitable place for cultivating the Tree of Might. Wouldn't you agree? Dales mused. Lord Dales, shall we land on this planet? Kakao inquired. Of course. My Tree of Might seeds are perfectly suited for this location. This time, we shall quickly reap the fruits of the Tree of Might. Dales grinned widely. Thus, at Dale's command, the spaceship descended towards Earth. Boom! The spaceship slowly landed in an uninhabited forest due to its rapid descent. The surface of the ship generated tremendous friction with the air, creating a shower of sparks as if it were ablaze. Upon landing, the surrounding forest ignited from the residual heat of the flames. A small spark can ignite a prairie. Soon, the fire began to spread uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Dales and his companions descended from the ship, their lips curling into satisfied smiles. Ha! Indeed, a splendid planet. Its soil and terrain are perfect for my Tree of Might. Such fertile land is truly rare. Dales laughed heartily. His subordinates joined in the laughter. Alas, this beautiful planet will soon become a lifeless rock. Yet, this is a necessary sacrifice for the grand ambitions of Dales. It is essential to sacrifice a few beautiful and bountiful worlds for my greater purpose. Darius's lips curled into a delightful smile. He then raised his right foot and gently stomped the ground. As a fissure appeared in the earth, he retrieved the long-prepared seed of the spirit tree and cast it down. Watching the seed vanish into the chasm, Darius chuckled. Oh, spirit tree, grow swiftly. Grow mightily. The seed of the spirit tree is truly miraculous. Once it takes root, it voraciously siphons the life essence of the entire planet as if it were a starving ghost reborn. When the spirit tree fully matures and bears its ripe fruit, the planet that nurtured it will ultimately be drained of all its life force, transforming into a lifeless star. The spirit tree is the tree of the divine, and can also be deemed the tree of malevolence, for its fruits are only meant for the consumption of deities, and once rooted, its growth cannot be halted, leaving the planet to gradually become a dead star. Consuming the spirit tree's fruit may enhance one's combat prowess, but it comes at the cost of depleting one's bodily potential, akin to the near-death instinct of the Saiyans. Hence it is also referred to as the tree of wickedness. In an instant, the seed Darius had cast down sprouted numerous roots, swiftly extracting the life essence of the earth and flourishing rapidly. Subsequently, Darius, accompanied by his 5 subordinates, returned to their spaceship to await the day of harvest in silence. He awaited the day when the fruits would be ripe. Curiously, a spirit tree requires merely 4 to 5 days to fully mature and yield its fruits. Time passed swiftly, in the blink of an eye. 5 days had elapsed. At that moment, where the seed had been buried, a colossal tree had emerged. This tree towered towards the heavens, its branches lush, and its leaves abundant, reaching for the sky. On its branches hung numerous large, unripe fruits. When the fruits turn red, it signifies their complete ripeness. At this juncture, 6 figures appeared beneath the giant tree. Lord Darius, we need to wait just another 4 or 5 hours, and the fruits will be fully matured, exclaimed the brothers Riaz and Laques excitedly. Lord Darius, after this, our combat strength will see a tremendous enhancement. Amando chimed in with a smile. These Earthlings truly waste the resources of this planet. It should be utilized in such a manner. Kakao scoffed. Indeed, such a wasteful squandering. Days concurred. Ha. The yield of this harvest exceeds my expectations. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Darius laughed heartily. Meanwhile, atop Baobao Mountain, Sun Wukong and his son, along with Piccolo, were all furrowing their brows, pondering a pressing issue. Dad, what is happening to Earth? Why do I feel the life essence rapidly diminishing? Moreover, many plants have already withered, and numerous areas have turned into deserts. If this continues, our home, Earth, may very well become a dead star. Son Gohan expressed his concern that I am uncertain of the exact situation, but I sense that the life essence of Earth is flowing deep underground, as if something is ravenously consuming the planet's vitality. Sun Wukong said, "It must be the work of an unknown enemy. Otherwise, it cannot explain the state of Earth," Piccolo remarked. But where is this enemy? Could it be deep within the Earth's core? Sun Wukong pondered with a frown. Just then, a voice resonated in the minds of the three, as if someone were communicating with them telepathically. "Wukong, I have thoroughly investigated the situation on Earth. King Kai, what exactly is happening? Why has Earth fallen into such a state?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Wukong, it is the work of Darius's legion. They have buried the seeds of the spirit tree within the Earth, leading it to its doom." King Kai explained. "Darius's legion? I have never heard of them. What is the spirit tree seed?" Sun Wukong questioned in confusion. Thus, King Kai elucidated what Darius's legion was and what the spirit tree entailed, pointing out the location where the spirit tree was currently planted. The three instantly grasped the entire situation. "Damn Darius. He actually planted the spirit tree on my beloved Earth. How despicable." Sun Wukong seethed with anger, growing more incensed with each thought. These scoundrels are truly wicked. Such an evil tree must be destroyed at all costs. Son Gohan echoed indignantly. "Tsk, I must eliminate these fiends," Piccolo shouted in fury. Thus, the three set off in a fury on their way to confront Darius. They also enlisted the help of Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha as for Vegeta. He stealthily followed behind. Meanwhile, Lynn Fan was deeply engrossed in the gravity chamber, honing his mastery of Ki, striving to fully grasp the Super Saiyan's full power. He was diligently committed to his training. Since the gravity chamber was isolated from the outside world, he was naturally unaware of the changes occurring on Earth, even if he were to learn of the planet's plight. Upon discovering Darius's involvement, he would not intervene. Such trivial matters were within the capabilities of Sun Wukong and the others to resolve. As of now, Lin Fan still had not mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan and continued to train within the gravity chamber. Prior to entering, he had already resolved that he would not leave until he had fully grasped the Super Saiyan's full power. Soon, Sun Wukong and the others arrived beneath the spirit tree. This colossal tree obscured the sky, soaring towards the clouds, its branches laden with fruits reminiscent of countless stars. The sight was a striking visual impact, leaving everyone profoundly astonished. Their spirits were overwhelmed by an onslaught akin to a roaring tsunami. What an immense tree!" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "This tree must be nearing sentience." Krillin gasped in disbelief. "Damn it! No wonder the life essence of Earth is depleting so rapidly. Nurturing such a malevolent tree with the vitality of the entire planet is bound to exhaust it." Sun Wukong cursed. "What spirit tree? It is nothing but an evil tree." Tien Shinhan furiously rebuked. "Where is Darius's legion? Why can't we see their figures?" Sun Gohan inquired curiously. "Oh, this is the spirit tree. It truly is a malevolent tree compared to the rumors I've heard. It is even more robust," Vegeta observed from a distance. "Darius, where are you? Show yourself. You have turned Earth into this state. I will not let you off easily." Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice echoing far and wide. Moments later, a voice emanated from the tree that I wondered who it might be. Turns out to be Kakarot. As the voice echoed, 6 figures descended from the sky. "That person looks remarkably like Wukong," Krillin exclaimed. "Indeed. However, his skin is considerably darker than Wukong's." Yamcha nodded in agreement. "You must be Darius?" Sun Wukong glared at Darius with rage. "Indeed, Kakarot, given that we are both Saiyans. Why not join my Darius Legion? Together we can dominate the universe." Darius extended an invitation to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, I am not one of your ilk. Earth is my home. I am an Earthling. If you restore Earth to its original state and then leave immediately with your legion, I may, out of respect for our shared heritage as Saiyans, choose not to pursue your transgressions." Sun Wukong replied coldly. "Go, Kakarot. It seems you are prepared to meet your demise." Darius smirked cruelly. "Amando, go and eliminate Kakarot." Darius commanded. "As you wish, Lord Darius." Amando replied with a sinister smile, cracking his neck as he eagerly approached Sun Wukong step by step. Thud, thud, the sound of footsteps echoed as he moved deliberately slowly, seeking to instill a profound psychological pressure upon Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, that little brat is your son, isn't he? After I eliminate you, I shall pluck the fruits of the spirit tree and obliterate the entire earth. At that time, all life on earth will perish, and your son shall join my legion, Dales, to assist me in realizing the grand ambition of uniting the universe. Dale sneered coldly. Sun Wukong gazed at Amando, who approached him, listening to Dales's words that echoed with a demonic resonance. Contemplating the current dire state of Earth, the flames of rage within him surged ever higher. The more he pondered, the darker his expression became. As the fury within him intensified, bowing his head, Sun Wukong muttered, "Cursed wretches, look at what you have done to my beloved Earth. To think, you even intend to annihilate all its inhabitants." At last, his wrath erupted, transforming his murmurs into a fierce roar. "I shall not forgive you. Unforgivable, unforgivable. You alone shall never be absolved. Ha ha ha." As his roar reverberated, a golden aura erupted from his body. This radiant golden flame enveloped him, his form resembling a blazing fire. In an instant, his hair was transformed into a brilliant gold, with his eyes replaced by vibrant green irises. His countenance displayed immense fury, even his brows turned a golden hue. His golden hair stood tall, with only a few strands falling over his forehead. At this moment, under the weight of his profound anger, in a bid to protect his cherished Earth, Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The instant he achieved this transformation, his battle power soared from over 3 million to an astonishing 50 million. The battle power detectors worn by Dales and his 6 companions shattered in an instant. "Inanni, what is this form?" Amando exclaimed in shock, momentarily halting in his tracks. Golden hair. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Dales' face paled, his expression twisted with disbelief. Sun Wukong coldly regarded Dales and his 6 companions. "Dales, you despicable fiends, perish." With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing before Amando, delivering a thunderous punch. Bang. Without surprise, Amando was obliterated in an instant, reduced to countless ashes scattered by the wind. After vanquishing one foe, Sun Wukong hesitated not. Vanishing once more, now standing before Dales, and unleashed another fist. "No." Dales cried out in terror. Yet, as his punch descended, time seemed to freeze. Dales's body exploded under the full force of Sun Wukong's wrath. Without pause, Sun Wukong charged towards the remaining 4. The remaining members of Dales's group, upon regaining their senses, were struck with terror, desperately attempting to flee. However, alas, under Sun Wukong's overwhelming battle power of 50 million, there was no escape. As Sun Wukong swiftly caught up with the 4, he unleashed a punch at each of them. For explosive sounds followed in succession as Deus, Kakao, Rezi, and the 2 brothers, Laques, were all transformed into vibrant bursts of fireworks. After dispatching Dales's entire legion with a lightning-quick ferocity, Sun Wukong descended slowly, turning to glance back. His flowing garments billowed, golden hair danced in the breeze, and with a cold expression and icy gaze, he cast a glance at Son Gohan and the others. All of this transpired in mere 3 or 4 breaths. The onlookers, in sheer astonishment, stared at Sun Wukong. "Hey, that stance, that expression, and those eyes is unmistakably the Super Saiyan," Krillin remarked. "Incredible. Wukong has actually transformed into a Super Saiyan." Tianjinhan murmured. "Ha! Wukong is now a Super Saiyan too." Yamcha laughed heartily. "This is fantastic. Dad has become a Super Saiyan just like Lynn Fan. He is truly remarkable." Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "What a surprise. I never expected that after Lynn Fan, old son would also become a Super Saiyan," Piccolo remarked with a complex expression. Meanwhile, not far away, Vegeta, peering from the shadows, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, fixated on Sun Wukong. "Damn it, that cursed cockroach. How could he transform into a Super Saiyan before me, Vegeta? That wretched Lynn Fan, that accursed cockroach. I will surpass you both." Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury before storming away. He resolved to return and train relentlessly, vowing to outstrip Lynn Fan and Sun Wukong. After obliterating Dales's legion, Sun Wukong turned to face the malevolent tree, determined to destroy it. With hands placed on his hips in a flower-like stance, he concentrated energy into his palms. Kamehameha wave. "Ha!" Sun Wukong called out, propelling the energy sphere forward. Boom! A flash of white light erupted, shaking the ground beneath, and an astonishing sight unfolded. That a large hole was blasted through the center of the malevolent tree, yet it remained partially intact. This was astonishing, but even more shocking was that the hole began to mend almost instantaneously. Sun Wukong stared at the tree with a grim expression, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Krillin approached anxiously. "Wukong, Dad, you have finally become a Super Saiyan. That's incredible. They showered him with praise. But now, the pressing issue is how to destroy this tree. Sun Wukong felt a sudden headache. Wukong, is it true that even your Super Saiyan power cannot obliterate this tree? Krillin inquired. No, it is impossible, unless we destroy the earth alongside it. Otherwise, as long as the roots remain, it will continue to regenerate. Sun Wukong shook his head. What are we to do? If this continues, Earth will surely become a dead planet. Son Gohan exclaimed in distress. As everyone despaired, a voice resonated within their hearts. Wukong, quickly use the spirit bomb I taught you. As long as the spirit bomb is sufficiently large, it can annihilate any evil entity. The spirit bomb is the nemesis of all wickedness. It was evidently King Kai communicating through telepathy. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up. Yes, King Kai, I can still use the spirit bomb you taught me. With that thought, Sun Wukong's golden aura receded, his hair returning to black as he exited his Super Saiyan state. He then closed his eyes, raising his hands high, quietly attuning himself to the life energy of Earth. O, land. O, ocean. Flowers, trees, insects, and beasts. Lend me your life energy, just a little will suffice, soon. A wondrous scene unfolded throughout Earth's nature. From the ocean, tiny, sparkling lights began to rise. Some flowers and trees also emitted radiant glimmers. The earth, insects, and beasts poured forth glistening particles, all converging skyward. Ultimately, these luminescent points slowly gathered above Sun Wukong's head, forming a disc-sized white energy sphere. Haha, it's done. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, gazing at the spirit bomb above him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thank you, King Kai, and thank you to Earth's natural entities. Go, spirit bomb. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, hurling the spirit bomb towards the towering malevolent tree with great force. Boom. A flash of white light erupted, and the malevolent tree began to rapidly disintegrate from its base. The sky brightened as the dark, evil shadows of the tree dissipated. In no time, this destructive force spread throughout the tree, even its roots and stems were eradicated as if melting away like snow. Once the spirit bomb obliterated the malevolent tree, it transformed into endless particles of energy that scattered into the air. In an instant, the vast amounts of life energy lost by Earth were restored. Without the malevolent tree, Earth's life energy rapidly rejuvenated. The previously desolate lakes and the forests that had turned to desert returned to their original state. Hooray! Oh, how splendid! The vital essence of life on Earth has been rejuvenated. Son Gohan exclaimed joyously. Ha ha ha, and Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, this endeavor has not been in vain. Krillin chuckled heartily. Son Goku, the safety and future of Earth now rests upon your shoulders. Piccolo remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Speaking of which, we must express our gratitude to Dales. Without him, I shudder to think how long it might have taken for me to achieve Super Saiyan status. Son Goku said, scratching the back of his head with a grin. Thus, the group dispersed in high spirits, ushering in a new era of peace on Earth. Yet, it is often said that calm precedes the storm. 2 months later, a spaceship, resembling a meteor, plummeted towards Earth. It swiftly breached the atmosphere. The surface of the vessel igniting from the friction with the air. It appeared as a colossal, fiery meteor descending from the heavens. With a resounding crash, a massive crater emerged on the surface. Such a tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of many. Son Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu, upon sensing the disturbance, instantly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the site of the spaceship's descent. Thanks to Lynn Fan's wish upon the Dragon Balls on Namek, all Z fighters had acquired the ability for instant transmission and healing techniques, enabling them to reach the scene without delay. The vessel was a dilapidated, rust-covered relic of a spaceship. As the hatch opened, 6 shadowy figures slowly descended from the black craft. At the forefront stood a mysterious individual clad in a dark robe. Lord Shrag, we have arrived on Earth, announced a subordinate, Doladebo, with great reverence. Excellent. This planet is perfectly suited for transformation into a stellar warship. Once the modifications are complete, we shall once again conquer the cosmos. Shrag replied, lowering his hood to reveal a weathered visage, a hint of a smile creeping across his face. The 6 figures comprised the Shrag Legion. Shrag, a super Namekian and the son of the Elder, possessed an inherently malevolent heart. His 5 subordinates were Doladebo, Midamega, and Kyra, Juyuan, and Kaguga. Together, they formed the fearsome Shrag Legion that roamed the universe. As the 6 ascended from the crater, they beheld Son Goku and his companions. Oh, to my surprise, there are still those here to welcome my arrival. How delightful, Shrag mused with a chuckle. Ha, Lord Shrag, they are merely Earthlings. Let us handle them. Kaguga laughed. Shrag nodded slightly, His gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Piccolo. Wait, his pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. There is a Namekian on this planet. Does that imply the existence of Dragon Balls? If the Dragon Balls are indeed present, then my hope for rejuvenation remains alive. With this thought, Shrag's eyes gleamed with renewed interest as he scrutinized the group. Though Shrag's ambitions were grand, the Dragon Balls on Earth were still in their cooling period, requiring 8 months to regain their energy. In contrast, the Dragon Balls of Namek only required 130 days to recharge after use, leaving nearly a month and a half before they could be utilized again. Meanwhile, the Elder remained at Bulma's residence, awaiting the revival of Porunga to embark on their quest for a new planet. Upon seeing Shrag, Son Goku, and the others were equally astonished. A Namekian? What could this mean? Is he a lost Namekian? Piccolo speculated, simultaneously, within Lynn Fan's gravity chamber. Ha! Ha! Lynn Fan gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, soaking his attire. 3 months have passed. I have finally mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. A triumphant smile spread across Lynn Fan's face. A profound sense of accomplishment welled within him. Open the gravity chamber. I am ready to emerge, Lynn Fan commanded the intelligent program within the chamber. With a resounding hum, the door to the gravity chamber swung open. At that moment, Lynn Fan's eyes shone a vibrant green, his golden hair billowing in the breeze, and a brown tail coiled around his waist. Clad in a Saiyan battle suit reminiscent of Vegeta's, yet no golden aura erupted from him. Lynn Fan had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, achieving an unparalleled control over his strength, wasting not a single ounce of energy. His battle power of 4.5 billion could be wielded with utmost finesse. Whose energy is that? It feels so malevolent, Lynn Fan pondered, intrigued. Let us investigate. With a thought, Lynn Fan transported both the gravity chamber and spaceship into the system space. He then raised his right hand, forming a sword-like gesture, pressing his fingers to his forehead. Whoosh! In an instant, Lynn Fan vanished, reappearing before Shrag. Upon seeing the figure before him, Lynn Fan instantly recognized him. This was a character from the movie. Characters from the movies exist only in parallel timelines, so how could he possibly appear here? This was a most unexpected intrusion. Why is Shrag here at this time? Shouldn't he have appeared in an earlier timeline? Lynn Fan mused, completely unaware of the events surrounding Dales. Now, Shrag's appearance left him astonished. If Shrag was here, did that mean characters like Cooler and Android 13 would also make an appearance? Never mind. I will deal with Shrag first, Lynn Fan resolved. With that thought, Lynn Fan coldly addressed Shrag. Shrag, it seems fortune has not favored you. I just emerged from my training, and here you are invading Earth. What a stroke of bad luck. Who are you? Shrag inquired, puzzled by Lynn Fan's apparent familiarity with him. After much contemplation, he could not recall ever encountering Lynn Fan. Lynn Fan let out a derisive laugh. Who am I? I am the one who will end your life. At this proclamation, Shrag's pupils dilated, and his expression soured. Very well. Many have tried to kill me, yet here I stand unscathed. That speaks volumes. Shrag retorted coldly. System, integrate Shrag's genes, Lynn Fan commanded internally. Ding, congratulations, you have fused Shrag's genes. Acquiring the bloodline of the Super Namekian, the ability for super giant transformation, which can enhance battle power by 10-fold, the capacity for egg-laying, super ki blast, limb regeneration, and the extraordinary talent for cultivation. Along with all of Shrag's abilities, the moment the genes fused within him, Lynn Fan licked his lips, his mood lifting considerably. Excellent. The most significant boost to my power comes from this super giant transformation. If I execute this technique while in Super Saiyan form, my battle power will increase 10-fold. Thus, my battle power of 4.5 billion could potentially reach a terrifying 45 billion. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lynn Fan's mouth. Shrag, you have inadvertently bestowed upon me a most delightful boon. In gratitude, I shall send you to your demise. With that, Lynn Fan shouted, ha. Instantly, a golden aura erupted from within him, as Lynn Fan was already in Super Saiyan form. There was no need for transformation. He merely needed to unleash his energy. Without further ado, Lynn Fan hurled a punch towards Shrag. In an instant, the sheer force of 4.5 billion battle power manifested. With a thunderous crash, Shrag was obliterated, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks. The sheer terror of 4.5 billion battle power was undeniable. Even Frieza, known for his resilience, could not withstand such a blow. The reason the full power of Super Saiyan is deemed as such is due to its perfect and incredibly stable state. With a mere thought, each strike could be unleashed at the peak of its power. At the outset of transforming into a Super Saiyan, the state remains unstable. Not every explosive attack reliably sustains a battle power of 4.5 billion. To put it simply, the former lacks even self-control, relying on chance to deliver critical strikes. In contrast, the latter's full power allows for consistent critical hits, executing each strike with utmost intensity while possessing the ability to manipulate the strength of those critical hits at will. This delineates the disparity. This, too, is the fundamental distinction between the first and second stages of Super Saiyan and the full power form. Witnessing Shrag being annihilated in a single blow, his subordinates were left utterly astounded upon processing the event. What? Such terrifying power! Doladebo exclaimed, his face awash with fear. Lord Shrag has been instantaneously slain. Metamaga stammered, trembling. Run, flee. We must escape. We shall perish. Ankira quivered in terror. Quickly, to the spaceship. Jian scrambled towards their spacecraft in a frantic rush. I have fought alongside Lord Shrag for many years, and this is my first encounter with such a formidable adversary. It feels as though we have descended into hell. Kaguga trembled in fear. You cannot escape, Lynn Fan declared coldly. With that, he raised his right hand, palm directed at the spaceship, casually unleashing an energy blast. Bang! A flash of white light surged forth, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Once tranquility ensued, the smoke cleared, revealing that the spacecraft had been utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, Shrag's 5 subordinates were violently hurled away by the force of the shockwave. The 5 collapsed to the ground, their expressions steeped in despair. Excellent. The next 5 insignificant creatures require no intervention from me. It is time for you to witness my abilities. Lynn Fan mused to himself. With that, a pained expression crossed Lynn Fan's face. Ugh. His mouth opened wide. Emitting a low growled "as," the growl resonated. Lynn Fan's chest heaved, and his neck swelled, as though something were attempting to burst forth from his throat. What is Lynn Fan doing? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. I have no idea. He appears to be in great pain, Krillin replied, shaking his head. Could it be? Sun Wukong murmured, as if recollecting something. Is this laying eggs? But how could Lynn Fan possess the capabilities of our mexing race? Piccolo gasped in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. As the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, an unsettling event unfolded. Lynn Fan's throat expanded increasingly, a massive object surging forth. When it reached his mouth, Lynn Fan's jaws were stretched wide open. A white egg was forcefully expelled from his distended mouth. Ugh. Bang. The slimy egg fell to the ground. After expelling the egg, Lynn Fan appeared remarkably unscathed, having exerted little effort. It was merely the size of the egg that caused a slight discomfort, hence the pained expression. How disgusting, Sun Wukong shouted. Ugh. I can't handle this. I might vomit. Krillin felt his stomach churn, nearly retching up his previous meal. Just as I suspected, much like the former Demon King Piccolo, he expelled an egg from his mouth. Sun Wukong mumbled. Tsich, what on earth is Lynn Fan up to? Spitting out an egg is truly revolting. Vegeta remarked with a grim expression. In that moment, the gathered spectators were collectively struck with a sense of unease. The egg Lynn Fan had expelled began to emit cracking sounds. Soon enough, the shell shattered, revealing a small boy. He donned a Saiyan battle suit, standing at a height similar to that of Sun Wukong, with a brown tail protruding from behind. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Lynn Fan, though he lacked a battle power detector on his face. Observing his son emerging from the egg, Lynn Fan stated calmly, From this day forth, your name shall be Lin Dong. Thank you, Father, for the name. The young boy joyfully exclaimed. Huh, Lynn Fan has a son now. Sun Wukong was momentarily speechless. What a terrifying being. The offspring born from an egg seems to possess our Saiyan bloodline. Vegeta's expression grew solemn. I can't shake the feeling that this little one might even surpass me in strength. Krillin stuttered in fear. No need to speculate. This child's power even exceeds mine. Piccolo responded. Lin Dong, go and eliminate those 5 individuals. Lin Fan gestured toward Shrag's 5 subordinates. Certainly, Father. I shall do so immediately. Lin Dong nodded enthusiastically. Subsequently, a cruel smile crept across his face, and in an instant, he vanished. He reappeared before Dong. My father instructed me to kill you. His youthful voice resonated ominously. Aya, everyone, flee. He is the son of a demon. Doladebo screamed in panic. Hee, you shall all perish. Lin Dong chuckled sinisterly, raising his right hand and extending a finger. Energy coalesced at his fingertip and suddenly shot forth. Death beam. Bang. This technique was unmistakably Frieza's ability. Without any surprise, Doladebo's head was instantly pierced by the death beam. Humph. Lin Dong smirked with satisfaction, channeling energy into his palm and aiming at Doladebo's corpse. Unleashing an energy blast, boom, the remains were obliterated. The remaining four, now thoroughly terrified, had lost their will to fight, consumed by the singular desire to escape. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong cackled. Next, it is your turn. He pointed at Kaguya. Upon seeing this, Kaguya immediately turned to flee. The other three also sped off in different directions. Lin Dong scoffed. Humph, you cannot escape. Ha. Time freeze. Lin Dong declared, activating the time-stopping ability of Guldo. Instantly, time halted, freezing everyone in their previous actions. Being Lin Fan's son, Lin Dong naturally inherited all of Lin Fan's genes. Aside from a few unique abilities he could not utilize, he possessed nearly all others to INA Flash. Lin Dong appeared before Kaguya. Run, you think you can escape? Lin Dong cursed inwardly. With that, he raised his right hand high, palm facing up, gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his hand. In an instant, a disk of white energy, thin and round like a grinding wheel, materialized in his palm. Lin Dong effortlessly tossed the disk toward Kaguya. Energy disk slash. At this moment, time remained frozen. Having completed this, his body flickered again, now standing before Metamaga. Lin Dong placed his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like stance, as a cerulean energy sphere gradually formed between his palms. Kamehameha wave. He thrust his hands forward, sending the Kamehameha wave towards Metamaga. Once again, Lin Dong flickered and vanished. He reappeared, suspended before Ankira. Death beam. Lin Dong concentrated energy at his fingertip, directing it toward Ankira's head. Immediately after, he vanished again. Appearing before Julian. He raised his right hand in a sword-like gesture, pressing his fingers against his forehead. After an intense build-up lasting several seconds, he abruptly shot the energy at Julian. Dimensional energy cannon. Having completed all this, Lin Dong intended to release the time freeze. However, upon glancing at Lin Fan, he noticed Lin Fan's gaze fixed intently upon him. Originally, the father could move freely within the suspended moments of time, in that fleeting instant, he felt the warmth and gaze of his father. Reflecting upon it, he realized he had not done enough to ensure their obliteration. With a series of flickers, Lin Dong swiftly launched energy blasts at each of the four members of Kaguya. Having completed this task, Lin Dong vanished and reappeared before Lin Fan. Then, with a mischievous grin, he snapped his fingers. Time began to flow once more. As he spoke, time instantly resumed its normal course. Bang. The sound of four simultaneous explosions reverberated, followed by a brilliant flash of white light in the sky. Four resplendent fireworks erupted, illuminating the heavens. Thus, the Shrag Legion was utterly annihilated. So swift, I hardly even caught a glimpse of what that little rascal did. Vegeta's pupils constricted, displaying his profound astonishment. Unbelievable. With my current strength, I couldn't discern what transpired in that fleeting moment. This is utterly absurd. Is this truly the extent of Lin Fan's son's power? Sun Wukong exclaimed in wonder. Incredible. A mere newborn possesses such terrifying strength. How formidable must Lin Fan's own power be? Krillin remarked in shock. Astounding. Truly, overwhelmingly strong. Sun Wufan murmured. It seems our strengths have been surpassed by a child. Piccolo revealed a bittersweet smile. In that moment, everyone was engulfed in profound shock. Even Lin Fan himself was taken aback that he never anticipated that a progeny born from an egg would exhibit such formidable combat prowess. Moreover, Lin Dong's potential must be immeasurable. If he were to train diligently, would he not surpass me? Lin Fan mused. Daddy, did I do well? Lin Dong tilted his head, tugging at Lin Fan's clothing. His eager expression seemed to implore, come on, praise me. Very well. You performed admirably, even ensuring they met their demise thoroughly, mastering the art of the finishing blow. Lin Fan commended. Daddy, your genes are exceptional. Otherwise, how could you possibly have such an outstanding child like me? Lin Dong laughed joyfully. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, that is a valid point. Haha. After all, a tiger father begets no dog son. Lin Dong appeared quite astute, unlike a typical newborn who knows nothing. However, this was precisely due to genetic transmission. Certain traits did not require time-consuming learning. For instance, combat talent and the skills he exhibited were inscribed within his genes, thus he inherently understood them. Daddy, do you know my true strength? Lin Dong inquired. Looking up, his question pulled everyone's thoughts back, all gazing curiously at the young lad. Oh, that I do not know. Lin Fan too was intrigued by Lin Dong's abilities. Lin Dong smiled. Let me show you. And you'll find out. With that, Lin Dong clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful roar. A somewhat juvenile roar erupted from his lips. As his voice resonated, the ground trembled violently. Stones around him began to levitate slowly. The clouds in the sky were swept away by his overwhelming aura. In an instant, a golden flame burst forth from his body. His hair stood upright, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. His pupils shifted to a vibrant green, and his facial expression hardened, radiating cold fury. Clearly, his current form was that of a Super Saiyan. No way. He can transform into a Super Saiyan too? Sun Wukong's mouth hung agape, capable of accommodating two fists. This must be a joke. He is merely a newborn child, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Is this truly a child? He is nothing short of extraordinary. In that moment, everyone gaped in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. No. Impossible. How can such a thing occur? I, Vegeta, have been surpassed by a mere newborn. Vegeta's face darkened, visibly shaken. Damn Lynn Fan. Even his child has surpassed me. This is utterly unforgivable. I will undoubtedly surpass you. And you, cursed cockroach. I, Vegeta, will surely surpass both of you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and stormed away in fury. Wow. Lynn Fan was momentarily taken aback, startled by Lin Dong's strength. Damn it. I toiled for 6 or 7 months, finally transforming into a Super Saiyan after battling on Namek against Frieza. And you tell me that I laid an egg, and the child who emerged from it can transform into a Super Saiyan from birth? Lin Fan felt a twinge of envy. Of course. It was merely a slight pang. After all, one cannot truly envy their own child. After some contemplation, Lin Fan came to understand. Truly, I plant the tree, and my son enjoys the shade, with my genes and potential. Should I have another child, their potential would naturally be even greater. It can be said that Lin Dong's strength is a result of Lin Fan's own accumulation. In other words, the stronger Lin Fan becomes, the more powerful his offspring will inevitably be. System, assess Lin Dong's combat power. Lin Fan thought. Lin Dong, combat power value, 1 billion. It appears that Lin Dong's base combat power is 20 million. Now, in his Super Saiyan state, it reaches 1 billion. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. To think that I can casually lay an egg and produce a combat power of such magnitude. If I were to lay more eggs in the future, would the entire world not bear my surname? Daddy, what do you think? Are you astonished by my strength? Lin Dong beamed with pride. Lin Fan glanced at his son and nodded slightly. Your strength is quite commendable. Wow, Lin Dong, you truly are extraordinary. To become a Super Saiyan at birth, I can hardly fathom how far you will grow. Sun Wukong remarked with a grin. Hee. Naturally, just look at who my father is. Lin Dong tilted his head back, exuding immense pride. Oh, this little fellow is utterly unpretentious. Sun Wukong teased. If humility were useful, why would we need geniuses? Lin Dong retorted. Sun Wukong paused for a moment before managing to respond. That's true. Lin Fan observed the two and spoke. All right, now that everything is resolved, everyone can disperse. Until we meet again. Lin Fan patted Lin Dong's head. Let's go home. With that, Lin Fan and his son vanished in an instant. As they departed, everyone else exchanged farewells and began to leave. A month later, at Bulma's residence, the group gathered in a picturesque setting for a feast. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin Han, Jiaozi, Yamcha, Vegeta, Master Roshi, Oolong, Puar, and Launch were all present. They had been invited by Bulma and the Elder to bid a final farewell to the Namekians. In 8 days, the Elder and the others would depart, as the Dragon Balls of Namek would be usable again. It had been 120 days since the last wish, and the cooldown period for the Dragon Balls was 130 days. For Namek, that equated to a year. Lin Fan naturally attended, bringing his son Lin Dong along. Hey, Lin Fan, is this your son? Bulma marveled, gazing at Lin Dong. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, this is Lin Dong. How remarkable. He truly resembles you. When I heard Vegeta mention you had a son, I was somewhat skeptical. But upon seeing him, I cannot help but believe. You possess extraordinary abilities, being able to give birth to offspring like Piccolo through laying an egg. Moreover, you seem to have Saiyan blood. I am quite curious about your physiology. Bulma exclaimed. Haha, as a human, it is only reasonable to possess some special abilities, right? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly before leading Lin Dong to find a place to sit down. He also wished to merge the genes of the Elder, Dandy, and Nailu before the Namekian departed. Although the Elder was aged, it must be said that his capabilities were remarkably formidable, making it worthwhile for Lin Fan to integrate their genes. System, merge Nailu's genes. Lin Fan contemplated. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully merged with Nyla's genes, acquiring limb regeneration, energy wave, telepathy, and the ability to assimilate all of Nyla's powers. Tomorrow, I shall merge Dandy's abilities. Lynn Fan resolved, due to the limitation of merging genes only once a day. He would have to wait until the next day to integrate with another individual. Time passed swiftly, and amidst the joyous laughter of the crowd, the next day arrived. Merging Dandy's genes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully merged with Dandy's genes. Acquiring healing techniques, the ability to create and repair Dragon Balls, and all of Dandy's capabilities. Excellent. I have even gained the ability to create Dragon Balls, truly befitting an auxiliary Namekian. Lynn Fan mused with a slight smile. On the third day, he commanded, System, merge with Pure's genes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully merged with Pure's genes, acquiring transformation abilities, the capacity to become anything, and all of Pure's powers. Transformation abilities are quite commendable. Even if I may not utilize this skill, it is comforting to possess. I may choose not to use it, but I cannot do without it. Lynn Fan reflected. Much like wealth, once it reaches a certain threshold, one can choose not to utilize it, but one cannot be without it. Soon, the fourth day arrived. System, merge with Master Roshi's genes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully merged with Master Roshi's genes, acquiring methods of energy manipulation. Kamehameha, the universal shockwave, and the evil containment wave. All of Master Roshi's abilities. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Now, it was time for the Elder and the others to depart in search of a new planet. Gazing at the 7 orange-red Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, Lynn Fan invoked the Namekian language to summon the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Purunga. As his words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden flash. Shooting towards the heavens like lightning, the sky darkened under a shroud of clouds. Purunga appeared amidst the clouds, its crimson eyes gleaming momentarily before it spoke slowly. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. Quickly state your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes of any kind. Purunga, for my first wish, I wish for the Elder and the old Kai to regain their youth. Is that possible? Lynn Fan inquired loudly in the Namekian tongue. A very simple wish. Purunga's eyes glimmered briefly before fulfilling the request. In an instant, the old Kai and the Elder regained their youth. All the Namekians gazed at Lynn Fan with profound gratitude. Following this, Lynn Fan made his second wish. For my second wish, I wish for Piccolo and the old Kai to become whole again, while also unlocking the potential within their bodies. This wish is exceedingly simple. Purunga's eyes flashed once more, and the wish was instantaneously granted. I have regained my youth. Moreover, my potential has been awakened. The rejuvenated old Kai beamed with joy. His gaze towards Lynn Fan was filled with immense gratitude. Piccolo, too, was elated upon sensing the surge in his combat power. Then, Lynn Fan turned to the rejuvenated Elder. System, merge with the Elder's genes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully merged with the Elder's genes, acquiring the purest Namekian bloodline. The ability to create Dragon Balls, the capacity to foresee a moment of the future, the ability to unlock potential, and all of the Elder's abilities. Wonderful! Lynn Fan licked his lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He then addressed the Elder. Elder, for the final wish, I shall leave it to you. It would be fitting to use this wish to locate a new planet. Mr. Lynn Fan, I am immensely grateful. May we meet again by fate. Should you ever need the Dragon Balls, please seek us in the new Namek. The Elder replied. With that, the Elder waved goodbye along with Dandy and dozens of other Namekians before making his third wish and vanishing. The sky returned to its normal hue. Subsequently, the crowd bid farewell to the Elder and dispersed. Lynn Fan, however, took another 2 days to merge the genes of Piccolo and the old Kai, as they had both undergone transformations. Becoming whole again, essentially downloading a new version. Having completed these tasks, Lynn Fan then departed with Lin Dong. Dad, I am going to enter the gravity chamber for training. You must find a way to become the richest person in the world while I train. I do not mind what methods you use, threats, intimidation, or even kidnapping, as long as it does not result in loss of life. Lynn Fan smiled and instructed. Huh, Dad, you want me to become the richest person on Earth? Lin Dong asked. Indeed, such a task should be a breeze for you, no? Just control the kings of the earth and some wealthy individuals, and you will naturally achieve it. As for training, with your talent, you will never surpass me. With me here, whether you wish to train or not is entirely up to you. You are still young, so take the time to enjoy the pleasures of life. The kind of life you wish to lead in the future is for you to decide, Lin Fan stated calmly. All right, Dad. Lin Dong nodded emphatically. Thus, Lin Fan took out the gravity chamber and stepped inside to commence his training. While Lin Dong set off to become the so-called richest person, this time, I shall not emerge until I achieve Super Saiyan 2. Additionally, I must also prioritize enhancing my base combat power. The combat power exhibited in Super Saiyan form is determined by the base state. The higher my base combat power, the stronger my transformed combat power will be. Lynn Fan contemplated. Activate 500 times gravity. Lynn Fan commanded the intelligent program. Instantly, an immense gravitational force enveloped him, rendering the entire gravity chamber in a somber reddish hue. Ugh, it feels so heavy, but thankfully, I am almost accustomed to it. With that, Lin Fan began his training in his base state. As he adapted to the increasing gravitational intensity, his base combat power, starting from 90 million, steadily rose. Meanwhile, in the prosperous city of Nandu, within a luxurious skyscraper office of a wealthy individual, a man in his 40s was working diligently. Beside him sat a young woman in her 20s. Dressed in a professional skirt suit, her legs adorned with black stockings, the man's hand roamed over the young secretary's leg. "Boss, stop it. You're going to tear my stockings," the beautiful secretary exclaimed in a sultry tone. "Sweetheart, it's that voice I adore. Make it a bit more seductive." The man gulped, his breath becoming slightly heavier. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice interrupted. "Are you the chairman of HR Group?" As the voice resonated, a figure gradually appeared. "Indeed. Who are you?" The man was startled, and upon realizing Lin Dong was merely a child, he visibly relaxed, his expression turning stern as he scolded. "Whose child are you? Who allowed you to come in?" Ignoring him, Lin Dong asked again. "You are the chairman of HR, correct?" "Yes. What is it? What business does a child have with me?" The man inquired. "I heard you are wealthy. I require 50 of your company's shares." "Will you accept?" Lin Dong asked. "What? You want 50 of the shares? What nonsense is this? Whose child are you to spout such nonsense? Get out of here." The man bellowed angrily. "It seems you do not consent. In that case, I will have to employ another method." Lin Dong shook his head in disappointment. Subsequently, he activated his superpower to alter the man's memories. This individual's combat prowess was a mere 4 points, making it exceedingly easy to manipulate his recollections. After a brief moment of dazed expression, the man's gaze shifted as he looked at Lin Dong with a newfound intensity. "Father, what brings you here?" he exclaimed with surprise. This scene left the nearby dark-haired beauty utterly bewildered. "My dear son, would you mind transferring your 50 shares in the company to me?" Lin Dong inquired. "Father, what are you saying? I am your son. What is mine is yours. I wouldn't mind giving you the entire company. It's just a trivial matter of 50 shares, the man responded grandly. Thus, through the use of his superpower, Lin Dong effortlessly altered the memories of numerous wealthy individuals in Nandu and Shidu within just a few days. Lin Fan inexplicably found himself with several unfamiliar grandsons. Meanwhile, Lin Dong ascended to become the richest person on Earth. Simultaneously, within Bulma's residence, in the gravity room, Vegeta was enduring a grueling training session under 150 times the normal gravity. Damn Lin Fan, damn Kakarot, and that insufferable little brat Lin Dong. I will surpass you all. Vegeta raged during his intense training. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, as he gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a powerful energy wave, Gallic Gun, with terrifying force. The energy wave spiraled around the entire gravity room under Vegeta's control. Ultimately, with a fierce expression, Vegeta amplified the output power and aimed the Gallic Gun at himself. Just as it was about to strike him, he thrust out his hands, attempting to catch the energy wave he had launched. I will surpass you. I must surpass you, Vegeta roared. Bang! Vegeta ultimately failed to catch the attack. An explosion echoed as he was struck by his own technique. Damn Lin Fan! Vegeta collapsed to the ground, unwillingly letting out a growl of frustration. Afterwards, he pounded the ground with his fists and rose again to continue his training. At this moment, not only Vegeta was training, Goku, along with Piccolo and Gohan at Bowsy Mountain, was also engaged in their own rigorous training, striving to catch up to Lin Fan's strength. As for Lin Fan, he too was immersed in his training. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7.5 months had passed. Lin Fan slowly emerged from the gravity room, his aura contained. His hair stood tall, save for a single lock that fell onto his forehead. The color of his hair was golden, matching his eyebrows, while his irises sparkled a vivid green. His physique was impeccably coordinated, boasting a perfectly balanced and pleasing form. At this moment, he had indeed achieved full power Super Saiyan 2. After 7.5 months of arduous training, I have finally mastered full power Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, I have adapted to 3,000 times the gravity. Lin Fan murmured to himself. Open the system panel. Lynn Fan willed it, and the interface appeared. Host, Lynn Fan combat power. 500 billion. My base combat power has reached 5 billion. Thus, in the Super Saiyan 2 state, my combat power escalates to 500 billion. Excellent. Such combat prowess is sufficient to confront the various crises that lie ahead. Lynn Fan mused. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1 multiplies the combat power by 50, allowing the 5 billion combat power to reach 250 billion. Super Saiyan 2, being double that of Super Saiyan 1, equates to a 100-fold increase from the base form. Therefore, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Lynn Fan's combat power naturally soared to an astonishing 500 billion. In truth, during these past 7 months, the majority of his time was dedicated to enhancing his base combat power. Only the remaining time was spent breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 and mastering its full power. This was a testament to Lynn Fan's exceptional genetic fusion and remarkable training talent. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to elevate his base combat power to 5 billion in just over 7 months. After Lynn Fan concluded his training, he effortlessly stored the gravity room into the system space. Soon, a figure appeared before him. Father, have you finished your training? It was Lin Dong.By now. Lin Dong had grown approximately 10 centimeters taller. Though still resembling a child, he was clearly in the developmental stage of growth. Yes, I just came out. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Father, I have accomplished what you asked. I am now the richest person on Earth. Lin Dong exclaimed with joy. Oh, how did you manage that? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. As Lin Dong spoke of his achievements, a proud smile spread across his face. Hee, those tycoons are merely ordinary people with little combat power that I used my superpower to alter their memories. And it was a piece of cake. Even that King Esmond had its memories changed. In its mind, I am now its master, and it is nothing more than my pet dog. Lin Dong recounted his remarkable feats. Altering memories, is it? Lin Fan pondered for a moment before slowly responding, I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such clever ideas. Lin Fan did not oppose his son's actions. After all, in his view, these were merely individuals from an island nation, and refraining from slaughtering cities was already an act of great mercy. It was unrealistic to expect Lin Fan to intervene in Lin Dong's actions. Father, let me take you to our new home. I built a new house in Shidu and hired numerous servants, Lin Dong said excitedly. Very well, let us go. With that, Lin Dong took Lin Fan's hand and executed instant transmission, causing them to vanish. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a grand estate. This was a private manor covering approximately 180 acres. At the heart of this estate stood a magnificent castle. As soon as the two arrived, they were greeted by rows of young maidens dressed in maid outfits, bowing to them along the main road. Welcome home, master. Wow, you really know how to have fun, don't you? Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment as he glanced at Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled proudly. Hee. It's all thanks to inheriting your excellent genes, Dad. Goodness, you truly are something. Lin Fan chuckled in mock reproach. Thus, father and son stepped into the castle together. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, beyond the confines of Earth, in the vastness of space, a colossal spaceship sped through the cosmos. Inside the ship, King Cold sat upon his throne, accompanied by an individual who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, his brother. Cooler, below them stood rows of soldiers armed with high-tech laser guns, dutifully stationed as part of the Frieza Force. Following Frieza's demise, King Cold had re-established control over the fracturing remnants of Frieza's army. Additionally, 3 loyal subordinates of Cooler were present: Shaviza, Nez, and Dor. Cooler, is this Earth? King Cold inquired, glancing at his companion. Father, according to the intelligence gathered by our scouts, this is indeed Earth, Cooler affirmed. Excellent. We are finally approaching Earth. I will take my revenge for Frieza. Once I have avenged him, I shall make this planet vanish from the universe, just like Namek. King Cold declared with a sinister expression. Before long, the spaceship reached the atmosphere, hurtling toward Earth at astonishing speed. Boom. The ground trembled slightly as a large circular crater formed as the hatch of the spaceship slowly opened. King Cold, Cooler, and their subordinates quickly emerged. However, to their astonishment, a young man with blue hair and a long sword slung across his back stood alone in their path. King Cold, I have been waiting for you for a long time, came a cold voice. Who are you? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? King Cold demanded. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you will die here. Having spoken, the blue-haired youth abruptly drew the long sword from his back. With a sharp exclamation, a golden aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in a jet-like blaze. His hair stood on end, transformed into a brilliant golden hue, while his pupils shimmered an enchanting emerald green at that moment. He had undeniably ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. It was evident that this individual was Trunks, who had traversed time from the future via a time machine. Father, leave this person to me. Gula slowly stepped forward, a disdainful smile curving his lips. Humph, Trunks scoffed coldly, swinging his sword fiercely towards Gula. With a series of swift swishes, their figures crossed paths, marking the end of his assault. Without a backward glance, Trunks sheathed his sword once more. Gula turned back, laughing heartily. Ha ha, you are but mediocre. Humph, is that so? A faint smile graced Trunks' lips. Ah, you are. When did? Yet before Gula could finish his sentence, his body was instantaneously disassembled into numerous fragments, scattering across the ground. Thus, Gula met his demise. Nanny? King Coold's eyes widened in shock. Gula, the mighty king, had been so effortlessly reduced to mere chunks of flesh. What a terrifying opponent this is, Frieza exclaimed in horror. King Coold, quickly eliminate that person, otherwise, we will be the ones to perish. Nez cried out in fear. It's over. It's all over. Despair etched itself across Dre's face. After a fierce internal struggle, King Coold swiftly regained his composure. I see now. I understand that your ability to slay Gula so swiftly is due to that sword on your back. Correct? Without that formidable blade, would you still possess such strength? King Coold spoke slowly. Hearing this, Trunks smirked with disdain. If that is what you believe, then how about I hand this sword over to you? With that, Trunks unsheathed the sword and tossed it towards King Coold. Upon receiving the long sword and examining it, King Coold could not help but exclaim, ha ha ha, what a splendidly sharp blade. Now that you lack this weapon, what will you do? He laughed triumphantly. Trunks responded with a cold chuckle. Now that the sword is in your possession, prepare to meet your end. With that, Trunks vanished from sight, reappearing before King Coold, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! King Coold gasped in pain, his eyes nearly popping out. The sword slipped from his grasp as he clutched his stomach in agony. How is this possible? King Coold's face was a mask of disbelief. Die. Trunks' icy voice echoed. He then extended his hands towards King Coold, energy coalescing in his palms. A colossal energy sphere was forcefully propelled towards him. No. King Coold roared in defiance. In an instant, there was a resounding explosion. He was utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, Lynn Fan, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Daz, Bulma, and others had all utilized instant transmission to arrive at the scene, with a series of swish sounds. Their figures appeared on the battlefield. Is that Trunks? Upon seeing him, Lynn Fan immediately understood. Subsequently, they witnessed Trunks wield his longsword, effortlessly cleaving Frieza and others in two with remarkable decisiveness, eliminating the remnants of King Coold's forces in a matter of mere seconds. If I'm not mistaken, that expression, that hair color, is undoubtedly that of a Super Saiyan, Yamcha murmured. Another Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. Are you joking? Another Super Saiyan has appeared. When did they become so commonplace? How infuriating. I have been surpassed once again by an unexpectedly emerging Saiyan. Vegeta's mind was tumultuous with rage. The others were equally taken aback. That moment, after single-handedly vanquishing all of King Coold's forces, Trunks finally turned his gaze towards the assembled crowd. After surveying them, his eyes locked onto Sun Wukong. His pupils involuntarily constricted. Why is Sun Wukong here? According to history, shouldn't he return to Earth an hour later? And who are those two unfamiliar individuals? Have I arrived in the wrong timeline? Trunks was engulfed in confusion. He then exited his Super Saiyan state and approached the others. Greetings, Mr. Sun Wukong. Trunks extended his hand towards him. Hello. Sun Wukong shook his hand, curiosity evident in his eyes. Mr. Sun Wukong, could you accompany me for a moment? Trunks inquired. Following the original plot, he revealed to Sun Wukong that he hailed from 20 years in the future, disclosing his identity and the events that would transpire 3 years hence. Naturally, Sun Wukong was astounded. Mr. Wukong, please do not disclose my identity, as it may lead to my non-existence in the future. Also, this is a special medicine that can cure your heart disease. Be sure to take it when the time comes. Trunks handed him a small vial. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I won't speak a word. Sun Wukong vowed earnestly. By the way, since you mentioned I succumbed to heart disease in 3 years. What about Lynn Fan? How is he faring in the future? Sun Wukong inquired. Lynn Fan? Trunks appeared bewildered. There's such a person in the future? I'm sorry, Mr. Wukong, but I have not heard of him. Trunks shook his head. What? That's impossible. Lynn Fan is so powerful. How could you not have heard of him? Sun Wukong expressed his disbelief. "I apologize. I have no information regarding him," Trunks replied apologetically. Meanwhile, Lynn Fan, possessing the bloodline of Namekians, had remarkably keen hearing. Upon overhearing this, he swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong and Trunks. Before either could speak, Lynn Fan declared, "Trunks, I know everything about you. Do not return to the future just yet. Wait for me, and I will take you both there." With that, he vanished. Lynn Fan had his reasons for saying this. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the Divine Temple, standing before the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai, where is the model of the dragon?" Lynn Fan asked. Mr. Lynn Fan, although I do not know your intentions, Bobo, please fetch the model of the dragon," the Supreme Kai commanded. "Understood, Supreme Kai," Bobo nodded. With that, Bobo disappeared. After a brief wait, Bobo returned, holding a transparent circular box, which he placed on the ground. "Mr. Lynn Fan, this is the model of the dragon," the Supreme Kai introduced. "Excellent." Lynn Fan nodded. He then directed both hands towards the model of the dragon, reciting the incantation from Namek. Golden energy radiated from his hands, enveloping the model. Lynn Fan was in the process of upgrading the dragon, transforming its ability to grant a single wish into the capacity to fulfill 3 wishes. All done. The upgrade is complete. With that, the model of the dragon shimmered with golden light, reverting to its original form before vanishing into the horizon. From this moment forth, the ownership of the dragon belonged to Lynn Fan, as he had granted it a new lease on life through his enhancements. This meant that as long as Lynn Fan existed, even if the Supreme Kai perished, the Dragon Balls on Earth would continue to function normally. "All right, I shall set off to collect the Dragon Balls." With this declaration, Lynn Fan vanished. "System, assist me in locating the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth." Lynn Fan pondered silently. Without wasting a moment, he swiftly set off to collect the Dragon Balls according to the location provided by the system. In just 2 minutes, he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. When Lynn Fan reappeared before Trunks and the others, he placed the collected Dragon Balls on the ground. "Arise, Shenron," Lynn Fan shouted. As his words echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with golden light, and a bolt of golden lightning shot skyward. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky abruptly darkened, transforming the lightning into a blue dragon with a yellow underbelly, hovering majestically in the sky. Upon witnessing Shinran's emergence, everyone displayed expressions of curiosity and astonishment, eager to know what wish Lynn Fan would make. "System, is it possible to fuse with Shinran's genes?" Lynn Fan inquired internally. "Ding, congratulations, you have fused with the genes of Earth Shinran, granting you the ability to fulfill 3 wishes every year. Excellent." A smile graced Lynn Fan's lips as he felt a surge of joy within. "Now, state your wishes." Shinran's red eyes gleamed as it spoke in a distinctive voice. "Shinran, for my first wish, I request materials to manufacture Dragon Balls. Can you accomplish this?" Lynn Fan asked loudly. "So it's you, Lord Lynn Fan. Materials for creating Dragon Balls? That's a trivial matter," Shinran replied. After a flicker of its eyes, a heap of special materials descended from the heavens, piling up on the ground like a mountain of refuse. Lynn Fan waved his hand, effortlessly storing the materials within the system space. "Very well, Lord Lynn Fan, please share your second wish," Shinran said humbly, aware that Lynn Fan had upgraded it and thus felt the need to display good manners. "For my second wish, I wish for Sun Wukong to be immune to viral heart disease," Lynn Fan declared. That wish is exceedingly simple." Shinran's eyes glimmered once more as it granted the wish. "Lord Lynn Fan, what is your third wish?" Shinran inquired. My third wish is to reinforce the Earth to the best of your ability." Lynn Fan articulated his final wish. "Understood. All your wishes have been fulfilled. I shall take my leave now." With that, Shinran transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in 7 different directions. The dark clouds dissipated, restoring the sky to its normal hue. It was only after Lynn Fan had completed his wishes that everyone snapped back from their astonishment. Shinran can actually grant 3 wishes. How incredible! It seems to fear Lynn Fan. Truly, Lynn Fan is remarkable. Splendid. Now that all wishes have been granted, it is time to venture into the future, Lynn Fan contemplated. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he produced the Celestial Gate before everyone. Since acquiring this door, Lynn Fan had yet to utilize it. This was indeed one of the treasures from the beginner's gift pack, which had included 100 Senzu beans, a gravity room, and this very Celestial Gate. As he revealed the door, Lynn Fan instantly grasped its purpose. It was a dazzling, multicolored portal, reminiscent of a radiant gemstone. This door exuded an air of mysterious allure, seemingly capable of drawing in one's consciousness with a single glance. True to its name, Stepping through this door would allow one to traverse the myriad realms of existence, as well as transcend time itself, an astonishing phenomenon brimming with infinite mysteries. Most importantly, this door could transport individuals, but it required Lynn Fan's authorization for others to pass through. Otherwise, even the Omni-King would be unable to use it. What is that? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. It appears to be a door. What is its purpose? Trunks questioned. What a beautiful door. I've never seen anything quite like it, Bulma murmured. The others remained silent, simply gazing at Lynn Fan, awaiting his explanation. Lynn Fan smiled slightly and began to elucidate. I cannot explain everything in detail right now, but you need only to know that by stepping through this door, you can travel to the future. Trunks, I intend to take everyone present with me to your time. Is that agreeable? Lynn Fan asked with a smile. Haha. I'm thrilled that everyone can come to my time. What objections could I possibly have? However, the androids of the future possess terrifying strength. Lynn Fan, with your power, will you be able to contend with them? Trunks queried. Oh, do you underestimate me? Have you not noticed the color of my hair? Or the hue of my pupils? Lynn Fan responded. Your hair is golden. So what? Trunks asked, only to realize his words were somewhat misplaced. His expression shifting as he seemed to grasp something. See, could it be that this form of yours is also considered Super Saiyan? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you are correct. I refer to my current state as Super Saiyan 2. It surpasses the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Lynn Fan chuckled. Super Saiyan 2. But in my perception, your energy does not seem exceptionally powerful. Trunks expressed his confusion. Oh, you truly think so? This brings us to the advantages of mastering full power. A Super Saiyan at full power can maintain this form without consuming energy, and if I desire to fight, I can unleash my full strength at any moment, just like this, Lynn Fan asserted. With that, he focused his thoughts, and a torrent of golden energy erupted from his body. Boom! In an instant, a colossal sphere of power, centered around Lynn Fan, forcefully swept away all nearby debris and dust. Tendrils of lightning crackled around the aura, emitting a series of explosive sounds. Since Lynn Fan was already in the form of Super Saiyan 2, he did not need to transform again. He merely had to release his energy. At this moment, his battle power of 50 billion was laid bare before them. The others felt an overwhelming aura enveloping them, instilling both awe and trepidation. What an incredibly terrifying aura. So this is Super Saiyan 2. Trunks gasped in shock. Damn, Lynn Fan. I can't even transform into a Super Saiyan, and yet you've gone and achieved Super Saiyan 2. You insufferable fiend. No matter how strong you become, Vegeta, will surely surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. What astonishing power. It's a pity I'm not your match at the moment. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to test my strength against you. Sun Wukong remarked. What a fearsome individual. The gap in our strengths is widening. Piccolo expressed his astonishment. Dad, you are truly amazing. Lin Dong exclaimed excitedly. As everyone reveled in their shock. An overwhelming excitement surged within them. With a powerhouse like Lynn Fan around, Earth's safety would undoubtedly be secured. Trunks, what do you think? Do you believe my strength is sufficient to deal with the androids of the future? Lynn Fan asked nonchalantly. Yes, absolutely. This is fantastic. My timeline is saved. Trunks responded, elated. Excellent. Let us proceed to your timeline. Lynn Fan declared. With that, he retracted his aura, allowing the overwhelming presence to dissipate as he exited the Super Saiyan state. At that moment, everyone felt the terrifying pressure lift from their chests. All right. Those who wish to explore the future, step through this door with me, Lynn Fan announced. With that, he stepped into the celestial gate first. I want to go too, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Since Lynn Fan and Kakarot had already entered, there was no reason for him to stay behind, Vegeta remarked. Soon, everyone followed suit, as one figure after another vanished into the doorway. The realm of despair in the future, a door adorned with a spectrum of colors materialized out of thin air. Lynn Fan slowly emerged from within. Shortly thereafter, Trunks and the others followed suit. As they surveyed the surroundings, they were greeted by a landscape filled with dilapidated and collapsed structures, resembling a desolate wasteland ravaged by nuclear war. Gazing upon this indescribable city, a heavy mood enveloped the group. Is this the timeline Trunks hails from? Goku inquired. Indeed, this is West City on Earth. Trunks nodded slightly. What a pitiful sight. Why is everything in ruins? Goku furrowed his brow tightly, an unnameable fury igniting in his eyes. Is this the timeline where I was slain by the androids? Vegeta muttered. Is this truly Earth? It looks so barren. Bulma said, her heart weighed down. It's unimaginable what calamities Earth has endured. Krillin murmured. In that moment, everyone's expressions turned grim, a surge of intense anger swelling within them directed at the culprits responsible for this devastation. Let us go, Trunks. Let's check your home first, Lynn Fan suggested. Trunks, coming to his senses, nodded. Oh, all right, please follow me. My home is just a short distance ahead. Lynn Fan casually waved his hand, retracting the portal into the system's space. After walking for a while, the group arrived at Bulma's residence. Trunks knocked on the door. Mom, I'm back. Soon, the middle-aged Bulma appeared from within. Trunks, it's so good to see you back. So good. A smile graced Bulma's face. Mom, quickly look who I've brought back. Trunks stepped aside, no longer obstructing Bulma's view. Upon hearing this, Bulma curiously glanced around. The moment she laid eyes on Goku and the others, a tremor coursed through her body, disbelief etched across her features. Goku, Vegeta, and even Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo are alive. Am I dreaming? Bulma covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bulma, this is no dream. I am Goku, alive and well. Goku chuckled. Bulma, look who I am, the young Bulma. With a smile, squeezed her way forward from behind the others. Trunks, what on earth is happening? The middle-aged Bulma asked, her voice trembling. Mom, I brought Goku and the others back from the past, Trunks explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma was momentarily stunned before her expression shifted. The Goku from the past? Trunks, you've gone too far. What if they are killed by the androids from our timeline again? At this point, Bulma began to panic. No, Goku, you must return to your own timeline as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those terrifying androids come here, there will truly be no hope left. Hearing this, Lynn Fan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the middle-aged Bulma. Bulma, do not worry, everything will be fine, now that I am here. This timeline shall no longer be one of despair, Lynn Fan reassured her calmly. Did you also traverse from the past timeline? However, I have never seen you before, Bulma remarked. Haha, no need to worry, just leave everything to Lynn Fan. If there's a crisis he cannot resolve, then Earth is truly doomed, Goku declared. You all wait here, I will go deal with the androids, Lynn Fan stated. With that, he vanished using instant transmission system. Lock onto the positions of androids 17 and 18. After determining the locations of the two androids, Lynn Fan activated instant transmission once more. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before a man and a woman. Android 18 glanced over and spotted Lynn Fan standing before her. Huh? 17. This unfamiliar fellow seems to possess some strength, Android 18 remarked. Haha. 18. Now we have some fun on our hands. I've decided to thoroughly torture him to death. After all, on this Earth, aside from Trunks, we can hardly find anyone to entertain us. Android 17 laughed. Indeed, let us allow this fool who came to his demise to linger a little longer. Let him savor the joys of death. Android 18 chuckled that in mere moments, they had sealed Lynn Fan's fate. Lynn Fan, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. I have no interest in exchanging words with two emotionless killing machines. With that, Lynn Fan clenched his fist and shouted, Ha! In an instant, his hair stood on end, with a few strands falling in front of his forehead, golden flames erupting from his body. His hair and brows turned a brilliant gold, while his pupils transformed into a vibrant green. That moment, Lynn Fan had ascended to Super Saiyan. His battle power skyrocketed to 250 billion. What? A Super Saiyan? Android 18's expression shifted. Haha. 18, it's just a Super Saiyan. What is there to be surprised about? We've taken down plenty before. Android 17 remained unfazed. Heh, true enough. Android 18 smiled lightly. You both can die, Lynn Fan said coldly. With that, Lynn Fan's body flickered, instantly appearing behind Android 17, grabbing his head with both hands. He twisted slightly, severing Android 17's head from his body. Upon witnessing Android 17's instantaneous demise, Android 18 was struck with shock. Lynn Fan casually discarded the head onto the ground and slowly approached Android 18. Now, it's your turn, Lynn Fan said in a chilling tone. Seeing this, Android 18 did not hesitate and attempted to flee. However, she was met with Lynn Fan's indifferent expression as he uttered, Time pause. The moment those words were spoken, time came to a halt. Lynn Fan walked step by step toward Android 18, grasping her head with both hands, and gently twisted, removing it from her body. Subsequently, he held the head aloft, aiming at the headless corpses of Android 17 and 18, unleashing two energy blasts. Next, Lynn Fan slightly bent down and picked up Android 17's head. Holding the two heads, he turned away and softly spoke. Time, resume. With a resounding bang, the two headless corpses erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. Following that, Lynn Fan's body flickered and he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Bulma and the others. Lynn Fan tossed the heads he was holding to the ground and stated nonchalantly, "All right, androids 17 and 18 have been eliminated." Upon hearing this, Trunks displayed an expression of disbelief, and upon closer inspection, he confirmed that they were indeed the heads of the two androids. Trunks then gathered energy blasts in both hands, venting his emotions by obliterating the two heads into ashes. After completing this, Trunks turned to Lynn Fan and expressed his gratitude. Mr. Lynn Fan, I cannot thank you enough. The androids that plagued Earth for 16 years have finally been eradicated," Trunks exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Goku and the others were equally astonished, marveling at how effortlessly Lynn Fan had dealt with the androids responsible for the devastation of Earth. "Truly, Lynn Fan is immensely powerful," Krillin exclaimed excitedly. "Tisich, so the androids were so easily defeated? I expected them to be much stronger." Lin Dong scoffed dismissively. "Now that androids 17 and 18 have been dealt with, the next step is to create the Dragon Balls. Then we can resurrect the Z fighters of this timeline." Lin Fan contemplated. With this thought in mind, he addressed the group. "Wait here for a moment. I'll create a Dragon Ball." Thus, under the curious gazes of the others, Lin Fan focused his thoughts and summoned the materials needed to create the Dragon Balls from the system space. Without further ado, he immediately began the process of crafting the 7 Dragon Balls. This endeavor took a full 7 days. If it had been a modification of the Dragon Balls, it would not have taken nearly as long. However, the endeavor to recreate an entirely new set of Dragon Balls demands a considerable investment of time and effort. At last, the creation is complete. The Dragon Balls crafted by Lin Fan are each 7 meters in diameter. Their exterior is a vibrant orange-yellow, adorned at the center with a 3-dimensional red pentagram. Each single star ball contains but 1 star, and correspondingly, the 7 star balls naturally possess 7 stars. They are remarkably beautiful and profoundly awe-inspiring. These 7 Dragon Balls, akin to the ones on Namek, possess the ability to grant 3 wishes, which can be utilized again after a span of 130 days. Furthermore, should anyone wish to employ this set of Dragon Balls, Lin Fan will sense whatever wish is made. Additionally, the Eternal Dragon requires Lin Fan's consent before fulfilling anyone else's desires. After each wish is granted, the Dragon Balls revert to stone and automatically return to Lin Fan's side. The incantation for summoning the Earth's Eternal Dragon remains unchanged. Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable. You can even create Dragon Balls. How astonishing! Exclaimed Krillin. In an instant, the crowd erupted in praise. All right. Now, let me summon the Eternal Dragon. Lin Fan declared. Arise, Eternal Dragon, he shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls, each measuring 7 meters in diameter. Suddenly, the orange-yellow Dragon Balls erupted in a burst of golden light, and a golden lightning bolt shot into the sky. The sky, once bright, transformed into a dark night filled with ominous clouds. A pink Eternal Dragon loomed majestically in the heavens. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to the one from Earth, with a white underbelly, pink back, and blood-red eyes, presenting an overall stunning appearance. Great Lin Fan, please state your wishes, the dragon intoned. Lin Fan contemplated. System, fused with the genes of this Eternal Dragon. Dinging sounds echoed. Congratulations, you have fused with the Eternal Dragon's genes, gaining the ability to grant 3 wishes every 130 days. Excellent. This is precisely what I desired. Lin Fan smirked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Eternal Dragon, restore this planet to its state from 17 years ago. Lin Fan proclaimed loudly. The pink Eternal Dragon's eyes glimmered momentarily before it slowly responded. Great Lin Fan, your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. My second wish is to resurrect Sun Wukong, who perished from heart disease. Upon hearing this, the Eternal Dragon's eyes shone once more, and it gently declared, Great Lin Fan, your second wish has been fulfilled. Please state your final wish. For my third wish, please resurrect all those who were slain by the androids on this planet, especially Son Gohan. I wish for him to return unscathed. Lin Fan asserted loudly. Very well, Great Lin Fan. All your wishes have been granted. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. With that, the pink Eternal Dragon vanished, transforming into 7 stones that fell to the ground. Lin Fan waved his hand, collecting the stone Dragon Balls into the system space. Meanwhile, the landscapes of Earth rapidly restored themselves, and in mere moments, the planet was returned to its pre-destruction state. All those who had fallen to the androids revived, including Son Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Tan, Kaiotsu, Yamcha, and others. Even the Son Wukong of this timeline was revived. With Piccolo's resurrection, the counterpart of the Supreme Kai was naturally revived as well. The Dragon Balls of this timeline were restored concurrently in no time. The revived Z fighters sensed the energy and converged towards Lynn Fan. The first to arrive was Son Wukong, utilizing his instant transmission, while the others were still en route. "Hey, everyone's here. You've all come back to life, huh?" The future Son Wukong greeted Piccolo and the others. As he observed, he noticed something amiss. "Huh? What's going on? Why is there another me? And Gohan, why have you shrunk again? Bulma too. The other Bulma looks so weary. What on earth is happening?" The future Son Wukong was instantly filled with confusion. Overwhelmed by questions, the past timeline Son Wukong approached and said, "Son Wukong, wait a moment. Once everyone arrives, I will explain everything to you." Upon hearing this, the future Son Wukong suppressed his myriad of doubts. Before long, the future Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Kaiotsu, Tien, Yamcha, and others all gathered together. Under the explanation of the past Son Wukong, everyone comprehended the events that had transpired. Oh, that's it. You all hail from the past timeline. I see now why everything seemed so strange. I was revived thanks to the Dragon Balls created by Lynn Fan. Son Wukong murmured. The future Vegeta stepped forward to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, I am sorry for failing you." "It's all right, as long as you all are back," the weathered Bulma replied, embracing Vegeta as tears streamed down her face. "Trunks, you've grown. You truly have not disappointed my earnest hopes." Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks suddenly enveloped Son Gohan in a tight embrace, choking back tears. Brother Gohan, I have not let your expectations down." After reminiscing for a while, everyone's spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the past timeline's Vegeta was left in disbelief. The notion that he would marry Bulma and have a son named Trunks struck him with profound emotional impact. However, he also began to understand, I can indeed become a Super Saiyan. Having grasped the future events, I can certainly surpass Lynn Fan and Kakarot. Vegeta thought to himself, now that we have resolved the crisis of the future timeline, it is time for us to return. Lynn Fan stated, "Must we part so soon?" Trunks' mood turned slightly somber. "Do not worry, Trunks. If you miss us, you are always welcome to visit our timeline," the past Bulma assured. "Yes, Mom, I will." Trunks nodded emphatically. Lynn Fan, with a thought, summoned the gateway to the heavens. Just as he was about to step through, a voice called out, "Hey, Lynn Fan, I've heard from everyone that you're quite powerful. How about we have a friendly match? I particularly enjoy battling strong opponents like you." The future Son Wukong proposed a match with me. Lynn Fan turned to look at Son Wukong. "Yes, before you all leave, let us have a duel right here. It is exceedingly rare to find a formidable opponent like you." The future Son Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "All right, I accept, but I must warn you, I am exceedingly powerful. Are you certain you wish to engage me in battle?" Lynn Fan asked with curiosity. The future Son Wukong chuckled. "Haha, that suits me perfectly. During my years in the underworld, I did not cease my training. I have remained diligent. I have long awaited the day I could find a stronger opponent to engage in a thrilling battle." The exchange between Lynn Fan and Son Wukong piqued the interest of everyone present. They all cast their eager gazes in anticipation. Lynn Fan smirked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Very well. I agree to duel with you. Great. Let us find a spacious location," the future Son Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lynn Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us go to the Divine Palace in the Heavenly Realm. Even if it gets destroyed, it can be repaired. Sounds perfect." Thus, Lynn Fan utilized instant transmission, appearing atop the Divine Palace in the Heavenly Realm. The future Son Wukong simultaneously followed suit and appeared in the palace. The two faced each other, locking eyes for a moment. Once all the spectators had gathered, Lynn Fan slowly stated, "Let us commence from Super Saiyan 1. "Agreed." Son Wukong nodded in affirmation. "Ha!" Lynn Fan shouted, unleashing a surge of energy. A golden aura erupted from his body. In that instant, his battle power soared to an astonishing 250 billion. In the future, Son Wukong felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloping him at that very moment. "What? Is Super Saiyan 1 endowed with such power? It seems I must take this more seriously." The expression on future Son Wukong's face became exceedingly grave. With clenched fists, he suddenly let out a fierce shout. "Ha! Boom!" A golden blaze erupted from his body. His pupils transformed into a deep emerald green. His golden hair stood erect, with a few strands of bangs cascading down his forehead. In an instant, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. This form I currently possess is that of a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong proclaimed, and what follows will be even more formidable. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, as the echo of his roar reverberated. His hair stood even taller. With only a single strand falling across his forehead, the golden aura around him surged forth, resembling a jet, while flashes of lightning intermittently crackled within it. The ground was swept by a powerful gust, scattering the dust around. This form is Super Saiyan 2, yet even in this state, I still feel an immense pressure before you. Now, I shall unleash my full power, Sun Wukong slowly explained. Ha! Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. His mouth agape as he unleashed a beastly roar. The sound echoed. Cracks began to spread across the entire temple, and everyone sensed the temple tremble violently. No, it was not just the temple. Even the earth beneath them seemed to quiver ominously. Sun Wukong continued his furious roar, and his eyebrows vanished in an instant. His hairstyle underwent a dramatic transformation. The strand of hair that once fell over his forehead grew longer, while the golden hair atop his head expanded, cascading down to his lower back before finally ceasing. The golden aura surrounding him became denser and more massive, with tightly coiled strands of lightning swirling around it. The energy radiating from him instilled a profound sense of dread deep within. Sun Wukong gazed impassively at Lynn Fan and slowly stated, "All right, thank you for your patience. The form I now embody is what I refer to as Super Saiyan 3. The past timeline's Vegeta was left utterly astonished. What? Super Saiyan 3? Is this some kind of joke? I, Vegeta, have yet to attain even the Super Saiyan transformation, yet the future Kakarot has already achieved Super Saiyan 3. How infuriating. When will I ever surpass Kakarot? No, I must surpass Kakarot. If a mere lower-class Saiyan can achieve it, as the prince of all Saiyans, I can certainly do the same," Vegeta mused. Not only Vegeta was taken aback. Everyone present was rendered speechless in shock. For a moment, their minds struggled to comprehend the spectacle. Lynn Fan took a deep breath, his expression serious as he remarked, "Super Saiyan 3, indeed a formidable form. However, what would you do if I transformed into Super Saiyan 2? With that, Lynn Fan clenched his fists and bellowed, "Ha!" Boom! The golden aura burst forth from Lynn Fan's body in a jet-like fashion. His hair stood up even more, with only a strand hanging down over his forehead. Flashes of lightning flickered around the aura. The temple beneath their feet was riddled with cracks, threatening to collapse. At this moment, Lynn Fan's combat power had reached an astonishing 500 billion. What an intimidating force. To think that Super Saiyan 2 could attain such strength. You truly are a fearsome opponent. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply. The battle had commenced. Lynn Fan remarked indifferently. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's base power level was slightly over 1 billion, while Super Saiyan 3 was 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, in terms of base power. That equated to a staggering 400 times. Thus, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Sun Wukong's power level reached just over 400 billion. Yet, 400 billion still fell short of 500 billion by a hair's breadth. In a flash, Lynn Fan made his move. He appeared before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. Bang! Sun Wukong raised his hand to block the blow, yet he did not feel at ease within. What terrifying strength! Merely blocking that punch left my arm tingling. Sun Wukong thought to himself. You think you can battle me while distracted? Lynn Fan's other fist struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Caught off guard by the heavy hit, Sun Wukong's mouth flew open, and he vomited a mouthful of gastric fluid. But quickly, Sun Wukong regained his composure and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The fist landed solidly against Lynn Fan's face, causing Lynn Fan's head to tilt slightly back as he absorbed the blow. Lynn Fan chuckled coldly, twisting his neck and bracing himself, absorbing Sun Wukong's punch with his face. Sun Wukong retracted his fist, feeling a hint of surprise and a touch of sweat trickling down his back. But soon he adjusted his mindset and launched another punch. This time, Lynn Fan evaded without taking the hit, his head swaying slightly to dodge. However, Sun Wukong's punches grew increasingly rapid, and Lynn Fan's evasive maneuvers quickened in tandem, allowing him to dodge the onslaught with remarkable speed. A smile crept across Lynn Fan's face as he unleashed a counterattack with his fists. Sun Wukong mirrored the movements, swiftly evading Lynn Fan's strikes. They occasionally lifted their legs to deliver knee strikes or kicks to one another. Bang, 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 as their assault frequency escalated. The sound of their punches and kicks resonated louder. Their bodies flickered, appearing in one location one moment, then another the next. In a mere instant, they exchanged blows no less than 5,000 times. Boom, boom. With the rapid increase in their attack speed, their figures began to blur. Soon, both of their forms vanished into the sky. This was the manifestation of their speed reaching its zenith. All that could be heard were the terrifying sounds of their strikes reverberating through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Each display of power generated shockwaves that rippled through the void. Bang, bang, boom, boom. At this moment, only those present, future Vegeta, future Gohan, and Lin Dong with Trunks, could discern the combatant silhouettes. Even the past timeline's Sun Wukong could not fully comprehend the scene of their clash. Others were left in the dark, unable to see with the naked eye. All they could perceive were the ripples caused by the impact in the sky and the unceasing bang, bang sounds. Who was truly superior? Just from the sounds, one could sense an even match. The past timeline's Krillin was bewildered. No, I don't know. In any case, I cannot see their figures, but I can sense the intense aura emanating from the sky. The past Piccolo remarked, damn it, that wretched cockroach, that insufferable Lynn Fan, their strength is simply terrifying. The past Vegeta clenched his fists. At this moment, the clash between the two left everyone present utterly astounded. They felt as though they were witnessing a battle of unfathomable terror, a sight rarely seen in a lifetime. In just a fleeting moment, they had exchanged blows tens of thousands of times. With each instant, they unleashed hundreds of punches. The more Lynn Fan fought, the more invigorated he felt, prompting him to accelerate both his power and speed. However, before long, Sun Wukong began to struggle to keep up with the output frequency. Lynn Fan's eyes gleamed with keen insight as he seized an opening, delivering a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's body. Bang! Sun Wukong's body crashed down onto the temple, breaking through it and continuing to plummet toward the earth below. In a flash, Lynn Fan vanished, reappearing behind the descending Sun Wukong. He raised his right leg, bent his knee, and forcefully drove it into Sun Wukong's body. Ugh! With a pained cry, Sun Wukong propelled himself upward, hurtling towards the celestial temple above. A resounding crash echoed as his form pierced through the temple, continuing its ascent due to sheer inertia. Lynn Fan, with a flicker of movement, vanished only to reappear behind Sun Wukong. He observed as Sun Wukong regained his composure, hands resting on his hips, energy rapidly coalescing. In an instant, he pivoted. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed a sphere of energy, the Kamehameha wave. Lynn Fan, taken aback by the imminent impact of the Kamehameha wave, gasped in astonishment. He twisted his body at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the onslaught. After dodging the attack, he seized the moment to strike a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's face. The impact echoed as Sun Wukong's body crashed violently into the temple. The temple trembled, shrouded in swirling smoke. Lynn Fan flickered into view at the edge of the smoke, his expression indifferent as he regarded the obscured area. As the smoke dissipated, a massive crater revealed itself, with Sun Wukong lying at its center. A slight movement of his finger was followed by his rising from the pit. Sun Wukong, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Lynn Fan, advancing step by step. I must admit, you are indeed formidable. In the face of such strength, I shall unleash my utmost power to confront you, he declared. Utmost power? Lynn Fan's expression shifted, a sense of seriousness enveloping him. Yes, this form has yet to be revealed before anyone since I mastered it under the guidance of the Grand Kai. Sun Wukong spoke slowly. The Grand Kai? Lynn Fan echoed. The Grand Kai had taken him to a legendary training ground once frequented by the Kaioshins, where he had cultivated a completely new form. Now, I shall allow you to witness my transformation. With that, Sun Wukong exited the Super Saiyan 3 state. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists tightly and let out a thunderous roar. Yhhh, as his voice reverberated through the skies. His body began to transform. A blazing crimson aura erupted from him, only to swiftly shift into a pale blue energy. His hair stood on end, enveloped in a blue flame that erupted forth. Boom! In an instant, his hair turned a light blue, with his eyebrows and pupils following suit. That moment, Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan God. What? A Super Saiyan God? Lynn Fan gasped in astonishment. Oh, so you are familiar with this form. However, the full name of my current state is not merely Super Saiyan God, but rather Super Saiyan God of Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong responded nonchalantly. All right, we can continue our battle. Lynn Fan, I look forward to witnessing your greatest strength, Sun Wukong proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, thinking, what the hell? You expect me to face you in your Super Saiyan Blue form while I'm still in Super Saiyan 2? Have you no shame? Sun Wukong's new form indeed astonished everyone present. While they were still grappling with the Super Saiyan transformation, he had unveiled the Super Saiyan Blue. This left the onlookers both shocked and intrigued. Eagerly anticipating the outcome of the battle, would Sun Wukong emerge victorious, or could Lynn Fan turn the tide? Gazing at Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Lynn Fan fell into silence. Pondering his next move, how should he respond? Should he harness the power of Slag's colossal transformation to enhance his combat abilities tenfold, or attempt to transform into a great ape in hopes of achieving Super Saiyan 4? Lynn Fan contemplated deeply. Noticing Lynn Fan's silence, Sun Wukong prompted, "What's the matter, Lynn Fan? Unleash your fullest strength and battle with me. I have never fought anyone at my full capacity before. I hope you can surprise me." The tone of Sun Wukong, coupled with his demeanor, dripped with sarcasm. Is this how you wish to play? And now, in his super blue state, Sun Wukong's power was undeniably terrifying. This represented a fundamental shift from the ordinary Super Saiyan. Having ascended into the realm of the divine, one cannot judge by conventional standards. With Sun Wukong's base combat power exceeding 1 billion, under the divine super blue state, his strength transcended the realm of billions and trillions. Reaching the astronomical unit of Jing system, what is Sun Wukong's current combat power? Lynn Fan pondered. Sun Wukong's combat power value, approximately 10 Jing. Note, due to Sun Wukong's ascension into the divine dimension, the mere numerical value of combat power has lost its significance in the face of divine energy levels. Upon reviewing the system's information, Lynn Fan was taken aback, contemplating, has simple combat power become ineffectual against the overwhelming barrier of the divine realm? Taking a deep breath, he regarded Sun Wukong earnestly and slowly spoke. "Since you have stated it so, then I shall resort to that method. I cannot guarantee success, but if it works, I should be able to stand against you." "What method?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Just watch," Lynn Fan replied, then exited the Super Saiyan state. Raising his right hand, he concentrated energy in his palm, swiftly forming a luminous sphere. After infusing it with some oxygen, he hurled it skyward with great force. Go! Artificial moon. The sphere floated in the sky, growing larger and brighter until it swelled into a moon-like orb. Artificial moon. What do you intend to do? Transform into a great ape to battle me? Sun Wukong questioned, puzzled. Enough chatter, just watch. With that, Lynn Fan fixated on the artificial moon, his eyes unwavering. Soon, he felt a reaction within him. His heart began to pound violently, akin to a war-drummed roar. Lynn Fan bellowed. Fangs sprouting, his body covered in brown fur, his eyes turning blood red, his form swelled dramatically. Within mere moments, he transformed into a massive brown great ape. In this great ape state, Lynn Fan, due to the influence of Vegeta's genes, retained his clarity and rationality. With a low growl, he summoned the power within him, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 while in the great ape form. Instantly, his fur turned a brilliant gold, and a golden aura erupted from his colossal frame, crackling with arcs of lightning. Clearly, the golden great ape was leagues apart in power from the ordinary great ape. Lynn Fan furiously gathered energy within him, the surrounding lightning intensifying. He exerted control over his body, spurring the evolution of his bloodline as his massive form gradually shrank. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was tantalizingly close. Shrink, transform smaller, Lynn Fan mentally roared. Boom. The power within him compressed rapidly, and a blinding flash of golden light erupted forth. As the brilliance faded, the crowd fixed their gaze. Lynn Fan's colossal ape form had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a striking figure, his chest bared and his body adorned with vibrant red fur. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Lynn Fan had transformed into a new shape. He wore yellow trousers, his body entirely covered in crimson hair. Even the tail behind him was red. His long black hair cascaded casually down his back, while his emerald green eyes bore red shadows. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of confidence. In this moment, Lynn Fan epitomized handsomeness, embodying the essence of Super Saiyan 4. Alternatively, one might refer to him as the Super Ape Saiyan. A gust of wind swept by, causing his black hair to sway elegantly. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is eightfold that of Super Saiyan 3. Based on Lynn Fan's battle power of 5 billion, this translates to a staggering 3,200 times his normal state. A normal state battle power of 3,200 equates to a terrifying 16 trillion. Yet, when compared to Son Goku's battle power of 10 quadrillion, an immense gap remained. Therefore, Lynn Fan was still preparing other strategies and contingencies. Once all was in readiness, he could then confront the current Super Blue Son Goku. The chasm between divine realms and mortal existence is unfathomably vast, akin to the notion that beneath the sage, all are but ants. How striking. There is an innate primal beauty to it. Isn't there? What transformation is this? The crowd was utterly astonished. Is this considered a Super Saiyan? Son Goku inquired. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a smile as he slowly replied. This form of mine can be referred to as Super Saiyan 4. What? Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku's pupils constricted in surprise. That you've truly surprised me. Let us resume our battle, Son Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Not yet. I must wait a bit longer. There remains a considerable gap between our current battle powers. Lynn Fan shook his head. What do you intend to do? Son Goku asked curiously. That I'll wait a little longer. Once I complete all my preparations, I will naturally continue our battle, Lynn Fan declared. With that, Lynn Fan turned his gaze toward the onlookers. To his surprise, he noticed Lin Dong had also transformed into a giant ape. However, as Lin Dong was his offspring, he retained his rationality and awareness. Lin Fan concentrated his energy and obliterated the artificial moon in the sky. Lin Dong's form then swiftly shrank back to his normal state. After completing these actions, Lin Fan addressed the onlookers. Lin Dong, Trunks, Vegeta, Gohan, all of you Saiyans, lend me your power, he called out. At this moment, the Saiyans from both past and future were present. 1 Son Goku, 2 Vegetas, 2 Gohans, along with Trunks and Lin Dong. Together, they totaled 7 Saiyans. Without questioning Lin Fan's intentions, they nodded in agreement. Ha! You want to borrow our power? Vegeta scoffed. Father, lend him your energy. It's just a bit of ki, Trunks chimed in. Father, accept my power and give Super Saiyan Blue a good thrashing, Lin Dong urged. In an instant, the 7 Saiyans transmitted their energy to Lin Fan. After absorbing their combined power, Lin Fan let out a furious roar. A torrent of red energy erupted from his being. His hair and eyebrows were suffused with red hues, yet his eyes remained unchanged. At this moment, Lin Fan's form was that of Super Saiyan 4 limit break. In this state, his battle power doubled again, reaching an impressive 6,400 times his normal state. Consequently, his current battle power soared to 32 trillion. However, due to his lack of mastery over divine power, he remained merely mortal, still facing a vast disparity compared to the 10 quadrillion battle power. Nonetheless, his preparations were far from complete. The spectacle was only just beginning. With a thought, Lin Fan executed the super enlargement of Slag. His body expanded dramatically, growing over 10 meters tall. His battle power also surged tenfold, reaching a terrifying 320 trillion. But he was not finished. With another thought, he utilized one of the 3 wishes granted by the Earth Dragon, wishing for his body to withstand 500 times the King's fist. After expending 1 wish, coupled with the 3 wishes from the Pink Dragon, Lin Fan still had 5 wishes remaining. However, this 1 wish sufficed to engage in battle with Super Blue Son Goku. King's fist. 500 times. Lin Fan roared as an overwhelming red energy surged forth from his colossal form. This was the manifestation of King's fist. His battle power, upon multiplying by 500, reached the realm of 16 quadrillion, surpassing Super Blue Son Goku's nearly 6 quadrillion strength. Having accomplished all this, Lin Fan turned to the significantly smaller Son Goku on the ground, a smile of confidence creeping onto his lips. All right, Son Goku, thank you for your patience. Our battle can now resume. Excellent. Here I come, Son Goku replied, excitement illuminating his face. With that, Son Goku let out a light shout, unleashing a pale blue flame-like divine energy that erupted from his body. He soared into the air, launching a powerful punch directed at Lin Fan's face. His fist, enveloped in divine energy, though imperceptible to ordinary individuals, was palpable to Lin Fan at that moment. Humph! Lin Fan chuckled lightly, raising his right hand and firmly grasping Son Goku's fist. Immediately after, Lin Fan's left fist swung forcefully towards Son Goku's head. Smack! Son Goku instinctively blocked with his other hand, deflecting the attack. Lin Fan smiled faintly, releasing Son Goku's fist, and inquired, "How about that? My strength hasn't disappointed you, has it?" Son Goku retracted his fist, feeling a tingling sensation in his arm, realizing the immense pressure he was under. "Very well. Your current strength far exceeds my expectations. This is precisely the battle I desired. Son Goku exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, his body subtly trembling with exhilaration. This was not fear, but rather a thrill coursing through him. With that, Son Goku vanished in a flash, appearing behind Lynn Fan, delivering a swift kick towards the back of his head. Lynn Fan, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, evaded the kick without turning around. Whoosh! Lynn Fan flickered and instantly materialized behind Son Goku, launching a slap towards his head. Bang! Son Goku was struck by the blow, his body crashing through the celestial palace and plummeting toward Earth below. In response, Lynn Fan refrained from pursuing, instead hovering above the palace, observing the scene unfold. Indeed, within mere seconds, Son Goku's form reappeared before Lynn Fan. Lynn Fan, your strength is truly formidable, as he spoke. Son Goku positioned his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like stance as azure energy coalesced. Kamehameha! Ha! Son Goku's body suddenly flickered, arriving in front of Lynn Fan in an instant. With a powerful thrust of his hands, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, hurtling directly toward Lynn Fan's face. This ultimate technique could be dubbed the Great Flash. Lynn Fan's expression shifted. He realized it was too late to evade. He could only instinctively tilt his body and raise his left hand to block. Bang! The impact was far greater than he had anticipated. Oh no! I lost control and exerted too much force, Son Goku exclaimed. Lynn Fan's left arm and shoulder vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Son Goku's expression shifted, and he apologetically said, I'm sorry. Lynn Fan, I accidentally used too much power. Are you alright? Heh, do you think I'm fine? You really are quite forceful. Lynn Fan huffed. With that, Lynn Fan called out, swiftly employing the Namekian ability for limb regeneration, causing his severed shoulder and arm to grow back anew. Is my body restored? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. The battle continues. Sun Wukong, brace yourself. With that, Lynn Fan's body flickered and instantaneously appeared before Sun Wukong. At this moment, Lynn Fan held nothing back. Unleashing his full power, a staggering force of 16 trillion, he clenched his fists and struck out with immense force. Bang! The punch landed brutally on Sun Wukong's visage. Ugh! Sun Wukong cried out in pain as a trickle of blood coursed down his face. Before the blood could even fall, it was evaporated by a faint blue aura. Yet, this was only the beginning. Lynn Fan's fist rained down like a tempest, one punch after another, relentlessly hammering against Sun Wukong's face. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike struck true, targeting his face with precision. Lynn Fan could swear he harbored no intention of vengeance. Sun Wukong found himself struggling to regain his footing in midair, his body being forced backward, descending ever lower, nearly toppling to the ground. Soon, his feet landed on the temple's surface, sliding across it and carving a deep trench into the ground. His battered form, leaning backward, desperately attempted to stand. Unfortunately, Lynn Fan granted him no such opportunity. His colossal fist descended relentlessly upon Sun Wukong's face. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's feet could no longer grip the ground, and his body toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the temple floor. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the temple, the residual force impacting the entire structure, causing it to fracture and splinter into countless pieces, floating in the air.at this point. Lynn Fan finally ceased his assault, gazing quietly at Sun Wukong, who was gradually descending. The sudden destruction of the temple startled the onlookers, nearly causing them to plummet. They quickly employed their flight techniques to hover in the air, retreating to a safer distance to observe, lest they be caught in the aftermath. The spectators were utterly astonished. The temple, destroyed to fragments. Future Piccolo's expression darkened severely. Isn't it supposed to be able to recover? He reassured. Their battle was indeed terrifying. Such an attack, had it landed on Earth, would have obliterated the planet. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong reappeared before Lynn Fan.at. This moment, his face bore numerous wounds, blood trickling down. My apologies. I seem to have overexerted my strength. Are you all right? Lynn Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his face, forcing a smile as he slowly replied, I'm fine. I'm fine. The battle is paramount. Let us continue. With that, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a faint blue aura erupting from within as he bellowed, Ha! Kaio-ken. Times 20. As his words fell, his battle power surged from 10 trillion to 200 trillion in an instant. The faint blue aura surrounding him was enveloped by a layer of red energy. Inside was the faint blue aura, while the outside was shrouded in the Kaio-ken's red energy. In that moment, Sun Wukong's aura soared to astonishing heights. Clenching his fists tightly, the terrifying power of 200 trillion erupted forth. He flickered and appeared before Lynn Fan, delivering a fierce punch that crashed into Lynn Fan's face. The force of the blow sent Lynn Fan's head reeling backward. Sun Wukong followed up with another punch, striking forcefully at Lynn Fan's chest. Puff! This blow pierced directly through Lynn Fan's entire torso. A gaping hole the size of a fist appeared in Lynn Fan's chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The ferocity of this strike nearly left Lynn Fan breathless. Sun Wukong watched him passively, waiting for Lynn Fan to recover. Lynn Fan lowered his head, observing the gaping hole in his body, taking a deep breath as he activated his regenerative abilities to swiftly mend his wounds. Once restored, Lynn Fan glared darkly at Sun Wukong. "Are you all right? Perhaps we should call it a day?" Sun Wukong asked with concern. "Oh, come on. You think I'm going to play around like that?" Lynn Fan's inner fury turned to a sardonic smile. With that thought, he shook his head and replied, "The battle is important, and even more so, we must continue." With that, Lynn Fan concentrated, invoking his wish-granting ability. "I wish to master the perfect Ultra Instinct." Lynn Fan sensed that due to the complexity of this wish, he would need to expend all 5 remaining wishes to expand its capacity and scope. "All right, expend all 5 wishes. Grant me the mastery of perfect Ultra Instinct." In an instant, as the 5 wishes were consumed, the wish was fulfilled. That moment, Lynn Fan felt as though he had innately grasped the perfect Ultra Instinct. Subsequently, under the curious gaze of the onlookers, Lynn Fan retracted the Kaio-ken and exited the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, could not help but inquire, "Lynn Fan, are you not going to fight?" "Not fight? How could that be?" "Such an important matter as battle cannot be casually dismissed," Lynn Fan replied coldly. With that, Lynn Fan clenched his fist and roared, "Ha! Yawa!" His voice resonated through the heavens. A deep blue aura suddenly erupted from his body. His hair transformed instantaneously into a silver-gray hue. Even his eyebrows and pupils shifted to silver-gray. At that moment, Lynn Fan was undeniably wielding the perfect Ultra Instinct. He had finally stepped into the divine realm through his wish. The terrifying aura emanating from him was beyond the comprehension of mortals. Only Sun Wukong, in his 20-fold Kaio-ken and Ultra Blue state, could perceive it. "All right, Sun Wukong, let the battle continue," Lynn Fan declared indifferently. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted at this sight. This form was entirely new to him. Lynn Fan's silver-gray hair danced in the wind. The deep blue divine aura flowed like water. He emanated a profound, vast, unfathomable divine presence that left Sun Wukong utterly astounded. "Silver-gray hair? What transformation is this?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, "The divine technique, Ultra Instinct. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Sun Wukong shook his head slowly and replied, "Ultra Instinct? I've never heard of it. Only after battling will we know which is superior, my Super Saiyan Blue or yours." With that, Sun Wukong flickered and instantaneously appeared before Lynn Fan. He unleashed his full might. Furiously swinging his fists, his punches resembled nuclear warheads, terrifyingly powerful. As they barreled towards Lynn Fan's head, he regarded them with indifference. His mind did not engage in any thought or judgment. His body's instinct for combat began to react reflexively. Evading the attacks, Lynn Fan's body swayed ever so slightly, and Sun Wukong's fists glided past his face as if they were mere whispers of wind. Remarkably, none of them struck Lynn Fan. "All my punches missed? How is this possible?" Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. Yet, his assault did not cease. Instead, it intensified in a matter of moments. Fueled by his all-out effort, he unleashed thousands of punches toward Lynn Fan. But without exception, every single attack found its mark emptied. If Lynn Fan were so easily struck, it would not be the perfect Ultra Instinct. The perfect Ultra Instinct not only substantially amplifies speed and power, but also allows the body to autonomously make judgments, dodging enemy attacks while simultaneously identifying the optimal moment to exploit vulnerabilities for a decisive counterattack. This is the essence of the perfect Ultra Instinct. "Yawa!" Sun Wukong roared. His attacks became increasingly swift and sharp, and within moments, he unleashed a barrage of thousands of punches. Lynn Fan's body swayed slightly as he effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Alas, despite Sun Wukong's extraordinary power and myriad techniques, he never landed a single blow on Lynn Fan from beginning to end. Lynn Fan raised his right hand slightly and, with a sudden, forceful punch, struck Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Ugh! Sun Wukong cried out in pain. His stomach caved in, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and his body was violently sent flying. He crashed against the debris of the temple, tumbling for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He floated in midair, clenched his fists, and positioned his hands at his waist in a flower-like stance, gathering brilliant blue energy in his palms. The Kamehameha wave. With a flash, Sun Wukong executed a rapid dash, reappearing before Lynn Fan in an instant. Thrusting both hands forward. Ha! Lynn Fan calmly gazed at the Kamehameha wave barreling toward him. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Sun Wukong's face turned pale at this sight. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is this a joke? To dodge at such a close range. Sun Wukong's expression was one of disbelief. Damn it. I refuse to believe that you can evade all my attacks. Sun Wukong roared in fury that he raised his hands, energy orbs coalescing in his palms, aimed at Lynn Fan, and began wildly gesturing. Thousands of energy orbs surged forth, bombarding Lynn Fan relentlessly. This move was undeniably the prince's battle technique. In contrast, Lynn Fan remained unfazed, steadily advancing towards Sun Wukong amidst the chaos. The energy orbs seemed to pass through him as if he were a ghost, evading every single one. The disparity. Is it truly this vast? Cold sweat dripped from Sun Wukong's brow as his body quivered slightly. His hands continued to flail, unleashing a torrent of energy orbs as if they were without cost. Futile, before the perfect ultra instinct. All your attacks are in vain, Lynn Fan scoffed. With that, he charged toward the energy orbs, swiftly closing the distance to Sun Wukong and delivering a punch. Bang! Their bodies brushed past each other, and Lynn Fan nonchalantly flicked his hand behind him. Ugh! A wave of divine energy surged within Sun Wukong, wreaking havoc. In that instant, he felt as if he had been struck by countless fists. Sun Wukong spewed a copious amount of blood, his pupils dimming, his entire being lost its luster, reverting from Super Saiyan Blue back to his normal state. His arms fell limply to his sides as he collapsed. The gap is truly enormous, Lynn Fan. You are incredibly powerful. Before you, I feel utterly helpless, like an infant. I have never encountered an adversary as formidable as you. This battle, I have lost. Sun Wukong's heart was a tumult of unwillingness, admiration, and resignation. At this moment, he found himself unable to even maintain flight, slowly plummeting from the sky. During his descent, the severity of his injuries, compounded by the backlash of the 20-fold Kaio-ken, became too much for him to bear. His eyes closed, and he lost consciousness. The disparity is so immense. It is a blatant crushing. If the Super Saiyan Red God and Blue God merely stepped into the first level of the divine dimension, then the perfect Ultra Instinct resides firmly at the pinnacle of that level. To paraphrase Whis, if he considers himself a level 15, then Beerus would be a 10. Could it be inferred that Beerus is at the 10th level of the divine dimension? Whis at the 15th, and yet, Whis at level 15 is still inferior to a mere finger of the Grand Minister. Thus, it is reasonable to deduce that the Grand Minister is at least several hundred, if not 1,000, levels above in the divine dimension. As for the Omni-King, as the supreme deity, his power must be even more terrifying. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how he can annihilate 12 universes with a thought or create one with a mere whim. If one does not enter the realm of the divine, they become akin to ants beneath a sage. In the face of the divine dimension, mere combat power values begin to lose significance. Nearly impossible to achieve a qualitative change through quantitative means. Of course, if one's base combat power is sufficiently formidable, a transformation into Super Saiyan 4 or 5 could still allow a mortal to defeat a being within the divine dimension. Observing Sun Wukong plummeting rapidly, Lynn Fan flickered and appeared before him, extending his hands to catch him. As he lost consciousness, Lynn Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He then lifted Sun Wukong and, in a flash, appeared atop the shattered temple. At that moment, everyone gazed at Lynn Fan, utterly astonished. He is incredibly powerful, unbelievably strong. In the past, Gohan cheered, "Damn Lynn Fan, that accursed cockroach. How could he be this strong? But I, Vegeta, shall surpass you all." The future Vegeta and the past Vegeta shared similar sentiments. What a splendid battle. The strongest in the universe clashing with the strongest. The future Piccolo murmured, "Father, I knew you were the strongest." Lin Dong was exhilarated. Lin Fan's thoughts shifted, his entire being enveloped in a ghostly blue aura as he exited the state of Ultra Instinct. He gently laid Sun Wukong on a larger piece of temple debris. Then, with a single hand, he cast the Namekian healing technique upon him. Healing technique. Lin Fan whispered. In an instant, a golden light enveloped Sun Wukong, encasing him entirely, and within 10 seconds, all his injuries had completely healed. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, the first person he saw being Lin Fan. Others rushed forward, concerned. "Wukong, are you all right? Your injuries have been healed." You're fine, right? Sun Wukong slowly rose, gazing at Lynn Fan with a complex expression. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed softly. Lynn Fan, in this battle, I have lost. You were truly too strong. However, I will continue to train, and when I become even stronger, I will seek you out in your time to spar. Sun Wukong said earnestly. Lynn Fan smiled calmly. Excellent. I await your challenge at any time. With that, Lynn Fan surveyed the shattered temple, pondering briefly before making a decision. Perhaps it would be wise to restore the temple. With a thought, Lynn Fan activated the powers of the Supreme Kai. Having fused with the genes of the Kai, he possessed all of their abilities, and repairing the temple was naturally well within his capabilities. Soon, everyone beheld the floating fragments in the sky beginning to rotate slowly as they spun. Each piece seemed to possess a will of its own, automatically converging and reassembling, rapidly restoring the temple in the blink of an eye. The temple stood completely restored, appearing as if it had never been shattered at all. The temple has been repaired, the future Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Truly miraculous. After completing these tasks, Lynn Fan turned his gaze to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, the dragon's model should still be here, correct? Mr. Popo immediately responded. Yes, Mr. Lynn Fan. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Excellent. Please fetch the dragon's model for me. Very well, Mr. Lynn Fan. With that, Mr. Popo entered the temple to retrieve the dragon's model. At this moment, Lynn Fan's mind brimmed with new ideas. Perhaps he should linger here a few more days to fuse with the future Sun Wukong's genes. This would also allow him to grasp the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, it seemed that the cell of this timeline was on the verge of emerging from the laboratory, providing an opportunity to fuse with his genes as well. Furthermore, gene fusion not only grants the abilities of the fused individual but also enhances one's combat power. The greater the combat power, the more substantial the gains from the fusion. Contemplating the nuances of this, Lynn Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Additionally, it seemed he had forgotten something crucial. I recall that in the future of this timeline, there exists another timeline. In that timeline, Cell killed Trunks and used the time machine to travel to my primary timeline. It appears necessary to visit this timeline's future as well. Perhaps I can also resurrect that timeline. Lynn Fan pondered deeply. Soon, in the midst of his contemplation, Mr. Bobo brought over the Shenlong model. The onlookers gazed at Lynn Fan with curiosity, eager to see his intentions. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo's pupils constricted as if a realization struck him, prompting him to inquire, Lynn Fan, you don't mean to upgrade this set of Dragon Balls, do you? Indeed, this way, even if this timeline's Piccolo were to perish, the Dragon Balls would remain intact, as long as I am alive. The Dragon Balls can continue to be utilized. Lynn Fan elucidated. That truly is wonderful, Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, Lynn Fan extended his hands towards the Shenlong model resting on the ground and invoked his ability to create and upgrade the Dragon Balls. Initiating the enhancement process. A shimmering golden light flickered, and within mere moments, the upgrading ritual was complete. This set of Dragon Balls was modified by Lynn Fan to grant 3 wishes at once, allowing even those who had naturally passed away to be resurrected. Done. With those words, the Shenlong model transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished into thin air, marking the return of Shenlong to the Dragon Balls. After completing this task, a smile danced on Lynn Fan's lips. All right, everyone, let us head to Bulma's house. It's spacious enough to host a grand gathering. I plan to stay in this timeline for a few days before returning. It will be a lovely opportunity to gather before parting ways. After all, such chances are rare. Lynn Fan chuckled. Naturally, the group had no objections to Lynn Fan's proposal and readily agreed. After all, spending a few days here would offer a delightful sense of novelty, an experience not easily encountered in a lifetime. Moreover, the chance for the past timeline's Vegeta and others to exchange training insights with their future counterparts was undeniably a rare opportunity. In West City, at Bulma's home, the group gathered by the man-made lake, indulging in delectable food and drink while sharing experiences and insights, reveling in the joy of camaraderie. The chefs were bustling about, as Goku and his companions were notorious for their insatiable appetites. Being a chef in Bulma's household meant either idleness or an overwhelming workload. As for the universal door, Lynn Fan had stowed it away, placing it back in its previous location, as it was far too conspicuous. Had it not been for Goku's earlier challenge, Lynn Fan would have returned to his primary timeline long ago. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. At that moment, the cooldown period for Lynn Fan's gene fusion had reset. System, fuse with the gene of future Goku. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Goku's gene, acquiring the transformation methods for Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan Red and Blue. Kamehameha, Kaio-ken, Spirit Bomb, the bloodline of lower-class Saiyan warriors, and all of Goku's abilities. Due to the fusion with Goku's gene, your base battle power has increased from 5 billion to 5.1 billion. Excellent. My base battle power has risen by 100 million. Not only that, but I have also mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan 3, which is often deemed a mistake. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a smile. Before long, the third day arrived. System, fused with Mr. Bobo's gene. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Bobo's gene, gaining the ability to manipulate energy, flying carpet, and all of Bobo's abilities. On the fourth day, System, fused with Trunks gene. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Trunks gene, acquiring the hybrid bloodline of the Saiyan royal family. Instant transmission, sharp swordsmanship, 20 million battle power, and all of Trunks' abilities. 20 million battle power, that's decent. Lynn Fan mused. Soon, the fifth day approached. The banquet continued unabated. At this moment, Lynn Fan sought an excuse to visit the restroom. In truth, he had a different purpose in mind. System, locate Cell's laboratory, Lynn Fan thought to himself. Following the coordinates provided by the system, he made his way there. Before long, Lynn Fan arrived in a desolate area amidst a cluster of concealed rocks. Within the rock formation lay a passageway leading to an electronic iron door. Perfect, this is the place, Lynn Fan murmured. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a powerful kick to the iron door, with a thunderous crash. The door was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Lynn Fan strode confidently inside. The dimly lit laboratory came into view. Despite the darkness, Lynn Fan's vision remained sharp, thanks to the numerous genes he had fused. After scanning the area, he found 3 computers along with various experimental reports and conclusions. 2 computers belonged to androids 17 and 18, while the largest one served as the main computer for executing programs. After searching thoroughly, Lynn Fan could not locate Cell's computer or incubation chamber, nor could he find any additional incubation pods. He recalled that the computer responsible for birthing Cell was situated in the underground laboratory. With determination, Lynn Fan concentrated energy into his palm and unleashed a powerful energy blast upon the ground. Instantly, a massive hole opened, revealing a hidden space below. Oh, there is an underground laboratory. Lynn Fan leaped down without hesitation. Before long, he encountered an enormous computer. Behind it was a transparent incubation chamber, several meters tall, filled with nutrient solution and housing an unsightly creature. The being within the chamber was none other than Cell. At that moment, Cell had completed his incubation but remained in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. As Cell had not yet absorbed androids 17 and 18, he retained his initial first form. His appearance resembled that of a humanoid insect, covered in grotesque spots. Standing before the incubation chamber, Lynn Fan's lips curled into a smile. Cell, you are finally complete. Thank you for your patience. I shall now fuse with your gene. With that, Lynn Fan focused his thoughts. System, fuse with Cell's gene. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Cell's gene, acquiring a battle power of 20 million, the ability to absorb others through your tail, a complex array of genetic sources, and all of Cell's abilities. Excellent. Since I have fused with your gene, I am no wastrel. You shall become the nourishment to enhance my power. Lynn Fan sneered. With his brown tail coiling like a whip, he struck down upon the incubation chamber. In an instant, the chamber exploded, startling Cell awake. However, as he attempted to speak, Lynn Fan's tail expanded, engulfing his entire form. Cell struggled with all his might, but alas, he faced Lynn Fan, and no amount of desperation would free him. Lynn Fan's tail swelled significantly before writhing a few times and completely absorbed Cell. After the absorption, the tail returned to its original form, winding around Lynn Fan's waist once more. In that moment, a powerful, translucent white aura erupted from within Lynn Fan's body. His base battle power surged from 5.14 billion to an astounding 7 billion. Magnificent. This sensation of reaching 7 billion in base battle power is truly delightful. Lynn Fan's lips curved upward, exuding a confident smile. Now, it was time to obliterate this laboratory. With that thought, Lynn Fan vanished in a flash, reappearing outside the laboratory. Raising his right hand, he opened his palm and concentrated energy into a blast, launching it forth. Boom! The entire laboratory erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. At this moment, the area was not merely reduced to rubble, but a vast, circular crater had manifested upon the ground. After accomplishing this, Lynn Fan let out a cold smirk. He raised his right hand, his fingers touching his brow, and then executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself back in Bulma's residence in West City. The banquet continued uninterrupted. Soon, another day had swiftly passed. System merged with the genes of future Bulma. With a thought, Lynn Fan directly integrated Bulma's genetic material. Ding! Congratulations! You have merged with the genes of future Bulma, acquiring the methods to construct a time machine. A gravity chamber, a Dragon Ball radar, advanced scientific talents, the wisdom of Earth technology, and all of Bulma's abilities. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. A wave of elation surged within Lynn Fan. The power of knowledge is indeed wondrous. In the blink of an eye, another day had elapsed. It was high time to venture into the future of this timeline. With that thought, Lynn Fan retrieved the universal gate from the system space. He then strode confidently into it, his figure vanishing from view. The timeline Lynn Fan aimed for was the one where Trunks was slain by Cell. In that timeline, upon awakening, Cell discovered that androids 17 and 18 had been eradicated by Trunks. Seizing the opportunity while Trunks intended to use the time machine to convey good news to the main timeline, Cell ambushed him, killing Trunks, seizing his time machine, and traversing the preordained timeline to arrive in Lynn Fan's main timeline. The future of the despairing timeline. A portal appeared out of thin air. Lynn Fan emerged from the doorway. With a wave of his hand, he stored the universal gate back in the system space. He surveyed the desolation surrounding him. The world lay in ruins, akin to the previous timeline, if not worse. After all, even the solitary Z-Warrior had perished. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn Fan activated his instantaneous movement, reappearing atop the sacred temple. His purpose for visiting the temple was clear: to resurrect the dragon, which had been transformed into a model, employing the same technique as before, while also upgrading it. Mr. Popo, are you there? Lynn Fan called out, his voice reverberating throughout the temple. Who are you? Popo's figure emerged from within the temple. At that moment, Popo appeared weathered, his eyes betraying profound sorrow. Given the state of Earth, it was hardly surprising that he could not feel joy. You may call me Lynn Fan. The model of the dragon is still in your possession, correct? Lynn Fan inquired. Popo replied candidly, the model of the dragon remains, but the guardian has perished, and the dragon has followed suit. Even if I were to retrieve the model, it would be of no use. Fear not. Simply bring me the model, and I shall revive the dragon, Lynn Fan asserted. Really? You can truly bring the dragon back to life? Popo exclaimed, suddenly animated. Whether I can or not, you will know once you bring me the model, Lynn Fan responded. All right, I shall retrieve it at once. With that, Popo dashed into the temple at remarkable speed. Within 5 seconds, he returned, cradling the model and placing it upon the ground. Mr. Lynn Fan, this is the model of the dragon, Popo introduced. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Yes, I am aware. You may observe from the side. With that, Lynn Fan directed both hands toward the model, unleashing his ability to modify the Dragon Balls. A radiant golden light emanated from his hands, and in a mere 10 seconds, the dragon was resurrected. Next came the upgrade of the dragon. Lynn Fan's hands continued to emit golden brilliance. It wasn't long before the dragon was successfully enhanced. Just like before, it could fulfill a single wish, but now it had been upgraded to grant 3 wishes. Those who had died once could be revived multiple times. Every Dragon Ball created or upgraded by Lynn Fan could resurrect those who had died naturally, allowing for unlimited revivals of the same individual and the repeated fulfillment of identical wishes. Furthermore, the ownership of the dragon lay with Lynn Fan as long as Lynn Fan remained alive, regardless of whether he was in this timeline or not. This set of Dragon Balls could continue to be utilized unless deliberately destroyed. It was, to say the least, quite perfect. After completing the dragon's upgrade, the model transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished into thin air. All right, the dragon has been revived. Now, all that remains is to gather the Dragon Balls, Lynn Fan declared with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Lynn Fan. Popo bowed deeply. No need for thanks. This is precisely what I wish to do, Lynn Fan replied. Now, please wait here while I collect the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Earth. With those words, Lynn Fan vanished in a flash. Before long, based on the locations provided by the system, he spent merely 3 minutes gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Lynn Fan, now in possession of the 7 Dragon Balls. Return to the sacred temple in the other world. Come forth, dragon, Lynn Fan called out to the Dragon Balls on the ground. As soon as the words left his lips, the Dragon Balls erupted in a burst of golden light, shooting upward like lightning toward the heavens. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The figure of the dragon materialized before him. With its blood-red eyes gleaming, The dragon slowly spoke. Master Lynn Fan, thank you for reviving the little dragon. What wishes may I fulfill for you? Please articulate your desires, and I shall do my utmost to grant them. The dragon's demeanor was exceedingly humble, having perished alongside the guardian. Now, its reappearance was solely due to Lynn Fan's efforts. System, merge with the dragon's genes, Lynn Fan contemplated. Once again, Lynn Fan opted to merge with the dragon's genetic material, as the system allowed for daily gene fusion without prohibiting the repetition of existing genes. Any genes could be integrated, and it was not mere rhetoric. Ding! Congratulations! You have merged with the genes of the Earth Dragon, acquiring the ability to fulfill 3 wishes every year. Excellent. Thus, combined with the 6 wishes still in cooldown, I can now realize a total of 9 wishes at once. Lynn Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. Master Lynn Fan, have you decided what wishes to make? The dragon inquired. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan steadied his emotions and, without hesitation, declared, All right, dragon, my first wish is to resurrect all those who were killed by androids 17 and 18, as well as Cell. Bring them all back to life. Especially Gohan. I want him to be revived in full. Lynn Fan articulated his first wish. The dragon's eyes brightened momentarily before it responded. Understood, Master Lynn Fan. Your wish has been granted. Please, state your second wish. I wish for the Earth to be restored to its state from 17 years ago. Is that feasible? Lynn Fan queried. Yes, that is quite simple. Allow me to fulfill it at once. The dragon swiftly replied. Shortly thereafter, the dragon's eyes gleamed once again, and the wish was realized. Master Lynn Fan, please state your final wish. The dragon urged. My last wish is to resurrect Goku, who died from heart disease. Lynn Fan called out. The dragon's eyes sparkled once more as it replied. Master Lynn Fan, all your wishes have been fulfilled. I shall now take my leave. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Yes, go ahead. Very well. I look forward to our next encounter. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, dispersing in 7 different directions. The sky returned to its normal hue.at. That moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the temple. Mr. Popo, who is this person? The newcomer was none other than the old Kai, guardian. This is Mr. Lynn Fan. Your revival is entirely thanks to his efforts. Mr. Bobo rushed forward and embraced the old heavenly god, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the earthly realm, at Bulma's residence, she stood sorrowfully beside Trunks, her eyes swollen and red from tears. Mom, has someone upset you? I will teach them a lesson. Trunks opened his eyes and grasped Bulma's hand. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan exclaimed, Dad, you've been revived too. This is wonderful. He threw his arms around Goku, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, Gohan, it's not just me. I can sense Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien's energies as well. It seems someone has used the Dragon Balls to resurrect us all. Goku patted Gohan's back at that moment. All the Z fighters and Earthlings were revived, collectively incredulous and grateful to the mysterious benefactor responsible for their return. Lynn Fan watched the scene unfold below, a faint smile gracing his lips as he vanished in a flash. He arrived at a desolate place and, with a mere thought, produced the universal gateway. Stepping into it, he disappeared. Soon, Lynn Fan found himself back in the timeline where Trunks resided. At Bulma's house, the banquet that had lasted several days finally came to an end, and Lynn Fan prepared to take everyone back to the main timeline. A door appeared out of thin air, and Lynn Fan rose to address those present, proclaiming, All right, Lin Dong, Goku, it is time to bid farewell. We must return to our own timeline. Ha ha ha, Lynn Fan, remember our promise. Once I become stronger, I will visit your timeline for another match. Future Goku declared. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. I await the day you come to challenge me. With that, Lynn Fan stepped through the universal gateway. Following him, Lin Dong, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Dumpling entered the portal in succession, vanishing within. Finally, Bulma and Vegeta stepped forward. As Bulma entered the portal, Vegeta intended to follow closely behind when a voice called out, Vegeta, when you strive to surpass Lynn Fan and Kakarot, take good care of Bulma. Do not let her down. The voice belonged to future Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. Mind your own business. I will undoubtedly surpass Lynn Fan and Kakarot. What you cannot achieve, I, Vegeta, will accomplish. With that, he stepped into the universal gateway without looking back. At that moment, the portal vanished. Watching the now absent doorway, Vegeta coldly declared, Humph, should you dare let Bulma down, I will come to your timeline and teach you a lesson. Haha, Vegeta. I never imagined you would be so concerned about Bulma. This side of you is a first for me. Goku laughed heartily. TCH, Kakarot. Do not get too smug. I will surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists. I in the main timeline, at Lin Dong's private estate in West Capital on Earth. Lin Fan and Lin Dong materialized out of nowhere. Dad, this journey to the future was truly eye-opening. I had no idea your strength had reached such heights. No wonder you were my father. Lin Dong exclaimed. By the way, can you teach me that ultimate technique of yours? I want to learn. Lin Fan smiled gently. Of course, but mastering the ultimate technique requires immense effort, along with arduous training. Are you still willing to pursue it? Lin Dong hesitated. Is it really that tough? Lin Fan nodded. Indeed. So, what have you decided? After careful consideration, Lin Dong shook his head. Then perhaps I will pass that no matter how hard I train. I will never surpass you. Dad. I'd rather enjoy life while I can. Besides, with you around, I am unlikely to encounter any accidents. Even if I were to die, you could use the Dragon Balls to bring me back. Lin Dong said with a chuckle. Lin Fan was not surprised by his son's words. How he chose to live was entirely his decision. Lin Fan believed it was crucial to respect his son's choices. Even if he were to become lackadaisical, with his innate talent, how far could he truly fall? As his son, Lin Dong could never be as inept as Yamcha. All right, follow your own path, Lin Fan said, ruffling Lin Dong's hair. Then, hand in hand, they walked into the castle. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brushed against their faces, refreshing and invigorating. It is time to visit the timeline of the old Broly. I must incorporate his genes as well. If possible, I will absorb him too. Lin Fan contemplated. With that thought, he summoned the Universal Gateway and stepped inside, disappearing from sight. In a parallel timeline, on Earth, in West Capital. A door appeared out of thin air. Lin Fan emerged, casually waving his hand to store the Universal Gateway within the system space. Upon arrival in this timeline, Lin Fan sensed a faint energy approaching Earth. At that moment, a spaceship sped toward the planet, piercing through the atmosphere and slowly descending to the ground. Perceiving the energy, Lin Fan raised his gaze. Has the plot of Broly begun already? But it makes sense. The timeline I wish to traverse is precisely at this moment, Lin Fan mused. He then sensed the general locations of the Z fighters on Earth, Vegeta's energy, Trunks' energy, as well as Gohan's and Goku's. They're all together, Lin Fan pondered. Raising his right hand, he placed 2 fingers against his forehead and executed instant transmission. Disappearing in an instant. He reappeared right before Goku. The others, intrigued by Lin Fan's sudden appearance in Saiyan battle attire, were nonetheless more preoccupied with Paragus that moment. Vegeta stood proudly conversing with Paragus, who displayed an exceedingly humble demeanor, kneeling and sincerely pleading. Prince Vegeta, no. King Vegeta, this is the truth. Please go to New Planet Vegeta and uphold justice. Otherwise, the terrifying legendary Super Saiyan will annihilate the hard-earned New Planet Vegeta, Paragus implored passionately, almost to the point of tears. Lin Fan observed the scene and had to admit that Paragus was a skilled actor. Humph, let us see what this legendary Super Saiyan is capable of that makes him so brazen. Vegeta scoffed. In his view, he was already a Super Saiyan and among the strongest in the universe. There was no way he would fear a mere legend. With that said, Vegeta followed Paragus aboard his spaceship. Dad, please don't go. This must be his scheme, Trunks shouted. However, buoyed by Paragus's flattery, Vegeta had already soared to the heights of pride. Believing himself to be the new king of Vegeta, how could he heed such warnings? In truth, Vegeta was also eager to witness the elusive legendary Super Saiyan for himself. As the spaceship door began to close, Lin Fan glanced at the others and urged, let's go. If you follow, perhaps you can sway him back to reason. Having spoken, Lin Fan swiftly darted into the spacecraft, followed closely by Trunks and the others. At that moment, after Piccolo, Goku, and his son entered the vessel, it immediately powered up and set off towards the so-called New Planet Vegeta in the southern galaxy. In no time, a day had passed. The spacecraft was remarkably advanced, traveling at an astonishing speed, reaching the distant planet in just a single day. Behold, King Vegeta, and your subordinates. This is the New Planet Vegeta, Paragus declared respectfully, although a glimmer of cunning triumph flickered in his eyes. Easily overlooked by the unobservant, they disembarked the spacecraft. Paragus continued, your royal palace lies just ahead. King Vegeta, I am confident that under your leadership, Planet Vegeta will embark on a new era of greatness. Shortly thereafter, They arrived at a grand castle. Paragus, adhering to the customs of hospitality, ushered everyone to take their seats. Within the castle, there was but one individual present, Paragus's son, Broly. Aside from him, there were no guards or subordinates in sight. System, merge the genes of this old version of Broly. Lynn Fan contemplated. Ding, congratulations. You have merged with the genes of the old version of Broly, gaining 3 billion battle power, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. The ability to automatically increase battle power each year, a fierce and bloodthirsty combat aptitude, an energy protective barrier, and all abilities of the old version of Broly at the moment of merging with Broly's genes. Lynn Fan felt a profound transformation within his body. An immensely powerful force began to flow through him, infused with a fervent, bloodthirsty yearning for battle. However, with a mere thought, he quelled this restless sensation. His current battle power had reached a staggering 10 billion. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of Kakarot, Broly's expression darkened, teetering on the brink of losing control. Kakarot, he muttered, filled with deep-seated resentment. The root of this animosity lay in Goku's cries as a child, which had disturbed Broly's peaceful slumber, igniting an unprecedented fury within him. Henceforth, he harbored a relentless desire to eliminate Goku at first sight. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly's voice grew louder, nearing a breaking point. Observing this, Paragus's expression shifted, and he discreetly retrieved a control device, pressing a button. Ugh! Broly let out a pained growl, his eyes momentarily regaining clarity. Broly, fetch some food, Paragus commanded darkly. Yes, father, Broly replied emotionlessly, turning to leave. Yet, as he walked away, he continued to murmur. Kakarot, Kakarot, I will kill you, I must kill you. Once Broly had departed, Paragus hastily concocted an excuse about a stomach ache and slipped away. Hey, Mr. Goku, did you feel that? That guy seemed very strange. I sensed a surge of murderous intent. Trunks remarked. I felt it too, but that intent likely isn't directed at us. Goku replied uncertainly. Humph, Kakarot, I don't understand why you all have come, but as King Vegeta, I shall extend my hospitality to you. Vegeta proclaimed with pride. Turning to Lynn Fan, he inquired, by the way, who are you? Are you a subordinate of Paragus? Lynn Fan responded with a cold chuckle. Heh, Paragus isn't worthy even to carry my shoes. Vegeta furrowed his brow in confusion. Is he your subordinate then? Lynn Fan shook his head. No, you may call me Lynn Fan. I am from Earth. An Earthling? Impossible. You must be a Saiyan, Vegeta asserted with conviction. Think as you will. Lynn Fan replied indifferently. As for why Lynn Fan insisted on identifying himself as an Earthling. Firstly, he had been an Earthling in his previous life. Secondly, upon traversing into the Dragon Ball world, his initial identity was that of an ordinary human from Earth. And thirdly, he had merely merged the genes of numerous individuals, thus becoming a uniquely complex life form. Though he was no longer a pure Earthling in body, he still identified as one at heart, as it felt more fitting than labeling himself a genetic amalgamation. With that, Lynn Fan turned to leave, his intent clear, to deal with Paragus. After all, if Broly were to lose control, it could take considerable time to subdue him. At that moment, Paragus was conversing with Broly in a separate room. Broly, what was that about? I did not instruct you to act just yet, Paragus inquired, his expression grim. Father, it was Kakarot, Broly began, but Paragus cut him off. Enough. What matters now is eliminating Vegeta. Since King Vegeta is dead, we shall seek vengeance through his son. Vegeta, follow my lead for the upcoming actions. With that, Paragus turned to leave. Watching Paragus depart, Broly clenched his fists, feeling the stirrings of a loss of control once more. Kakarot, I will surely kill you. Broly's lips curled into a sinister smile. Lynn Fan observed this and trailed after Paragus. That wretched Broly. He nearly jeopardized my plans. Paragus seethed in frustration. Once Lynn Fan ensured no one was watching, he loosened his tail from his waist, extending it dramatically before swiftly lunging toward Paragus, enveloping him in darkness. Ugh. Paragus struggled frantically, but alas, he was fated to meet no escape. Moments later, Lynn Fan's tail coiled and absorbed him entirely. Humph, truly pathetic. Absorbing you only increased my battle power by a mere 30,000 points. What a waste of my time, Lynn Fan remarked darkly. Meanwhile, Broly, unable to contain his rage, erupted with fury. Kakarot, he bellowed, his voice escalating as he lost all semblance of rationality. Kakarot, Kakarot. Ah! Broly roared, a golden aura bursting forth from his being. His pupils fading to white, His stature surged by 30 centimeters, muscles swelling with immense power. His hair stood erect, transforming into a vibrant green, even his eyebrows mirroring this change, now free from Paragus' control. The unhinged Broly unleashed his true nature, shattering the device that had restrained him. That a tempest of rage, bloodlust, and chaotic emotions surged forth from his powerful form. What is happening? Goku and Vegeta, along with the others, were alarmed and rushed outside. What an overwhelming presence! Goku inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. He must be the legendary Super Saiyan. Humph, watch me take care of him, Vegeta retorted coldly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta soared into the air, charging directly at Broly. That he swung a punch, but Broly was faster, delivering a blow that sent Vegeta hurtling backward. Bang! Vegeta crashed to the ground, an inexplicable fear radiating from his core. The legendary Super Saiyan, he will be killed. Vegeta trembled ever so slightly, abruptly relinquishing his state as a Super Saiyan, devoid of any will to resist. The sheer magnitude of oppressive force startled everyone present. However, Goku, Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo were unfazed by the gravity of the situation. They transformed into Super Saiyans and charged towards Broly. With a swift motion, Broly raised his right hand, extending his index finger towards Goku. Kakarot, you shall be the first to face my blood sacrifice. With that declaration, Broly vaulted into the air, launching his fists towards Goku and his companions. Bang! Bang! With mere flicks of his fists, Broly sent Goku and his allies hurtling backwards. Ha ha! Kakarot, I will tear your body in half. Broly cackled maniacally. That he unleashed his full power, accelerating towards Goku at an astonishing pace, the ground beneath him carved deeply by his immense energy. As Broly approached, beads of cold sweat formed on Goku's brow, yet he stood resolute, prepared to confront the onslaught head-on. Mr. Goku, Trunks shouted anxiously, gathering energy in his palms and firing it at Broly. Simultaneously, Gohan and Piccolo concentrated their energy into blasts aimed at Broly. However, these energy orbs merely tickled Broly, who, undeterred and with a frenzied gleam in his eyes, delivered a crushing blow to Goku's abdomen. Ugh! Goku gasped in pain, blood spilling from his lips. This is bad. We're going to be killed. Why resist when we know we can't win? Vegeta pondered in confusion. Yet, upon witnessing Gohan and his son daring to resist, he found himself struggling against his own despair. How dare they? Even Kakarot dares to fight back. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I cannot be outdone by a lowly warrior like Kakarot. I will not back down. If I must die, then so be it. Vegeta roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Broly. But in an instant, with a resounding bang, Vegeta was swatted away like an insect. Goku, Trunks, and Gohan soon followed suit, collapsing in quick succession. Observing this scene from a distance, Lynn Fan decided it was time to intervene. He suddenly appeared behind Broly, extending his tail to ensnare him to prevent any unforeseen complications. Lynn Fan firmly secured Broly in place, and no matter how much Broly struggled, it was in vain. The disparity in their power was insurmountable, especially since Lynn Fan had merged with Broly's genes. Without any incident, Broly flailed helplessly but could not break free. After a few moments of writhing, Lynn Fan absorbed Broly completely, retracting his tail back to its normal state. In an instant, Lynn Fan's power surged. Boom! A white aura erupted from him, and at that moment, Lynn Fan's base power reached an astonishing 18 billion. Having absorbed Broly propelled his base power from 10 billion to 18 billion. A remarkable leap indeed. Ha ha ha. Excellent, simply marvelous, Lynn Fan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Goku watched in awe as Broly was consumed, utterly astonished. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Is this some kind of joke? What manner of creature is this? Even someone as formidable as Broly was dispatched so effortlessly by this individual. Goku's mind reeled with disbelief. After absorbing Broly, Lynn Fan raised his right hand, releasing a golden light that enveloped Goku. Healing technique. Within mere seconds, Goku's injuries were mended. Subsequently, Lynn Fan repeated the process, healing Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks as well. Who are you, exactly? Goku inquired. I have mentioned it before. You may call me Lynn Fan, he replied nonchalantly. With that, Lynn Fan executed a technique of instant transmission, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself back on Earth. Goku and the others also returned to Earth through instant transmission. Before long, the next day arrived. At that moment, Lynn Fan retrieved the all-world gate from the system space. Just as he was about to depart from this timeline, he sensed a faint yet potent aura of resentment emanating from a concealed location on Earth. This prompted him to stow the all-world gate back into the system space. Resentment. Is it a resentment wave device? Perhaps? Lynn Fan murmured to himself that I shall discover the truth. With that thought, he utilized instant transmission, racing towards the source of the aura. In an instant, he arrived at a location resembling a laboratory. Before him stood an old man and a collection of purple, spherical objects strewn across the floor. Additionally, there was a peculiar mechanical device absorbing the aura of resentment. Could this be Dr. Lecky? Lynn Fan speculated. Indeed, it was the resentment wave amplification device. Upon seeing the mechanical apparatus, Lynn Fan understood the situation. The current narrative belonged to the Dragon Ball Z spin-off, the Saiyan Extinction Plan. It recounted how the Zenkai were annihilated by the Saiyans led by King Vegeta. King Vegeta seized the planet Zenkai, renaming it Planet Vegeta. As the most formidable scientist among the Zenkai, Dr. Lecky, in his final moments, created the resentment amplification device. This device could absorb the boundless resentment of the Zenkai. It was capable of generating vengeful warriors, ultimately evolving into the life form known as Hachiyak. This Hachiyak was even stronger than the original Broly. Presently, Dr. Lecky had been resurrected as a vengeful warrior through this resentment device. Dr. Lecky could manipulate resentment and create extinction energy, along with harnessing various advanced technologies of the Zenkai. His goal was to exact vengeance upon the Saiyans until every last one was eradicated. System. Merge with Dr. Lecky's genes. Ding! Congratulations, you have merged with Dr. Lecky's genes, acquiring the technological essence of the Zenkai, the ability to manipulate resentment, the method to create extinction energy, and all abilities of Dr. Lecky. A smile curled at the corners of Lynn Fan's mouth. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall see if the resentment wave device can evolve into Hachiyak. If it can, I will merge with its genes first, then absorb it. That time, my base power will undoubtedly surge once again. With that in mind, Lynn Fan executed instant transmission and vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself at Bulma's house, where staying for a few days posed no issue. Before long, another day passed. Meanwhile, across the globe, the ominous energy of extinction began to manifest. Those who inhaled this gas would gradually lose their vital signs. However, Lynn Fan could concoct an antidote for this gas, though it was unnecessary. His sole aim was to await the emergence of Hachiyak. Once Hachiyak was dealt with, the source of the extinction energy would naturally dissipate. At that moment, everyone convened for a meeting. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. This extinction energy could only have been produced by the Zenkai. Let us go, Vegeta. We must destroy the source of this gas, Goku proposed. Thus, they set off. However, midway through their flight, they encountered 4 adversaries blocking their path. Frieza, Cooler, Door, and Slug. Aren't these guys supposed to be dead? How are they back? Goku's expression shifted. Lynn Fan calmly explained. These are vengeful warriors created by the resentment wave device. They have not truly been resurrected. With that, Lynn Fan swiftly dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the device, continuously emitting the extinction energy. Boom! The device exploded, and without its power source, Frieza and his cohorts let out frustrated roars before vanishing. Let us proceed to the source of the resentment wave amplification device. Having spoken, Lynn Fan's body flickered, and he found himself in the laboratory he had visited the day prior. Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly followed in his wake. Ha! Saiyans, you have arrived too late. Hachiyak has absorbed enough resentment. He has evolved into the mightiest avenger. You shall all perish at his hands. Dr. Reiki cackled madly. As predicted, a flash of purple-black light erupted. The resentment wave amplification device underwent its final evolution, becoming an independent entity, Hachiyak. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong and his comrades darkened. Only Lynn Fan wore a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha. System, merge with Hachiyak's genes. Ding. Congratulations. You have fused with Hachiyak's genes, acquiring 5 billion combat power, the ability to absorb resentment, the capability to create vengeful warriors, and all of Hachiyak's abilities. Excellent. Now, it is time to absorb you, Hachiyak. Lynn Fan exclaimed with exhilaration. With a thought, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames erupting from his body. He grew suddenly taller by 30 cm, his muscles bulging, hair standing on end, with a few strands of fringe falling over his forehead, the color of vivid grass green. This transformation was the legendary Super Saiyan of Broly. In a flash, Lynn Fan appeared before Hachiak, his tail expanding like a massive urethral bag, swiftly ensnaring Hachiak. Hachiak struggled fiercely, but it was in vain. Against the vast disparity in power, any resistance was futile. Lynn Fan's tail writhed a few times. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Hachiak was completely absorbed. Lynn Fan's tail returned to its original form, and a powerful aura surged from within him. This was a force swelling immensely, an overwhelming increase that he struggled to adapt to momentarily. However, Lynn Fan soon exited the Super Saiyan state and fully acclimated to the burgeoning power within him. His normal combat power reached 40 billion. Lynn Fan licked his lips, a smile creeping across his face. This was far swifter than his previous arduous training. Excellent. In the future, when encountering foes, I shall first merge genes and then absorb them, maximizing my gains. Lynn Fan contemplated. No, this is impossible. Dr. Reiki bellowed in frustration. He then transformed into resentment, being absorbed back into Lynn Fan's body. Dr. Reiki, having been created by the resentment wave amplification device, was naturally subject to Lynn Fan's absorption, with a mere thought. Lynn Fan also halted the devices around the globe that released the deadly energy. The source of control for those devices was Hachiak. Now that Hachiak had been absorbed, the authority to release the deadly energy was also relinquished at this moment, having merged with Hachiak's genes and subsequently absorbed him. Lynn Fan could distinctly sense that he could absorb the resentment energy of Earth at will, not just Earth's, but even the resentment energy from across the universe could be absorbed into his body, transforming into formidable power. Wonderful. It has the flavor of the evil sword immortal, Lynn Fan mused. Lynn Fan, you absorbed that guy? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Indeed, I have transformed him into my strength. Lynn Fan replied nonchalantly. What a terrifying monster. Piccolo murmured, It is fortunate he is not our enemy. Otherwise, we would likely be absorbed as well. Trunks thought. This guy Lynn Fan can even become the legendary Super Saiyan. A monster, Vegeta muttered under his breath. If Lynn Fan were to turn against us, we would surely face despair. Son Gohan pondered, in an instant. As astonishment washed over them, the gazes directed at Lynn Fan brimmed with wariness. Well then, since the trouble has been resolved, everyone should return. With that, Lynn Fan flickered and vanished. A day later, Lynn Fan utilized instant transmission to arrive in the underworld. Initially, he intended to retrieve the universal door to return to the main timeline. But after some thought, he decided to fuse with the genes of King Enma and the others in the underworld. System, merge with King Enma's genes. Ding. Congratulations. You have fused with King Enma's genes, acquiring the ability to subdue the souls of the deceased. All abilities of King Enma. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Lynn Fan smiled. The following day, he appeared on King Kai's planet. System, merge with North Kai's genes. Ding. Congratulations. You have fused with North Kai's genes, acquiring the Kaio-ken technique, Spirit Bomb, and the ability to communicate telepathically with all beings in the universe, along with all abilities of North Kai. Subsequently, Lynn Fan spent 11 more days fusing with the genes of various individuals. Raboku Fan, Grand Kai, East, South, and West Kais, Princess Snake, Blue Demon, Red Demon, Snake Way God, Dr. Willow, and Kitchen, among others. Although he was uncertain whether these abilities would be useful, Lynn Fan simply desired to merge. In his view, it was akin to a collection obsession. He might not need it, but he didn't want to lack it either. His normal combat power increased significantly, from 40 billion to 46 billion. Then, Lynn Fan flickered and appeared in Bulma's home. After resting there for a day, he thought, I have another idea. I might as well upgrade the Dragon Balls of this timeline's Earth and fuse with Shinran's genes to accumulate 12 wishes. With that thought, Lynn Fan vanished and reappeared in the divine palace of the heavenly realm. Summoning bubbles, he upgraded the Dragon Balls. Just as with the previous 2 upgrades, they were enhanced to grant 3 wishes. Furthermore, they could revive the deceased multiple times. Lynn Fan then adeptly gathered the Dragon Balls, calling forth Shinran as if conducting business. Come forth, Shinran. Lynn Fan called out. A flash of golden light enveloped the sky, darkening it suddenly. The azure-bodied, golden-bellied Shinran soared majestically in the heavens. System, merge with Shinran's genes. Ding. Congratulations. You have fused with Shinran's genes, acquiring the ability to grant 3 wishes every year. Shinran's eyes gleamed for a moment before he slowly inquired. Master Lynn Fan, what wishes do you wish to fulfill? Shinran, for my first wish, grant me 1 million senzu beans. Please place them in a universal capsule, Lynn Fan declared. Shinron paused briefly, his red eyes shining. Before responding, Master Lynn Fan, your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Instantly, a capsule appeared in Lynn Fan's hand, containing precisely 1,000,000 senzu beans. For my second wish, I desire a magically charged dining tablecloth. One that can conjure any dish I wish to eat from thin air, Lynn Fan specified. Very well, Master Lynn Fan. State your final wish, Shinron replied slowly. For my last wish, I request a planet forged from pure gold. Lynn Fan stated. Understood, Master Lynn Fan. All your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. Having spoken, the divine dragon transformed into 7 beams of light, departing towards 7 distinct directions on Earth, adjacent to Earth. A golden planet materialized seemingly out of thin air. This was the planet born from wishes. Lynn Fan stowed away the universal capsule and the gourmet tablecloth into the system space. Subsequently, with a flash of his body, he found himself in outer space, where he collected the golden planet into the system space. The reason he made this wish was to indulge in the sensation of newfound wealth. Soon after, Lynn Fan arrived at Baozi Mountain. After gifting Sun Wukong 10,000 fairy beans, he prepared to return to the main timeline. In this timeline, due to the nature of the theatrical version, there was no presence of Cell. Thus, Lynn Fan bid farewell to Sun Wukong and the others. Casually, he retrieved the universal door and stepped into it, his figure vanishing from sight. In the main timeline, within Lin Dong's estate, a door appeared out of nowhere, and Lynn Fan emerged from within at that moment. Lynn Fan's first order of business upon returning home was to extract the gravity chamber and enter seclusion for cultivation. Thanks to assimilating the powers of Broly and Hachiak, as well as integrating the genes of Rib Rice, his normal combat power had reached an astounding 46 billion. However, his mastery over this newfound power was not as flawless as before. After all, this surplus strength was not acquired through arduous training, and he needed a bit of time to stabilize his control over it. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta was training frantically within the gravity chamber. His body was covered in wounds, and blood oozed from his clenched fists. Why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Damn Kakarot. Damn Lynn Fan. And that infuriating brat Lin Dong. Why can all of you become Super Saiyans, while I cannot? Vegeta roared in a fit of rage. How infuriating. I am the prince of the Saiyans. If this continues, I will never surpass Lynn Fan and Kakarot. In a moment of intense frustration, the power within him finally awakened, with a thunderous roar. A golden aura erupted from his body. His hair turned golden and stood upright, while his eyes transformed into a vibrant green at that moment. After unimaginable training, driven by his own anger, Vegeta finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. I have finally become a Super Saiyan, he exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed by the surge of power. Kakarot, Lynn Fan, this is just the beginning. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall surpass you, Vegeta muttered. After Lynn Fan entered the gravity chamber for his secluded training, time passed swiftly. He was lost in the exhilarating sensation of enhancing his combat power, unable to extricate himself from it. Witnessing the visible growth of his normal combat power each day was immensely gratifying. Thus, 3 years flew by. With a resounding crash, Lynn Fan kicked open the door of the gravity chamber and stepped out with purpose. With a casual wave, he stored the gravity chamber back into the system space. At this moment, he donned a Saiyan battle suit, his physique well-defined and muscular, exuding a powerful aura. 3 years, training in such a dedicated state, and witnessing my own growth has been truly exhilarating. Lynn Fan mused. System, check my combat power. With a thought, he activated the panel. Host, Lynn Fan normal combat power. 100 trillion. After 3 years of cultivation, his efforts had not been in vain. A normal combat power of 100 trillion. I am terrifyingly strong now, Lynn Fan remarked to himself. Moreover, he had fully mastered the legendary Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4 forms. As for the Ultra Instinct, which was already in a perfect state. Through his hard work over the past 3 years, he had reached an unparalleled level. If he was previously at the first level of the Divine Dimension, now he had ascended to the second level. He was not far from surpassing the God of Destruction Beerus, only a few levels away. With a few more years of diligent training, he could effortlessly attain Beerus's level. After all, Beerus had existed for countless millennia, and his power was extraordinarily formidable. But it was not something that could be surpassed casually in just 4 or 5 years. If it were that easy to surpass Beerus, one would have to be exceptionally fortunate to achieve such a feat. Dad, you're out? Lin Dong's figure appeared before Lin Fan.by now. Lin Dong had grown considerably taller, measuring 160 cm, and with just a bit more growth, he would be nearly as tall as Lynn Fan. Dad, according to Future Trunks, today is the day the androids appear. Shall we go and take a look? From the energy readings, it seems their battle is nearing its conclusion, Lin Dong inquired. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Sure, let us go take a look. With that, their figures vanished. Meanwhile, on a small island in South City, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha were gathered, awaiting the arrival of the androids as indicated by Trunks. After all, they had witnessed the devastation of the future timeline and did not dare underestimate the androids. Gohan, you've grown quite a bit in these 3 years. Krillin greeted with a smile. Haha. Yes, Uncle Krillin. But it seems you haven't changed much, Gohan replied. Thus, the five engaged in casual conversation. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 oddly dressed figures were lurking nearby, observing them. These 2 were none other than Android 19 and Android 20. Dr. Jero, I'm going to kill Sun Wukong right now. How does that sound? His energy should be quite abundant. I can't wait to absorb it. Android 19 said greedily. Very well, 19, you can take care of Sun Wukong. But I shall absorb the energy of the other 4. Dr. Jero replied with a sneer. All right, I'm on it. Android 19 exclaimed. With that, he vanished and appeared behind Sun Wukong, tightly gripping his arms. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Feeling his energy being rapidly siphoned away, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others were taken aback, rushing forward to assist Sun Wukong. However, Android 20 swiftly intervened, blocking their path. I won't let you through. Your opponent is me. Android 20 stated coldly. Ha! Sun Wukong, your energy is mine. Android 19 laughed in excitement, his palms equipped with 2 red energy absorption devices. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smirked and retorted, Oh, is that so? With that, Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. Let go. Sun Wukong yelled furiously. Not a chance. I will never let go, even if it kills me. I will drain you dry. Android 19 declared with greedy fervor. Sun Wukong smirked. Oh, I bet you will let go. With that, he unleashed immense power, flipping his body and using his feet to kick against Android 19. Ha! As Sun Wukong exerted more strength, a resounding crack echoed, and Android 19's arms were forcefully torn from their sockets. At this moment, Sun Wukong, having been granted immunity to viral heart disease by Lynn Fan's previous wish, found himself in perfect health. Consequently, he was able to unleash his full potential. With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong forcefully yanked the 2 hands still gripping his arms away and tossed them to the ground. Humph, I told you. You would definitely let go. With that, Sun Wukong lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying. Bang! Number 19 crashed to the ground, momentarily stunned, his mind experiencing a brief shutdown. He could hardly believe that his arms had been torn off so brutally. It was an utterly horrifying experience. Not only number 19, but even number 20, the esteemed Dr. Jero, was taken aback by the sheer strength of Sun Wukong. He took a slight step back, contemplating a hasty retreat. So, you're an artificial human. You can perish. Sun Wukong advanced step by step towards number 19, who immediately displayed a look of panic. He quickly got up and turned to flee. However, after running just over 20 meters, he heard a voice echoing behind him. Suddenly, a terrifying energy blast struck him, but a catastrophic explosion ensued. Bang! Number 19's entire being was obliterated, scattered into countless fragments. Only his head remained. Rolling on the ground. Bang! A foot suddenly appeared, ruthlessly crushing that very head. The onlookers turned with curiosity. Vegeta, you scoundrel, are you here to steal the kill? Sun Wukong grumbled. What? That guy Vegeta can also transform into a Super Saiyan now. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. That it truly is unexpected, Piccolo murmured. Instantly, everyone was left in shock. They had not anticipated that Vegeta had indeed succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan after 3 years. Vegeta? This is bad. The situation is deteriorating. It seems I must make a temporary escape, Dr. Jero pondered. With that thought, he quietly turned to slip away while everyone's attention was drawn to Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot, it's not that I'm trying to steal your kill. But the issue lies with you. You, as a Super Saiyan, are still fumbling about with a mere doll, and I can't bear to watch. You're bringing disgrace to our Saiyan pride. Let me handle this trash for you. Vegeta declared haughtily to that moment. Vegeta radiated a golden aura, his golden hair standing tall, and his green eyes gleamed with confidence. He appeared to be looking down on all, his overwhelming pride reflecting the dignity and arrogance unique to the Prince of the Saiyans. Nearly soaring into the heavens, Vegeta, you truly are astonishing. I can't believe you've also transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong exclaimed, utterly surprised. Receiving such recognition from Sun Wukong only served to elevate Vegeta's pride further. Of course. Oh, yes, I am the mighty Vegeta, Vegeta proclaimed, his right fist clenched, pointing his thumb at himself. Kakarot, I have now surpassed you. Next, I will surpass Lynn Fan. I, Super Vegeta, am the strongest in the universe, Vegeta declared with pride. At that moment, a voice broke through the atmosphere, snapping everyone back to reality. Oh no, another artificial human has escaped, Piccolo shouted. No worries, before my Super Vegeta, where could he possibly run? Vegeta asserted. Let's go. We'll catch up. You all need not intervene. I alone am sufficient. With that, Vegeta soared into the air, flying at full speed in pursuit of the direction Dr. Gero had fled, due to the nature of the androids as machines. The others were unable to sense their energy, making it difficult to locate Dr. Gero. Just then, two figures hurtled through the air, blocking the path ahead of Sun Wukong and the others. Goku, Piccolo, you all are here. Lynn Fan greeted the group. Haha, Lynn Fan, Lin Dong, you've arrived too late. Vegeta just went after that escaping android, Sun Wukong explained. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan pondered for a moment before slowly responding, I see. Then that android must have escaped to his laboratory. I know where that laboratory is. Let us go take a look. With that, Lynn Fan led the way toward the location of the laboratory, followed closely by the others. Soon, they arrived at the concealed laboratory site, where a metallic door was firmly shut. At that moment, they saw Vegeta waiting outside the door as if he were anticipating their arrival. Vegeta, did that android escape in there? Sun Wukong inquired. Yes, I am eager to see what tricks that doll has in store, Vegeta replied with a cold laugh. Everyone step aside. Let me see what he intends to do by escaping in here. With that, Vegeta concentrated an energy blast in his palm and unleashed it upon the door. Bang! The explosion echoed, shattering the door and enveloping the area in smoke. As the smoke cleared, the scene inside was revealed. Apart from Dr. Gero, there stood a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were none other than androids 17 and 18.17 and 18. You two, quickly deal with the enemies outside. Otherwise, I will press this remote and destroy you both. Dr. Gero threatened. Understood, Dr. Gero. 17 replied with a slight smile as he stepped outside. However, just as he passed by Dr. Gero, he suddenly raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch, penetrating through Dr. Gero's body. Meanwhile, 18, quick-witted, snatched the remote from him and crushed it effortlessly. Seeing this, 17 smirked, retracted his hand, and delivered a swift kick to Dr. Gero's neck. Bang! Dr. Gero's head fell to the ground, and his remaining head began to curse furiously. Damn you, 17, you two worthless pieces of trash. Inferior failures, I should have destroyed you both long ago. Damn it, Dr. Gero roared in frustration. However, 17 remained silent, leaping up and crushing his head underfoot. In an instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Tisich. Finally, that rambling old man has quieted down. 18 remarked with a smile. Indeed. 17 nodded slightly. Now we are free. By the way, 17, this 16th sleep chamber, I heard the old man say it was a failed product. Should we open it to take a look? 18 asked. I won't heed that old fool's words. With that, 17 pressed the button to open 16th chamber. Buzz, the chamber door opened, and a towering android slowly stood up. It was none other than Android 16. Upon seeing these three androids, Sun Wukong and the others immediately changed their expressions. This is terrifying. They actually killed their creator. These two androids are nothing short of demons. Krillin stammered. No. Now there are three androids. Piccolo shook his head. The situation has turned dire. Tien Shinhan murmured, It seems we may have to rely on Lynn Fan. Yamcha thought to himself. Vegeta scoffed. No wonder these androids have brought destruction to the future. It seems it falls upon me, Super Vegeta, to resolve this. Vegeta, it's best not to underestimate them, Sun Wukong cautioned. No matter how strong the androids are, they cannot match my father, Lin Dong scoffed. As for Lin Fan, he quietly observed, saying nothing, eager to see if Vegeta would meet his match. Androids, you three shall perish before my Super Vegeta. You will find no escape. Vegeta sneered. Really, on the 18th, A figure stepped out of the laboratory with a gentle smile. In an instant, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves, moving to a more spacious area. Once outside, the figure cheerfully announced, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Android 18. And these two beside me are Android 17 and Android 16. Now, Vegeta, let me be your opponent." With that, Android 18 assumed a combat stance. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, raising his right hand into a fist and pointing his thumb at himself, proclaiming, "Oh, how tiresome. I, Super Vegeta, shall deal with you." With that, Vegeta's body flickered and he appeared before Android 18, delivering a powerful punch. In response, Android 18 lifted her right leg, driving her knee forcefully into his abdomen. Bang! Vegeta soared into the air, crashing down violently onto the ground. Rising from the earth, he roared in fury. "Damn it! How could I suffer such a great loss?" With that, he charged at Android 18 once more. However, Android 18 kicked out, sending Vegeta flying again, his body slamming into the ground and creating a deep crater. Truly deserving of the title Super Vegeta, that was no mere fluke. Lynn Fan mused. This gesture was akin to a conceptual skill, one that most could not master. Observing the confident smile playing at the corner of Android 18's lips, Lynn Fan thought, "System, integrate the genes of Android 18. Is that possible? Ding. Congratulations. You have fused with the genes of Android 18. Gaining infinite stamina, limitless energy consumption, 100 million battle power, and all of Android 18's abilities." Upon hearing the successful fusion, Lynn Fan smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. "Excellent. With infinite stamina combined with my current battle power, I need not worry about exhaustion in any fight, and with the million Senzu I wished for previously, as long as I am not instantly defeated, I cannot die. Even if I do, I can wish to resurrect myself." The realization brought a grin to Lynn Fan's face that he could scarcely contain. Damn it. Vegeta slowly struggled to his feet, eager to confront Android 18 once more. Observing this, Lynn Fan raised a hand to halt him, stating, "Enough, Vegeta. The disparity between you two is glaringly evident. If you continue, you will only be inviting further humiliation." Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, after dedicating so much effort to his training. To find himself still incapable of matching the androids was a severe blow to his pride, leading him to momentarily doubt himself. Yet, recognizing Lynn Fan's reasoning, he understood that another attempt would likely yield a similar outcome. After all, he had witnessed Lynn Fan's strength 3 years prior during their journey to the future. Although he aimed to surpass Lynn Fan, it did not diminish his respect for his power. "Damn it, must my strength stagnate here?" Vegeta lamented. Lynn Fan, understanding the turmoil within him, reassured, "Vegeta, it is not that simple. Your inability to defeat Android 18 is merely temporary. With your talent and determination, it won't be long before you surpass her. Perhaps, in the future, you may even surpass me," Lynn Fan encouraged. However, internally he added, "Surpassing me? That would be quite the surprise." With Lynn Fan's words, Vegeta's desire to continue fighting faded, yet his resolve to train harder and surpass Lynn Fan only grew stronger. "You are right, Lynn Fan. I will surpass you. Just wait. I will claim the title of the strongest in the universe," Vegeta declared, stepping down from his Super Saiyan form and approaching Goku. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lynn Fan, eager to see his next move. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lynn Fan slowly spoke. "Android 18, 17, and 16, while I am still in good spirits, you three should leave this place quickly." The reason for his words was to allow Cell to absorb Androids 17 and 18, and then force Cell into his perfect form, enabling Lynn Fan to absorb him and maximize the benefits. At that point, should he absorb Perfect Cell, his battle power would increase by 2 or 300 billion. Such a method of power augmentation far surpassed the arduous training he would endure. "Huh? Leave? Why? Were you not here to defeat us?" Android 18 inquired, puzzled. Lynn Fan shook his head slightly, replying, "There is no need for that. To be frank, you are far too weak to cause any significant disturbance. TCH, you speak as if you are exceptional. One can only discern their ability by testing it." Android 17 retorted disdainfully, "My target is Goku. I have no interest in anyone else." Android 16 interjected, "Very well. The opportunity has been granted. What will your choice be?" Lynn Fan asked. With that, Lynn Fan suddenly erupted with energy. A white aura exploded from his body, emanating a powerful sense of pressure that radiated outward in all directions. The sheer intensity of Lynn Fan's battle power became unmistakable. What a terrifying presence! The mere release of his aura caused involuntary shivers to course through my body. It was utterly terrifying. Goku gulped. A flicker of shock in his eyes. Unbelievable. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I must acknowledge that Lynn Fan's strength is indeed the most formidable. Vegeta gasped in astonishment. What an awe-inspiring aura. It felt as though I were standing before a deity. My body trembled uncontrollably. Piccolo murmured, I felt my legs wanting to collapse beneath me. Krillin exclaimed in sheer horror. Truly, he is my father. Lin Dong praised in admiration. Yamcha, Ten, and Gohan were similarly affected, their bodies quaking as their minds nearly lost coherence. The mere aura conveyed a profound sense of terror that resonated from the depths of their souls. What manner of monster was this? Android 18's face turned ashen. I choose to leave. Android 17 stammered. Meanwhile, Android 16's cerebral chip struggled to process Lynn Fan's battle power, nearly malfunctioning on the spot. Android 18, we should leave quickly, Android 17 urged. The power Lynn Fan displayed was clearly beyond what the three could contend with, compelling them to comply with his implied directive. Consequently, without dissent, Android 18 and 16 swiftly departed at great speed, fleeing the scene. This was the true might of Lynn Fan. He intimidated the enemy into retreat without a fight. Piccolo marveled that in no time. The crowd erupted in praise. Damn you, Lynn Fan, cursed Kakarot, I will surpass you both. Vegeta vowed silently. Only Vegeta, in a fit of rage, stormed away, resolved to continue his training to surpass both Lynn Fan and Goku. Subsequently, the group dispersed, with Lynn Fan returning home with Lin Dong, while Goku and the others also departed. With Lynn Fan's intimidation, none feared that the androids would stir any trouble. However, the following day, an unsightly creature stealthily trailed behind androids 17, 18, and 16. It was a green, spot-covered monster, resembling a humanoid insect. Indeed, it was Cell. 3 years prior, he had slain Trunks and traveled through time to this timeline. That timeline had since been restored by Lynn Fan. However, at that time, Cell, due to his massive size, could not fit into the time machine. Thus, he regressed and transformed into an egg to enter the time machine, arriving in the primary timeline. Recently, he had finally reverted to his current humanoid insect form. Androids 17 and 18, you have finally appeared. I can hardly contain my excitement to absorb you. I eagerly anticipate evolving into my perfect form, Shiro murmured to himself, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, during a casual conversation among the three bystanders. He seized the opportunity while their attention wavered. His figure stealthily materialized behind the number 17. The tail at the rear of his body rose suddenly, resembling a venomous serpent, expanding rapidly until it reached the size of a water tank. Before the trio could react, it lunged forward, engulfing the entirety of number 17 in an instant. Shiro's tail constricted swiftly, tightly ensnaring number 17, akin to a python consuming its prey. Number 17 naturally struggled desperately, his legs flailing in panic, but to no avail. After a few undulations of Shiro's tail, number 17 was entirely absorbed. This shocking scene startled number 18 and number 16 considerably. They attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Number 17 had been decisively consumed by Shiro. Shiro, having absorbed number 17, felt an overwhelming surge of power swelling within him. A dazzling light erupted from his body, signifying a transformation. His physique grew notably robust, and his face shifted from an insectoid visage to that of a human. However, his appearance remained grotesque, with thick, unsightly lips that rendered him exceedingly repulsive. This marked Shiro's second form. With the absorption of number 18, he would evolve into his ultimate form. Curse that hideous creature. Return number 17 to me at once, number 18 bellowed. Following her declaration, she directed her palms toward Shiro, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts. Yet, Shiro, now buoyed by an increase in combat power, rendered number 18's attacks futile, merely stirring up clouds of dust. After a prolonged barrage, number 18 ceased her assault, quietly observing the smoke-shrouded battlefield. As the haze dissipated, Shiro's silhouette slowly emerged, unscathed, while a crater marred the ground beneath him, not a speck of dust clinging to his form. Realizing her efforts had been in vain, number 18's anxiety surged, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her brow as she felt an immense pressure. Shiro laughed triumphantly. Number 18, it is your turn to be absorbed. Come, merge with me. Shiro advanced toward number 18, emitting a sinister chuckle. You vile monstrosity, who would willingly succumb to your absorption? Number 18 clenched her fists, her voice laced with fury. Number 16 stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of number 18. Number 18, flee. I will hold this grotesque creature at bay, he shouted. Humph. Number 16, step aside. Do not interfere with my plans. Cheru retaliated, launching a powerful punch that struck number 16's chest, sending him hurtling away. Bang. Number 16 crashed heavily to the ground. To prevent further disruption to his scheme, Cheru fired an energy blast towards number 16. In a moment of desperation, number 16 twisted his body, but regrettably, he could not evade entirely. The third of his head was obliterated, exposing fragments of wiring and circuitry. This moment, Cheru had utterly dominated number 16. Witnessing this, number 18 turned to flee. However, Cheru swiftly materialized before her, blocking her escape. Ha! Number 18, cease your futile struggles, surrender to me. Cheru cackled. Number 18, in a state of panic, found herself relentlessly pursued by Cheru, akin to a game of cat and mouse. Ha! You cannot escape, Cheru taunted, as his tail unfurled. Boom! When his tail expanded to the size of a water tank. It struck like a viper, like a bag of urea. It enveloped number 18's upper body. Gulp, gulp. After a few writhing movements, number 18 was completely absorbed by Cheru. Following the absorption of number 18, Cheru underwent yet another transformation. A radiant glow enveloped him, and his visage became strikingly handsome, shedding his previous unattractiveness. His back sprouted a pair of wings, while his tail shortened considerably, creating a perfectly proportioned physique. This was Cheru in his complete form. Cheru gazed at his hands, clenching his fists as an overwhelming sense of power radiated from within. So formidable, so perfect. This was the essence of completeness. Ha 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 ha. I have finally attained my complete form. I am now the strongest being in the universe. Cheru smirked confidently. Hee hee. Now, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Lynn Fan. Killing you will be an effortless endeavor, Cheru murmured. However, my newfound strength brings a sense of loneliness. Perhaps I shall orchestrate a game. I shall name this game after myself, the Cheru game. Humph, it shall be done. Cheru laughed with self-assurance. He then vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others sensed Cheru's overwhelming aura. What is happening? Why do I feel his energy from such a distance? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Dad, it seems that not only your energy, but also Vegeta's, Frieza's, and Uncle Piccolo's are emanating from the same location. Gohan added. What on earth is going on? Why is there such a complex energy signature? Krillin expressed his confusion. Could it be that new androids have emerged? Vegeta pondered. Although Cheru's energy was convoluted, it exuded immense strength. However, he lacked Lynn Fan's genetic material, as Lynn Fan had sustained no injuries during battle, and Dr. Gero had not collected his genes. Meanwhile, at Lynn Fan's home, he too sensed Cheru's energy. Now, I can proceed according to my planned strategy. I hope you can become Lightning Cheru. Only then will my interests be maximized. Lynn Fan murmured. Lin Dong, let us go and assess the situation, Lynn Fan instructed. All right, Dad. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Then, with a flash, the two vanished. Simultaneously, Cheru appeared in West City, standing before the largest broadcasting station's camera, holding a microphone. Cheru began to speak. Attention, people of Earth. I am Cheru, the strongest android in this universe. In 10 days, I will host the Cheru game at the geographical coordinates 6845 in West City. This game will be conducted in the form of a martial arts tournament. If no one can defeat me by the end, I will annihilate the Earth. Earthlings, pray that someone among you can vanquish me. Ha ha. After delivering his ominous proclamation, Cheru attempted to turn and leave. However, at that moment, two figures clad in Saiyan battle attire appeared before him on live global television. Indeed, these two were Lynn Fan and his son, System, fused with Cheru's complete form genes. Ding, congratulations, you have fused with Cheru's genes, gaining 10 billion combat power and all of Cheru's abilities. Excellent. Lynn Fan smiled. Cheru, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lynn Fan, quickly recovered with a grin. Lynn Fan, you arrived just in time. In 10 days, I will hold the Cheru game, and you, along with Son Goku and the others, may challenge me. Until you defeat me, should you fail, the Earth will no longer be necessary. With a confident smile, Shalu proclaimed his self-assurance. At that moment, he believed himself to be in his complete form, considering no one could possibly rival him, dismissing Lynn Fan entirely. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan's lips curled slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. Shalu, the so-called Shala game you speak of seems rather unnecessary, doesn't it? Shalu furrowed his brow slightly and inquired. What do you mean? Are you planning to do something now? Huh? You are nothing but trash. There's no need to convene a game for children. It would be better for you to perish just like this. With that, Lynn Fan unleashed a powerful punch, striking Shala squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! The force of the blow sent Shala staggering. Collapsing to the ground, he clutched his stomach tightly, his eyes bulging crimson. In that moment, he felt as though he were on the brink of death. An overwhelming, suffocating pain coursed through his body, followed by an uncontrollable wave of nausea. Shala gagged violently, his stomach churning as he felt an imminent eruption within him. Desperately, he pressed his hands against his mouth, unwilling to expel the contents of his stomach. Unfortunately, the urge to vomit was unbearable. Gagging, he expelled a torrent of saliva and mucus onto the ground, which landed at the feet of a stunning blonde beauty, 18. After regurgitating 18, Shalu's complete form could no longer be maintained, devolving back to his second stage. No! Shalu roared in frustration, reaching for the fallen 18, intent on absorbing her once more. However, Lynn Fan swiftly moved, snatching 18 away. Shalu, you have reached your end. Unleash whatever means you possess. Lynn Fan observed Shalu with a detached demeanor. Curse you! Die! Shala bellowed, his fists raining down upon Lynn Fan's form. Lynn Fan merely smiled disdainfully, standing immovable as Shalu's punches landed upon him. No, this cannot be happening. Shala screamed in despair, realizing his attacks were ineffectual. Panic set in. He trembled slightly, instinctively taking a step back, contemplating escape. Yet, he swiftly recognized the futility of such thoughts. Shalu, your punches are far too feeble. They merely tickle, Lynn Fan remarked with a smile, shaking his head. Faced with Lynn Fan's mocking smile and airy words, Shala felt a surge of humiliation. In an instant, he lost his composure, consumed by rage, and resolved to fight Lynn Fan with all his might. His eyes bulged, his body radiated heat, and he swelled to an enormous size, resembling a balloon inflated to its limit. Desperation drove him to contemplate self-destruction. His voice grew deeper. Ha ha ha. Lynn Fan, no matter how powerful you are, what does it matter? I'm about to self-destruct. Even in death, I can take you and the entire earth with me. Shala laughed maniacally. What? Self-destruction? Lin Dong exclaimed, alarmed. Lynn Fan, however, remained silent, lost in thought. Observing Lynn Fan's stoic demeanor, Shalu swelled further, exulting. How tragic. No matter how strong you are, you'll perish alongside me. In half a minute, I shall self-destruct, and even I cannot halt it. Shala laughed maniacally, as if he had already foreseen the grim fate awaiting Lynn Fan and the earth. Humph, is that so? Lynn Fan smirked, raising his right hand to rest upon Shalu's form. Then, employing instantaneous movement, he vanished along with Shalu. Father, Lin Dong shouted in concerned that moment. All of Lynn Fan and Shala's actions were broadcast live by the television network. Those watching from their screens regarded Lynn Fan as a hero, the savior of Earth. When Lynn Fan reappeared, he was far beyond the Earth, amidst the expanse of space, with Shalu in tow. The distance from Earth was ample. Even a multitude of exploding planets would not affect it. What? Shala gasped in horror. Shalu, even if you self-destruct, you cannot harm me. With that, Lynn Fan focused his thoughts and transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Golden flames erupted around him as his hair stood tall, his eyes shifting to a vibrant green. Mastering the full power of the transformation, his hair turned from grass green to a brilliant gold. Just as Shalu was about to explode, Lynn Fan called out, "Energy barrier." Instantly, a green energy shield enveloped him, isolating Shalu outside of it. This technique mirrored that of the original Broly. No, no. I refuse to accept this. Shalu roared in utter refusal as his body detonated spectacularly, bursting into a magnificent display of fireworks in the cosmos. Once tranquility returned, Lynn Fan floated unscathed in the starry void. He then willed the energy barrier away, reverting from his Super Saiyan form back to normality. Lynn Fan gazed at the remnants of Shalu's explosion, spotting a minuscule chip, which bore some of Shalu's residual cells. In no time, the chip began to writhe, rapidly regenerating. Within moments, the chip was enveloped in flesh, growing larger and larger, ultimately taking on the complete form of Shalu. Lightning crackled around him as he marveled at his newfound strength. Then, he cast a glance at Lynn Fan, a confident smile creeping across his face. Ha ha ha. Lynn Fan, Did you ever imagine? I did not perish from my self-destruction, but rather, my power has surged immensely, Shalu exclaimed, exhilarated. As I had anticipated, following my self-destruction, I have evolved into Lightning Shalu. Lynn Fan mused. Excellent. Then you shall become the nutrient that enhances my strength. Lynn Fan sneered. With that, his tail rapidly expanded, growing to the size of a water tank, casting a shadow over Shalu. Seeing this, Shalu's smile vanished, his complexion darkening. What? No. Are you planning to absorb me? Shalu gasped in horror. Correct. Lynn Fan replied with a chilling smile. As a reward, I shall absorb you. Boom. A white aura erupted from Lynn Fan, a terrifying pressure enveloping Shalu. He faltered, attempting to flee, but it was far too late. Lynn Fan's tail ensnared him entirely. Shalu kicked and struggled, but the disparity in their combat powers rendered his efforts futile. Without any unforeseen events, as Lynn Fan's tail writhed a few times, Lightning Shalu was completely absorbed. Ha ha ha. Splendid. My combat power has surged by 80 billion. Marvelous. Lynn Fan licked his lips, feeling invigorated and utterly satisfied. After absorbing Shalu, he vanished, reappearing before Lin Dong. Father, thank goodness, you're unharmed. Lin Dong inquired. It's nothing, merely Shalu. He was no match for me. Come, let us return home. Lin Fan ruffled Lin Dong's hair, then utilized instantaneous movement to arrive back home. Meanwhile, those watching on Earth rejoiced upon seeing Lin Fan return safely. The hero of Earth. Fantastic. He is unharmed. Ha ha ha. No wonder I have grown up safely to such an extent. It turns out I have always been protected by heroes. That man is the savior of Earth. He has rescued all of humanity. How wonderful. The savior belonging to our planet has finally made his first appearance before the public. Oh, savior, it appears you have always existed. In an instant, discussions about Lin Fan spread across the globe. Meanwhile, Number 16 witnessed the live broadcast of Lynn Fan battling Cell on the large screens of skyscrapers in the city. Lynn Fan? Truly formidable. I never expected he could defeat a monster like Cell. Number 16 muttered to himself. Naturally, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others also learned of this news. Upon seeing Lin Fan in action through the television broadcast, they unanimously praised him. As for Satan, he was of no consequence here. With Lin Fan's presence, there was no way he could continue to deceive others with his tricks and claim to be the savior of Earth. If anyone were to assume that role, it would undoubtedly be Lin Fan or the other Z fighters. Regardless of whether Lin Fan desired such recognition, he could not allow anyone to usurp his achievements. I may not aspire to be the so-called savior of Earth, but you cannot only steal my accomplishments and treat me like a fool. The original storyline, Satan behaved in such a manner, not only claiming the Z fighters' merits but also treating them as fools. Had Sun Wukong and the others not chosen to ignore him, Satan would have met his demise countless times already. In the subsequent Majin Buu saga, the people of Earth ceased to believe a word from the true saviors, instead opting to trust the words of a charlatan who treated everyone as fools. How utterly ironic. Protecting the Earth, yet achieving nothing. At Lin Fan's home, the first thing he did upon returning was to utilize the abilities granted by the fusion of the dragon gene to make wishes. Meanwhile, Lin Dong brought number 18 back home, ensuring the young maids were attentive to her care. My first wish is to resurrect number 17. The second wish is to bring back the kind souls who were killed by Cell. The third wish is to remove the bombs implanted within androids 16, 17, and 18. Lin Fan made all three wishes in one breath. Instantly, these wishes were granted. The resurrection of number 17 was possible because, at the moment of Cell's self-destruction, he was left with merely a chip and a few cells, resulting in number 17's demise. The removal of the bombs from the three androids was a precautionary measure to eliminate potential hazards. Otherwise, one could never know when the bombs might detonate, leading to further troubles. Lin Fan possessed 12 wishes, and the ones he used now were obtained through the fusion of the Earth Dragon gene. Consequently, 3 wishes entered a cooling period of 1 year. He still had 9 wishes at his disposal. However, he chose not to make further wishes for the time being, preferring to save them for when they were truly needed. The next day, Lin Fan found himself at the edge of a cliff, home to the Kirin tribe. The Kirin tribe closely resembles pterosaurs, albeit much smaller in stature. They possess wings and the ability to produce magical gum. The leader of the Kirin tribe, Kirin, once battled Sun Wukong at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to disputes over water resources, he used magical gum to block the upstream water source, leaving those downstream without water. Lin Fan's purpose for coming here was to fuse with Kirin's genes. Observing the Kirin within a 100-meter radius, Lin Fan concentrated, system, Fused with Kirin's genes. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused with Kirin's genes. Acquiring magical gum, a pair of strong wings, and all of Kirin's abilities. After fusing with Kirin's genes, Lynn Fan felt wings sprout from his back. Moments later, with another thought, the wings retracted and vanished into his body. For Lynn Fan, a pair of wings felt somewhat superfluous. However, the ability of magical gum was still useful, capable of restraining enemies. After all, the stronger the combat power, the more formidable such techniques become. This technique bears resemblance to the one used by Majin Buu when he ensnared Vegeta with a mass of flesh from his belly. Excellent. Time to return. Lynn Fan vanished in a flash, reappearing back home. Before long, another day passed. This moment, number 18 awakened peacefully from her slumber. The first person her eyes fell upon was Lin Dong. Where am I? I remember being devoured by a monster. Did you save me? Number 18 rose and inquired of Lin Dong. Lin Dong chuckled, shaking his head slightly. No. It was my father who saved you. My father is Lynn Fan, the strongest being in the universe, Lin Dong said proudly. Lynn Fan? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, number 18 suddenly recalled that man who had intimidated her with his overwhelming aura, leaving her trembling and devoid of any courage to resist. Moreover, it was that man who had saved her, causing number 18's perception of Lynn Fan to shift. A flicker of admiration blossomed within her heart. He is such a powerful and handsome man, and he saved me in that perilous moment. How should I repay him? Number 18 pondered. Pretty sister, you have nowhere to stay, right? Why not live at my house for now? My house is enormous and incredibly wealthy. You can stay as long as you like, Lin Dong suggested with a smile. The moment he saved number 18, Lin Dong had the idea of finding a wife for his father, perhaps even a mother for himself. Incredibly wealthy? Really? Number 18's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. I'll show you around my house, and you'll see for yourself, Lin Dong replied. All right. Number 18 nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Soon, she followed Lin Dong out of the room. After several hours of touring, her astonishment only deepened. What an immense castle. What a luxurious estate. Number 18 exclaimed in awe. Wow. Is your family the richest in the world? How do you have so many maids? There must be thousands of them. Number 18 inquired curiously. You guessed it right. My family is indeed the richest in the world. We own a significant portion of the global industries, Lin Dong replied with pride. So incredibly wealthy. It's truly enviable. By the way, where is your mother? Why haven't I seen her? Number 18 casually asked, though her curiosity was evident. Lin Dong paused for a moment before responding. I don't have a mother. I was born from an egg my father laid. An egg? Number 18 asked, puzzled and not fully grasping the concept. That's right. An egg. My father can reproduce asexually. He laid an egg from his mouth. And I emerged from it, Lin Dong explained. Number 18's eyes brightened upon hearing this. So you really don't have a mother? Yes, pretty sister. Why don't you be my mother? Would that be all right? Lin Dong asked with an innocent expression. Number 18 hesitated for a moment, adopting a slightly troubled demeanor. Well, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Even if I agree, your father likely won't approve, will he? Yet, she covertly glanced at Lin Dong's expression, eager to see how he would respond. Lin Dong smiled gently. Pretty sister, you need not worry about that at all. From now on, you can live in my house. I'll help you out. You'll definitely win over my father. Upon hearing this, Number 18's heart leaped with joy. Such a powerful man, incredibly wealthy, without a wife, and who saved her. Was this not fate presenting her with a Prince Charming? However, Number 18 did not reveal her excitement on her face. Instead, she hesitantly replied, Well, okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Dong nodded earnestly. All right, pretty sister, I've been waiting for your words. I will surely make you my mother. How about from now on, I call you Mom? Lin Dong tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Number 18's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she was tempted to agree, she hastily declined. No. Let's take it slow. Otherwise, your father might not be able to handle it. Thus, with Lin Dong's encouragement, Lynn Fan remained blissfully unaware of the situation and unwittingly captured Number 18's heart. The following day, Lin Dong summoned a throng of reporters and brought them before Lynn Fan. Dad, you, as the savior, must present yourself to the public. These reporters wish to interview you, Lin Dong exclaimed. Interview me? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon nodded. All right, since you brought them, I suppose I can entertain an interview. Mr. Lin Fan, May I inquire when you began your journey as the savior? A female reporter asked. Well, I never intended to be a savior, but I cannot idly stand by as the Earth faces peril. As a citizen of this planet, it is my duty to save it from disaster, Lynn Fan responded. Wow, truly the savior. Such a heroic spirit. Another reporter enthused. Mr. Lynn Fan, could you elaborate on how you vanquished that monster? Cell? A different reporter pressed. Cell, you say? I merely exerted a slight effort, reaching the limits he could endure, and without any mishaps, I reduced him to nothing, Lynn Fan explained. Thus, under the barrage of questions from the reporters, Lynn Fan patiently answered each one. An hour later, the reporters, their eyes sparkling with admiration, departed with lingering excitement. The statements made by Lynn Fan were subsequently edited into a video heralding him as Earth's sole savior, which played repeatedly on television screens. With Lin Dong's intentional orchestration, this publicity surpassed even that of the original narrative's portrayal of Satan. Meanwhile, in the West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta spat disdainfully at the sight of Lynn Fan on the television. Humph, boring, wasting time. As a Saiyan, how can one engage in such trivialities? With that, he casually switched off the television. Beside Bulma, a blonde beauty's expression turned icy at Vegeta's words. Without a moment's hesitation, she rebutted. Vegeta, how can you say Lynn Fan is boring? Isn't it you who is wasting your potential? Instead of merely training all day, you should learn from Lynn Fan. You ought to make appearances in public and play the role of a savior. Otherwise, who would recognize you as Earth's true guardians? The blonde beauty retorted angrily. All right, sister, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. Vegeta's character is simply like that. It won't change overnight, Bulma interjected. Humph, I maintain that Vegeta will never surpass Lynn Fan. Tais scoffed. Humph, Tais, I will prove you wrong. I will surpass Lynn Fan, Vegeta declared as he stormed out, intent on training further. Tais scoffed again. Humph, you will never surpass Lynn Fan in this lifetime. He is the strongest man in the universe. Afterward, she turned her gaze toward Bulma, quickly shifting her demeanor as if transformed. Bulma, didn't you say Lynn Fan has no girlfriend? Perhaps you could introduce me to him. I am quite eager to meet him. Tai suggested. When discussing Lynn Fan, a glimmer of admiration and longing sparkled in Tai's eyes. Bulma, taken aback for a moment, teased, Sister, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for Lynn Fan, would you? Tai's cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly protested. Of course not. Don't say such things. I merely wish to use him as the inspiration for the protagonist of a long novel. Tai's hastily clarified, seemingly worried Bulma wouldn't believe her. Sister, please don't misunderstand. I truly only intend to write a novel based on his story. Upon hearing this, Bulma's suspicions solidified. Her sister, without a doubt, had developed feelings for Lynn Fan. However, as a supportive sister, Bulma refrained from exposing her sister's affections, instead smiling gently. Very well, sister, I shall take you to meet Lynn Fan and introduce you. Really? That would be wonderful. You are truly the best sister, Tais exclaimed joyfully. Sister, give me your hand. I will use instant transmission to take you there. Bulma offered her hand to Tais. Tais grasped Bulma's hand tightly, and with a swift motion, the two vanished into thin air. Bulma's ability to use instant transmission was a gift from Lynn Fan's wishes made during their time on Namek. A boon shared among the Z fighters, allowing them not only to teleport but also to utilize Namekian healing techniques. At Lynn Fan's residence, he sat beside the outdoor pool, sipping on a fruit drink. While number 18 frolicked in the water with two bikini-clad maids, Lin Dong looked on. I in the pool, number 18 posed alluringly, teasingly beckoning someone with enticing gestures, her charm undeniable. Of course, this was all Lin Dong's misguided idea. And number 18, seeing some merit in it, had developed into the current scene. At that moment, Lin Fan could only think, number 18, you are quite provocative. I never noticed this when watching Dragon Ball. As Lin Fan reveled in the beautiful view before him. A sudden whoosh echoed through the air, and two figures appeared before him. Lin Fan looked up in surprise. Bulma and Tais, what brings you two here? He pondered, feeling perplexed. After a moment, Lin Fan greeted them. Ah, Bulma, what a rare visit. What brings you here today? Bulma smiled slightly, explaining, Lin Fan, I actually came to introduce you to her. As she spoke, she nudged Tais forward, presenting her to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is my sister. Tais, hello, Mr. Lin Fan. I am Tais. I have long admired your deeds. Now that I see you in person, I realize you are a true hero. Tais exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hello. Ties, I am Lynn Fan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lynn Fan replied, rising to shake her hand. Ties held onto Lynn Fan's large hand tightly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her gaze almost fervent as she looked at him. Wait a moment. This gaze, it's similar to number 18's. Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to me? Lynn Fan's mind raced with astonishment. However, what shocked him even more was what Ties said next. Taking a deep breath, she proclaimed, Mr. Lynn Fan, I heard from my sister that you have no girlfriend or wife. Therefore, would you consider going out with me? Her voice echoed across the pool area. Upon hearing this declaration, number 18 could no longer contain herself. She soared out of the pool, her eyes narrowed with fierce hostility, glaring at Ties. Who are you? You shameless harlot. Lynn Fan is mine. I will not allow you to take him from me. Number 18 shouted defiantly. Humph, you are the shameless one. You should stay away. Lynn Fan is mine, and I will always cherish him. Ties retorted, unyielding. What the hell? I haven't done anything, yet two beautiful women are vying for my attention. Lynn Fan exclaimed in exasperation. Harlot, stay away from Lynn Fan. Number 18 fired back. Oh, I remember now. I've seen you on television. You are that wretched woman whom Lynn Fan saved from Cell. Ties mocked. Humph, you, an unknown interloper. Dare to compete for my man. You must be out of your mind. On the 18th, a rebuttal was exchanged in a moment. The two individuals drew closer, their eyes filled with urgency and anger, leaving Bulma and Lin Dong beside them utterly stunned. Consequently, Lin Dong hastily intervened to restrain the 18th, while Bulma took hold of Ties. They separated the two women, ensuring they maintained a respectful distance from one another. Lin Fan, feeling overwhelmed, was at a loss for how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he resorted to instant transmission. Disappearing from the scene, he distanced himself from the battlefield, observing the two stunning beauties vying for his attention, even resorting to a physical altercation, which was indeed quite difficult to endure. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's departure, the 18th's expression shifted dramatically as she directed her ire towards Ties, exclaiming, Harlot, this is all your fault. You've scared Lin Fan away. Ties retorted with a cold smirk. Humph, it was you, the shrew, who frightened him off. If it weren't for your sudden interference, Lin Fan might have just accepted my confession. The 18th glared at Ties, her eyes practically ablaze with fury. It's you who is at fault. If it weren't for your meddling, Lin Fan would have been mine long ago. As the two women commenced another quarrel, Lin Dong cleared his throat and stepped in to pacify them. Enough of this bickering. Allow me to propose that if you both wish to be with my father, you ought to compete fairly. Whichever of you can win his affection shall be regarded as my mother. If you continue like this, any man would be frightened away. At this rate, you both lack any semblance of dignity. His words rendered the two women abruptly silent. After a moment of reflection, they acknowledged the validity of Lin Dong's argument. They realized they had been too impulsive, neglecting their composure. It was wiser to harness their feminine charm instead. Humph, harlot, let us compete based on our abilities, then, declared the 18th. Very well, shrew. I certainly won't concede so easily. Ties nodded in agreement. Thus, the contest for Lin Fan's affections began, devoid of any hostility yet rife with undercurrents. Bulma, observing the situation, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, Ties' fiery disposition mirrored her own, and her temper was equally explosive. Meanwhile, the 18th was no pushover either. Her, the Prince Charming she once thought was within her grasp was now being contested, and she would not back down easily. Sister, I'm preparing to head home. Would you like to join me? Bulma inquired. Ties shook her head in refusal. No, you go ahead. I'll stay here for now. I refuse to believe I'll be outdone by a shrew. All right, I wish you the best. With that, Bulma vanished. In this delicate atmosphere, time passed swiftly. Before long, 5 days had elapsed. This moment, in a secret laboratory within the northern glacial region, unnoticed by anyone, 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, emerged slowly. If Lin Fan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. They were the androids 13, 14, and 15. Android 13 was a tall man clad in a baseball cap and jersey. Android 14 sported long braids, his muscular physique exposed, wrapped only in a green burlap cloth. Android 15 was shorter, wearing sunglasses and a gentleman's outfit, resembling a cool little boy. These 3 androids were the result of Dr. Gero's experiments, unleashed after the demise of Android 17, which caused the laboratory's computer to turn rogue. The corrupted computer inherited Dr. Gero's desire to eliminate Goku, leading to the creation of androids 13, 14, and 15. Humph, Goku, just wait. This time, you shall undoubtedly perish. Android 14 declared coldly. Let us go. Our only target is Goku. Anyone who attempts to obstruct us will be eliminated. Android 13 stated with a smirk. With that, the three androids took flight, their feet barely grazing the ground as they soared towards Goku's location. Meanwhile, in a restaurant in West City, Goku and his son were indulging heartily, rapidly devouring the feast before them. Delicious, delicious, Goku exclaimed in delight. Haha, Dad, eat more, Goten replied with a smile. You too, Goten, you're still growing, Goku responded, and they continued their frenzied eating. However, midway through their meal, the entire building suddenly shattered, collapsing with a deafening roar. As the structure crumbled, Goku and Goten swiftly navigated through the chaos, rescuing the Earthlings trapped within. Standing on the street, Goku gazed up at the three figures hovering in the sky, his expression changing drastically. Who are you? He demanded. Ha! Goku, we are here to kill you, Android 15 proclaimed with a wild laugh, his hat tumbling off his head as he caught it and replaced it. Are you three androids? Goku inquired. Indeed, Android 13 replied nonchalantly. Since you wish to kill me, let us find a deserted place so as not to involve innocent bystanders, Goku shouted. Androids 15 and 14 exchanged glances with Android 13, seeking his opinion. With a slight nod, Android 13 consented to Goku's request. Thus, the four of them sped through the air towards the northern glacial area. Goten trailed behind at a distance. Soon, Goku and the three androids arrived in the frigid glacial region, a place so cold that few would venture there. All right, let us begin here, Goku said, his gaze fixed coldly on the three androids. Ha! Goku exclaimed, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura erupting forth. Let us go, Android 15 roared, charging alongside Android 14 towards Goku. Meanwhile, Android 13 observed from the sidelines, prepared to make his grand entrance as the leader of the trio. Bang! Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending Android 15 flying. He followed up with a kick, launching Android 14 as well. Both androids crashed into the hard ice, shattering it beneath them. However, the damage inflicted upon them was minimal, rising to their feet. Androids 15 and 14 charged at Goku once more. The intensity of their battle caught the attention of Lynn Fan and Vegeta, among others. In an instant, Lynn Fan executed instant transmission to the scene, followed closely by Vegeta and Piccolo. Androids 15, 14, and 13. They're characters from the movie, a parallel universe, no doubt. But I've grown accustomed to this, Lynn Fan mused. In a flash, Lynn Fan appeared behind androids 14 and 15, delivering two swift punches. What transpired next was astonishing. With a resounding crash, the two androids, locked in combat with Goku, exploded into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. What? Android 13's face paled in disbelief. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he laughed maniacally, summoning the chips belonging to androids 14 and 15 to himself. Ha ha! Android 13 cackled as he absorbed the two chips into his body. In an instant, he swelled in size, his muscles bulging, transforming into a towering, muscular figure. That moment, Android 13 had metamorphosed into Super Android 13. Goku, all who stand in my way of killing you shall perish, Super Android 13 roared, swinging his fist towards Lynn Fan. In response, Lynn Fan smirked and spat towards Super Android 13. Magic chewing gum. Lynn Fan swiftly activated the power of Jiren. That glob of saliva instantaneously transformed into a gelatinous substance, ensnaring Super 13. I was just waiting for you to evolve into Super 13, Lynn Fan stated coldly. With a flick of his tail, it suddenly expanded to the size of a water tank, descending upon Super 13. After a few writhing movements, Lynn Fan devoured and absorbed Super 13. His tail then returned to its original state. In that moment, Lynn Fan's combat power surged significantly, increasing by a staggering 50 billion. Excellent. This is truly marvelous. Lynn Fan felt a wave of boundless joy rise within him as he sensed the transformation of power within. After absorbing Super 13, the gazes of Sun Wukong and others turned toward Lynn Fan, now filled with astonishment. What a monster. This is utterly insane. He actually absorbed an android, Sun Wukong murmured. Damn it. At this rate, when will I, Vegeta, ever surpass Lynn Fan? Vegeta clenched his fist. It's truly shocking. Every time I witness Lynn Fan in action, it leaves me in disbelief, Sun Wukong exclaimed, overwhelmed with shock. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. At this moment, Lynn Fan was leisurely sipping tea at home. Seated to his left was Android 18, and to his right was Ties. The two women gazed at Lynn Fan with deep admiration and infatuation. The strong are always revered, especially those who are both handsome and wealthy. Until now, Android 18 and Ties had not given up on pursuing Lynn Fan. However, both women felt a tinge of regret that their relationship had not progressed beyond mere friendship. Nevertheless, they were determined to continue their pursuit of Lynn Fan. Sigh. I'm not a stallion. Perhaps it's best to maintain this level of relationship for now. If in a few years your feelings remain unchanged, then I shall take you both as wives, Lynn Fan mused. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled a character from a movie, BoJack. Although BoJack's appearance was triggered by the death of the North Kai, leading to the unsealing of his confinement, the current timeline was quite close to when BoJack and his crew would arrive on Earth. They might appear at any moment. Never mind. I should take precautions. I will personally liberate them to avert any potential crisis. Lynn Fan contemplated. System, where is BoJack sealed? Lynn Fan inquired. Subsequently, information flooded into his mind. BoJack and his crew were sealed on a planet at the end of the Southern Galaxy. Excellent. I shall head to this planet. With that thought, Lynn Fan's body flickered and vanished. He reappeared on a planet called Hera. This was the stronghold of the Hera clan, to which BoJack and his crew belonged. Perfect. It seems BoJack is indeed sealed on this planet. Since I must destroy the seal, the simplest and most direct method is to obliterate this planet, Lynn Fan muttered to himself. Saying this, he proceeded to do just that. Lynn Fan's body flickered once more, appearing amidst the cosmos. That he raised his right hand, condensing an energy sphere, cradling it in his palm. He hurled it toward the planet, named Hera. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, and the entire planet exploded in a resounding blast, transforming into an incredibly brilliant firework display. The white light illuminated Lynn Fan's handsome visage. The shockwave swept over him like a gust of fierce wind, tousling his hair wildly. When everything settled, Lynn Fan noticed 4 men and 1 woman materializing in the void of space. The 4 men were BoJack, Goku, Bujin, and Bidu. The lone woman, with waist-length yellow hair, was named Zanjia. All 5 possessed blue skin, reminiscent of the complexion of angels. In the instant they appeared, Lynn Fan's body flickered, and he delivered a powerful punch to Bidu's form. Bang! Bidu exploded, showering the cosmos with blood. Immediately after, Lynn Fan kicked out, striking Goku. As expected, Goku perished on the spot. With Lynn Fan's combat power exceeding 1 trillion, anyone with a power level below that stood no chance against a single blow. 1 trillion in combat power is merely 1 trillion, while 1 quintillion is needed to reach Lynn Fan's level. Lynn Fan's base combat power was over 1 trillion, illustrating just how formidable he truly was. The remaining BoJack, Bujin, and Zanjia were left in shock, having just been released from their seal. Encountering such a powerful foe was indeed a stroke of incredibly bad luck. System, fuse BoJack's genes. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused BoJack's genes, gaining 20 billion combat power and all of BoJack's abilities. Excellent. Lynn Fan smiled slightly. He then expanded his tail, enveloping Bujin. After a few subtle writhes, he absorbed Bujin. The remaining BoJack and Zanjia stood frozen in place. Monster! Monster! Zanjia stammered. Damn it! I refuse to accept my fate. BoJack roared, launching a punch at Lynn Fan. In response, Lynn Fan gently grasped his fist. The tail expanded, swiftly devouring BoJack. After absorbing the two, Lynn Fan's base combat power surged by 100 billion. Given that BoJack and his subordinates were of the same clan, he naturally inherited all their abilities. Now, it's your turn. Lynn Fan coldly regarded Zanjia. No, please spare me. I am willing to serve you for life. Zanjia pleaded in terror. Seriously? Lynn Fan asked indifferently. Yes, please spare my life. I will serve you faithfully, never betraying you. Zanjia immediately prostrated in mid-air. Lynn Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my maid. Thank you, master. Thank you for sparing my life. Zanjia quickly expressed her gratitude. Lynn Fan then seized Zanjia and utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Thus, Lynn Fan's household welcomed another beautiful lady. The following day, Lynn Fan employed instant transmission to arrive on a peculiar planet. This planet, known as Bixta, was the one where Metal Cooler had merged in the movie. However, Cooler had been slain by future Trunks, and thus there was no existence of Metal Cooler. Yet, this planet remained. Originally a cosmic junkyard, the computer chips within had spent considerable time merging countless technologies and metals. evolving into a supreme intelligent AI. This intelligent life possessed its own consciousness. One could say this planet served as the celestial server for that computer chip. With immense computational power and capabilities, it would inevitably evolve into a metallic life form. Excellent. This planet holds immense potential and can be of great use to me. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a smile. System, locate the main brain chip of this planet. Lynn Fan commanded in his mind. Following the system's guidance, he arrived at the location of the computer's mainframe. Thanks to Lynn Fan's fusion with Bulma's genes, he swiftly implanted various viruses, successfully breaching the computer chip's defenses. Subsequently, Lynn Fan crafted a master program, establishing himself as its master, ensuring the planet would serve his purposes. With a flicker of his body, Lynn Fan brought the planet back to the vicinity of Earth, utilizing it as a celestial satellite. If necessary, this planet could assist in Earth's technological advancement and even produce countless androids. Wonderful. This way, if I wish to create androids in the future, it will be an effortless task. Lynn Fan smiled faintly. However, this metallic planet could only assist Lynn Fan in his daily life and serve as a tool for combat. It was hardly worthy of distinction. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed, this moment. Lynn Fan had spent a month training in the gravity chamber, significantly enhancing his base combat power from over 1 trillion to 2 trillion. Just as he stored the gravity chamber back into the system space, he noticed 3 beautiful women approaching him in succession. The trio comprised number 18, Tais, and Zanjia. The 3 gazed at Lynn Fan with eyes filled with fervent admiration. Lynn Fan, I missed you so much. A month without seeing you felt like a century. Tais exclaimed. Lynn Fan, I missed you too. This past month without you made me lose my appetite. Your image occupied my mind incessantly. Number 18 added. Master, I am your most loyal servant. Zanjia, do you require me to change attire and serve you? Zanjia stated succinctly. Lynn Fan, I can do anything you desire. Whatever you wish is within my capability. Number 18 and Tais struck enticing poses, eager not to be outdone in their allure. Upon hearing their words, Lynn Fan felt a rush of blood surge through his veins. However, he quickly suppressed this discomfort with a mere thought that, maybe next time. He said, vanishing before the disappointed gazes of the 3 women. On the lawn, Lynn Fan focused his thoughts and retrieved the universal gateway. It was time to visit the GT timeline, he contemplated, deciding to arrive 2 days prior to the Zephylian baby's descent to Earth. With a step forward, he disappeared into the universal gateway in the GT timeline. West City. A door shimmering with vibrant, multicolored light appeared on a grassy expanse. From within, emerged a tall man clad in a brown Saiyan battle suit. Standing at 220 cm, he was strikingly handsome, with long, flowing black hair dancing in the wind. His physique was well-proportioned, with bulging muscles radiating a potent sense of strength that a brown tail coiled around his waist. And if not for the absence of a power-level detector, he would be an undeniable Saiyan. Indeed, this man was Lynn Fan. Excellent. Let me search for the location of Majin Buu. I have long coveted his abilities. Lynn Fan whispered to himself. With his thoughts focused, he scanned the energy signatures of Satan City and West City, quickly detecting a powerful and unfamiliar aura. This could only belong to Majin Buu. Found it. Lynn Fan swiftly stored the universal gateway back into the system space and vanished in an instant. He reappeared in a lavish room, where a pink, rotund figure and an old man with an explosive hairstyle were seated on a sofa. Engrossed in television. A small white dog lay on the floor. On the screen, a live broadcast featuring beautiful women captivated Satan, nearly causing him to lose control. Satan, Majin Buu, Lynn Fan mused. Then, with a thought, he commanded, System, fuse with the genes of the fat Majin Buu. Ding, congratulations, you have fused with the genes of Majin Buu, gaining 100 billion combat power, infinite rapid regeneration, healing beams, transformation beams, restoration beams, telekinesis, the ability to absorb others as power, cloning technique, liquefaction, splitting, and all abilities of Majin Buu. Finally, I have fused with the genes of Majin Buu. Lynn Fan laughed maniacally within. With this, even if I were to be obliterated, as long as a single minuscule cell remains, I can regenerate at astonishing speed. Moreover, I can absorb the fragments of my split bodies to consume enemies, turning them into nutrients to enhance my own power. No longer must I resort to the primitive absorption abilities like those of Cell. This is utterly exhilarating. Lynn Fan felt a surge of excitement. The 100 billion combat power was secondary. What truly mattered were the abilities acquired through gene fusion. From this moment forth, I finally possessed the essence of immortality. At that moment, a voice interrupted Lynn Fan's thoughts. Hey, who are you? Satan asked, bewildered. The rotund Majin Buu also regarded Lynn Fan with curiosity. My apologies for interrupting your television viewing. Please, continue. Lynn Fan said before vanishing once more. What a peculiar fellow, Satan muttered, returning his attention to the television, dismissing Lynn Fan's presence from his mind. After all, with Buu's protection, he felt little need to concern himself with unusual individuals, even if danger arose. Goku and the others would have already dealt with it, leaving no cause for his worry. Lynn Fan reappeared at Bulma's residence, intending to stay the night. However, Bulma had aged significantly, resembling a matronly figure, which was difficult for Lynn Fan to accept. No wonder the old bird refused to acknowledge GT as part of the main timeline, considering how the characters he crafted had been distorted in such a manner. Wait, you are a Saiyan? This doesn't make sense. How could there be other Saiyans? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Well, if you believe I am a Saiyan, then so be it, Lynn Fan replied, uninterested in explaining further. Are you here to find Vegeta? Bulma inquired. No, I intend to stay here for a few days, Lynn Fan said nonchalantly. Oh, in that case, feel free to stay at my home. Leave whenever you wish, Bulma offered generously. She then led Lynn Fan to a room to settle in. Wait here. I'll go fetch Vegeta, Bulma said before departing. Moments later, Vegeta entered the room and closed the door behind him. Speak. What brings you to me? Vegeta demanded. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn Fan fabricated a response. I'm not actually here for you. I'm looking for Son Goku. Looking for Kakarot? What do you want with him? Unfortunately, you may be disappointed. He hasn't returned to Earth yet and will likely take some time. Vegeta explained. Very well. Then I shall remain here for now. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. All right. But I recall that our Saiyan race was thought to be extinct. Are you one of the surviving Saiyans? Vegeta asked. Intrigued, Lynn Fan shook his head gently. Not exactly. I hails from a past timeline. From a past timeline? Vegeta pondered. Indeed, I came to this timeline because a significant crisis is impending in this world. I am here to resolve it. Lynn Fan declared confidently. Is that so? How did you learn of this impending crisis? Vegeta questioned. That's not your concern. Just know that a crisis will occur, Lynn Fan replied calmly. I see. Vegeta nodded slightly, understanding that Lynn Fan may have his reasons for withholding details. He then stood and exited Lynn Fan's room. The following day, after the system had cooled down, the first thing Lynn Fan did upon waking was to fuse with Vegeta's genes. System. Fuse with Vegeta's genes. Ding. Congratulations. You have fused with Vegeta's genes, gaining 150 billion combat power, Saiyan royal bloodline, Big Bang attack, ultimate flash, and all abilities of Vegeta. Excellent. My base combat power has increased by another 150 billion. This is quite satisfactory. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. Soon, another day had swiftly passed. This moment, Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan, and even Bidalai had all gathered at Bulma's residence. The group was idly chatting in the living room, with Lynn Fan naturally present among them. Just then, a sound of the door being pushed open resonated, and a figure appeared before them. It was none other than Sun Wutian. Where's that guy Vegeta? Sun Wutian inquired as he entered. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately stood up and slapped his face, exclaiming, I told you before, you must address him as Uncle. It's Uncle Vegeta. Lynn Fan couldn't help but smile upon seeing Sun Wutian. Has he been parasitized by Baby? That works too. Lynn Fan thought to himself, System. Fuse with Baby's genes. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Baby's genes, gaining 50 billion combat power, the ability to parasitize others. Control others through ova manipulation. Infinite regeneration, the ability to absorb others' energy, the revenge death ball, and all of Baby's abilities. Excellent. Since I have fused with Baby's abilities, you are no longer of any use to me. Lynn Fan mused. Subsequently, he stood up, raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and pointed towards Sun Wutian in midair. Transformation beam. Transform into a chocolate liqueur for me. In an instant, a purple energy beam struck Sun Wutian, without any surprises. A chocolate shaped like Sun Wutian fell to the ground. This technique was indeed a capability of Majin Buu. Lynn Fan took a deep breath, and the chocolate was sucked into his mouth. Consumed entirely. After absorbing baby Sun Wutian, Lynn Fan realized that his method of absorption differed from Buu's. He would not alter his appearance or suffer any adverse effects, but would solely gain strength. Skills, abilities, wisdom, memories, talents, and all beneficial attributes. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's expressions drastically changed. What have you done? Why did you turn Wu-Tian into chocolate and eat him? Sun Wukong roared. Return my Wu-Tian. Chi-Chi screamed in fury. Meanwhile, Bulma and Bidalai trembled slightly, as Lynn Fan had demonstrated Majin Buu's powers. Could it be that the evil Majin Buu has returned? Bidalai pondered. Damn it. What should we do now? Goku is absent, and only Vegeta and Wufan are here. We might not even be able to deal with this guy, Bulma thought anxiously. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, Lynn Fan waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. Don't worry, I'll spit Wu-Tian back out. He was just parasitized, and you didn't even notice, did you? If you don't believe me, I'll bring him back, and you'll see. After saying this, Lynn Fan concentrated, separating Sun Wu-Tian from baby within him. Then, he opened his mouth and spat onto the ground, where Sun Wu-Tian was expelled. Sun Wufan and the others, seeing this, cautiously awakened Sun Wu-Tian. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Wu-Tian exclaimed, Mom, Brother Wufan, and Aunt Bulma, you must be careful. I think I was just controlled by an enemy. That enemy made me search for Uncle Vegeta to try and gain his body, Sun Wu-Tian explained. After hearing his account, the group turned their grateful gazes towards Lynn Fan. It truly is as you said. I'm sorry, Mr. Lynn Fan. I wronged you earlier, and I apologize for my rashness. If it weren't for your intervention, I can only imagine how things might have escalated, Sun Wufan said with a remorseful expression. Thank you, Mr. Lynn Fan, for saving my Wu-Tian. Chi-Chi also expressed her gratitude. In an instant, everyone's demeanor had shifted dramatically from before. Lynn Fan laughed heartily, casually responding, Ha, it's nothing. I came here to resolve crises and troubles. In truth, Lynn Fan's actual objective was to merge the genes of various villains in this timeline. However, saving everyone was indeed a fortunate outcome, merely a byproduct of his endeavor. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. At this point, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang had gathered 7 Black Star Dragon Balls in the universe and returned to Earth. The group congregated on Bulma's expansive lawn. Gazing at the Black Star Dragon Balls laid out on the ground, this set of Dragon Balls was a failed creation of the former Supreme, Kai. If a wish was granted using these Dragon Balls, the planet making the wish would explode within a year if the Dragon Balls weren't collected back. After fulfilling a wish, these Dragon Balls would immediately scatter across the universe, which significantly increased the difficulty of collection. Although this set of Dragon Balls had no cooldown for granting wishes, they were undeniably flawed creations. Lynn Fan remembered vividly that, in the original storyline, Baby had used the 7 Dragon Balls that Sun Wukong and his companions had painstakingly gathered to make a wish. This led to the explosion of Earth and the demise of Piccolo. Since these Dragon Balls were crafted by the old Supreme Kai, Piccolo's death would cause them to disappear, thus preventing further calamity to other planets. This plot point and its setting were indeed quite regrettable. To rectify this shortcoming, Lynn Fan resolved to modify the Black Star Dragon Balls. Hey, is that you? Wukong, can you let me handle these Black Star Dragon Balls? I can modify them to eliminate all their side effects, Lynn Fan said nonchalantly. Modify the Dragon Balls? Is that really possible? Sun Wukong responded, visibly elated. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Yes, it's a simple matter. With that, Lynn Fan approached the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls, raised his hands, and invoked the Elder's ability to modify and upgrade Dragon Balls. Instantly, a golden light enveloped the Black Star Dragon Balls. The Black Star Dragon Balls began to visibly transform. The previously black pentagram swiftly changed into a vibrant red star. Lynn Fan upgraded this set of Dragon Balls using his tried-and-true methods. Firstly, they could grant 3 wishes at once. Secondly, the Dragon Balls would not scatter throughout the universe, but would only fall on Earth. Thirdly, identical wishes could be granted an unlimited number of times, allowing anyone who had died to be resurrected indefinitely. Fourthly, during the cooldown period, the Dragon Balls would turn to stone and could only be used again after a year. Upon completing the modifications, Lynn Fan ceased the energy infusion, declaring, Done. The upgrades are finished. This is a successful creation. It is now a perfect product with no negative effects. Wow, it really is. The black pentagram in the center has turned into a vivid red. Xiao Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Furthermore, this set of Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at once, but had a cooldown period of 1 year. After a wish was granted, the Dragon Balls would only scatter on Earth. As long as I am alive, this set of Dragon Balls will never pose a problem and can be used indefinitely, Lynn Fan explained. Wow, Lynn Fan, you are truly amazing. Sun Wukong praised in that moment. Everyone showered Lynn Fan with compliments, their admiration overflowing. System, fused with Sun Wukong's genes. Ding, congratulations, you have fused with Sun Wukong's genes, gaining 200 billion combat power, Dragon Fist Explosion, Kaio-ken, Spirit Bomb, Tenfold Kamehameha, and all of Sun Wukong's abilities. Excellent. The Dragon Fist Explosion is incredibly potent. Lynn Fan licked his lips. The Dragon Fist Explosion was indeed a divine technique. Utilizing this skill could unleash one's full power in an instant. Delivering a punch that manifested a golden dragon from within, piercing through and obliterating the enemy. The strength of this move was secondary. What mattered was its sheer flair, especially when executed in the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. It was simply breathtaking. At that moment, a voice disrupted Lynn Fan's thoughts. Hey, I heard from Bulma and the others that your name is Lynn Fan, right? I can sense an incredibly powerful force within you. Could you spar with me? The speaker was none other than Sun Wukong. Lynn Fan felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Indeed, no matter the timeline, Sun Wukong was always keen on engaging in combat. Wukong, how could you act in such a manner? Whether friend or foe, you arrive with the intent to engage in battle. Such a lack of decorum. Chi-Chi exclaimed, pointing at Sun Wukong Dado. Chi-Chi, do not be so harsh. Without battle, life would be exceedingly dull. My relentless training is solely for the purpose of challenging formidable opponents. And to protect the Earth in the process, Sun Wukong replied. Then, turning to Lynn Fan, he asked, so, shall we engage in a duel? Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan nodded slightly, aware that a refusal would only lead to persistent insistence from Sun Wukong. Indeed, we can duel, but your strength is woefully inadequate. To enhance the experience of this battle and ensure your defeat is both convincing and honorable, I propose you transform into Super Saiyan 4 and then face me. Lynn Fan declared Dada, Super Saiyan 4. Is such a transformation even possible? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Super Saiyan 4? Has Kakarot truly mastered a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta pondered silently. Lynn Fan, realizing his oversight, covered his face with his left hand and remarked, I forgot that you cannot yet transform into Super Saiyan 4. Very well. I shall teach you how to attain that form. Afterward, you may engage in battle with me. Additionally, Vegeta may join to learn as well. If both of you achieve Super Saiyan 4 and then execute the Metamorph Fusion technique, you may stand a chance against me. Otherwise, do not harbor delusions of engaging me in combat. Lynn Fan elucidated, what? Is your power truly that terrifying? If I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I must merge with Vegeta just to have a fighting chance against you. Sun Wukong exclaimed in utter astonishment. Lynn Fan is indeed an unfathomably formidable being. I sense an unfathomable aura emanating from him. Vegeta mused, greatly alarmed. It appears that Lynn Fan's power is unprecedentedly immense. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Super Saiyan 4, a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3? Merely hearing its description sends shivers down my spine. Gohan thought, very well then, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, let us proceed to the Kaio-ken realm. The land there is resilient enough to withstand your reckless abandon. Lynn Fan announced. Subsequently, utilizing the abilities of the North Kaio-ken, he pinpointed the location of the Kaio-ken realm. With a mere thought, he vanished. Wait, he disappeared? Xiao Fang exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong explained. He has gone to the Kaio-ken realm. I never anticipated he would also possess the instant transmission technique. Come on, Kakarot. Let us also head to the Kaio-ken realm, Vegeta urged. Very well, Vegeta. Sun Wukong nodded, then turned to Gohan and the others. Those wishing to go to the Kaio-ken realm. Grasp my shoulder. With that, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and extended his index and middle fingers, forming a sword-like gesture against his forehead. What is it, Kakarot? Why are we still here? Vegeta inquired. Sun Wukong, unable to suppress a helpless smile, replied, Apologies, Vegeta, but I can no longer utilize instant transmission. My body has shrunk, and my energy has diminished, rendering me incapable of using it. What? Kakarot, what nonsense is this? How are we supposed to reach the Kaio-ken realm now? Vegeta demanded. However, just as everyone was at a loss, Lynn Fan reappeared before them. With a gentle smile, he began, My apologies, Sun Wukong. I nearly forgot that you cannot use instant transmission at present, having just arrived at the Kaio-ken realm. Lynn Fan had been puzzled as to why Sun Wukong had not yet followed. Upon reflection, he recalled the condition that prevented Wukong from utilizing instant transmission after his transformation. When Lynn Fan first read the original story, He was utterly baffled by this rather frustrating plot device. It was merely a result of Pilaf's wish for Wukong's body to shrink, yet it also rendered him incapable of using instant transmission. Lynn Fan thought to himself, why not introduce a ridiculous plot point that prevents even a Super Saiyan transformation? Alright, everyone, follow me, Lynn Fan said as he grasped Sun Wukong's shoulder. The others mirrored his actions. And with a whoosh, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the Kaio-ken realm, where the rather disheveled old Kaio-ken and Kibito stood, looking utterly bewildered. Hey, you lot, how did you end up back in the Kaio-ken realm again? It's one thing for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to come, but why are there two sagging old women joining the fray? The old Kaio-ken bellowed. Old ancestor, such words are not appropriate, Kibito quickly interjected, covering the old Kaio-ken's mouth. Che, which decrepit old fool are you referring to? Bulma retorted angrily, delivering a sharp slap to the old Kaio-ken's head. That wretched old man. You are truly insufferable. Chi-Chi rushed forward, delivering a punch to the old Kaio-ken's head. Following that, Chi-Chi kicked the old Kaio-ken to the ground. You vile piece of filth. You infuriate me. I will ensure you know my wrath. The old Kaio-ken seethed, but was restrained by Kibito. Old ancestor, let it go. Do not stoop to the level of mere mortals, Kibito urged. With Kibito's intervention, the old Kaio-ken relented, adjusting his appearance before addressing Sun Wukong. Wukong, what brings you here? Has something transpired? The old Kaio-ken inquired. Sun Wukong shook his head slightly, responding honestly, no, I merely wish to borrow your venue for a while. I intend to have a match with Lynn Fan. The old Kaio-ken narrowed his eyes. Intrigued. A match. What sort of battle necessitates taking place in the Kaio-ken realm? Old Kaio-ken, please agree to my request. It will not cause you significant trouble. Sun Wukong earnestly pleaded. The old Kaio-ken waved his hand dismissively, replying, very well, you may have your match in the Kaio-ken realm. I shall not interfere. Thank you, old man, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his respect waning as he addressed the old Kaio-ken casually. Upon hearing this, the old Kaio-ken nearly erupted in fury. Enough, enough, Kibito quickly intervened, calming the situation. Lynn Fan had been observing the entire exchange, and since the old Kaio-ken had no objections, it was time to commence the battle. All right. Now, I shall guide you in transforming into Super Saiyan 4. After that, we can begin the match, Lynn Fan declared. Yes, Lynn Fan, I appreciate your assistance. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the old Kaio-ken felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Super Saiyan 4, that name seems familiar. Unbeknownst to the others, they had no inkling of the old Kaio-ken's thoughts. Lynn Fan glanced at Sun Wukong and began, however, should you wish to transform into Super Saiyan 4, you will require a specific item and a catalyst. Item? What item? Sun Wukong inquired. Curiosity piqued. Is at the moon? Vegeta asked. Lynn Fan shook his head slightly. No, what you both need is a tail. Without a tail, it is impossible to transform into Super Saiyan 4. A tail? But our tails have long since been lost and cannot regrow. What are we to do then? If that is the case, we cannot achieve Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Lynn Fan, taken aback by this, replied, no worries. Just wait a moment, I will make the necessary preparations, and we shall soon be ready to begin. With that, Lynn Fan concentrated and, utilizing the wish-granting ability gained from the Fusion Dragon's genes, he made his first wish. My first wish is to have Sun Wukong and Vegeta's tails regrow. Instantly, the wish was granted. The astonishment of everyone present, tails suddenly sprouted from the backsides of both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. This spectacle was nothing short of miraculous. Wow, my tail has grown back. Lynn Fan, how did you accomplish this? It is truly wondrous. Sun Wukong was filled with astonishment. The ability to accomplish such a feat was truly astonishing. Vegeta was equally taken aback. My second wish is to restore Sun Wukong's body and height to their original state. Lynn Fan made this wish. Thus, with the restoration of Sun Wukong's normal height, his strength would undoubtedly be restored as well. In the moment the second wish was granted, under the astonished gazes of all, Sun Wukong's form remarkably reverted to that of an ordinary adult, no longer resembling a child. My body has returned. This is wonderful, Sun Wukong exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. My third wish is for Sun Wukong to retain his rationality while in great ape form. Lynn Fan mused. After voicing his third wish, Lynn Fan felt his preparations were finally complete. Having concluded these arrangements, Lynn Fan then spoke, all right, All preparations are now finished. Next, you can attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 4. What shall we do? Sun Wukong inquired. Vegeta also looked at Lynn Fan with curiosity. First, you need to transform into a great ape. Then, while in that form, transform into a Super Saiyan, specifically the Golden Great Ape. Next, once in Golden Great Ape form, your bodies and bloodlines must undergo further evolution to revert to normal human size. After returning to your normal size, you will achieve Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 is also known as the Super Ape Saiyan. Lynn Fan explained slowly. This is impossible, right? Kakarot can't do it. He is a lower-class Saiyan warrior and will surely lose his mind after transforming into a great ape. Vegeta frowned. It's fine. Just follow my instructions. With me here, Sun Wukong will not lose his rationality. I can grow tails for you, restore Sun Wukong's body, and naturally, I can ensure he retains his sanity even after transforming into a great ape. Lynn Fan replied with a smile. Then, Lynn Fan, I truly appreciate your assistance, Sun Wukong expressed. All right, let's begin. With that, Lynn Fan raised his right hand, and a white energy sphere coalesced in his palm. He then hurled the energy sphere into the sky. Instantly, this energy orb began to expand, merging with the oxygen in the air, resembling the moon. This technique was none other than the artificial moon. I have created an artificial moon, so you too can start now. I hope you succeed at once. Do not let me down, Lynn Fan declared. As Lynn Fan's words fell, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed at the moon in the sky. Within 10 seconds, their bodies underwent dramatic transformations. First, their hearts began to pound violently. Then, their faces contorted into fierce expressions, fangs sprouting from their mouths. Following that, their bodies swelled, tufts of brown fur sprouting forth. Finally, their eyes turned blood red. Two massive great apes materialized on the ground, a sight that left everyone in utter shock. Subsequently, amidst the astonished expressions of all, the two great apes let out a roar. Bolts of lightning erupted from their bodies, their fur transforming into a golden hue. As a wave of golden energy surged forth. Roar. The golden great apes, Wukong and Vegeta, bellowed. They were enveloped in a blinding golden light. When the brilliance dissipated, a cloud of smoke filled the air. As the smoke was blown away by the wind, two figures gradually emerged. These two beings had long black hair cascading down, their chests bare, entirely covered in red. An extraordinarily captivating aura radiated from them. Grandpa, they look so cool, Xiao Fong exclaimed, mesmerized. Dad, is this Super Saiyan 4? They look both powerful and handsome, Trunks gasped. Incredible. The transformation is astonishing. My Wukong looks too cool, Chi-Chi said while covering her face. But my Vegeta is a touch more handsome, Bulma remarked. This Super Saiyan 4. It aligns closely with my expectations. Old Kaio-ken narrowed his eyes. For a moment, everyone was struck with immense awe. Unbelievable. My power has grown to such an extent. Even I can scarcely believe it. Sun Wukong marveled at his own hands in disbelief. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 4. I feel my strength is truly unprecedented, Vegeta declared, astonished. How does it feel to have transformed into Super Saiyan 4? Quite exhilarating, I presume, Lynn Fan asked with a smile. This sensation is incredible. Truly remarkable, Sun Wukong grinned, exuding excitement. So, Lynn Fan, can we commence our battle now? Vegeta said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Yes, Lynn Fan, I can hardly wait to spar with you, Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. This moment. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, both Wukong and Vegeta brimmed with confidence, for the power of Super Saiyan 4 was like comparing heaven and earth to their previous abilities. Very well, let us begin. Lynn Fan smiled. That moment. Lynn Fan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta faced each other. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, don't say I'm bullying you. You both should take me on together. Tackling me one at a time holds no hope. Lynn Fan stated calmly. Humph, I don't believe that, Kakarot. Do not interfere. Let me test if Lynn Fan is merely boasting, Vegeta declared. This moment, Vegeta was undeniably brimming with inflated pride, as he could not fathom that he, as Super Saiyan 4, would need to team up with Sun Wukong. All right, Vegeta, I truly cannot do anything about you. Sun Wukong shrugged helplessly. Excellent. It seems you are determined to treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. In that case, I shall let you taste some hardship before you realize whether I speak the truth, Lynn Fan said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Bring it on, Vegeta laughed heartily. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I shall make my move. With that, Lynn Fan spoke a command and transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Instantly, his hair stood on end, turning a brilliant golden hue. His eyes transformed into a vibrant green, and his eyebrows gleamed gold. A wave of golden energy erupted from his body. Due to mastering full power, even as the legendary Super Saiyan, his hair remained golden. Without mastering the full power of Super Saiyan, his hair would have been grass green. Although this transformation alone is sufficient to defeat you, since I intend to give you a proper challenge, I shall summon even greater strength, Lynn Fan murmured. With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a spiky tuft of hair falling over his forehead, bolts of lightning dancing around him. This is what you know as Super Saiyan 2. Next, I shall become Super Saiyan 3. With another command, Lynn Fan's hair lengthened dramatically, cascading down to his waist, and his eyebrows vanished. This was indeed Super Saiyan 3, but it did not end there. With a fierce roar, Lynn Fan's form changed once more. His hair reverted to black, his body covered in red fur. Even his tail turned red, while his chest remained bare, long black hair cascading over his shoulders. This was Super Saiyan 4, due to Lynn Fan's fusion with Broly's genes. This Super Saiyan 4 was an even more powerful variant. The battle power of Super Saiyan 4 was 3,200 times that of the normal state. In other words, Lynn Fan's base power, over 200 trillion, multiplied by 3,200, reached a staggering 640 trillion. The strength was not far from the 1 quintillion mark. However, no matter how formidable the power, within the realm of the gods, it held no significance. To show you enough respect, I will unleash the full strength of Super Saiyan 4. I hope you can endure at least 2 of my attacks. With a swift motion, Lynn Fan appeared before Vegeta in an instant. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, Lynn Fan delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta cried out in agony, blood splattering from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach with both hands. Merely a single blow had nearly brought him to the brink of death. Such terrifying force. It felt as if his very being had been pierced. Cold sweat poured down Vegeta's forehead. How does it feel? Vegeta, are you ready to continue? Lynn Fan remarked indifferently, observing Vegeta sprawled on the ground. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. If you have the guts, take my next attack. Vegeta roared defiantly. Very well. Use whatever technique you wish. Lynn Fan replied nonchalantly. Yaha. Final flash, Vegeta shouted, thrusting both hands towards Lynn Fan. Lynn Fan stood his ground, making no effort to evade. Convinced that such an attack was not worthy of avoidance, a flash of white light erupted as a massive energy blast struck Lynn Fan directly. However, as the brilliance faded, a shocking sight emerged. Lynn Fan stood unscathed, not even a speck of dust clinging to him. Now, it's my turn, Lynn Fan sneered, vanishing and reappearing in front of Vegeta, delivering a swift kick. Vegeta felt a sudden darkness envelop him, nearly losing consciousness. His body was violently hurled away, crashing into the ground and creating a significant crater. Vegeta, Goku called out, then turned to Lynn Fan, clenching his fist. Lynn Fan, now it's my turn, he murmured. With that, Goku placed his hands on his hips, forming a blossom-like stance that a crimson energy sphere coalesced in his palms. Kamehameha, 10 times, Goku shouted, launching the red energy blast towards Lynn Fan. While a standard Kamehameha is azure, the tenfold version radiated red, reminiscent of the power gained from the Kaio-ken. Ha! Goku bellowed as the red energy wave surged towards Lynn Fan. In response, Lynn Fan merely smiled. Showing no inclination to evade, he raised his right hand slightly, and, with a casual swipe, deflected Goku's tenfold Kamehameha, sending it soaring into the cosmos where it erupted in a brilliant explosion. What? He effortlessly swatted away my tenfold Kamehameha. Goku's expression shifted, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Then, let me show you my next move. Goku clenched his fist, crouching slightly to gather his energy. Dragon Fist. Unleash, he roared, striking out at Lynn Fan. With a mighty roar, Goku transformed, his essence resembling that of a dragon as his fist penetrated Lynn Fan's form. Simultaneously, a golden dragon spiraled through Lynn Fan's body, creating a stunning and heart-stirring spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Lynn Fan's chest bore a gaping hole, transparent from front to back. How about my Dragon Fist? Goku turned, gazing at the pierced Lynn Fan. Oh no, I think I overdid it. Goku's expression changed. Lynn Fan, unfazed, simply smiled. It's all right. Your attack was passable. It had sufficient penetrative force, but the damage was lacking. With a mere thought, Lynn Fan's body restored itself, a testament to the powers of Majin Buu as long as a single cell remained. He would not perish, capable of instant recovery. Moreover, he possessed boundless stamina and energy, making revival a simple affair. You Your body, it restored itself so quickly. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Well, now it's my turn. Lynn Fan declared coldly. With that, he vanished again, delivering a punch to Goku's head. Goku cried out in pain, propelled backward, his face nearly caving in. Blood streamed from his cheeks as he stumbled to his feet. Then Lynn Fan struck again. This time hitting Goku in the abdomen. Ugh! Goku screamed, barely managing to withstand the blow. Teetering on the brink of collapse, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, waves of excruciating pain crashing over him. Even his Super Saiyan 4 form faltering. Lynn Fan, you truly are formidable. It seems that neither Vegeta nor I stand a chance against you. Even if we both transformed into Super Saiyan 4, we would still be no match for your strength. I am utterly in awe of your power, Goku admitted helplessly. TCH, damn Lynn Fan. I thought transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would grant me a fighting chance. Yet I find myself utterly devastated, Vegeta lamented. Lynn Fan chuckled lightly. I told you, even in your Super Saiyan 4 forms, you could never hope to defeat me. The only way for you to stand a chance is to utilize the Metamoran fusion technique. Only then will you be worthy of battling me. Otherwise, you will simply be subjected to my overwhelming might. Alas, it seems there is no other choice. Vegeta, shall we heed Lynn Fan's advice and fuse? Goku suggested. Tish. Kakarot. I refuse. I will not fuse with you. I would rather die than undergo such humiliation, Vegeta retorted, his face a mask of reluctance. Vegeta, I implore you, I genuinely wish to engage in a battle of equals with Lynn Fan. Even if it means fusion, at least we could experience a thrilling fight, Goku urged, his expression filled with longing. Humph, wanting is one thing. Fusing with you is an entirely different matter. I will not do it. I refuse to adopt such a shameful pose, Vegeta replied, his expression darkening. Really? I believe Bulma and the others would be quite pleased to see us fuse in battle, wouldn't they? Goku pressed as if on cue. Bulma chimed in. Vegeta, why not fuse with Goku? I would love to see the incredible transformation you two undergo. Lynn Fan glanced over, amused that it appeared Goku was Bulma's husband, as she supported him so fervently. Not only Bulma, but even Trunks joined in, exclaiming, Yes, Dad, I want to see what you would look like fused with Uncle Goku. Lynn Fan cast a sidelong glance at Trunks, noticing the remnants of the parasite baby still lingering within him. With a mere thought, he utilized Baby's abilities to extract the remnants, obliterating them. He then joined in the persuasion. Vegeta, I have long advised you against such indecisiveness. You two should fuse at once. Hesitation flickered across Vegeta's face, yet he still declined. Even with your encouragement, I still refuse to fuse with Kakarot. However, just then, he caught sight of his daughter Bulla, who began to plead. Daddy, please fuse with Uncle Goku, just this once. Super Saiyan 4 looks so cool already. I can't even imagine how awesome the fusion would be. I want to see how heroic and handsome you both would look together, seeing his beloved daughter so eager. Vegeta's resolve began to soften. Fine, just this once. This is the last time. He finally conceded. Kakarot, let us get started. The sooner we fuse, the sooner we can separate, Vegeta urged. Yay. Thank you, Vegeta. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback with delight. Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, they beheld Vegeta and Sun Wukong standing side by side. Creating a space between them, they commenced an unusual and somewhat embarrassing dance. Their movements were synchronized, their postures mirroring one another as if in a reflection to as they performed this peculiar dance. They shouted in unison, Fusion, ha! Their bodies bent towards each other with great effort, and as they extended their hands, their index fingers met in a gentle touch. Buzz. A brilliant, blinding light flashed before them. When the radiance dissipated, a figure stood before the onlookers, clad in the attire of the Metamorans. This being was adorned with a mane of red fur. Save for the bare chest, his long hair cascaded over his shoulders, glistening in a vibrant red hue. A golden aura, sprinkled with twinkling particles akin to stars, erupted from his form. His visage combined the distinct features of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, yet appeared even more striking than either of them alone. A confident smile graced the corners of his mouth, exuding charisma that could captivate countless admirers. Truly a sight to behold, enchanting all, particularly the fairer sex. So handsome, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Incredible! I never imagined that my grandfather and Vegeta's fusion would result in such charm. Xiaofeng blushed, clearly smitten. Hey, what's your name? Bulma called out, a question that piqued the curiosity of all present. As they eagerly awaited his reply, the striking figure's smile widened, and he raised his right hand, half clenching it into a fist, slowly pointing his thumb at himself as he declared, "Humph, since I am the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall be called Gogeta. I am the strongest ultimate warrior in the universe. However, I possess another name. You may also call me Vegeto." Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a profound shock to their very souls. What a melodious dual voice it was, the voices of Sun Wukong and Vegeta resonating in harmony. Truly, it was Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, so dashing and self-assured, Lynn Fan praised. However, while Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was indeed powerful, there was a significant drawback. Due to the immense power, this fusion could only last for 10 minutes. Humph, thank you for the compliment, but Lynn Fan, let us not waste time. Let us commence the duel. Gogeta proclaimed. Indeed, we must start without delay. You two can only sustain your fusion for 10 minutes. Let us settle this swiftly. Lynn Fan replied with a subtle smile, mirroring a confident grin that in his Super Saiyan state. Lynn Fan was certain of his victory. After all, his battle power had surged to an astonishing 640 trillion. System, assess Gogeta's battle power, Lynn Fan commanded with a thought. Instantly, the system revealed Gogeta's battle power. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's battle power. 1 trillion. What? 1 trillion. They merely fused, and yet their battle power has soared to such exaggerated heights. It has reached a staggering quintillion. This is utterly absurd. Lynn Fan gasped in astonishment. Then, a realization dawned upon him. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta could indeed be considered a conceptual-level powerhouse, lacking a fixed battle power value. The stronger the enemy, the stronger Gogeta would become. Truly, the invincible Vegeto and the mightiest Gogeta. Lynn Fan mused. Excellent. I shall make my move, Gogeta announced. With that, he charged towards Lynn Fan, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Lynn Fan, taken aback, attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! Gogeta's fist struck Lynn Fan's face with tremendous force, causing his head to snap back, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. After regaining his balance, Lynn Fan smiled, his injuries healing almost instantaneously. Very well, truly, you are Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Your strength is formidable. This is precisely the battle I seek. With that, Lynn Fan lifted his right leg, aiming a kick at Gogeta. In response, Gogeta grinned, blocking with his hands before swiftly grasping Lynn Fan's ankle. He then spun Lynn Fan's body around 4 or 5 times before hurling him skyward. Whoosh! Lynn Fan soared through the air like a cannonball, vanishing from sight. However, Gogeta chuckled lightly, vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was hovering directly in front of Lynn Fan, poised to seize him midair. Gogeta's fingers interlocked, forming fists as he aimed a powerful strike down towards Lynn Fan's head. Bang! The sound of the impact echoed as Lynn Fan was driven into the ground of the Supreme Kai's realm. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air. Gogeta flashed into view at the edge of the smoke, a smile playing on his lips. He raised his right hand, palm facing the obscured area, and unleashed a powerful blast. Boom! A gust of wind erupted, clearing the smoke. As the crowd looked on, they beheld a massive circular crater in the ground. At the center of this pit lay Lynn Fan. Sprawled out like a star, he twitched a finger and suddenly sprang up from the crater. Disappearing in a flash, he reappeared right before Gogeta. Let us continue, Lynn Fan declared calmly. Humph, just as I wished. Gogeta's lips curled into a smirk. With that, he placed his hands on his hips, energy orbs rapidly coalescing in his grasp. Ha! Gogeta shouted, forcefully thrusting the energy orbs towards Lynn Fan, the ultimate Kamehameha wave. This was the combined ultimate move of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Lynn Fan smiled, showing no intention of evading, ready to withstand the impact. Boom! A blinding white light surged forth. Lynn Fan's body was obliterated into mere fragments. What? Gogeta's expression changed dramatically. It's over. I've killed Lynn Fan, Gogeta exclaimed, regret washing over him. Had he known, he wouldn't have unleashed such a powerful technique. However, just as his words faded, he witnessed the scattered remnants of Lynn Fan slowly coalescing back together in the sky. In mere moments, all the fragments reassembled into a large mass, which then morphed into a humanoid shape. Shortly thereafter, Lynn Fan appeared in the air, completely unharmed. At this moment, he had utilized Majin Buu's abilities to regenerate rapidly. What? Lynn Fan, you're not dead, Gogeta exclaimed in astonishment. Lynn Fan scoffed. Humph, Gogeta, do not boast so freely. An attack of that magnitude could never kill me. I see now, you possess a similar ability to Majin Buu. An immortal-like capacity, Gogeta remarked, understanding dawning upon him. Then let the battle resume. Now, I can unleash my ultimate techniques without fear of accidentally killing you. Gogeta declared confidently, hands on his hips. Lynn Fan sneered, oh, is that so? If so, I shall summon even greater power to entertain you. Your fusion time is running low, just 5 minutes remain, so let us resolve this quickly. Excellent. I share that sentiment. With a faint smile, Vegeta observed as Lynn Fan's thoughts shifted, causing him to exit the Super Saiyan Force state. Subsequently, he uttered a soft exclamation. Ha! Instantly, his hair transformed into a silvery gray hue. His eyebrows and pupils mirrored this change, becoming silver gray in an instant. The aura emanating from his body was a deep blue, akin to resplendent flames of that very color. Yet, this aura did not erupt violently. It flowed serenely, reminiscent of a gentle stream. What kind of transformation is this? Why can I sense no energy from you? Vegeta expressed his surprise. Hearing this, Lynn Fan chuckled lightly. It is hardly a transformation, merely a divine technique known as the Ultra Instinct. Nanny. Ultra Instinct. The old Kai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Jebet inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. It is not merely a matter of strength, but of mastery. Even the Kais find it exceedingly challenging to grasp. Throughout history, the Kais have barely scratched the surface. None have achieved perfect mastery. I never imagined this Lynn Fan could wield Ultra Instinct. It is truly astounding. The old Kai murmured, Is it really that difficult? Jebet responded, equally astonished. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to their conversation. With a disdainful smirk, he declared, no matter your Ultra Instinct, it is meaningless before me. The mightiest warrior of the universe. Super Vegeta, is that so? Then come and test your strength. Lynn Fan replied with a calm demeanor. Very well. This time, I shall unleash my full power. One strike to determine the victor. Vegeta sneered, positioning his hands at his waist. Energy coalescing before him as he hurled it towards Lynn Fan. Final Kamehameha, tenfold. Ha! Vegeta roared, a colossal energy wave barreling toward Lynn Fan. In response, Lynn Fan merely smiled, his body swaying slightly as he evaded the lethal assault. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Lynn Fan, conjuring a thin disk of light in his palm and flinging it toward him. Energy slice. In a remarkable display, Lynn Fan seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Deftly dodging the attack with a slight shift of his body, he then pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of saliva, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Now, it is my turn. Lynn Fan smiled gently. He placed his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like stance, energy gathering in his palms. Tenfold. Kamehameha. Lynn Fan shouted, forcefully propelling the energy blast forward. Boom. The crimson Kamehameha surged forth, crashing into Vegeta's form. Ugh! Vegeta cried out in agony, his body propelled ever higher, teetering on the brink of being expelled from the Kaio-ken realm. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to twist his body, narrowly avoiding Lynn Fan's tenfold Kamehameha. However, before he could catch his breath, he found Lynn Fan standing directly before him, a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. Dragon Fist, Lynn Fan roared, channeling every ounce of power within him as he struck at Vegeta. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a golden dragon surged forth, colliding with Vegeta's body. Boom! Vegeta was impaled as if skewered on a bamboo stick, the golden serpent piercing through him. Lynn Fan's form passed through, reappearing behind Vegeta, where a gaping hole now marred his back, offering a view of the world beyond. Vegeta, have lost. Vegeta coughed up blood, collapsing toward the ground. Lynn Fan swiftly caught him with his left hand, then raised his right, pointing a finger at him. Healing beam. A golden radiance enveloped Vegeta's form, swiftly mending the gaping wound. In mere moments, Vegeta stood restored, fully revitalized. Lynn Fan, I concede. Vegeta began, but his words were cut short as the fusion time concluded. His form splitting into Son Goku and Vegeta, the two exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's sense of resignation. Meanwhile, the old Kai and Trunks, as well as others, were left in a state of utter shock. I never expected that Dad and Uncle Goku's fusion would still result in defeat, Trunks exclaimed, astonished. This Lynn Fan is truly unfathomably strong. Little Fong's eyes widened. I can't believe Dad lost, Bra lamented, her face etched with discontent. Lynn Fan, you are indeed powerful, Son Goku remarked, scratching the back of his head in genuine admiration. TCH, what a monster. I couldn't even triumph while fused with Kakarot. How terrifying. Vegeta clenched his fists. Excellent. Then let this battle conclude here. Should the opportunity arise, we shall compete again, Lynn Fan declared with a smile. That is precisely my sentiment. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Thus, the contest proposed by Son Goku came to a close, under the guidance of either Lynn Fan or Son Goku. The group executed instant transmission back to Earth. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a day had passed. Lynn Fan's figure materialized in the Kaio-ken realm. Standing before the old Kai, he had no ulterior motive. He merely sought to fuse his genes. System. Fuse with the old Kai's genes. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with the old Kai's genes, acquiring 1 billion battle power, super abilities, potential activation capabilities, witchcraft, clairvoyance, and all abilities of the old Kai. Excellent. Lynn Fan licked his lips before vanishing with instant transmission. Did Lynn Fan just come and go? The old Kai inquired, looking up. Old ancestor, did you misinterpret? Why didn't I feel anything? Jebbit questioned. Another day swiftly passed. Lynn Fan returned once more to the Kaio-ken realm. System. Fuse with Jebbit's genes. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Jebbit's genes, acquiring the ability to instant transmission anywhere, healing techniques, super creation abilities, and all abilities of Jebbit. A splendid acquisition. Lynn Fan's lips curled into a smile. With a thought, he executed instant transmission. Returning to Earth. Jebbit's instant transmission required neither sensing energy nor a precise location. As long as the place existed in the world, he could reach it. Even the palace of Zeno was within reach. Yet, regrettably, this timeline resembled a forsaken realm, devoid of Zeno and angels. Even among the gods, only the Kaio-ken remained, with no destroyers present. However, even if Zeno were here, Lynn Fan would not dare to instant transmission to the palace of Zeno. That he feared being erased on the spot. Even if Zeno did not intervene, the Grand Minister alone would be more than capable of overwhelming him. Once again, a day elapsed. It is time to visit Hell. I must fuse the genes of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, Lynn Fan murmured to himself. With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Dr. Gero. System. Fuse with Dr. Gero's genes. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with Dr. Gero's genes, acquiring the technology to create androids, the method to manufacture super androids, the ability to absorb energy through your palms, and all abilities of Dr. Gero. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall fuse with Dr. Mew's genes. I look forward to the emergence of Super 17. Lynn Fan contemplated deeply. Shortly thereafter, his figure vanished into the abyss of Hell in order to expedite the cooldown time of the system. He chose to do nothing but recline in Bulma's residence, idly sipping wine, nibbling on snacks, and passing the time in boredom. Fortunately, it appeared that Goku and the others were equally unoccupied, planning to rest for a few days. Thus indulging in delectable meals and casual conversations. It seemed necessary to develop a mobile game specifically designed for passing time, Lynn Fan mused. However, he intended to address this matter upon returning to the main timeline. At present, the more pressing concern was to amalgamate the genes of Super 17. Yet, Super 17 had yet to manifest, and Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were still collaborating on its creation, which would require a bit more time. Soon, another day had passed. As promised, Lynn Fan arrived in Hell, standing before Dr. Mew. System. Integrate Dr. Mew's genes. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully fused with Dr. Mew's genes, acquiring the technological essence of Planet Zuffle, the manufacturing method for super androids, and all of Dr. Mew's abilities. Excellent. Now, all that remains is to await the emergence of Super 17. When the time comes, I shall not only integrate his genes, but also absorb him completely. A subtle smile crept across Lynn Fan's lips at the thought. With a swift motion, he vanished into thin air. Earth, 3 days later. However, unbeknownst to everyone, every Dragon Ball upgraded by Dondi had silently developed a crack. The populace remained blissfully unaware of this development. Simultaneously, the skies darkened as a tempest brewed, revealing a profound black hole. The sight was utterly terrifying, as though the heavens had been rent asunder by some unseen force. Almost immediately, countless malevolent spirits began to pour forth from this abyss. Even the Ginyu Force and Nappa reappeared on Earth. The deceased villains, including Frieza and Cell, returned to the mortal realm. As soon as they escaped from Hell, they commenced a spree of destruction, beginning with the obliteration of cities and indiscriminately slaying Earthlings. Once Hell's Super 17, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew also exited the infernal realm. The gaping void in the sky finally vanished. Lynn Fan sat on the lawn, squinting at the celestial phenomenon above. I see now. Hell's Super 17 and Earth's 17 have opened a passageway to the mortal realm. Thus, the existence of these escaped souls is rendered unnecessary. He murmured, "Transformation Ray. All of you shall become spicy strips." With a commanding tone, Lynn Fan extended his palm, unleashing a barrage of purple transformation rays toward the sky and the ground, targeting those who had just fled from hell. Whoosh, whoosh. Each transformation ray deftly avoided innocent bystanders, striking the beings that had emerged from the abyss. Apart from Hell's Super 17, everyone, including Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, was transformed into countless spicy strips. Floating in the air, upon closer inspection, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Humph, a bunch of weaklings, now transformed into my source of power. Lynn Fan raised his right hand, beckoning the spicy strips. Instantly, they surged toward him as if they had a will of their own. Lynn Fan opened his mouth wide, resembling a gaping chasm, and without a second thought, he swallowed the spicy strips whole. Not bothering to chew, this horrifying scene left Xiao Feng and Bra, who were observing from a distance, utterly dumbfounded, transforming into food. What a monster, Bra gasped, her complexion paling. Ugh, how disgusting, that guy. He turned all his enemies into food to devour them. Xiao Feng felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, nearly retching. Shoo, keep your voice down. If he hears us, he might just turn us into food too. Bra trembled in fear. Okay, let us hurry and leave. Xiao Feng pulled Bra along. And in an instant, they vanished from sight. Lynn Fan, of course, heard their conversation but paid it no heed. His focus remained on Hell's Super 17 and Earth's 17, sure enough, in a moment of distraction. The two 17s had already begun to merge. Ha! 17, let us combine. I am you, and you are me. We are one and the same. Hell's Super 17's eyes glowed red as he laughed maniacally. This affected Earth's 17, whose eyes also ignited with a crimson light, as if under a spell. Indeed, we are one and the same. Merging into one is undoubtedly the best course of action. Earth's 17 whispered as their bodies drew ever closer. A blinding flash of light erupted. When the brilliance subsided, a towering figure stood in their place. This individual was muscular, half flesh and blood, half machine. His appearance had become even more striking, exuding a robust masculinity. At this moment, he had transformed into Super 17. Ha 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 ha, this surging power. I am indeed the mightiest. Super 17 laughed maniacally, reveling in the strength coursing through him. After calming his excitement, a confident smile graced his lips. Next, I shall seek out Goku and test my strength, to see if I can absorb his power and become even more formidable. Just as Super 17 was about to take action, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Where do you think you're going? Super 17 whirled around to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a towering man clad in Saiyan battle armor, easily around 2.3 meters tall. His physique was well-defined, with muscles in perfect proportion, and his black hair flowed gracefully in the wind. His strikingly handsome face evoked feelings of inadequacy in those who beheld him. Who are you? Super 17 demanded, his eyes narrowing dangerously. System, integrate Super 17's genes. Lynn Fan thought to himself. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully fused with Super 17's genes, acquiring 500 billion battle power, energy shielding, energy absorption capabilities, Hell's Bomb, and all of Super 17's abilities. Excellent. Now that I have assimilated your genes, you can rest assured that I shall absorb you completely. Lynn Fan replied coldly. With that, Lynn Fan focused his mind and activated the abilities of Goldo. Time stop. In an instant, time came to a halt. All surroundings and the entire world ceased to move, frozen in place as though ensorcelled. Ha! Super 17, I shall not hold back. Lynn Fan licked his lips. Raising his right hand, he pointed at Super 17. Transformation Ray. Transform into chocolate. A purple beam struck Super 17, and in a flash, he became a piece of chocolate. Lynn Fan beckoned with his finger, bringing the chocolate into his hand before promptly tossing it into his mouth. Swallowing it whole. In that moment, Lynn Fan felt a significant surge in his base battle power, quite impressive. This increase in battle power amounted to a little over 1 trillion, which was satisfactory. A smile curled at the corners of Lynn Fan's mouth. Then, with a thought, he lifted the time stop. Time resumed its flow. At this point, Super 17 had been transformed into chocolate and absorbed, becoming an indispensable component of Lynn Fan's growing strength. Humph. Now that I have absorbed Super 17, all that remains is to await the emergence of the evil dragons. Lynn Fan contemplated deeply. In the next moment, his body flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself seated once again on the familiar lawn. A gentle breeze caressed his form, causing strands of hair to dance lightly in the air. The genetic makeup of Super 17 was indeed impressive, granting him the remarkable ability to absorb energy. This technique required him to extend his arms and relinquish all forms of defense to siphon off the energy attacks of his adversaries. As for the other abilities, they were rather unremarkable in comparison, especially when juxtaposed with those of Majin Buu. The following day, the catastrophic opening of the Hell's Gate had unleashed the souls of the deceased from the underworld, resulting in numerous casualties among Earth's inhabitants. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions were preparing to search for the Dragon Balls modified by Dondi, hoping to wish back those who had perished. However, upon discovering the Dragon Balls, an astonishing revelation unfolded. "Grandpa, I found a 4-star ball, but it's already cracked," Xiao Fang exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong curiously examined the 4-star ball in his hands. How could this be? Such a phenomenon has never occurred before. He scratched his head in bewilderment. "What should we do now?" Xiao Fang asked anxiously. "Well, let us collect the Dragon Balls first, and see if they can still be used," Sun Wukong suggested. Thus, with the help of the robot Jilu, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang quickly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, only to find that each one bore a faint crack that extended to the center of the red star. They then brought the Dragon Balls to the lawn of Bulma's home, where Lynn Fan was also present. Naturally, he understood the cause of the Dragon Balls' fractures. It was merely an accumulation of negative energy that had given rise to the evil dragons. To put it succinctly, this batch of Dragon Balls could be deemed a failure. Under normal circumstances, Dragon Balls should never crack, nor should they produce entities like the evil dragons due to so-called negative energy. The emergence of evil dragons alone testified to their failure as a product. It was possible that the incompleteness of the previous Kaio-ken had contributed to this, leading to a lapse in the creation process that resulted in Dragon Balls destined to malfunction. However, Lynn Fan speculated that the primary reason might be that this timeline had been forsaken by the deities, thus giving rise to peculiarities like the evil dragons. Sun Wukong, with arms outstretched, called out to the Dragon Balls on the ground, "Come forth, Shenron." At his command, ominous thunder rumbled through the sky, and bolts of lightning streaked across the heavens, transforming the sky into a ghastly crimson hue. From the cracks in the Dragon Balls, wisps of black smoke began to emerge. Soon, the smoke coalesced into a dragon with blue skin and a pair of wings. Upon its arrival, it produced a cigar, placing it between its lips, and conjured a lighter to ignite it with a snap. Observing this dragon, Lynn Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement, thinking, "At last, it has appeared, the Black Smoke Shenron system. Integrate the genes of Black Smoke Shenron. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of Black Smoke Shenron, gaining 10 trillion combat power and the ability to absorb Dragon Balls. All abilities of Black Smoke Shenron have been acquired. Excellent. This means I can absorb the Dragon Balls for my own use. There is no better way to enhance my strength." Lynn Fan rejoiced internally, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the Black Smoke Shenron took a deep drag from its cigar and exhaled a cloud of smoke towards the crowd. Embodying the essence of a seasoned rascal, "Shenron, grant me my wish," Sun Wukong shouted. The Black Smoke Shenron scoffed. "Humph, you humans have some nerve summoning me. Huh? At last, I can wreak havoc once more. I shall no longer assist you in realizing any wishes. Prepare to endure the agony." With a booming laugh, the Black Smoke Shenron transformed into 7 strands of black mist, dispersing across the globe. Thus, the malevolent dragons that would taint the earth had made their grand entrance. "Evil dragons, haha, your power shall be mine," Lynn Fan sneered. Once the evil dragons settled in various locations on Earth, the sky, although no longer red, was now shrouded in a grim atmosphere, appearing utterly polluted. Clearly, the 7 evil dragons were swiftly utilizing their negative energy to corrupt the environment, intending to wreak havoc until Earth was utterly destroyed. Suddenly, a voice resonated like a hammer within the hearts of all present. It was the North Kai, utilizing telepathy to ensure everyone could hear him. "Wukong, we have a grave situation. The dragon that just appeared is, yet." Before the North Kai could finish, an even older, raspier voice interrupted with a bitter tirade. "You bunch of bastards. I told you not to overuse the Dragon Balls. Now look at the calamity you've caused." The old Kai scolded vehemently. What just appeared is the most malevolent entity in the universe, known as the Evil Dragon. Once it manifests, Earth is doomed. The evil dragons will not cease until they obliterate the planet. The old Kai's expression darkened as he explained, your reckless use of the Dragon Balls has led to the excessive accumulation of negative energy, culminating in the birth of the evil dragons. Even if the evil dragons destroy Earth, they will not stop there. Their gaze will turn towards the cosmos until total annihilation ensues. What? Is it truly that dire? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Wukong, this catastrophe is a direct consequence of your actions. Had you not ventured beyond the Baozi Mountain in search of the Dragon Balls, we would not be in this predicament. The old Kai chastised. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. If this crisis arises from my actions, then I shall take it upon myself to resolve it. However, before he could finish, another voice interrupted him. Old Kai, you seem to have lost your mind. How can you claim that this mess is solely Wukong's fault? Lynn Fan retorted fiercely. Is it not? The old Kai instinctively countered. Lynn Fan scoffed. Humph. If we're discussing blame, yours is far more significant. As the Kai, you reside in your position yet neglect your duties, and still have the audacity to criticize others. When has a crisis in the universe not been resolved by Wukong and his companions? You, as a Kai, should be supporting him, not blaming him. You are merely a clown masquerading as a deity. The universe would remain unchanged with or without your presence. Ultimately, you are just an ineffectual old man who excels at playing divine roles. You have failed to fulfill your own responsibilities, yet you dare to reproach others. You should reflect on your own incompetence. You. The old Kai was infuriated, his face turning a shade of crimson that moment. He found himself unable to counter Lynn Fan's words, so he sulkily severed the telepathic connection. From behind the magical crystal ball, the old Kai furiously cursed Lynn Fan. That damned brat dares to insult me so. Despicable filth, it drives me insane. Old ancestor, why did you cut off the connection? He won't hear you if you insult him now. Jebite remarked. Humph, I dare not. The old Kai retorted indignantly. He then spewed a torrent of curses. That damned filth, it infuriates me. I shall draw a circle to curse you. Jebite, unable to tolerate the old Kai's behavior, hurried to console him. Old ancestor, calm down. Calm down. Do not stoop to the level of mere mortals. Unbeknownst to Lynn Fan, he was oblivious to the old Kai's clandestine insults. Lynn Fan, you are truly remarkable. I have long harbored a desire to berate that old man, and at last, you have helped me vent my pent-up frustration. Bulma exclaimed. Humph, that lecherous old man dares to remark on our breasts sagging. I truly wish to pummel him. Chi-Chi added. Well then, Goku, it seems the matter of the evil dragon falls to you to resolve. Otherwise, Earth is truly in peril. King Kai stated. Very well, my lord, leave this matter to me. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Without further ado, I shall set off at once, Sun Wukong declared. Wait, Lynn Fan interjected, raising a hand to halt the eager Sun Wukong. What is it, Lynn Fan? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow me to handle it. Lynn Fan replied calmly. Lynn Fan, do you wish to resolve the issue with the evil dragon? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, none of you are to interfere, just leave it to me. I only require a week to perfectly deal with the evil dragon. After all, they are my prey. A smile played at the corners of Lynn Fan's mouth. Prey, Sun Wukong muttered. Lynn Fan had his reasons for saying so. He had just fused with the genes of the Black Smoke Dragon, and the system was still in cooldown, requiring until tomorrow to fuse with the next set of genes. Thus, he did not wish for Sun Wukong and the others to disrupt his plans. It would be far better for the evil dragons to be transformed into his own power, wouldn't it? Seeing Lynn Fan's determination, the others decided not to pry further. After all, everyone was well aware of Lynn Fan's formidable strength. Even Gogeta was no match for him. What crisis could he not resolve? The following day, Lynn Fan employed the instant transmission technique, manifesting before the foul lake of the two-star dragon. Observing the putrid, black waters, Lynn Fan frowned. Jumping in was out of the question. It seemed he would have to summon you up. Two-star dragon, Lynn Fan sneered, soaring above the lake and pressing his hands down toward the murky waters. In an instant, the surface erupted into a maelstrom of waves. Columns of water spiraled together. Rise, Lynn Fan exerted a slight force, drawing the lake's waters upward. Looking around, the lake had completely dried up. In the sky floated the oppressive black waters, resembling a dark veil covering the heavens. Lynn Fan utilized his supernatural abilities to suspend the water in the air, preventing it from falling naturally. Below, an enraged voice erupted. You damnable fool! Who are you to disturb my beauty sleep? A creature with green skin and a cracked Dragon Ball embedded in its forehead appeared. Its appearance was rather grotesque, resembling a toad, yet it was undeniably the two-star dragon, also known as the pollution dragon. In Lynn Fan's recollection, this was the weakest of the evil dragons, with the super one-star dragon having utilized the abilities of the other 5 evil dragons, but had notably not used that of the two-star dragon, which could only be deemed unfortunate. System, fuse with the genes of the two-star dragon. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the two-star dragon, gaining the ability to produce toxic gas, the capacity to pollute, and the ability to absorb energy through direct contact with others, along with all abilities of the two-star dragon. This ability is truly abysmal. Lynn Fan could not help but scoff. The two-star dragon, now furious, continued to curse Lynn Fan, but amid his tirade, he sensed something amiss. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you wake me from my beautiful dream? He tilted his head upward, spotting the floating waters in the sky. His words abruptly halted, and his expression was one of astonishment. How could you possibly have drained the entire lake? The two-star dragon's complexion changed drastically. Enough. You have outlived your usefulness. Now, become my power. Lynn Fan waved a hand, causing his palm to detach and transform into a mass of pink goo that enveloped the two-star dragon. Subsequently, that mass of flesh wriggled back to Lynn Fan. Merging into his body, Lynn Fan had successfully absorbed the two-star dragon using the abilities of Majin Buu. With a mere thought, his palm reformed, returning to its original state. After absorbing the two-star dragon, Lynn Fan waved his hand, and the black waters in the sky cascaded down into the now dry lake. Gazing at the contaminated black water, he concentrated and activated the abilities of the two-star dragon to eliminate all pollutants. The two-star dragon could create pollution, so it could certainly remove it as well. Excellent. Now, I shall await tomorrow to take further action, Lynn Fan murmured. After all, the system could only fuse genes once a day, so he needed to wait for the cooldown period to pass. The following day, as dawn broke, Lynn Fan utilized instant transmission to appear in a city. Before him stood a creature resembling a penguin. Its belly yellow and its back strawberry-colored. At its center was a cracked Dragon Ball. System, fuse with the genes of the 5-star dragon. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the 5-star dragon, acquiring 50 billion battle power, the ability of electric slime, slime fusion, Dragon Ball lightning, flash electric shock, and the ability to absorb electricity, along with all abilities of the 5-star dragon. At the moment of fusion, a smile crept across Lynn Fan's face. Excellent. The abilities of the 5-star dragon are quite formidable, reminiscent of those of Majin Buu, as long as there remains even a trace of electric slime. Regeneration is possible. Who are you? The 5-star dragon inquired curiously, observing the towering figure before it. You need not know. Instead, become my power. Lynn Fan laughed heartily. He seized the 5-star dragon and split his hands apart, enveloping the creature much like wrapping a dumpling. Shortly thereafter, Lynn Fan reclaimed the divided mass of flesh, fully absorbing the 5-star dragon. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. In that moment, Lynn Fan felt his base battle power increase slightly. Lynn Fan flickered and arrived at a hotel. He intended to await the arrival of the next day. Time passed swiftly, and soon the second day arrived. As the system's cooldown refreshed, Lynn Fan set off in search of his next victim. At this moment, Lynn Fan employed instant transmission and appeared before a vast ocean. Before him stood a beautiful maiden, a cracked Dragon Ball on her forehead intermittently glimmering. She was the 6-star dragon, a dragon of air and wind, skilled in disguise, presenting herself as a lovely princess of the dragon gods. However, her true appearance was hideously grotesque, resembling a pterosaur, albeit far less appealing. System, fuse with the genes of the 6-star dragon. Ding. Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the 6-star dragon, gaining 10 billion battle power, blade air bullets, true crimson slash, tornado storm, the ability to manipulate air and wind, along with all abilities of the 6-star dragon. Human, I am the dragon god princess. Do you have any wishes? I can fulfill them all. The 6-star dragon smiled gracefully. Lynn Fan, upon hearing this, grinned widely. Is that so? Since you can grant any wish? Then transform into my power. With that, Lynn Fan pointed at the 6-star dragon. Turn into chocolate for me. Instantly, a purple transformation ray struck her. Boom, the 6-star dragon transformed into a chocolate resembling the dragon god princess. Lynn Fan seized the chocolate and tossed it into his mouth. Excellent. Another evil dragon absorbed. A faint smile graced Lynn Fan's lips. Before long, yet another day had passed. This time, Lynn Fan employed instant transmission and appeared in a desert. Beneath his feet was a burrowing dirt pig, the seven-star dragon, also known as the Earth Dragon, possessing the power of the Tremor fruit, capable of inciting earthquakes and devastating the world. Moreover, he possesses the ability to possess others. Once he successfully inhabits a host, he can acquire all the powers of that individual. System: fuse with the genes of the seven-star dragon. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the seven-star dragon. Gaining the abilities of cataclysmic explosion, earth-shattering impact, dark penetrating cannon, the power of possession, and all abilities of the seven-star dragon. Since you have already fused with my genes, you shall be like the previous fortunate ones. Become my strength. Lynn Fan grasped the earth pig from the ground, his palm wriggling momentarily before assimilating the seven-star dragon into his body, absorbing it completely. Having accomplished this, Lynn Fan sighed deeply, feeling an unparalleled sense of refreshment. Before long, a day had slipped by. At this moment, Lynn Fan found himself in a desolate city. Before him stood the Ice Dragon, the three-star dragon. The three-star dragon is a particularly treacherous creature, and Lynn Fan resolved to absorb it first. System: fuse with the genes of the three-star dragon. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the three-star dragon. You have gained 100 billion battle power, freezing beam, freezing wave, freezing sphere, the ability to control frost, and all abilities of the three-star dragon. Ha! Three-star dragon, transform into a cherry. Lynn Fan cast the transformation ray, pointing a finger at the three-star dragon. Instantly, a purple beam struck the three-star dragon, who offered no resistance and was transformed into a cherry. Lynn Fan opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the cherry whole. After all, the stronger Lynn Fan's power, the more formidable his abilities would naturally be. The three-star dragon had no capacity to resist. After swiftly absorbing the three-star dragon, Lynn Fan activated instant transmission and vanished. He recalled that the four-star dragon was not far away. It would be a pity if he accidentally killed it and failed to fuse with its genes. Soon enough, another day passed. At the very first task upon the system's cooldown refresh, Lynn Fan executed instant transmission to arrive before the four-star dragon. The four-star dragon is the fire dragon, capable of unleashing scorching heat akin to the sun. System: fuse with the genes of the four-star dragon. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the four-star dragon, acquiring 100 billion battle power, lens beam, explosive attack method, chaotic fire needle, blazing attack, and the ability to unleash temperatures of 6,000 degrees Celsius. Along with all abilities of the four-star dragon. Haha, transform into a liqueur chocolate. Lynn Fan pointed at the forehead of the four-star dragon. With a resounding boom, the four-star dragon was instantly transformed into a piece of liqueur chocolate. I want to hold back. Lynn Fan opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring the chocolate. After absorbing the four-star dragon, his normal battle power saw a slight increase. Ha ha ha. Now, only the one-star dragon remains. Lynn Fan laughed heartily. In the midst of his laughter, his figure vanished as he executed instant transmission. The following day, Lynn Fan rose early and utilized the instant transmission of the god of Jebit to arrive before the one-star dragon. System: fuse with the genes of the one-star dragon. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused with the genes of the one-star dragon, acquiring 150 billion battle power, the ability to absorb Dragon Balls, Spike Charge, Destruction Beam, Eruption Wave, Negative Energy Bomb, and all abilities of the one-star dragon. One-star dragon, you no longer hold any value. Lynn Fan scoffed. Explosive mouth technique. With those words, Lynn Fan transformed into a mass of pink goo and burrowed into the mouth of the one-star dragon. Only a puddle of split flesh remained on the ground. The rest of his body entered the one-star dragon through its mouth. Ugh! The one-star dragon screamed in agony. Lynn Fan nearly caused the creature to burst from within. However, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he directed his thoughts to manipulate the puddle of pink goo, enveloping the one-star dragon as if wrapping dumplings. After wriggling a few times, the goo transformed into Lynn Fan's likeness. At that moment, Lynn Fan had completely absorbed the one-star dragon. His regular battle power surged by at least 1 trillion. Lynn Fan clenched his fist, laughing heartily. Ha! With this, all the evil dragons have been absorbed by me. Moreover, the Dragon Balls within them have transformed into components that enhance my power. Possessing the ability to absorb Dragon Balls, Lynn Fan could naturally harness their power for his own use. After absorbing all the evil dragons, Lynn Fan executed instant transmission and appeared in Bulma's home. The dark layer of negative energy in the sky was also dispelled by Lynn Fan's gesture. Under Lynn Fan's influence, the Earth's environment reverted to its former state. Oh, Lynn Fan, you're back. Does this mean you've dealt with all the evil dragons? Son Goku inquired. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, just mere evil dragons. Resolving them was a piece of cake, as expected of Lynn Fan. Truly impressive. Bulma praised Tio celebrate the defeat of the evil dragons. Let's hold a feast. It's been a while since we've had such a gathering. Bulma proposed. Yay, that's wonderful. I'm quite hungry and ready to eat. Son Goku exclaimed. Humph, boring, Vegeta scoffed. Lynn Fan naturally did not refuse. Well, in a few days, I plan to return to my own timeline. So let us enjoy this time together, Lynn Fan said with a smile. Oh, are you leaving so soon? Vegeta asked. Yes, but don't rush me to leave. I still want to have a proper match with you, Son Goku urged. Upon hearing this, Lynn Fan's lips curled slightly. I must leave. For there are no banquets that do not end. Today's parting is for a better reunion in the future. Furthermore, before I leave, I will have one more match with you. You and Vegeta confused once again. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lynn Fan decided to take a few days to rest before planning to return to his main timeline. However, Son Goku was adept at lifting the spirits. He seized a large squid, devoured it, and then said, So, let's have a competition. Let us see who can eat more. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. 7 days later, on the lawn, Lynn Fan was currently facing off against Vegeta and Son Goku. Today was the day he intended to return to his main timeline, but it was also the time to fulfill their agreement to battle once more. Meanwhile, Bulma, Trunks, Gohan, and Xiao Fang stood at a distance, watching from the periphery to avoid any accidental injuries. After a lengthy standoff, Lynn Fan smiled slightly and spoke. This time, you two should fuse. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me. However, you may use the Pot-era earrings for this fusion. The earring fusion will enhance your power and extend its duration. As he spoke, Lynn Fan utilized the God of Creation's abilities to conjure a pair of Pot-era earrings from thin air. Here you go. Put them on. Lynn Fan held out one earring in each hand. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then took the earrings. So, shall we fuse? Otherwise, you have no hope of defeating me. Lynn Fan stated indifferently. Vegeta, let us fuse. After all, Lynn Fan is leaving after this. Who knows when we'll see him again? It might be a long time before we have another chance, Son Goku urged. Humph, Kakarot. This is the last time, Vegeta replied haughtily. All right, thank you, Vegeta. Son Goku smiled slightly. Subsequently, the two of them synchronously put the Pot-era earrings on their opposing ears. Pop. At the moment the earrings were donned, an uncontrollable attraction surged between the two figures. Colliding with great force, the blinding flash of white light erupted. When the radiance dissipated, a silhouette materialized before Lynn Fan. This individual, with long black hair cascading down their shoulders, adorned a pair of Pot-era earrings. Their hands were clad in white gloves, and their body was covered in a layer of reddish fur, with a bare chest exposed. The lower half was clad in red trousers, a black cloak cinched at the waist, and white shoes made of the same material as the gloves. Humph. Since this is the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, let us name it Vegeto. However, if you prefer to call me Gogeta, that is also acceptable. For we are indeed one and the same. The only difference lies in our power. Vegeto smirked, a confident smile gracing his lips. System, merge the genes of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto, Lynn Fan mused. Ding. Congratulations, you have merged with Vegeto's genes. Acquiring a battle power of 10 quintillion, super explosive attack, finger energy bomb, instant transmission, key sword, shield, and the final Kamehameha, along with all of Vegeto's abilities. What? Merging a single gene grants a battle power of 10 quintillion. What kind of joke is this? Lynn Fan was utterly astonished. It is well known that the progression of power continues from quintillion to sextillion, and then to septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and so forth, culminating in unimaginable scales. Yet, the strength of the High Priest undoubtedly surpasses even that of the highest tiers and cannot be quantified with mere numbers. It is likely that even the gods of destruction and angels exceed such limitations. Thus, in the face of divine dimensions, numerical values of battle power truly lose their significance. System, check Vegeto's battle power. Vegeto, battle power value, 1000 quintillion. Incredible. Last time, Gogeta had only a battle power of 1 quintillion. And now, upon merging into Vegeto, it skyrocketed to 1000 quintillion. Who could possibly compete with such an advantage? Lynn Fan couldn't help but scoff. However, there are still those who could surpass, for Lynn Fan is indeed a prodigy. All right, Lynn Fan, shall we commence our battle? Vegeta inquired. Certainly. Let us begin. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Then, with a mere thought, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 is a state 3,200 times stronger, thus Lynn Fan's battle power, slightly exceeding 10 quintillion, instantly rose to 32 quintillion, which surpasses Vegeto's 1,000 quintillion. Vegeto, let us settle this with a single strike. Otherwise, you shall have no chance to retaliate, Lynn Fan declared nonchalantly. Very well, if you insist. We shall determine the victor with one blow. Vegeto nodded slightly. After their previous encounter, he had keenly realized Lynn Fan's formidable prowess. If he did not heed caution, the outcome could be dire. Prepare yourself. Tenfold, final Kamehameha. Ha! Vegeto roared, abruptly unleashing a red energy sphere from his palms, hurling it towards Lynn Fan. Ha! Just what I was hoping for. Lynn Fan laughed heartily. Tenfold Kamehameha? Lynn Fan also gathered energy in his hands, sending it towards Vegeto. Bang! In an instant, the two energy attacks collided. They commenced a fierce exchange. Ha! Vegeto exerted every ounce of strength, his muscular arms swelling as he unleashed maximum energy. Yeah! Lynn Fan bellowed, pushing the attack back. Just as the wave was about to reach Vegeto, Lynn Fan suddenly relented, extending his arms wide, allowing Vegeto to push the wave back towards him at the moment the wave was about to strike him. He activated Super 17's energy absorption ability, drawing all the energy into his body. Excellent. Though it lacks flavor, it is quite palatable. Lynn Fan licked his lips. What? This guy, Lynn Fan, actually absorbed my strongest technique. Vegeto gasped in shock. Lynn Fan chuckled. Surprise, is it? Unexpected? The real surprise is yet to come. In a flash, Lynn Fan appeared behind Vegeto. Before Vegeto could react, Lynn Fan struck a powerful blow to his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Nearly unconscious, struggling to regain his composure, after a lengthy moment, Vegeto rose from the ground, looking at Lynn Fan with resignation. This truly is unexpected. I never imagined that the disparity between my power and yours would be so vast. Your strength is simply monstrous, Vegeto sighed. Clearly, the gap in their powers was immense. If Vegeto were to unleash a 50-fold Kaio-ken, he might have a fighting chance, but it seemed unnecessary. If he powered up, Lynn Fan would simply match him, and Lynn Fan could utilize the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct. Therefore, continuing this battle held no purpose. Further conflict would yield no different outcome. Ha ha ha. Merely luck, just luck, Lynn Fan said modestly. Upon hearing this, Vegeto shook his head. Lynn Fan, I lost, and losing is losing. There is no luck involved. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Very well. Since our battle has concluded, I shall prepare to return to my own timeline, Lynn Fan announced. With a thought, he summoned the universal door from the system space. Then, Vegeto, farewell to you and all. May we meet again by fate. Lynn Fan turned back, raising his right hand to wave at everyone. Without hesitation, he stepped into the universal door. Lynn Fan, farewell. Vegeto watched as Lynn Fan's figure vanished within the door. The universal door subsequently disappeared into thin air, as if Lynn Fan had never been there at all. In the primary timeline, in West City, at Lynn Fan's residence, beside the swimming pool, a mysterious door radiating a rainbow aura appeared out of nowhere. Lynn Fan stepped through the door, with a slight wave of his right hand. He stored the universal door back into the system space. At that moment, in the pool, Zangya, Android 18, and Tights were enjoying themselves, swimming in bikinis, relishing their time in the water. Oh, Master, you have returned, Zangya exclaimed. Having awaited him eagerly, Zangya appeared before Lynn Fan in an instant, tightly embracing his arm. Get your filthy hands off him, you wretched harlot. Lynn Fan belongs to me. Android 18 interjected, appearing before Lynn Fan and placing his right hand upon her ample bosom. Come, Lynn Fan, my curves are delightful. Indulge yourself, Android 18 said alluringly. Meanwhile, Tights, not wanting to be outdone, quickly climbed ashore and wrapped her arms around Lynn Fan from behind. Lynn Fan is mine. Step away, do not compete with me, Tights declared. As Lynn Fan felt the softness behind him and the sensation on his hand, a wave of heat surged within him, blood racing. Who could withstand such temptations? All right, you all shall have your share. Since you are all so proactive, if I do not reciprocate, would that not render me utterly inept? Lynn Fan laughed heartily, shedding his hesitation, and embraced the three women, vanishing in an instant. They reappeared in an opulent room. The mattress of the grand bed was incredibly soft. How embarrassing. Ah, no. That place is off limits. Accompanied by the startled exclamations of the three women, a joyful atmosphere enveloped the air. Early the next morning, Lynn Fan had neatly tucked in the blankets for the three ladies, No. 18, Tais, and Zanjia. With a refreshed spirit, he stepped out of the room. From this moment on, Lynn Fan had gained 3 wives. Although they had yet to formalize their union, to Lynn Fan, marriage was merely a ceremonial formality. Devoid of any essential necessity, should they insist, he could arrange it as he saw fit. Lynn Fan was also resolute in his determination to treat his 3 partners with kindness, ensuring they would not suffer or feel wronged. Although they had actively pursued him, the situation had evolved into a reality, and it was only fitting to treat them well. Upon exiting the room, Lynn Fan spotted his son, Lin Dong, with a mischievous grin. Lin Dong asked, "Dad, how does it feel? Have all 3 of them become my mothers? Then, who is my eldest aunt? Who is my second aunt? Which one is my youngest aunt?" Lin Fan chuckled and scolded. "You little rascal, why are you asking so many questions? You're still quite young, just a little over 3, so refrain from prying into matters that don't concern you. In short, don't worry about your father's affairs." Hearing this, Lin Dong grinned cheekily and replied, "Hee hee. Even though I'm just over 3, I'm almost as tall as Gohan. I heard Gohan is only a bit over 8. He added, "And my strength far surpasses Gohan's." "Very well, indeed." Lin Fan smiled lightly. "Of course, just look at who my son is," Lin Dong replied with pride. "Come on, Dad will take you to the beach to see the sea." Lin Fan ruffled his son's hair, and then, with a flash, they appeared on a sandy beach. The scenery was delightful, dotted with tall coconut trees. Shells, crabs, and small fish were washed ashore by the waves. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Fan conjured 2 large sun umbrellas, a table, and 2 lounge chairs. With a thought, he summoned a tablecloth filled with delectable food. After placing it on the table, he could summon whatever he desired from it. Lin Fan reclined on a lounge chair, and Lin Dong mimicked him. "Let us start with 2 glasses of chilled sparkling wine, a plate of marinated peanuts, and a dish of fennel beans." Lin Fan ordered. To their amazement, the items appeared on the table as if conjured from thin air. "Dad, these fennel beans and marinated peanuts taste quite good," Lin Dong exclaimed with a smile. "If it's good, eat as much as you like," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Thus, Lin Fan and his son, Lin Dong, embarked on a leisurely beach life. 2 days later, back at Lin Fan's home, he returned with his son. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, while the 3 ladies entangled him like an octopus. This tender haven was somewhat intoxicating, making it hard for Lin Fan to part ways. Nevertheless, he was a person of considerable willpower. After all, he had held out for a period before succumbing to the allure. In contrast, others might have capitulated instantly. He had at least managed to resist for a time, which could be deemed as a sign of resolve. With a casual motion, Lin Fan pried their hands away. Now, it's time to seek out the new version of Broly and bring him back to Earth. Lin Fan contemplated. To planet Vampa. With a whoosh, Lin Fan vanished using instant transmission. This time, he employed the Kaio-ken's instant transmission technique. In the 12 universes, as long as a location existed, he could reach it. The Kaio-ken was adept at managing life but not at combat, hence his reliance on instant transmission for a swift escape. In contrast, the god of destruction was a fighter, with differing responsibilities, capabilities, and strengths. Only the dim-witted East Kaio-ken would think to engage in battle as a Kaio-ken. Meanwhile, on planet Vampa, a lone figure sat on a rock at the edge of a cliff. It was Broly. This version of Broly had a simple nature and despised fighting. He bore no deep-seated grudges or the aggression that often accompanied waking up in a foul mood. His regular combat power was exceptionally high, and he could harness the power of the great ape in his human form, somewhat akin to Super Saiyan 4. However, he struggled to control the immense power within him, easily falling into a state of power loss, though it did not lead to a complete loss of reason. Unfortunately, his nefarious father, Paragus, continually used a shock collar to control him, treating him as a tool for vengeance, hoping one day to return to planet Vegeta to exact revenge on King Vegeta. Unbeknownst to him, planet Vegeta had long been destroyed. As Broly sat on the rock, he fondly caressed the green fur wrapped around his waist. "Bah," he whispered, reminiscing about his childhood friend. "Bah." Although this bond between man and beast had been shattered by his father, he still cherished the memories dearly. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Broly turned to see Lynn Fan, who immediately began to integrate Broly's genes. System, merge with Broly's genes. Ding! Congratulations, you have merged with Broly's genes, acquiring the power of the great ape in its normal state. A combat power of 1 trillion, an energy shield, exceptional talent, and the primal demon Saiyan bloodline, along with all of Broly's abilities. So, the new version of Broly's bloodline is called the primal demon Saiyan? That fits quite well. The bloodline is indeed primal and resembles a demon when he loses control, Lynn Fan thought to himself, realizing that his strength, potential, and talent would become even more formidable. If he trained diligently, his combat power would likely increase at an astonishing rate. You? Who are you? Broly inquired, filled with curiosity. You may call me Lynn Fan. Broly, would you like to leave this planet with me? Lynn Fan asked directly. After a moment of hesitation, Broly slowly responded, Leave? I must consult my father first. He had heard his father speak of the desire to escape this wretched planet since childhood, but it was clear to him that Lynn Fan was the alien his father spoke of. And having finally come across this opportunity, he naturally wished to bring his father along. Lynn Fan nodded slightly. Very well. Then lead me to your father. Broly replied with a slight nod and guided Lynn Fan down the cliff. Soon, they arrived at a cave, the dwelling of Paragus and Broly. Cave dwellers, it seems, Lynn Fan mused. Before entering the cave, Broly called out, Dad, look, I've brought a friend over. He must be from another planet. Upon hearing this, Paragus immediately emerged. The moment he saw Lynn Fan, his pupils dilated slightly. You are also a Saiyan. Are you here to rescue us? Paragus asked, his expression tinged with excitement. You could say that, Lynn Fan replied calmly. With a thought, he employed Baby's ability to release several living eggs, which latched onto Paragus. Once the eggs matured, he would be able to control Paragus, eliminating any threat he posed after the eggs had attached to Paragus. Lynn Fan instructed, All right, you two hold on tightly. I will take you away from this planet. Broly, quickly, do as he says, Paragus urged. With that, Lynn Fan vanished with the two of them in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves back on Earth. Gazing at the magnificent castle, Broly and Paragus were momentarily awestruck. This is truly a splendid and prosperous planet. Paragus was overwhelmed with excitement. It had been many years since he had encountered such a nostalgic architectural marvel. The palace of King Vegeta, in its prime, surely could not have been this lavish and grand. Incredible, simply incredible, Broly exclaimed. He was filled with awe and astonishment at the novelty before him. Unlike the desolate planet Vampa, the vibrant life of Earth brought him a sense of peace. Welcome to my home. It has been ages since you've enjoyed a proper meal, hasn't it? Let us eat, Lynn Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing the word food, Broly and Paragus swallowed hard, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Lynn Fan then led them into the castle in the living room. They sat down, waiting for the chef to bring forth the feast. Soon, the round table was laden with delectable dishes, fine wines, beverages, and juices. There were crabs, pig-s heads, octopus, chicken, duck, fish, seafood sashimi, sushi, and much more. An array that would make anyone's mouth water and awaken their appetite. So fragrant, I can't hold back any longer, Broly exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a large crab and devouring it whole, shell and all. What a nostalgic treat, such a delightful spread, Paragus declared as he seized a pig trotter and began to gnaw on it. Noticing the watermelon juice in his hand, Broly turned to Lynn Fan and asked, What is this? It's delicious. It's juice. Eat as much as you like. There's plenty more. Lynn Fan replied with a grin. Paragus, don't just eat the dishes. Drink some wine too, Lynn Fan urged. Right away, Mr. Lynn Fan, Paragus mumbled, slightly flustered. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours before they finally felt satisfied. What a feast. Such exquisite cuisine is a rare find. Broly marveled. The days ahead are long. You can stay here with your father and enjoy such culinary delights every day, Lynn Fan assured. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lynn Fan, Broly said, his eyes sincere. Paragus, meanwhile, wore a smile, a cunning scheme brewing in his mind. However, at that moment, the live egg that Lynn Fan had implanted within him had fully matured. His gaze shifted, now filled with fervent admiration for Lynn Fan. Master Lynn Fan, I am eager to serve you, Paragus declared, kneeling with utmost reverence. From this moment forth, Paragus became Lynn Fan's subordinate of the lowest rank. Father, what are you doing? Broly inquired. Paragus retorted sharply. Fool, Master Lynn Fan saved both of us. He is our savior. From now on, you are to be Master Lynn Fan's bodyguard, protecting his safety even at the cost of your life. Enough, Paragus. There's no need for such words. I will take Broly as my disciple. You need not worry about that, Lynn Fan replied calmly. Yes, Master Lynn Fan, Paragus responded respectfully, Broly, why aren't you thanking Master Lynn Fan? Paragus nudged thank you, Master Lynn Fan. Broly stammered, belatedly understanding the no need for such formality. You may simply call me Master from now on. I will teach you how to cultivate and harness the power within you, Lynn Fan said with a smile. Yes, Master. I will protect you diligently. Broly nodded earnestly that a smile crept onto Lynn Fan's lips upon hearing this. Soon, 7 days passed. While caring for the 3 women, Lynn Fan also made time to instruct Broly in cultivation, teaching him to control his energy and master his body's transformations. Notably, Lin Dong, seemingly out of nowhere, expressed a desire to train alongside Broly, a rare occurrence as he seldom engaged in serious training. All right, Lin Dong and Broly. You two can train together in the gravity chamber. When you both can perfectly control your powers, I will teach you more advanced techniques, Lin Fan said with a smile. Understood, Master. Broly and Lin Dong nodded in unison. With that, Lin Fan exited the gravity chamber, leaving it for Lin Dong and Broly's use. Afterwards, he took a refreshing shower in the pool and discussed significant matters with the 3 women before stepping out of the room. Feeling invigorated, Lin Fan settled on the lawn, gazing up at the azure sky, a gentle breeze caressing him. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the expanse. This sensation was immensely refreshing, lifting his spirits. So, should I venture to the realm where Reg resides? Or not? Lin Fan pondered aloud. Reg, Vegeta's brother, possessed the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 5, making him quite formidable. This piqued Lin Fan's interest in merging with his genes, yet he hesitated. Considering that Reg was a character from a Dragon Ball fanfiction, he was uncertain whether the multiverse door could transport him to such a parallel universe. Forget it. I'll find out by trying. Lin Fan resolved, summoning the multiverse door from his system space. Can you take me to Reg's realm? He inquired, feeling the door's energies. Before long, the multiverse door responded affirmatively. Excellent. Let us traverse to Reg's parallel universe. Specifically the timeline when he comes to Earth to battle Vegeta, Lin Fan thought as he visualized the desired timeline. With purposeful strides, he stepped through the multiverse door, which promptly vanished along with him. In a parallel universe, West City, on a battlefield, Vegeta was currently engaged in combat with a figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The 2 combatants were Vegeta and Reg, additionally, a female Saiyan. Reg's wife Supali stood nearby. Despite having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta struggled against Reg's overwhelming might. After being kicked away, he rose from the ground, bewildered. Reg, why do you insist on killing me? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and the king who exiled you to distant planets is long gone. This is our first encounter. We have no grievances between us. Why seek my death? Am I not your brother? Vegeta bellowed. Reg scoffed, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Vegeta, my foolish brother, the reason for my hatred towards you is that you have taken everything that rightfully belonged to me. I should have been the prince of the Saiyans. But because I was born with a battle power of 50,000, King Vegeta deemed me a threat and banished me to a remote, backward planet. I am his son. How could he so heartlessly abandon me? Reg's anger escalated as he spoke. That is because of you. If not for your existence, I would never have been cast aside. I will kill you, exact vengeance, and reclaim what is mine. I am the true prince of the Saiyans. With that, Reg delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh, Vegeta gasped, spitting out saliva. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I won't let you die so easily. I intend to torment you until your very end. Reg laughed with delight. However, at that moment, a vibrant, multicolored door materialized before them. A tall, handsome figure clad in Saiyan battle armor stepped through the portal. Who are you? Reg asked, bewildered. Lin Fan, observing Reg, concentrated and initiated the fusion of his genes. System. Fuse with Reg's genes. Ding. Congratulations on merging with Reg's genes, acquiring a combat power of 10 trillion, the transformation method for Super Saiyan 5, the royal bloodline of the Saiyan lineage, and all of Reg's abilities. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Lin Fan could not help but feel elated. Ha! With this, I can instantly transform into Super Saiyan 5. Observing the silent Lin Fan, Reg, somewhat impatient, remarked, if you do not speak soon, I will consider you an accomplice of Vegeta and eliminate you. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Is that so? If you think you can, then give it a try. Damn it. You shall perish. Reg gathered an energy blast in his palm and hurled it towards Lin Fan. In response, Lin Fan saw no need to evade. He directly utilized his energy absorption ability to consume the energy blast. What? Reg was taken aback, witnessing Lynn Fan emerge unscathed. Subsequently, he clenched his fists and violently struck towards Lynn Fan. In response, Lynn Fan raised his right leg sharply, bending his knee, and delivered a knee strike to Reg's abdomen. Bang! Ugh! Reg let out a pained cry, involuntarily spitting out saliva. In this brief exchange, the disparity in their strengths was immediately evident. How dare you make me suffer such a loss? I will make you pay dearly. After issuing his threat, Reg clenched his fists, slightly crouched, and unleashed a deafening roar. Hawa! As his roar echoed, a golden aura erupted from his body. His muscles bulged, his hair grew down to his waist, and its color transformed into yellow interspersed with black. Black lightning crackled around the golden aura. Hawa! Reg continued to roar. An overwhelming aura emanated from his body. The black lightning intertwined with the golden aura even shifted between black and red. The surrounding terrain underwent violent changes, with nearby rocks and debris being obliterated by the terrifying energy. A massive circular crater formed on the ground centered around Reg. Once everything settled, Reg's transformation concluded, revealing his current form as Super Saiyan 5. The power of Super 5 was approximately 163,008,400 times that of his base state. This was an exceedingly terrifying reality. However, Reg's Super 5 appearance bore notable differences from Sun Wukong's Super 5 and Dragon Ball AF. Sun Wukong's Super 5 had hair cascading down to his backside, and its color was white. In contrast, Reg's Super 5 had hair that was yellow mixed with black. In terms of hair length and color, there was a fundamental distinction. Yet, regarding the multiplier for base combat strength, they were likely comparable, both around 163,008,400 times. Such a significant increase was indeed a frightening prospect. Lynn Fan detected through the system that Reg's base combat power was 1 quintillion. Thus, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5, his combat power surged to an astounding 163,008,400 quintillion. This exemplified the might and terror of Super 5. Alright, apologies for the wait. Now, I shall relish in your demise. Reg coldly directed his gaze at Lynn Fan. You truly believe that merely completing a transformation guarantees your victory over me? Lynn Fan scoffed. Humph, you will understand after you try. In Saiyan terms, my current transformation is Super Saiyan 5. With my current strength, anyone before me is merely a trivial insect. I can easily annihilate the likes of you. Reg declared coldly. Anyone can boast, if you believe you can deliver on those words. Then prove it, Lynn Fan replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Reg sneered. Very well, then prepare to meet your end. With that, he clenched his fists and unleashed a fierce punch aimed directly at Lynn Fan's face. Lynn Fan's base combat power was only slightly over 10 quintillion. Against Reg's current power of 163 quintillion, Lynn Fan could hardly react. The fist landed heavily on Lynn Fan's face. Bang! The force of the blow caused Lynn Fan's entire visage to cave in. His head nearly collapsing. A deep imprint of a fist appeared on his face. What? Is this the power of Super Saiyan 5? It is truly terrifying. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, was instantly struck with shock. Meanwhile, Sabali crossed her arms over her chest, wearing an expression that suggested she was not surprised at all. In her heart, Reg was the strongest being, and no one could surpass her husband. On the other hand, Reg, witnessing Lynn Fan's face distorted from a single punch, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. I told you. Before me, you are nothing more than a trivial insect. Oh really? Lynn Fan's icy laughter echoed. The fact that Lynn Fan, despite his injuries, could still speak astounded Reg. What? You're still alive after sustaining such damage? Your skull should have been shattered. Die. I am not so easily dispatched, especially not from an attack as feeble as yours. Lynn Fan retorted coldly. As he spoke, Lynn Fan's visage miraculously restored itself to its former state. Recovered? I see. So you possess the ability to heal. No wonder you are so fearless, Reg said, understanding dawning upon him. Since you could recover from that level of attack, how about this? He then concentrated an energy blast in his right palm and hurled it toward Lynn Fan. In response, Lynn Fan smirked slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He did not make any defensive movements, simply standing still as the energy blast struck his body. Boom. At the moment the energy blast hit Lynn Fan, it vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Again, just like before. Did I just waste my energy blast on you? Reg furrowed his brow, questioning. It seems you are not entirely foolish. For energy blasts like that, you can throw as many as you wish. I can absorb them all. Lynn Fan chuckled darkly. Lynn Fan was employing the abilities of Super 17, which allowed him to absorb energy blasts. Additionally, he possessed the capability bestowed by Dr. Gero to absorb energy through his palms, as well as the ability of the 2-star dragon to absorb energy from contact with enemies. Furthermore, the 5-star dragon could create electrical slime that adhered to enemies, siphoning their energy. Lastly, Baby's ability allowed him to inhabit another's body to extract energy from within. With these 4 or 5 methods of energy absorption at his disposal, Lynn Fan could wield them effortlessly, choosing whichever he desired with utmost ease. Naturally, Lynn Fan favored using Majin Buu's ability to absorb enemies completely without waste. TCH, the ability to absorb energy? Quite troublesome indeed. In that case, I can only crush you into dust with my fists and feet. With my current strength, obliterating you is no more difficult than squashing a bug. Reg proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Then come, let us see the extent of your power. Lynn Fan replied indifferently. With that, Reg initiated the attack, delivering a punch to Lynn Fan's abdomen, causing a visible imprint to protrude from his back. He then seized Lynn Fan by the neck with his right hand, while the other hand snapped Lynn Fan's arm with a brutal twist. Following this, Reg lifted Lynn Fan and slammed him forcefully into the ground. Releasing Lynn Fan, he leapt into the air and came crashing down. Crack. The sound echoed as Reg stomped down, shattering both of Lynn Fan's legs. Ha ha ha. How about that? Can you still recover? Reg looked down at Lynn Fan, who lay on the ground. Snap. With a mere flick of his fingers, Lynn Fan instantaneously healed from all his injuries. Harnessing the abilities of Majin Buu, Baby, and the 5-star dragon, he was not merely capable of recovering from such wounds. Even if he were reduced to ashes, those ashes transformed into a gaseous state. As long as a single cell remained, Lynn Fan could restore himself in an instant. Moreover, endowed with the infinite energy of Android 18. The notion of energy depletion during battle was utterly irrelevant. Your strength is rather mediocre, it seems. Lynn Fan rose and cracked his neck. What? You have completely healed from your injuries in an instant. Reg's expression darkened significantly. After allowing you to fight for so long,